This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1242. No need to consider the safety of others. The waiting room to Yinzadu is not very big. After all, this train only runs once a week. Shiraishihara Castle is not the main boarding point, and there are only 2 tickets per week. If Baixiangqing had not sold 2 tickets, maybe this waiting room would not be temporarily used. In this way, the station will naturally not give a large waiting room. The whole waiting room is just 2 rows of 6 sofas. There is also a coffee table in front of the sofa, with flowers. The main point is to make people feel comfortable. Of course, there are no better things. After all, this is a transportation hub, and they also need to make money. There is definitely no free food and drink. If you want to eat here, you must pay a high price. When Gushi got off the bus, the waiter also reminded Gushi not to buy things at the station. The price here is about 10 times that of the outside world. It is for ordinary people from outside. For this statement, Gushi just smiled. He carries a city with him. If he wants something, he can't just take it himself. Why should he buy it in such a place? Gushi was a little surprised by the situation in the waiting room. When he came in, there were already people in the waiting room. 2 men and women in black robes were occupying 3 sofas, whispering there. Although their attire did not reveal anything, Gushi could tell from their gestures that they were level 19 undead professionals. However, before seeing their equipment, Gushi could not guess whether they were undead mages or death knights. When they saw Gushi coming in, the 2 people who were whispering also raised their heads. Because people are in a place like the station where all kinds of people are, when Gushi came, he directly turned on the side of the soul lamp. When the 2 raised their heads, Gushi felt that their eyes were on him. But when he looked at the 2, Gushi found that they just raised their heads and went back to talk. If it weren't for the side of the soul lamp, Gushi would have doubted whether the 2 had not noticed his arrival. It seems that he was being watched. Gushi's heart moved, and his vigilance instantly increased. He began to guard against these 2 people's actions. In fact, these 2 people were whispering about Gushi. Did he steal our ticket? It should be. At this time, the waiting room is waiting for the train to Yin City. But he is obviously dressed in the style of a shooter here. Why is he going to Yin City? Why do you care so much? There is a reason why the Interstar train will open this station. As long as you buy a ticket, anyone can go to Yin City. I just don't like that he bought the ticket, so I can only wait for the train next week. Who made us late? Do you think we should discuss with him and exchange tickets with him? Forget it. I have already inquired about it. He got the ticket through the Lee family's channel here. If we mess around, we might offend the Lee family. Let's just bear with it. It will be over soon. The 2 of them murmured, while secretly observing Gushi with their eyes or other means. In their minds, their methods were quite secretive. And what could Gushi, at his level, observe? But they never thought that although Gushi couldn't hear what they said, he could clearly feel their sight. So they were just 2 level 19 undead players. Right? Gushi didn't take it seriously at all, because neither side took the other seriously. The waiting room calmed down. Soon, the broadcast in the waiting room sounded. Dear passengers, the K887 train to the Tanwa Star Field is about to board. Passengers who need to board, please board from the designated platform. Gushi stood up as soon as he heard it. He was going to take the K887 train. Gushi had already inquired at this time. The letters at the beginning of the train in the real world have different meanings. For example, T is a cross-star train between 2 star fields, while K is a cross-star train across multiple star fields. Of course, there are other initials, but there is no need to talk about so many now. On the contrary, trains within this star field do not need initials, as long as they have corresponding numbers. In this case, you can tell what kind of train you are taking by looking at the letter number. It is obvious that the train that Gushi took this time was not a cross-star field train that connects 2 star fields. It was a passing train that just happened to pass by here. It is easy to understand if you think about it. For players in the Fengtu area where Baishiyuan City is located, and there are no players on the undead route, there is no need to open a special train to the underworld. It was good enough to have a passing train. As the broadcast sounded, Gushi took the initiative to go to the platform entrance. The man and woman who were chattering over there also stood up, and the woman, carrying weapons and equipment, also walked towards the platform. It can be seen that, when the man and woman did not buy enough tickets, they chose to let the woman go to Yin City first. As for the man, he might have to wait for a week in Baishiang City. Gushi did not even need to turn his head, he could see the other person's eyes fall on him. Gushi was somewhat helpless about such a thing. Gushi had already seen that the other party was blaming him for not being able to buy a ticket. But who cares? Gushi was not a player born in the real world. He had no connection with the families and academies in the real world. If they really wanted to provoke him, Gushi would not mind sending them to the city of Aridavi to serve as his undead. It seemed that such a player who reached level 19 and was on the undead route could definitely be made into the most suitable undead army after death. When Gushi walked into the platform, the woman also gave the man a final explanation. I'll get on the train first. Your ticket has been bought. You should stay in Baixiang City this week and don't run around. Don't miss the next train. In addition, there are not many necromancers in Baixiang City, so there must be some accumulated undead spirits. I felt it when I was shopping yesterday. But don't take advantage of this. You are alone. And if there is no one around to cooperate, if something happens, it will be troublesome. So no matter what, don't do anything rash. Don't worry. I'm fine. But you should be careful on the train. There will always be troubles on Interstar trains. If something really happens, you can release the thing without worrying about the safety of others. Chapter 1243 Star Pirates and the Train in Distress. After boarding the K887 train, Gushi found that this train was not as good as the train in Balian City. After boarding the train, although there was a private room, the entire private room could only fit one reclining chair. Not to mention the train from Xinjiang to Yuanzhou City, this place was at most like the first-class cabin of an airplane. People could lie half flat, or adjust the seat to sit up, but when eating, the small table had to be put down, and it was very uncomfortable. If you want to go to the bathroom or something, sorry, there is no toilet in the private room. If you want to have fun, it is impossible. There is no place for people to have fun. So when you take this kind of train, you can only lock yourself in the private room, read a book, watch TV and ads, or just go to sleep. It only took a few minutes to sit on the train. Gushi understood what the next 2 days and 1 night of travel would be like. He took out a few manuscripts silently, closed the door of the private room, and quickly read. Gushi had already made plans. In the next 2 days, he must learn some new things and supplement the basics of the necromancer route. Otherwise, he would know nothing when he arrived at the Yin City. What if he had to take exams at the Hades University there? Or what if he found that his foundation was not solid? Would he have to take tutoring classes there for a while? So taking time to study now would always be good for the future. After taking out a few manuscripts, Gushi focused all his attention on the books. This time, Gushi is completing his knowledge of corpse structure. Necromancers can take shortcuts in other aspects, but when it comes to corpse structure, they really can't do it. Undeads can't just be made into undead by putting a few bones together. What kind of corpse can be made into an undead, and what kind of corpse can no longer be made into an undead? There are certain rules for this. Only players like Gushi, who have their own undead city, can ignore this aspect. But no matter how much you ignore it, you still need to learn. For example, how to deal with the bodies of angels. What is the use of the wings of birdmen with wings? How to deal with the bodies of behemoths. If you don't directly revive the most perverted ghost behemoth, what can you make with the behemoths? If there are missing bodies, where to find suitable ones to supplement? Do zombies need internal organs? And are internal organs useful? All of these need to be learned. If you don't study, many problems are difficult to deal with. For a while, Gushi was obsessed with this. In the manuscript in his hand, there are the internal organs of many different species of creatures, which record the uses of these creatures' internal organs, and where they can be placed. Just when Gushi was reading enthusiastically, the door of the private room suddenly rang. It was not the sound of someone knocking on the door, but the feeling of something hitting it. Gushi's heart tightened. He picked up the magic wand, pushed open the door of the private room, and looked outside. Don't open the door. It's a star pirate. Gushi just opened the door, and a voice came from outside. Gushi looked outside and found that the conductor was holding various weapons and plugging a gap in the carriage. Outside the gap, there was an endless sea of stars. Gushi just looked outside and felt that he was about to be sucked out. This situation shocked Gushi. He didn't understand what was going on. In fact, if he was a player in the real world, he would know that at this time. The Interstar train was passing through the channel between star fields and jumping across star fields. This situation is just like an ordinary train passing through a tunnel. This phenomenon happens from time to time. Only those children who have never seen anything before will be so excited when facing such a situation. The star pirates mentioned by the conductor are players hiding in the interstar channel. They have offended the government of the real world and have to live in the starry sky. They make a living by sneaking from the starry sky to the game to steal resources. Sometimes they will rob interstar trains in order to steal some people or resources back. After all, not all games have what they want. It is precisely because of the existence of pirates between star fields that the train attendants on each train have ways to deal with various chaos. The situation in front of them is simply a trivial matter. One train attendant held the door to block the broken gap, and the rest were divided into two groups. One group quickly took various materials to repair the gap, and the other group took weapons and equipment to attack the invading pirates. As for all the passengers, none of them are allowed to come out, because the scene is in chaos. No one knows if there are any pirate spies on the train. For this reason, simply do not let anyone out. As soon as Gushi opened the door, he was warned. If Gushi still wanted to rush out at this time, he would definitely be killed as a pirate's hidden man. Anyway, on this interstar train, there is no need to explain the death of a few people. Just throw them into the starry sky outside. Although Gushi didn't know what was going on, he knew it wasn't the time to ask questions when he heard the conductor's words. He simply shrank his head and closed the door. However, the situation outside made it impossible for Gushi to read it carefully. Gushi thought for a while and contacted Luna through the special mirror on his left hand. Luna, send the electronic ghost over here. I want to take a look at the situation outside. The special mirror contacted Luna relatively quickly, but the speed of the electronic ghost coming over was relatively slow. After all, after finding the electronic ghost, it is necessary to transfer to the strange mirror space. Then send it to Gushi through the mirror. This is because Gushi asked to send a ghost. If it were other undead, I am afraid it would not be delivered. As for opening the gate of the City of Death in the train, Gushi is not a fool. The battle outside is problematic at first glance. Opening the gate at this time is completely provoking the train conductor. Gushi does not want to be thrown directly into the starry sky. Now Gushi just wanted to see what was going on outside, to see if there was any danger for him. Instead of destroying anything, he just wanted the electronic ghost to deal with the TV in front of him. After sending this order, Gushi waited at the door with his magic wand. He listened to the situation outside, fearing that something else might happen. At this moment, Gushi heard another strange movement. However, this movement did not come from outside the door, but from the private room next door. Someone released the undead? Chapter 1244. What is the situation with the two battle halos? Feeling the breath of death coming from the private room next door, Gushi immediately understood what was going on. Someone noticed the movement outside and released the undead they brought with them. Gushi was not surprised at all that someone released the undead on this train. After all, this train passed through the underworld, so it was normal for some necromancers on the train. But was it appropriate for them to release the undead here? Gushi muttered in his heart, and he completely forgot that he was asking Luna to send the electronic ghost over, which was also a way to summon the undead. Anyway, Gushi is like a crow landing in a chimney, and he only sees others when he sees them. When the breath of the undead came from the private room next door, Gushi's attention was divided to the next room. It was also because of his vigilance that Gushi reacted immediately when he encountered something. Boom! Just when the sound outside became smaller, the sound of a heavy object hitting a handle came from the private room next to Gushi. Gushi jumped down immediately, and the man with the extreme sun appeared, holding two shields to block the direction where the sound came from. However, this private room was too small. When the extreme sunshine man appeared, he occupied most of the space. Now Gushi could only shrink himself a little below the recliner. When the extreme sunshine man appeared, the wall of the private room was broken by a powerful force. In the next private room, a white bone spear thicker than a normal person's thigh passed through the wall of the private room and pierced the shield of the extreme sunshine. Bang! When it pierced the shield, the spear exploded on the spot and knocked the extreme sunshine man onto the nearby wall. Gushi also saw it at this time. This was the effect of the bone spear after being strengthened by the meridians. With such a thick bone spear in front of him, it was probably the effect of the bone spear technique being upgraded to at least level 20. The person in the private room next door was probably a very powerful necromancer. But now was not the time to care about this issue. After Gushi's extreme sunlight wearer was knocked away by the bone spear, Gushi was exposed to the enemy's attack range. Gushi glared, and his skin turned like gold. The 3,000 layers of golden skin were fully activated. Then Gushi propped himself up on the ground with both hands and jumped from the broken wall to the opposite private room. When he rushed into the next private room, Gushi found that the situation here was quite chaotic. A huge half-wet corpse occupied more than half of the space in the private room. The corpse was constantly dragging the limbs of a black-robed woman, trying to stuff the black-robed woman into his stomach. The black-robed woman was struggling constantly, and the bone spear was thrown by her. But it was useless. The corpse was too weird. It looked like a wet corpse that had been soaked in the sewer for more than 10 years. The surface of the body was waxed. The black liquid kept flowing down. When it touched the black-robed woman, it could even melt her clothes. At the same time, in the black liquid, there were many withered arms. These arms had grabbed all the joints of the black-robed woman, making her struggle weaker and weaker. In addition, Gushi also noticed that the mouth of the corpse would continue to spit out poisonous gas. And each type of poisonous gas had different effects. The black-robed woman was still struggling at first. But when Gushi rushed in, she had no strength left. Seeing Gushi rushing in, she just raised her head, opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but couldn't make a sound. Although Gushi had no intention of saving people, he also understood that after the black-robed woman was swallowed by the corpse would attack him next. Since we have to fight anyway, why not take action in advance? At least to gain an advantage. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately stretched out his hand, and the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression was activated. It can be seen that Gushi is now quite accustomed to using the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression. Now whenever Gushi sees an undead, he wants to suppress it with the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression, even though he knows that using the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression is not the best choice. When encountering hostile undead, the most appropriate choice should be to kill the undead directly. In this way, double death can get a spirit of the same level, and the body of the spirit can be taken back to summon the spirit. The ultimate 1 for 2, this is the most profitable method. Not like now, the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression is used on the spot, only a subdued spirit is obtained. When Gushi made the move, he was still secretly comforting himself in his heart. This time, the reason for making the move was that the private room was too small, so I had the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression. Instead of making a move casually, he directly used this move. As he thought about this, he did not relax his hand movements. Instead, he exerted force, and the Peach Mountain compressed to the size of a fist hit the forehead of the corpse heavily. Although there was no way to make the Peach Mountain larger, the power of the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain was actually the same. When the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain fell, two completely different battle halos immediately popped out of the corpse. Gushi had never seen such a situation before, at least in all the knowledge he had learned. There was no such thing as two different battle halos. Gushi only knew that, no matter if it was a player or an NPC, as long as they reached level 20, they would generate a battle aura according to their respective professions. At level 30, he could control the battle aura to freely expand and shrink, and move to different positions. Two different battle auras? This corpse belonged to two undead spirits above level 20. But if two such undead spirits were combined, their level would not be level 40. Right? Gushi was somewhat puzzled, but the movement of his hands did not stop. Gushi had already seen that his Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression was still not high enough. At least, he could not take down the corpse in one go. So Gushi needed to increase the stakes now. At this time, Gushi flipped his left hand, and another Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression appeared in his hand. This time, the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression was still small, but it did not fall on the forehead of the corpse. Instead, it directly hit the head of the black-robed woman who was dragged in by the corpse. After being hit by the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression, the dry bones and arms wrapped around the black-robed woman were all bounced away. The black-robed woman pounced forward, and the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression flew into the chest of the corpse. Then the corpse's movements paused, and the two operating battle halos dimmed. Is it not enough? Then give it another one. Gushi decisively sent out a new Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression. Just as the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression was ejected, a ding sound came from Gushi's ears. Ding. You forcibly subdued an undead, Devil River corpse source. Level 42, through the ability of the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression. And the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression gained 1 experience point. Chapter 1245 Level 40 Big Undead Devil River corpse source. Level 42, Origin experience, 0/1750000, Attack 100, Defense 98, Life 1200, Skills, Water Ghost Substitute Technique, Water Source Pollution, water gun technique, sewage field, poison water aura, physical strengthening, water vapor conversion, ice ring technique, water ghost entanglement technique, super strong physical fitness, corpse devouring technique, corpse aura. Looking at the information of the demon river corpse source in front of him, Gu Shi was obviously stunned for a moment. He never expected that the level of this corpse was over 40. And his skills were obviously improved around his own methods. According to the information in front of him, this demon river corpse source was originally a water ghost. The kind of water ghost that dragged people underwater to drown them, and looked for a substitute. It's just that he strengthened step by step, and finally reached this level. What really made Gu Shi stunned was that this demon river corpse source was not a summoned creature, but a kind of existence called the origin creature. This is information that Gu Shi is not aware of. Gu Shi thought for a long time. In the books he copied, there is no mention of any existence related to the origin. Gu Shi thought for a while, and felt that this should be something that the necromancer will learn after reaching level 20. There is no corresponding information in Yuanzhou City, which is also quite reasonable. However, this is the first time that Gu Shi has encountered such an existence, and he is not sure what such an undead subordinate can do. Just as Gu Shi was about to collect the demon river corpse source, he suddenly heard him. Gu Shi lowered his head, and found that the black-robed woman, who was struggling just now, suddenly twisted on the ground. Her clothes were torn to pieces because of the demon river corpse source. When she twisted, her skin under the clothes was exposed. Gu Shi was speechless about this situation. However, Gu Shi had already recognized that this black-robed woman was the one who got on the car with him in Baixiang City. With the mentality of helping out, Gu Shi casually lifted up the black-robed woman. But Gu Shi never expected that the black-robed woman would hug Gu Shi with her backhand and put her mouth on Gu Shi's face. What was going on? Gu Shi's heart moved. Before he pushed the black-robed woman away, he felt a breath from the black-robed woman. This breath had a sweet fragrance, which made Gu Shi confused. When Gu Shi wanted to refuse again, he found that the black-robed woman was actually pretty. The hand that was pushing outwards also turned into grabbing. And then the two of them fell into Gu Shi's private room through the hole that was just pierced by the bone spear. As for the private room, where the black-robed woman was at the beginning, only the demon river corpse source that had not been put away was left standing there. When he fell, Gu Shi still saw the demon river corpse source standing there, and he wanted to put the demon river corpse source away. But crazy women are quite scary. Gu Shi wanted to sit up, but he was pushed down by the black-robed woman. He wanted to struggle, but the black-robed woman sat on him and almost crushed Gu Shi. This really irritated Gu Shi. He turned over and pressed the black-robed woman onto the recliner. When he came to his senses, he just heard a knock on the door. Gu Shi was about to open the door, but found that the knock came from the private room next door. When he looked up again, Gu Shi found that the electronic ghost was floating beside him. When he saw Gu Shi looking up, the electronic ghost pointed at the TV above the recliner and found that all the scenes just now were recorded. Don't worry, sir. Everything has been stopped. The surveillance here has not transmitted this information. After hearing what the electronic ghost said, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he played tricks, he really didn't want to be an actor. Fortunately, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Gu Shi pulled up his clothes and stood up. At this time, the knocking sound of the private room next door was even louder. Gu Shi thought about it, and finally opened the door of his private room, looking out. I found several train attendants knocking on the doors of the compartments one by one. Hello, passenger, show me your ticket. When he saw Gu Shi open the door, the train attendant simply walked over and made a request to Gu Shi. Gu Shi took out the ticket and said to the train attendant, by the way, the girl next door is also in my compartment, I'll give you the ticket later. The train attendant, who was checking the tickets, was also stunned when he heard it. Then he whispered, play quietly, there is no sound insulation here. The surveillance will automatically turn on from time to time. Sometimes you see a red light on the ceiling, don't play. Gu Shi smiled awkwardly, reached out, and took out a gold coin and put it in the train attendant's hand. It may cause some damage to the compartment. Please help me deal with it when the time comes. Don't worry. Just take out your ticket, and I'll take a look. You don't have to worry about the next thing. Even if you tear down the compartment, I can help you put it back together, the conductor said proudly. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that the gap that was blown open just now had been completely blocked, and it was even repaired to the same as before. It was impossible to see that there was a gap here before. It can be seen that everything on the train can be repaired by the conductor. and they are used to such repair work. Come to think of it, it is true. As long as they are players, when their abilities can be used in the real world, everything nearby will become more fragile. In order to ensure the safe operation of the train, these train attendants must have good repair skills. Just as Gushi was about to close the door, the train attendant reached out and blocked the door. By the way, take out the girl's ticket and have a look. Gushi nodded. Wait for me. Then he returned to the private room, searched through the pile of clothes on the ground, and finally found the woman's ticket from the torn black robe. Like Gushi's ticket, this ticket is from Baishiyuan City to Yinzadu. After finding the ticket, Gushi opened the door of the compartment again. He noticed that the conductor who had just received a gold coin from him was waiting at the door. His companions wanted to come over, but he stopped them. Gushi showed the black-robed woman's ticket to the conductor. The conductor compared the compartment number on the ticket and nodded. He did not ask to see what the person was like. Anyway, the Star Pirates had been repelled, and there was no other evidence. The passengers on the train had bought tickets before getting on the train. As long as they took out the tickets, they could not do anything to these passengers. This time, they just wanted to check whether the passengers were still alive. Chapter 1246, The Source of the Sticks. Just after closing the door of the private room, Gushi heard a voice behind him. Did you do it just now? Gushi looked back and found that the woman in black robe had woken up. For some reason, she simply did not pick up the tattered black robe, but stared at Gushi with great interest. Yes. Gushi glanced at the clothes still thrown on the ground. What was there to ask about such an obvious thing? Unexpectedly, the woman pressed her forehead in silence. I'm asking about the Demon River Corp source. Has he been controlled by you? Gushi finally realized that the Demon River Corp source had not been put away yet. The private room next door was now wet, and the water was almost flowing onto Gushi's legs. I subdued him. Oh, that's good. I accidentally let this thing out before, and I almost thought I was finished. Wait, what did you say just now? You subdued him? The woman jumped up directly. This time, Gushi's eyes almost shook up and down. Yes, I have subdued it. What's wrong? This is your undead. Do you want it? Hearing this, the woman was speechless. She looked at Gushi again, because he was not wearing much clothes. Gushi was no longer dressed as an elf archer. However, he had just switched to the fitness state. His muscles were bulging, and his skin was bronze. He didn't look like a necromancer who could directly suppress and subdue such a powerful undead. If he said he was a death knight, people would believe it. And the muscles on Gushi's body are not fake dead muscles. There is so much power in them. This woman has just experienced it. That is real power. No, this may be God's will. It seems that this time it is really fate. The woman sat on Gushi's recliner and explained there. This woman's name is Tang Shuang. She is a graduate student from the Judgment Department of the Underworld University in Yinzadu. This time she came out with her classmates for her graduate thesis, which is the source of the Demon River Corpse. The Judgment Department is a branch of the Necromancer in Hades University. This Judgment Department mainly follows the path of the Hades Judge. This profession has existed in ancient and modern times, in both Eastern and Western mythology. For example, the Judge and the Underworld Ruler are all of this kind of existence. Tang Shuang followed this path, and her graduation thesis was to build a gate to the Underworld and become a guarding judge there. Originally, Tang Shuang wanted to build a river of the Underworld in Hades University, so that she could act as a judge by the river and judge the passing dead, whether they could cross the river or be thrown into the water. The man who traveled with Tang Shuang was a Death Knight player from another department. He followed Tang Shuang to write a thesis. His goal was to become the ferryman of the new sticks. The two of them spent 2 years preparing for this graduation thesis. They spent time to find out about the Demon River Corp source. This thing is like a water eye, which is the origin of some things. This is why Gushi saw the origin body in the description of the Demon River Corp source. It took Tang Shuang and his team 2 years to find the Demon River Corp source, and they spent a lot of points to buy a sealing box from the school. It took half a year to trick the Demon River Corp source into the box. She originally thought that she could take the Demon River Corp source back to Hades University, find a small river to put the Demon River Corp source in, and her graduation thesis would be completed. But she never expected that she would encounter such a thing on the train to Inji City. As a result, she almost died on the Demon River Corp source. After explaining the cause and effect of the matter, Tang Shuang looked at Gushi. I understand what you mean. This Demon River Corpse source was originally yours. But now it belongs to my men. I want to ask, do you have to put your Demon River Corpse source in the river near Hades University? After putting it down, how long will it take to turn the river into the Styx or the Yellow Spring? After the transformation is completed, can the Demon River Corpse source be taken away? Gu Shi interrupted Tang Xuang and asked some questions directly. After hearing about the effect of the Demon River Corpse source, Gu Shi was actually a little tempted. The Demon River Corpse source is also useful to him. Whether it is the Aridos City or the Poison Peach Mountain, a Styx can be placed there. If it really doesn't work, he could open the Poison Peach Mountain to the public. Let Tang Xuang go there to build the Styx and become the judge of the Styx. Gu Shi spoke a little anxiously this time, and Tang Xuang naturally heard the meaning of Gu Shi's words. It can be seen that Gu Shi is also a little tempted by the source of the corpses in the Demon River. But this is related to her graduation thesis. If it is gone, she will have to start all over again. So Tang Xuang can only rely on Gu Shi. The source of the corpses in the Demon River must be placed near the Hades University. This is also the rule of the Hades University. Every graduate student who graduates must leave something for the Hades University. Moreover, after it is put down, the Demon River Corpse source will merge with the river of the underworld and cannot be taken out at all. However, for us graduates, as long as the source body like the Demon River Corpse source is put down, the underworld will be completed. Even if it has not been transformed, it does not matter. The step of level 20 is taken. As for when the underworld will be completed, that is not our concern. Gu Shi glanced at the Demon River Corpse source still standing in the opposite room, and was a little entangled for a moment. On the one hand, Gu Shi was reluctant to give up this thing. After all, he had only gotten a level 40 undead subordinate, and he was reluctant to give it away. But on the other hand, this thing did not originally belong to Gu Shi. It would be morally wrong for him to take it away directly. If Gu Shi was still in Yuanzu City, or a place like Xincheng, he would have robbed it. But now he was in the real world, and he would go to the Hades University to study later. It's a bit bad to offend someone before entering school. Seeing Gu Shi's uncertain expression, Tang Xuang knew what Gu Shi was thinking. So she secretly leaned over Gu Shi's ear and whispered, "Good man, return this Demon River Corpse source to me, and I will naturally repay you." "What can you repay me?" Gu Shi stretched out his hand, squeezed it unconsciously, and said in a depressed tone. He actually understood that he was still a good person. "So forget it. Just pretend that he had never encountered this Demon River Corpse source. When I was doing my graduation thesis, I also found several beings that were equivalent to the Demon River Corpse origin. But the only thing I could buy with my points at that time was the Demon Sealing Box. So I could only choose the Demon River Corpse origin as my target. So I will tell you about the existence of another similar being, and go with you. Do you think this will work?" Tang Xuang said, as he pressed his body against Gu Shi's, and pressed closer and closer. "Okay. I plan to register for the postgraduate entrance examination at Hades University, and it would be good to have a familiar senior to guide me." Chapter 1247 Entering the Underworld. The Underworld, White Ghost Mountain Station. Gu Shi and Tang Xuang got off the train in advance. The 2 days in the train were enough for Gu Shi and Tang Xuang to get familiar with each other. Tang Xuang had already resealed the Demon River Corpse source in the Demon Sealing Box. It didn't take Tang Xuang much effort to reseal it. He almost raised his hand to take away the Demon River Corpse source. This made Tang Xuang feel a little uneasy. During the journey, he not only helped Gu Shi replenish the knowledge of the necromancer, but also provided Gu Shi with detailed information on the entrance examination to the Underworld University. For example, where to register, what level to reach, etc. Most importantly, Tang Xuang agreed to take Gu Shi to find another source body that was similar to the Demon River Corpse source. This was the first target Tang Xuang chose after choosing the direction of his graduation thesis. It was also the only target in the underworld. At first, when everyone saw that there was another source body target in the underworld, they thought they had picked up a great bargain and could complete their graduation thesis without even having to travel far. As a result, countless player graduates who wanted to take advantage of him all returned empty-handed. Tang Xuang also went to see him once. She just glanced at the source body from a distance and left. It is true that this person is the source body and is ownerless. But the problem is that his strength is too strong. With a strength of level 46, coupled with the harassment of a large number of player graduates every year, this source body has many more subordinates. This guy is almost a city of his own. However, the Underworld University and other university teachers in the Yin City were not able to take action for various reasons. In the end, this person became one of the most difficult origins in the Yin and Ming realm. Although he had not seen how Gu Shi suppressed the demon stasis corpse source. But Tang Xuang always had a feeling that Gu Shi had the means to suppress the opponent. So Tang Xuang told Gu Shi the news as soon as possible. He did not hear the detailed news about Gu Shi, but only heard 2 words. Undead. Above level 45. These 2 words reminded Gu Shi of one thing. That is, the undead can be suppressed by the Peach Mountain of Ghosts, and Gu Shi has only heard of one existence above level 45. The Great Lord in the Mirror Underground Palace. If this person is invited back to the city of Aridov, does it mean that Gu Shi can face the Great Lord directly? For this reason, Gu Shi is willing to go and find this original body to give it a try. No, this time they have not yet arrived at the Yin City, but have entered the Yin and the Underworld, and they got off the bus in advance. After entering the Underworld, Gu Shi immediately felt a very comfortable Yin Qi coming towards him. After this Yin Qi falls on the skin, it will actively penetrate into the skin and change the player's physique. Even if the player does not choose the path of the Necromancer or the Death Knight. After arriving here, he will be slowly affected and covered with Yin Qi. The possibility of a Necromancer or a Death Knight will be greatly increased. At the same time, the undead here will also be affected by this breath, develop intelligence, and become intelligent undead. In this way, the Underworld has become the world of the dead. It is obviously the real world, the human world. The sun is still shining in the sky, there is no strange smell on the roadside, but it gives people a gloomy feeling. No wonder this place has become a holy place for necromancers. You can tell at a glance that the atmosphere here is unique. After getting used to the atmosphere here, Gu Shi looked around. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that, although people in the underworld are used to wearing black robes, they are not all dressed like necromancers or death knights. They seem to be using black robes to prove something. Perhaps seeing the doubt in Gu Shi's eyes, Tang Xuang explained to Gu Shi. The black robe actually proves that this person is a player. After all, in the underworld, you will encounter some undead from time to time. And the underworld is an open star field. There will always be some outsiders coming. In the underworld, sometimes they can't tell which are players and which are undead. In the end, some ghost love and other things are created. Without changing the undead's clothes, the players simply put on black robes to prove that they are players. At this time, Gu Shi wanted to raise his hand. Why not wear a white robe? Because there are too many undead in white robes, but the number of undead in black robes is relatively small. Even among the ghosts, only a small part of them are in black robes. And ghosts can float, so people can tell who is human and who is ghost at a glance. When Tang Xuang said this, he found that Gu Shi floated up. Tang Xuang was so angry that he punched Gu Shi in the chest. You are not done. Are you? You are like this every time. I am talking to you about serious things. After being hit by this painless punch, Gu Shi showed a smile on his face. In fact, he is not the kind of person who likes to joke. But the problem is that Tang Xuang's face has a kind of desire to tease. In addition, Gu Shi has already arrived in the underworld of the real world, and will soon be enrolled in the Underworld University. Gu Shi's worries have been relaxed, and he flirts with Tang Xuang from time to time. And Gu Shi makes Tang Xuang very angry every time, and finally punches Gu Shi, and then it becomes a big fight. Okay. Stop it, we have got off the train now, and are preparing to leave the station. Grabbing Tang Xuang's hand, Gu Shi stopped her from hitting him. At this time, Tang Xuang's face turned red. Follow me. Don't get lost. He rolled his eyes at Gu Shi. After leaving Baigui Mountain Station, Tang Xuang introduced to Gu Shi. Baigui Mountain is the entrance station to the Yin and the Underworld. Players who enter the Yin and the Underworld and don't know where to go can get off here. The Interstar train will only go to Yin City, the 7th Underworld, and Mercury Spring. Some other cities need to transfer at Baigui Mountain. Gu Shi nodded and understood the situation. Where are we going now? Ghost Shi City, the origin we are talking about is there. Hey, why don't you leave? Tang Xuang, who was leading the way, suddenly found that Gu Shi had stopped. Gu Shi didn't say anything, but just looked down at the ground. When Gu Shi stepped out of the station, he immediately felt that the ground in front of him was not right. What's wrong? Seeing Gu Shi's situation, Tang Xuang was somewhat worried. Nothing. Gu Shi shook his head, and finally followed Tang Shuang out. But at this time, he was quite shocked, because he could feel that the people on the White Ghost Mountain side had done something quite grand. They dug out all the veins of the White Ghost Mountain, filled them with scalps and skulls, and arranged the special veins on the White Ghost Mountain side. This method was far better than the burial dragon veins of the Yellow Spring Dragon robe. No wonder when Gu Shi stepped out, the person wearing the Yellow Spring Dragon robe immediately gave Gu Shi a warning through his sight. Chapter 1248 Departure. Through the sight of Huangquan Dragon robe, Gu Shi could clearly feel that all the earth veins and spirit veins on the White Ghost Mountain were treated in this way, and they used skulls and part of the scalp to fill the earth veins. Looking at the city in front of him that could accommodate at least 300,000 people, Gu Shi couldn't help but wonder, where did these skulls come from? There are two ways to go to Guishi City. One is to take a special train to the train station in the region, or you can rent a car and drive there. Both methods are not far. It takes just over 3 hours to get to Guishi City. Listening to Tang Shuang's introduction, Gu Shi suddenly asked, "How long will it take if you ride a mount?" 17 days. Tang Shuang thought for a while. "I only know the general situation. If you want to know the specific time, after you sign up to join the Hades University, you can apply for the Yiming study tour. That is the opportunity to walk in the Yiming world." At that time, he traveled in the underworld purely on mounts. I remember the player who took the longest time. It took a full 21 years. But he traveled purely on foot, and he checked in at every place. It was also because of this that he had no restrictions on the last 40 levels. As long as he had enough experience, he could jump directly through. It can be said that he used these 21 years in exchange for the best future. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh. It seems that there are people with extraordinary talents everywhere. How are you going to get there now? Tang Shuang asked at this time. What do you think? Gu Shi was not familiar with this place, so he would just follow someone to lead the way. If we take the train, we need to see if there are any tickets for the next time period. But my luck in buying tickets has always been bad. Sometimes, even though we have arrived, the tickets are still sold out. If we rent a car, we can go now, but we need someone to drive us along the way. I can drive. I have the ability to find the way. As long as I have a map, I won't get lost. Gu Shi immediately spoke of his ability. Tang Shuang glanced at Gu Shi and was a little speechless. I don't know where you came from. You don't have a good foundation in necromancer, but you have learned a lot of other weird abilities. I can't help it. I'm only 20 this year, and I've just graduated for 2 years. I'm rushing too fast. Gu Shi shrugged. He had explained his situation to Tang Shuang on the way here. He also explained his idea of applying for Hades University. So Tang Shuang also believed what Gu Shi said, that he rushed to the level too fast. Regarding Gu Shi's behavior, she could only speak helplessly. How dare you say that? If you hadn't mastered the 3 divine skills of death, and mastered them all before level 5, and stepped into the path of the Lord of the Underworld, with your foundation, you would have to take at least a year of classes in a crammed school outside the Underworld University. Seeing Tang Shuang's anger, Gu Shi could only smile. He understood that Tang Shuang was jealous of his opportunity. She didn't master the 3 divine skills of death at all. She passed the exam and entered the Underworld University before level 15. For this exam, she had spent 4 years preparing. During these 4 years, her level did not improve by even 1 level. But she just worked hard to make up for the various knowledge she lacked. Even so, she almost failed to get into Hades University. Now, as long as Gu Shi went over and explained his profession and level, he could enter Hades University. This is the distance between people. Gu Shi could understand Tang Shuang's jealous attitude. Although he said this, Tang Shuang still did not forget what he had to do. She took Gu Shi to a car rental station near Baigui Mountain and rented a 2-seater car. When she rented this car, Gu Shi was also a little surprised, because this car looked like an ordinary car, and it was quite old. The paint on the car body had fallen off, and the inside of the car was not like other vehicles, which had an interior that was several times larger. It looked like an ordinary 5-seater car. Gu Shi wanted to get in the car at first, but Tang Shuang pushed him to the passenger seat. You sit in the passenger seat and watch me operate it. I will drive for the next 3 hours. After we get the origin body, we will drive this car to Hades University. The journey will take about 7 hours. You drive half, and I drive half. Okay. Gu Shi didn't say anything more after hearing this. He understood that this kind of car could cover the distance that Gu Shi's mount would take 17 days to cover in just 3 hours. There must be some different means involved. If these things are not mastered clearly, there will be trouble. Gu Shi and Tang Xuan were joking, but they would never gamble their lives. After getting in the car, Gu Shi fastened all the seat belts. Then he turned his head and looked at the operating console in the cab. This car is no different from an ordinary car. That is, the steering wheel controls the direction, and there are 2 gears. Wait. Gu Shi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took a look at the gear and felt that something was wrong. You see, this is the normal speed. This is the jumping forward speed. After Tang Xuan got in the car, he explained to Gu Shi. At the same time, he also explained the road conditions. When you drive later, some routes will appear in the front window of the car. When the route signs show green signs, it is the place where you can jump forward. What we need to do at this time is to shift the gear, and then count there. Remember how many times we jumped? Because this jump may be a day's drive. If you jump too much, you will go too far, so you must watch the road. Don't worry, I know everything. Tang Xuan nodded and adjusted the seat. For some reason, it was fine when Tang Xuan introduced it at the beginning, but now when he adjusted the seat, Gu Shi felt a little uneasy. It seemed that he was dominated by the female driver. Senior sister, why don't I drive first? No, I'm very experienced in driving, and ordinary people can't see where my car is. As soon as Tang Xuan finished speaking, Gu Shi felt a super strong force pushing him outwards from his back. Then Gu Shi saw a large number of infographics appear on the car window. There are prompts for where to take off, where to jump next, etc. Gu Shi now understands why it is so fast to travel by car. This jump forward is clearly a super highway without waiting. Enter from this service area, and you can immediately exit from another service area. Not a second is wasted. Chapter 1249 The Origin Body That Feels Wrong. Driving this car is quite simple for players, as long as they have quick hands, quick eyes, and quick reactions. In this regard, the players have done well. Even players with slow reactions can easily master the driving skills after trying a few more times. Although Tang Xuan was always trembling when driving, as if she would suddenly press the wheel on someone's face. But in the past 3 hours, she had no problems at all. Gu Shi, however, was sitting in the passenger seat, and could easily look out the window. He noticed that when the car jumped forward, it would often do so 7 or 8 times, or even more than a dozen times in a row, each time making a sound of a few seconds. And then the vehicle would continue to drive normally for a while. Most of the time was spent on this. And every time the vehicle jumped, the scenery outside the window would change. This meant that a distance of several hundred or even thousands of miles was covered in one jump. As the car stopped jumping forward, Gu Shi turned to look at Tang Xuan. Are we almost there? Yes. Look ahead. That's Guishi City. But we're not going there. Do you see that mountain? The origin we're looking for is on that mountain. Tang Xuan pointed in a direction. Following the direction Tang Xuan pointed, Gu Shi really saw a mountain. A gloomy aura and dark clouds were hovering over the mountain. This dark thing expanded and contracted with the wind, giving people the feeling that a sleeping giant was breathing. No wonder the nearby city is called Ghost City. At this time, Tang Xuan said, Ghost City is characterized by strong winds. It produces many types of flying undead soldiers. If you need them, you can come here to buy them next time. While speaking, Tang Xuan turned the car around and headed towards the mountain. Seeing Tang Xuan's actions, Gu Shi also understood that Tang Xuan did not want to go into the city to rest, but wanted to deal with things directly, so that he could return to Hades University as soon as possible. For this, Gu Shi had no objection after all. He also wanted to register for Hades University as soon as possible and settle things first. But after driving a distance towards the mountain, Gu Shi felt something was wrong. Gu Shi seemed to have seen the shape of this mountain before. Wait, are you sure that the origin is on the mountain? Gu Shi suddenly stopped Tang Xuan. Yes, many people have seen the mountain and have seen the origin from a distance. It can't be wrong. Gu Shi was sweating coldly at this time. You are really brave. You delivered yourself to the door, and you can still come back alive. At this time, Gu Shi had already thought about how he felt that he had seen this kind of mountain before. He still wanted to use the Peach Mountain to subdue the original body on the mountain. This is really courting death. The mountain in front of him is clearly the Peach Mountain that has appeared in the real world, and is permanently solidified here. A huge peach mountain that covers an area far larger than the Poison Peach Mountain. Other necromancers have never seen a peach mountain, and they will not have such a feeling. But during this period of time, Gu Shi has been practicing with a peach mountain every day, and he even enlarges and shrinks the peach mountain and plays with it in his hands. How could he admit his mistake? I won't go to see it anymore. Let's go to Hades University. Gu Shi, who had reacted, immediately made a request. He really couldn't take down this source body. He would not bother him anymore. Goodbye. What's wrong? Tang Shuang was a little curious. They had already come here. Why did Gu Shi just give up? This was a 46th level master. Judging from Gu Shi's confident look before, he should not take the level seriously. He should have a method that ignores the level and the will of the undead to suppress and subdue the undead. Why would they turn around and leave at this juncture? Did Gu Shi discover something? Although he was puzzled, Tang Shuang still turned the car around as Gu Shi wished and drove towards Guishi City. But as soon as Tang Shuang turned the car around, the ground began to shake before they drove far. A large number of tree roots popped out from the ground, forming a huge tree net in front of Gu Shi and his car. Tang Shuang reacted very quickly and immediately turned the steering wheel to the ground, so he didn't crash into the tree net. Then Tang Shuang decisively jumped off the car, took out a staff, and pointed it at the ground. Borrow the way from the underworld. As she pointed, Gu Shi found that the surrounding environment changed rapidly. The sky darkened instantly, and the ground also became a wasteland. Standing on it was like switching directly from the human world to the underworld. Then Tang Shuang pointed to the side again. The judgment seat. At the location where Tang Shuang pointed, a marble high-backed chair appeared in the wasteland. Tang Shuang sat on it decisively. After she sat firmly, she finally showed signs of relief. I am the judge of the underworld. The dead souls in the underworld listen to my judgment. After Tang Shuang sat on it, Gu Shi immediately understood Tang Shuang's plan. She first used her own ability to point out that this place was the underworld, and then sat on the position of the judge of the underworld, regardless of whether it improved herself or not. As long as the dead souls set foot in the underworld, they could not attack Tang Shuang, which ensured her safety. I'm afraid she would have to call for help next. As expected, Tang Shuang decisively pointed his staff at the ground. Judgment guards, go! As a whirlwind rose, about 600 undead appeared nearby. All these undead were in a state of mummies, about 2 meters tall, but thin, looking like skeletons covered with skin. They were wearing armor with spider silk hanging on them, and holding spears, swords, shields, bows and arrows in their hands. Gu Shi could tell at a glance that their level had reached above level 15. Death Aura, Dead Spirit Realm, Tetanus Sword. Tang Shuang began to bless her subordinates with buff magic again. It seemed that she wanted to fight head-on. What was going on? Is the real world so wild? Before Gu Shi could react, more tree roots popped out from the ground, destroying Tang Shuang's preparations. Then a person, who looked like a normal person, was walking slowly on the tree roots. Every time he took a step, a tree root would automatically pop out from the ground to catch his fall. When this person appeared, Gu Shi immediately saw 2 battle halos of different colors around him. At the same time, Gu Shi also had a feeling that this person was an undead, but he had pure yang energy. Most importantly, Gu Shi also had a feeling that he seemed to eat ghosts. Appearing about 40 meters in front of Gu Shi, this person stretched out his hand and pointed at Gu Shi. Let it out, so I can see. Chapter 1250 Tao's Han Origin Body. As soon as this sentence came out, Gu Shi and Tang Shuang were stunned. After all, this sentence was incoherent, and they didn't know what the other party meant. However, Gu Shi noticed through the ability of the Death Lord that there was a green aura above the head of this undead, who looked like a human. This showed that the other party's sudden appearance was not hostile, but his words were really confusing. At this time, Tang Shuang's face became quite ugly, because the judgment guard she released became uncontrollable. Although they were still standing there with weapons, they had no intention of attacking. It was obvious that the current situation was no longer under their control. Just as the undead showed an impatient look on his face, Gu Shi suddenly thought of something in his mind. He immediately raised his right hand and pointed at the undead. The Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts. This time Gu Shi did not play so many tricks. The Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts flew out on the spot and landed on the head of the undead from the sky. Seeing Gu Shi take action, the undead smiled. Very pure, well done. Hearing this, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. His guess was correct. The person who appeared in front of him was the origin body that Tang Shuang mentioned. It was just that the origin body of this person was different from the corpse source of the demon river. He was the origin body of Taoshan. The mountain in front of him was the pure Taoshan. It was the Taoshan that suppressed all the undead ghosts and monsters. Gu Shi had just learned the skill of the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts not long ago. Playing the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts in front of this origin body, what was the difference between that and going to die directly? However, Gu Shi never expected that. He was about to leave, but this person would chase him out, just to see if Gu Shi's Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts was pure. This was unreasonable. Before Gu Shi could figure out the situation, the original body just stretched out his hand, and Gu Shi's Peach Mountain for suppressing ghosts fell into his hand. You are very smart in this area, and you have a lot of ideas. You have been practicing how to enlarge and reduce the Peach Mountain. Liao is one way, but you have forgotten what the most important power of the Peach Mountain is. Suppression. If you can't suppress it, then what are you doing with the Peach Mountain? The original body said, while using Gu Shi's Peach Mountain for suppressing ghosts to explain. When Gu Shi saw such a good opportunity, he didn't care about anything else. He sat down on the ground and took out his notebook to record it quickly. At the same time, Gu Shi heard the news. You listen to people explaining the practice and application methods of the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain. The experience of the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain increases by 30 points. You listen to people explaining about the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain. At this time, Tang Shuang also took a deep breath. She also understood what the original body in front of her was like. At this time, she honestly put away everything she had arranged, and sat there and took notes, seriously like Gu Shi. Even though she didn't understand anything now, it was always good to record the lectures given by such a big boss. The source body glanced at Tang Shuang, but didn't stop her behavior. It just made a different explanation specifically for Gu Shi's Peach Mountain of Ghosts. After talking for about 10 minutes, the source body stood up, stretched out his hand, and the Peach Mountain of Ghosts that Gu Shi had just released fell into his hand. That's about it. You have to practice well in the future, and don't use your good skills unclearly. Use the Peach Mountain of 3 or 4 intersections to suppress a ghost. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. You will lose the face of the Peach Mountain if you do it. After saying this, the origin body pointed in the direction of Tang Shuang. The box that Tang Shuang had been carrying flew out, and the Demon River Corpse source inside was ejected. The origin body turned the handle, and 3 Peach Mountains of ghost suppression flew out of the Demon River Corpse source, cutting off the previous connection between Gu Shi and the Demon River Corpse source. Then the origin body sealed the Demon River Corpse source back. Such an action made Gu Shi feel a little puzzled. But Gu Shi couldn't beat the big man in front of him, and the Peach Mountain of ghost suppression was useless to him. No matter what, Gu Shi could only accept it. Okay. Let this little girl take this origin body back to submit her graduation thesis. Are you afraid that she will have an easy life? One is not enough. You need to put a few more Peach Mountains on the origin body. This kind of thing is obviously useless. This is for you. The origin body saw what Gu Shi was thinking, and raised his hand to throw back the 3 Peach Mountains of ghost suppression. When Gu Shi received the 3 Peach Mountains of ghost suppression, his hands visibly sank. Looking more closely, the 3 Peach Mountains of ghost suppression had shrunk to the size of a fingernail, and the mountains were completely jadified. This was exactly what the origin body had told Gu Shi about. The 3 Peach Mountains of ghost suppression had now become fixed. Any of the 3 could directly suppress an undead spirit above level 40. Gu Shi would no longer have to use 3 Peach Mountains of ghost suppression to suppress a corpse source from the Demon River like before. This is really embarrassing for Taoshan. He took the 3 Peach Mountains to suppress ghosts in his hand. Gu Shi looked at the source body again, and had some guesses in his mind. The reason why the source body stayed here, I am afraid there are some arrangements of the Hades University in it. No wonder he stayed in the underworld for so long, but was not subdued by anyone. It turns out that he has an organization. Playing with the 3 Peach Mountains in his hand, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, and a city gate appeared behind him. This city gate is made up of countless trees. When the city gate appeared, a large amount of poisonous gas poured out from the city gate. When the source body that was about to leave saw this situation, the action was also paused, and Tang Shuang's eyes widened. She knew that Gu Shi mastered the 3 death skills, but along the way, she had never seen Gu Shi use them. The city in front of us is obviously poisonous. The troops that came out like this, I am afraid they are a different kind of undead troops. When the city gate was released, the source body that was ready to leave actually came to the city gate as soon as possible. He looked up and down at the city gate in front of him, and finally turned to ask Gu Shi, "What's the name?" "Poison Peach Mountain." "Poison Peach Mountain? Haha. It's really interesting. I have seen so many necromancers, and there are 7 or 8 who have mastered the ability of Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts, no matter how pure the method they use to obtain this ability is. But the growth path is fixed. I have never seen anyone use Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts like you." "Good. It's really good." The source body laughed loudly. "I know what you want to do. I will give you the 3 little things and you can keep them. Don't waste them. I will help you with the things here." After speaking, the source body raised his hand, and a large number of tree roots penetrated into it. With the power of the tree roots that penetrated into the city gate, all the tree roots that had just blocked the car's way, with a pure yang energy that suppressed evil spirits, all turned to Poison Peach Mountain. Chapter 1251 Entering the Yin City. Since the Taosan origin body showed such goodwill, Gu Shi naturally couldn't ask for anything more. Just now, Gu Shi had already felt that Poison Peach Mountain was supported by a special power. Not to mention other things, the effect of Poison Peach Mountain on suppressing the undead has been greatly improved. At the same time, because of the injection of Taosan power, Gu Shi's Poison Peach Mountain has also occupied a much larger area. It can be seen that the upper limit of Poison Peach Mountain has been improved. This was something Gu Shi had not expected at first. He did not know what to say, but the Taosan origin body ignored Gu Shi. He was quite satisfied today. Originally, he just felt that there was an origin body of Shui been sealed by the Peach Mountain of ghost suppression, so he came out to take a look. As a result, he met Gu Shi, and the route that Gu Shi took obviously made him feel quite pleasing to the eye, so he helped Gu Shi, and guided Gu Shi on how to use the Peach Mountain of ghost suppression. He thought that this was a fate, but he never expected that Gu Shi would give him such a surprise. Use Taosan to build a death city. Although Taoshan's style in this death city has gone astray. But it doesn't matter, in the Taosan essence he just injected, there will be something that belongs to Taosan, and he will definitely be able to guide it back. Now Taosan has a new development idea, who said Taosan can only suppress ghosts. He wants to go back and show off to those old guys. As for that kid, he is obviously a good one. Next time when communicating with others, you should say more. When he takes the graduation exam, you can take out some elite essence bodies as a test direction. Don't take some garbage, like Magic Corp source to affect his graduation results. As the Peach Mountain essence left, the nearby trees disappeared. Seeing the situation just now, Gu Shi also understood that it was impossible to give away his 3 Jade Peach Mountains to suppress ghosts. Forget it. This thing is obviously useful, so he might as well keep it with him. Gu Shi directly hung a Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts around his waist as a decoration. It doesn't matter if other people can't see it, but the undead can definitely feel the breath on the Jade Peach Mountain. In this way, it is also much easier for Gu Shi to communicate with the undead. I believe that many undead spirits would be happy to communicate with Gu Shi. After the road was cleared, Tang Shuang rolled her eyes at Gu Shi. "Let's get in the car." After this incident, Tang Shuang realized how high Gu Shi's potential was. At the same time, she also understood that when she came to investigate this source body before, she was not directly killed by others. That was entirely because she was a graduate student of the Hades University. If she didn't have this skin, she would have been suppressed under Taosan long ago. Tang Shuang is an old player. After so many years as a player, she knows very well when to be timid and when to jump. After Gu Shi got in the car, she did not ask Gu Shi to drive half of the way. She drove all the way. Gu Shi suggested several times whether to change people, but she said it was okay. She was not tired. In this way, she brought Gu Shi to Yin City smoothly. After entering Yin City, the two of them sent the rented car to the rental point, and Tang Shuang took them to live in Tang Shuang's small apartment in Yin City. Push open the small door of his apartment. "Come in." "You're welcome." Gu Shi noticed that this was a small apartment of only 40 square meters. However, the apartment itself was a 9-meter-high well house, and it was renovated into a 3.5-story special duplex. The actual area was at least 150 square meters. Moreover, Tang Shuang's decoration style for his room was also full of girlish style, which was not at all like Tang Shuang's black-robed necromancer outfit. But Tang Shuang had nothing to be shy about. After inviting Gu Shi into the apartment, he loudly ordered, "Tang Xiao Xiao, prepare dinner for today." As the order was given, a cold wind blew in the apartment, and a female ghost in a white robe floated down from the 4th floor. Gu Shi recognized it at first glance. This was Tang Xuang's contracted undead. But are all the necromancers in the real world so wasteful? The contracted undead was placed directly in the apartment. And used as a housemaid? You know, Gu Shi is short of contracted undead now. In fact, Gu Shi didn't think about why he lacked contracted undead. His Death City needed a large number of trustworthy people to handle various chores. And it needed many contracted undead. At the same time, Gu Shi could bring contracted undead with him through the Death City. But Tang Xuang didn't have that ability. In addition, Tang Xuang's level was also high. Whether it was the contract position given when upgrading, or the contract position obtained by learning the undead contract. The number of contracted undead on hand would definitely be more than Gu Shi. Leaving 1 or 2 people to guard their secret base is quite reasonable. After Tang Xiaoxiao fell from the 4th floor, she lowered her head and said to Tang Xuang, "Miss, prepare more dinner. There are 2 people eating today." Okay. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly went to do her work, while Tang Xuang took Gu Shi to wash up first, and changed into a pink nightgown. Seeing Tang Xuang like this, Gu Shi was somewhat surprised. But Tang Xuang smiled and said, "Why? Don't I look good in this? Or do you think that the necromancer only wears black robes?" "No. I'm just not used to it." What Gu Shi said was true. He was really not used to the attitude of the players in the real world. They have a high level cap, and they have a chance to revive after dying in the game, which makes them clearly distinguish between the game and reality. Although they can also use the abilities in the game in the real world, they always have to act like ordinary people when they are at home. You will get used to it slowly. By the way, can you please stop wearing your equipment all the time? When you wear your equipment, you look like an elf, which is very uncomfortable. Sure. Gu Shi took off the transmogrification, and all the equipment on his body was displayed. That's much better now. After dinner, we'll go shopping. I'll buy you some nice clothes. In Yin City, you don't need to wear all your equipment all the time. Tang Xuang looked up and down at Gu Shi's equipment and said, because Gu Shi had been in a state of illusion before, what Tang Xuang saw was fake. Now that Gu Shi's original equipment was revealed, Tang Xuang smiled instead. It seems that the equipment on you is very mixed. These pieces are not a complete set. I'm afraid you haven't selected the attributes. But you seem to have too many purple equipment. Aren't you afraid of negative effects? No, the number of purple equipment on you is wrong. Do you have orange equipment? Chapter 1252 The First Night in the City of Yin. Hearing this, Gu Shi paused for a moment, but finally nodded. In the real world, there are actually quite a few orange outfits. As long as you don't have red outfits in your hands, you won't usually attract other people's attention. It's the lantern-like thing in your hand. It's inconspicuous, but I can feel that it has the same aura as the six-path disc behind the Hades Academy. Tang Xuang saw at a glance that the flame six-path lamp was extraordinary. As for the fox eye ring, because the ring itself does not stand up, and Tang Xuang does not believe that Gu Shi would have more than 2 orange equipment, so he did not speculate in that direction. It seems that you are from a big family. Only in big families like yours, when the children just take office, will they be arranged with orange equipment, and they are all auxiliary orange equipment such as offhand or decorative items, to ensure that they can equip a large number of purple equipment without leaving any negative effects. Don't you know how much I suffered in order to clean up the negative effects left by the purple equipment? Gu Shi wanted to explain that he was not from a big family, but he opened his mouth. But he didn't know how to start. After all, his current situation really fits the situation of a child from a big family. He hasn't been in the game for a few years, but he has orange equipment. He follows a fixed route, and there are big guys behind him to guide him. This is simply not something that ordinary people like them can compare to. No, I have worked hard for all this. But you have orange equipment in your hand. Right? Yes, I have an orange equipment. If I didn't, I wouldn't have the courage to spend so much time to get into Hades University. As for what my orange suit is, I won't tell you. Either you guess it, or you find it yourself. Tang Xuang deliberately fell back as he spoke, and collapsed on the sofa. His legs were raised, as if he was provoking Gu Shi. Gu Shi was not afraid of this kind of person, who had been defeated repeatedly. After all, in the 2 days on the train, Gu Shi had never lost. So Gu Shi stood up, and was about to walk towards Tang Xuang, when Tang Xiaoxiao floated over. Miss Guest, the meal is ready. Gu Shi glanced at Tang Xuang, and found that her eyes were full of disappointment. Gu Shi grasped the key point at this moment. Thank you, I'm hungry too. I wonder if you have anything to eat here. I don't know the guest's dietary restrictions, so I prepared some relatively light food, but all the ingredients are the freshest. Most of the ingredients are from wild ingredients raised in Yifeng Forest. Tang Xiaoxiao introduced to Gu Shi. Gu Shi came to Yin City for the first time. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but look at Tang Shuang. Oh! That's the forest near Yin City. It's also the source of food for Yin City. The creatures there are free range and absorb sufficient Yin Qi. The meat is a relatively good ingredient. The most important thing is that Yifeng Forest is relatively close to Yin City, so the ingredients will be relatively fresh when they are delivered. Students like us can buy some more or less, and don't have to eat zombie meat that comes from nowhere every day. Then I really want to try it. Gu Shi became interested as soon as he heard it. After all, Gu Shi had suffered from the food in the city of Aridov for too long. Now he wanted to learn about the food of a real necromancer. Since entering the Yin City, Gu Shi could clearly feel the strong Yin Qi coming. The Yin Qi here was almost the same as that in the City of the Dead. The creatures that could be produced here could definitely be cultivated in the city of Aridov. Gu Shi had already made plans. If the food was better this time, when he had some free time, he would go and see if he could buy some seedlings to raise them himself. Even if there is no way to supply the whole city, it is good to supply Gu Shi himself. But when Gu Shi sat down, his face became a little strange. The food made by Tang Xiaoxiao is very light, but the ingredients are not too reasonable. There is a big bowl of soup in the middle of the table. Nothing else can be seen. The only thing Gu Shi can see is the large number of eyeballs in the soup. You can imagine, making the eyeballs the same color as bitter melon soup. This is called light? And these green vegetables, I can understand eating some green vegetables, but what is poured on them is blood. That's not right either. The bloody stuff is actually more like oil. The steamed fish only has bones, and the meat in the fried pork slices looks more like internal organs. If you look closely, it feels like the pork slices are fried with kidneys. Finally, Tang Xiaoxiao also brought wine. The 3-gene big water bottle obviously had many long things soaking in it. At this time, Tang Shuang also came over. After seeing the situation here, she couldn't help but glare at Tang Xiaoxiao. Then she smiled and said to Gu Shi, "Don't be surprised, junior brother. Xiaoxiao hasn't seen me bring a male classmate back for a long time, so you think there is some relationship between us. But these are all good things, especially this fish. This is a white-boned fish. It has to be raised from a complete fish to the current level. Only bones are left, but it is still alive. Then it can be sold. It seems that Xiaoxiao has not been idle these days, you know. White-boned fish is not so easy to grab." Gu Shi smiled, then sat down at the table. This time Gu Shi was looking forward to it, because the ingredients were said to be fresh. Now it seems that the situation in Yin City is not much different from that in Balian City. In fact, Gu Shi didn't think about the reasoning behind this. After all, the Yin City is too dead. And the food grown here, how could it grow normally? It's just that the food in front of him is said to be light, but it seems to be replenishing the wrong place. Gu Shi looked up at Tang Shuang and found that when she explained, her face was somewhat unnatural. It was obvious that Tang Xiaoxiao felt Tang Shuang's thoughts and cooperated tacitly. This is the tacit understanding between the necromancer player and the contracted undead. There is no need for any language here. Even eye contact is not needed. As long as the contracted undead feel it, they will help their masters to do everything well. Meeting opposite Gu Shi, Tang Shuang glanced at the food on the table. "It's all ready, Gu Shuedi, just eat some. I'll accompany you to register tomorrow. This meal is just a simple meal for you to eat with me." Gu Shi glanced at the food on the table, and then at Tang Shuang, whose face was already slightly red. "Okay, it's just a meal anyway. Xiaoxiao has already prepared it. It's a waste if you don't eat it." Before Tang Shuang said anything, Tang Xiaoxiao floated over, quickly poured wine for Gu Shi and picked up dishes, putting various kidney slices into Gu Shi's bowl. Chapter 1253 Integration into the Yin City. In the Yin City Ghost Tree pedestrian street, Gu Shi, who had rested for a night at Tang Shuang's house, was walking with Tang Shuang. For Gu Shi, it was a good night's rest, and Tang Shuang, who had challenged many times, also felt that he had no problem, and was still energetic while walking. Only Tang Shuang's contracted undead, Tang Xiaoxiao, disappeared early this morning, and I don't know where he hid to rest and recover. Other people's contracted undead. Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh on the pedestrian street. "What are you talking about?" Tang Shuang rolled his eyes at Gu Shi. Gu Shi looked at the shops around him and said calmly, "I'm saying that other people's contracted undead can open shops and make money. Unlike me who don't have enough contracted undead. And I have to deal with many things myself. That's right. There are a lot of undead wizards gathered in Een City. So it's not easy for normal undead wizards to do business here. Many people can only find ordinary jobs here. Some players can only let the contracted undead go out to earn money to support their families. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Tang Xuan also nodded. If she hadn't graduated yet, she might have been a necromancer who was just living like this. The biggest reason for this is that there are too many necromancers in the Een City, and even in the Een and Ming realm. In addition, many jobs can be done by the undead. There are relatively few jobs. At the same time, because there are too many necromancers, most of the game entrances have to queue up. Ordinary necromancer players can only enter the game once every 6 months. Although these games are more suitable for the development of necromancers. Every time you have to queue up, it will be very frustrating. Only the top students in school will be guaranteed to play 4 games every year. As for leaving the underworld and going to other star fields, players will never do it. After arriving at the world that is most suitable for necromancers, going back to fight for any chance of becoming necromancers in those ordinary game worlds is something no one is willing to do. Finding a way to survive in the underworld has become the first choice for players. And for those who live in the underworld, this is even more so. After all, the consumption level in the underworld is relatively high. If you want to live a better life here, not to be crowded with the undead, you have to be richer. In this regard, Gu Shi has more advantages than others. After all, controlling the City of Death is equivalent to having your own resource points. In terms of funds, you don't need to worry too much. But Tang Xuan can't do that. She is now in the stage of eating up all the resources. As for the future, she had a plan. After graduating from graduate school, she would see if she could get a teaching assistant position at Hades University. If not, she would find a way to get a teaching position at other schools near Een City. This way, she could survive in Een City. Now she has reached the last step. In addition, she met Gu Shi. So she brought Gu Shi to the Ghost Tree Pedestrian Street, which she rarely visited. This Ghost Tree Pedestrian Street is a medium-priced place near Een City. There are all kinds of shops on both sides of the pedestrian street, mainly selling all kinds of undead equipment and undead materials. When many players are free, they will come to take a look and choose some suitable equipment for their undead. And a huge ghost tree in the middle of the pedestrian street is the reason why the pedestrian street is named. Tang Xuan hasn't been to the Ghost Tree Pedestrian Street for a long time. Now she is as happy as a little butterfly flying into the flowers, going around this shop and that shop. Gu Shi followed behind, getting familiar with the environment of Een City. He had already thought about it. He would definitely rent or buy an apartment in Een City as a fixed place in Een City. He would even put the Hearthstone here. He might have to leave a contracted undead to guard Een City. This would prevent him from going back to participate in Genesis and having to travel back from Qianfang City. Because of this, Gu Shi always had to get familiar with everything in Een City in a short time. It is impossible that every time I come here, I encounter something. I don't know how to deal with it. And finally, I have to ask Tang Xuan for help. Now I am shopping with Tang Xuan, which also has this meaning. Through shopping, Gu Shi can slowly understand the living habits of the players in Een City. And Tang Xuan also knows that Gu Shi is an outsider player who has just arrived in Een City. And she will explain some things. For Gu Shi, many details are in this small explanation. Just like now. Gu Shi, come here. This is the ghost tree on the pedestrian street. After buying things for the undead under their command, some people will always throw the broken equipment and weapons here. The ghost tree grows by absorbing the undead aura on these weapons and equipment. While Tang Xuan was introducing, Gu Shi also looked at the ghost tree in front of him. This ghost tree is actually a variant of a banyan tree, about 60 meters high, but it covers a large area. There are a lot of white shadows hidden in the leaves. When the wind blows, it looks like countless ghosts are hiding in the leaves. That's why it's called a ghost tree. Under the ghost tree, there are a lot of worn-out armors, broken swords or spears, arrows without arrowheads stuck into the ground, or iron sticks with oil on them. These things look like garbage thrown away by someone, but Gu Shi always feels something is wrong. At this moment, Tang Xuan also casually threw a piece of equipment that he had just changed under the ghost tree. At this time, Gu Shi discovered that Tang Xuan had thrown it down casually. But when the equipment landed, it was automatically classified into an area. Tang Xuan might be accustomed to this, but it was not the case in Gu Shi's eyes. Gu Shi, who controlled the city, knew very well what the situation in front of him represented. This ghost tree was somewhat similar to the magic fountain of victory in front of the Yaladoi Council Hall, and both were already within the scope of urban buildings. Moreover, the level of the ghost tree in front of him was at least 15, far exceeding the level of the magic fountain of victory in Gu Shi's hand. It seems that this is the arrangement of the Yin City for the city. Behind this Yin City, there must be one or two powerful beings who control the city of death. Gu Shi's heart moved slightly, but his steps did not stop. Tang Shuang pulled Gu Shi to the next store. "Brother Gu, come quickly. This is a store that specializes in selling black robes. You come here to study. You must have your own black robe in the future. You can't wear your clothes every day." Although some people use effects such as illusion to hide their profession, there are not many who can do it to your level. Now you are in the Yin City, and you will go to Hades University soon. You don't need to hide yourself anymore. You have to let everyone know that you are a genius student, the pride of Hades University. Chapter 1254 Changes start with dressing. After a day, when he returned to Tang Shuang's apartment, Gu Shi had completely changed. At this time, Gu Shi was wearing a black robe. After taking off the robe, he was wearing a shirt and trousers. At the same time, there were some small decorations that Tang Shuang picked for Gu Shi. In Tang Shuang's words, these small decorations must be there. If you don't wear the same clothes as others, how can you show your own personality? Although Gu Shi didn't quite agree with this statement, it was Tang Shuang's good intention, and Gu Shi didn't refuse. However, Gu Shi found that after Tang Shuang dressed up like this, when he put on the black robe, he looked like a standard necromancer, regardless of his strength. At least others would not mistake Gu Shi's profession at first glance. Gu Shi planned to wear a black robe when studying at the Hades University, and when he returned to his original world and participated in Genesis, he would change back to his own transformation. After taking off the black robe, Gu Shi looked like a rich second generation with a lot of money. Anyone who saw Gu Shi would be fascinated by him. Gu Shi didn't like this kind of dress. In fact, what he liked today was a shirt with an open collar that could show his chest muscles. But when Gu Shi proposed this idea, Tang Shuang rejected it directly. "You are here in Yin City now. Don't show your thoughts of hiding yourself among the necromancers. You should be more outspoken, instead of letting others look at you as if they were looking at an elf archer or a warrior. I really don't know how you developed your fitness skills." After that, Tang Shuang matched Gu Shi with various decorations, all of which were designed to match Gu Shi's new personality. This was the final result. In Tang Shuang's words, if Gu Shi reported to Hades University like this, the teachers there could tell at a glance that Gu Shi had a background. This way, Gu Shi would be more comfortable in school. After all, there are differences in some details between having a background or not. For example, if you don't have a background, you must live in the school, or wait for a certain period of time before you can go out to rent a house. But if you have a little background, it's different. Living off campus will become much easier. In addition, the same is true for game queues, dungeon participation, etc. There are subtle differences between having a background and not having a background. Tang Shuang, who has studied at Hades University for so many years, chose such a character for Gu Shi. The purpose is to make Gu Shi live a better life in Hades University. Gu Shi also understood this, so even if he was not used to it, he also followed Tang Shuang's request and dealt with the details of his clothes. "Miss, guest, you are back." After returning to Tang Shuang's small apartment, Tang Xiaoxiao, who had rested for a day, floated out again. She took the black robe that Gu Shi and Tang Shuang took off, lowered her head deeply, and never dared to add anything to the food again. Gu Shi did not notice Tang Xiaoxiao's attitude, but asked Tang Shuang, "Senior, where are we going tomorrow?" "Tomorrow I'll take you to the corpse market, and then I'll accompany you to look at houses, and the day after tomorrow I'll accompany you to register." Tang Shuang has already thought of plans for tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Gu Shi has handed everything over to her, so she naturally has to make clear arrangements for Gu Shi. The corpse market is one I often go to. In addition to the various quality corpses sent from the game, sometimes there are also player corpses. But the reason I recommend going there is that things are done more carefully there. The information of the corpse before death will be investigated in more detail. So some players, who want to create contracted undead, will also come here to choose. The contracted undead created in this way will be more specific. As for the house, what are your plans? Originally I wanted to buy a villa or something, but after listening to you about the housing prices in Yunzadu, I feel that I can't afford a villa. So a small apartment like yours is also a better choice. It's more comfortable for me to live alone, and sometimes someone comes over, and it won't be crowded. To be honest, Gushi really feels very comfortable living in Tang Shuang's small apartment these 2 days. Living here is not like staying in a hotel, where you don't have to worry about anything. But there is a sense of warmth that you can't experience in a hotel. This is something Gushi has never experienced before. Where Gushi lived before, either he would find a place to sleep in the wild. There was nothing there. And it was good to find a place to sleep. Or it was a guild dormitory. A hotel in each city. Etc. All the rooms here are the same. Without any sense of life. As for Sky Garden 1, Building 1001. It is a good place. But when he gets there, Gushi always goes to Arida City first. He rarely lives in Sky Garden. He has stayed there for a long time. But not as much as he has stayed in the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Among so many places, only Tang Shuang's place feels like home. Therefore, when Tang Shuang asked Gushi what kind of house he wanted, Gushi made this request at the first time. You make it simple when you put it like that. Junior brother. There are many such apartment buildings in Yinzadu. And we have a lot of room to choose from. And if you don't have too many requirements and are not in a hurry, you can buy an apartment farther away from the school like me, which will be cheaper. Don't worry about the money. I mainly want a stable house. Preferably one that has not been renovated. And then renovated according to my wishes. I understand. I will accompany you to visit more places tomorrow. By the way, are you hungry, Junior? If you are, I will let Xiaoxiao cook for you. Tang Shuang had just finished speaking when Tang Xiaoxiao disappeared in an instant. It was so fast, as if there had never been such an undead in this room. Tang Shuang glanced at Xiaoxiao's hiding place. Xiaoxiao will hide at the critical moment. Forget it. I will cook, and let you taste my cooking skills today. You won't cook for me. Gushi understood why Tang Xiaoxiao hid in an instant. She was afraid. Tang Shuang rolled her eyes at Gushi. No. I'm tired today. I can't cook a big meal. Just eat something. Listening to Tang Shuang, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. After hearing Gushi's laugh, Tang Shuang realized what was wrong with what she said just now. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else, and threw the things away directly. You are looking for death. Believe it or not, I will make sure you can't leave the house tomorrow. You? Didn't you see Tang Xiaoxiao hiding directly? You don't think I only have one contracted undead? Do you? Today I will let you know the power of the bone grinding wheel. Chapter 1255 Hades University. As the best university for undead players, Hades University does not look very impressive on the surface. The gate is an ordinary stone gate, with the words Hades University written on the side of the gate. When Gushi came, it was just the time for students to go to school. A large number of students in black robes, holding or hugging books, were walking into the gate from all directions. Gushi and Tang Shuang were wearing black robes, mixed in the crowd, and were not noticeable at all. Hurry up. I've registered for you. And there are still many things to do. If you don't hurry up, I'm afraid you won't be able to finish it today. Tang Shuang took Gushi's hand and walked forward quickly. Gushi looked around, as if observing the college in front of him that looked like an ordinary university. When entering the Hades University, Gushi always had a feeling that the gloom here seemed not as good as the Bone Wind College where he graduated. At least in the Bone Wind College, you can see decorations full of the style of the dead everywhere. And from time to time, the wind blows, and the voice of ghosts can be heard. This place is really no different from an ordinary university. There is no breath of the undead at all. But Gushi didn't dare to think so. The Hades University can rank first in the department of undead. It must be not a simple existence. So when approaching the gate of Hades University, Gushi was there observing. At first, Gushi thought the mystery was at the gate of the campus. After all, the first thing that the Death City put on the battlefield was the city gate. But after entering the gate, Gushi found that things were not as he imagined. The gate is just an ordinary gate. But the trail behind the gate is amazing. Although all students are used to it now, Gushi clearly noticed that the ground was paved with ancient square tiles, and each tile represented a bridge over a river. And buried under the tiles were some students' graduation theses, which were placed in the Styx or yellow spring of the origin. One brick represents a Styx or a yellow spring. So the bricks here are laid from the gate to the tallest office building on campus. And the whole brick is more than 3,000 meters long. Just thinking about the number of square floor tiles with a length and width of 45 centimeters. Gushi's scalp tingled. At this point, Gushi finally felt the terrifying background of the Hades Academy. On both sides of this square brick road, there is a peach tree every 10 meters. These peach trees are ordinary, and there is nothing surprising about them. But Gushi has just been enlightened by the Taosan origin body, and is very sensitive to the breath of Taosan. He can feel that each peach tree has a faint breath of Taosan. At the same time, Gushi also felt that there was a different aura here, but he was not sure what it was. But he was sure that it was like the flame field he controlled. An elemental aura. Seeing these 2 points, Gushi understood how wrong his judgment was before he entered the door. This also made Gushi look around to find the traces left by the undead in this university. Anyway, Tang Shuang was dragging him forward, so he could focus more on the outside and observe everything in the Hades University. Before he walked 100 meters, Gushi heard a voice. "It's okay. If you keep looking like this, you will be lost in it and never get out." Hearing this voice, Gushi's heart calmed down. He looked up and found that several black-robed people were standing not far away. However, they had a red armband wrapped around their left arms. Gushi was about to say something when he was pulled by Tang Shuang. "This is the student union. Although you are preparing to take the postgraduate entrance examination, you will have more freedom. But it is better not to conflict with them." Gushi nodded and saluted to these black-robed people. "Thank you very much. It's okay. This is also our task. After all, we have to observe the school layout every year. The freshmen who were finally fascinated were rescued by us in the end," the black-robed man said, while looking at Gushi. He seemed to be mocking Gushi, who had not yet adapted to the school rules after such a long time. Gushi naturally felt his contemptuous attitude. Even without the sight of the mind lamp, Gushi could feel some of the other party's thoughts. But this is normal. Gushi's current level is only 11th level. According to normal standards, he should be a senior graduate of Hades University. At this time, he is still a freshman. Most likely he failed the exam for a long time, and finally passed by relying on his level. Such students have no potential. It's okay to offend him. Besides, they are not offending Gushi now, but saving Gushi's life. What's wrong with raising his eyes a little? Gushi is not dissatisfied with his attitude. Gushi was not the kind of person who would confront someone just because he didn't like them. Even though the other person's attitude was bad, he still thanked him. Then he followed Tang Shuang and headed towards the main building of the school. When Gushi walked away, the person who woke Gushi up narrowed his eyes. "He is quite a character." This sentence was heard by Gushi through the wind, but Gushi ignored it. Without observing the layout of the school, Gushi and Tang Shuang moved forward much faster. Soon, Gushi, under the guidance of Tang Shuang, came to the admissions office in the office building. "Gushi ready. Your matter can be handled by 3 offices: the admissions office, the education committee, and if you can find a suitable graduate tutor, you can go the tutor direct recruitment route. But based on the current situation, the admissions office is the easiest. The education committee requires you to apply for a transfer. And in the end, you still need to find a tutor to guide you. Now most tutors have full classes. They can't find a suitable position temporarily. Even if there are some vacancies, they may not be suitable for you. And finding a suitable graduate supervisor by yourself is the same problem. If you can really find one, you won't know nothing and want to wait until next year to register. So now, you should find the admissions office, tell them your situation directly, and let them handle it. After all, your current situation just fits the special recruitment range they need." While Tang Shuang was speaking, he handed last year's admissions brochure to Gushi. Gushi had studied this enrollment brochure last night. There is a special recruitment rule in it, which states that those who follow the normal Underworld Lord route before level 5 can be directly recruited. Those who register at level 5 can directly enter the university. And those who register after level 10 can directly enter the graduate school. Now holding this enrollment brochure again, Gushi nodded affirmatively, and walked forward and gently knocked on the door of the Underworld University admissions office. Chapter 1256 Special Enrollment. "Come in." After hearing this voice from inside the door, Gushi finally opened the door. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a man in black robes sitting behind the door. Well, this is the overall style of Yin City. Now you can call everyone a man in black robe. As soon as he entered the door, the man in black robe looked up at Gushi. "Hello, I am Zone Tai from the admissions office. What can I do for you?" As he said this, he stood up. Gushi noticed immediately that there was a battle halo flashing under his feet. "Hello. My name is Gushi. I am a level 11 Yellow Spring Lord, and I want to apply for special enrollment to study for a master's degree at Hades University. Gushi directly revealed his identity. Yellow Spring Lord? This was the first time Tang Shuang heard of Gushi's profession, and she was confused. What kind of profession is this? Is this still the route of the necromancer? But Zong Tai did not have such a confused face. Instead, he thought for a few seconds and asked directly, is it the Yellow Spring Lord, who is the level 15 Lord of the Underworld, the level 20 King of the Underworld, and the level 45 Lord of Mount Tai? Yes. Gushi did not expect that Zong Tai could react so quickly to the promotion route of the Yellow Spring Lord. Welcome. Welcome. Please come this way. Zong Tai invited Gushi to sit on the sofa beside him, and took out a form, and started writing it himself. You are already level 11, which just meets the standard for our special graduate recruitment. So I will record your origin here. May I ask which school you graduated from? And how many years have you graduated? Also, the Lord of Huangquan is a level 10 employment route. What was your choice when you were level 5? This is very important. After all, we need to know whether you mastered the 3 death skills before level 5, or mastered the 3 death skills after level 5. Did you start on the path of the Lord of the Underworld at level 5? Or did you switch to this path by chance at level 10? Zong Tai asked seriously, and Gushi could tell that he was more concerned about what job he was at level 5. I am a graduate of the 3317th class of the Underworld Wind Academy, the head of the academy, and I have just graduated for 2.5 years. I became the Lord of the Dead Witch at level 5. I became the Lord of the Underworld at level 11. Gushi briefly explained his situation. Underworld Wind Academy? I haven't heard of it. It's another local academy in an inconspicuous small town. The 3317th class? It's a great achievement for this academy to have been running for so long. Dead Witch Lord. This is the orthodox route of the Lord of the Underworld. It seems that you have a good teacher behind you. Help you choose the route. When Zong Tai heard the 4 words Dead Witch Lord, he knew there was no problem. Dead Witch Lord is one of the famous routes of the Lord of the Underworld. But if you are not a player who has already embarked on this path, the average person will not know it. Didn't he notice that Tang Shuang, who was following behind, was already confused at this time, and had no idea what profession he was listening to? After Zong Tai recorded Gushi's information there, he asked Gushi again, you have only graduated for 2.5 years, and you have directly reached level 11. How is your basic skills? What level is your Death City? Your basic skills are only average, and your Death City is level 9. Gushi, I can call you this. I already know your situation, and there will be no problem with special recruitment. But now I will tell you something. There are 9 tutors in the school who are taking the Taishan Fujian route. 3 of them started the Underworld Lord route at level 5, and the remaining 6 all accidentally switched to the Taishan Fujian route at level 10. The highest level is now level 41, and is only 1 step away from Taishan Fujian. According to the arrangement in the school, each graduate tutor, depending on his own level, will take 10 to 15 students. The students under these 9 tutors are all full. The earliest position to be vacated by graduation will have to wait until the year after next. When he heard the time point of the year after next, Gushi was also stunned. Are all those students going the route of Taishan Fujian? Not all, but Taishan Fujian's route has more comprehensive abilities, and he can also take other professions, and they are all treated well. So the positions of these graduate tutors are already full. Zong Tai shook his head. This is the troublesome thing about graduate tutors taking people. It's hard to add more people when the position is full. I can only wait for others to graduate. Gushi was also somewhat helpless. What should I do now? I can't wait for a few more years. I can use that time to reach level 20. Well, I have 2 suggestions. One is that I have a level 24 graduate teaching assistant who is following the Taishan Fujian route. As long as he reaches level 25, he can be promoted to a graduate tutor. In this way, you will be his first student. Then the resources will definitely be the best. The most important thing is that he is not much different from you. He has experienced all the problems you experienced when you grew up. They all know how to deal with it. Your growth will be smooth if you follow him. And before he reaches level 25, he will only have you as his student. After level 25, he will have to take exams and so on, and he will only have you as his student for a few years. The other one is an old miner at level 50 here. He has a vacant position now. You can join him immediately if you sign up now. However, he is not following the path of Taishan Fujian. It is another path, although it is somewhat related to Taishan Fujian, but the path is definitely different. If you choose to follow this mentor, then he can't teach you much. But he has reached level 50, so there is no problem with his strength and level. He may even have new ideas. Maybe after you become the Lord of Mount Tai, you can consider his path. Can you tell me what the path of this old mentor is? Gu Shi asked curiously. I really can't say that. After all, above level 50 is another realm. There are some things that can't be said. But I can tell you directly, this person is definitely at the same level as the Lord of Mount Tai, but they are not on the same path. Listening to Zong Tai's words, Gu Shi also fell silent. At this time, the two choices were quickly compared in his mind. Gu Shi would take the path of the Lord of Mount Tai, naturally because he had a copy of the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai in his hand. Apart from this, he had nothing else. This is equivalent to Gu Shi having a textbook and learning by himself. Now these two paths are like Gu Shi learning mathematics in the first year of high school, and he has to ask someone for help when he encounters a problem. Now there are two people to ask. One is a senior in the third year of high school, who just happened to review these things. The other is a university physics teacher, although they are not on the same path, but he can also solve these problems. For a moment, Gu Shi was also a little hesitant. Chapter 1257 Selection of Tutors. Can I meet the two tutors? Faced with the dilemma, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, and finally made a request. Zong Tai, who was easy to talk to at first, shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible. Not to mention that the tutors of graduate students have games to play. Even if they are free now, there is no such thing as students choosing tutors. Most graduate students have considered their direction before signing up. Before the enrollment every year, who can make a vacancy and how many vacancy can be made are all determined at the beginning. Students will register for the exam according to their own situation. Or they can communicate with the tutor in advance to determine which tutor to register under. I have never seen a situation like yours. Just when Gu Shi was in a dilemma, Tang Xuan on the side said, Teacher Zong, I have never seen it. But it does not mean that it does not exist. I remember that a tutor found a good seedling and voluntarily increased the number of people he taught. That is a more senior tutor, with free authority. Just like the 255 level graduate tutors in the school. They can directly teach if they want to, and not teach if they don't want to. No one can say what they said. Zong Tai shook his head and denied Tang Xuan's words. There are some things that cannot be opened. After opening, the troubles will increase. At this time, Gu Shi fell silent again. He did not mean to ask Tang Xuan to help him fight for something, but he was really thinking seriously about which mentor would be better. In fact, Gu Shi had read the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai for the fourth time. Every time he read it, Gu Shi would always read something different from the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai. This made Gu Shi understand that he was on the path of the Lord of Mount Tai. But if he only wanted to reach level 45 and become the Lord of Mount Tai, there would be no problem following this path. But if he wanted to break through level 45, then Gu Shi had to take his own path. Adding something different in this way was what Gu Shi wanted. At this time, Gu Shi raised his head and said to Zong Tai, I am willing to learn from the old mentor. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Zong Tai and Tang Xuan, who were confronting each other, also looked at Gu Shi at the same time. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes. I haven't finished yet. Why did you just submit? Gu Shi smiled at Tang Xuan, his eyes flashed with a trace of apology, and then said to Zong Tai, Please help me contact the tutor. I have considered it, and I am willing to learn from that old tutor. Seeing that Gu Shi said so, Tang Xuan shut up, but she was still angry at this time. It was obvious that she was angry about Gu Shi's decision. She had already suppressed Zong Tai's attitude, and maybe she could add another quota with a tutor who would follow the path of Taishan Fujian. As a result, Gu Shi's choice directly made her move fail. At this time, Gu Shi stepped forward and took Tang Xuan's hand, and whispered to comfort him, You haven't graduated yet, and you will be a teacher in Yinzadu in the future. Don't offend anyone because of me. Gu Shi looked at Zong Tai after he finished speaking. Tang Xuan also understood at this time that the people in the admissions office may not have much power, but they definitely have the widest network of contacts. They are the kind of people who are not good at doing things, but are definitely good at making things go wrong. If Tang Xuan is about to graduate and leave, then it's fine. But Gu Shi knew clearly Tang Xuan's future plans. She wanted to get a job at Hades University. And if that didn't work out, she would at least be a teacher at another school in the Yin City. Then she couldn't offend someone like Zhong Tai. Tang Xuan, who understood this, finally stopped being angry. But she still rolled her eyes at Gu Shi. I care about you. Can't you see it at all? I see it. So I can't let you do this. Seeing Gu Shi and Tang Xuan like this, Zhong Tai's anger that was aroused by Tang Xuan before also slowly subsided. Forget it, Tang Xuan jumped out to confront me because of love. And Gu Shi also made the choice in advance because of love. Because of love, what a good reason. Who said that the necromancer has no feelings? Wait a moment, I will go to inform the Mitter now. This matter can be handled quickly. Zhong Tai said, while taking out the contact tool, contacting the old Mitter he mentioned. While waiting for people to come, Zhong Tai also poured 2 cups of tea for Gu Shi, letting them have a good rest here, and not to cause any more trouble. Gu Shi had no intention of touching the tea that Zhong Tai placed in front of him at first. But Tang Xuan was very clear about the tea. Drink it. This is the tea of the underworld. It is very popular in the Yin City, and is very rare to drink. Drinking it is good for the profession of the undead. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. Then he picked up the teacup and took a sip. After taking this sip of tea, Gu Shi immediately felt a cool breath rising from his stomach. Then a layer of ice began to appear on his skin. At the same time, his skin slowly turned into a blue-gray color. Looking at Gu Shi's appearance, Tang Xuan also laughed. Just drink it all at once, don't be afraid, it will be better after a while. At this time, Zhong Tai also looked at Gu Shi, noticing the changes in Gu Shi, he couldn't help but say. By the way, after the strange phenomenon fades away, feel if there are any changes in yourself. Gu Shi tried hard to nod, but found that his whole body was stiff, and he couldn't speak. This situation lasted for about 3 minutes before it disappeared. At this time, Gu Shi quickly focused his attention on himself. There was no problem with the attributes, the level was not improved, the experience was not. Wait, I didn't do anything just now, but the experience of the passive skill was improved a lot. At this time, Gu Shi immediately understood what this underworld tea was used for. This is for students to suppress when they are reading books and there are changes. After drinking this kind of tea, the changes caused by overreading can be eliminated in about 3 to 5 minutes. In this way, players don't have to read for more than 10 minutes, and can take a break for 1 or 2 hours. This will naturally greatly improve the reading efficiency of players. In this way, in a short period of time, passive skills can be systematically pushed up. Gu Shi, who understood this, picked up the teacup again and drank it silently. This time, he carefully felt the impact of the underworld tea on his body. At this time, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. There was no knocking on the door, and the door was pushed open directly. A red-haired woman in a black robe walked in. Chapter 1258, The Test of the Instructor. Zhong Tai, is this the good seedling you mentioned? As soon as the red-haired girl entered the room, she stared at Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi was still under the influence of the underworld tea, and could not move at all. Zhong Tai could only say, yes, Teacher Gong, he is really a good seedling with potential. Here is his information, take a look. No, there is no point in reading these things. Nothing is better than fighting on the battlefield to know more. After saying that, she walked in front of Gu Shi. Just when she was about to reach out and touch Gu Shi's forehead, she glanced at Tang Xuan. Do you want to join the battle? No need. Tang Xuan decisively shrank back. A level 50 teacher was testing the ability of his students, what could she, an outsider, do there? So she stepped aside directly, indicating that she would not participate in this battle. The next moment, Teacher Gong's index finger touched the center of Gu Shi's eyebrows. Then Gu Shi felt that he was transferred to another place. It was dark all around here, the cold wind blew from time to time, the blood-red sun hung in the sky, the ground turned into a purple desert, and in the Tsar, statues made of obsidian could be seen from time to time. Environmental deployment at level 25 of Death City? Gu Shi saw the situation immediately. Although Gu Shi's Death City is only at level 9, he has already understood some of the following information. Castles can be deployed on the battlefield at level 13. Magic towers can be deployed at level 17. Regional deployment at level 21. And environmental deployment at level 25. Of course, the regional and environmental deployment mentioned here actually refers to the deployment in terms of terrain and weather. When the two are combined, it is equivalent to bringing the enemy to fight in your home field. Let the enemy fight in the position you specify. This is the final idea of the Death City. There can even be a variety of different combat environments. And the home field control is handled beautifully. That's right. Show your strength. Let me see your ability. Gu Shi didn't say much. He immediately released the main city gate, the garrison gate, the steel gate, and the Taosan gate on the Poison Peach Mountain side. At the same time, the summoning tower and the city wall also appeared quickly. All the troops that can be mobilized were released. The level of the Death City is not high, the number of troops is relatively large, but the strength is not very good, and your troops have no characteristics and no system. The only thing that can make people look at is those golden bone dragons, and the white robe iron cavalry. The others have almost no potential. The most speechless thing is that you are still studying puppets and titans. You are studying undead. What's the point of studying titans? After the titans die, just drag them here and transform them directly into undead. Seeing the troops released by Gu Shi, Teacher Gong immediately pointed out the various problems in Gu Shi's hands. Her voice was not loud, but it reached Gu Shi's ears accurately. Gu Shi wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak at all, because after Gu Shi released several city gates, Teacher Gong also released her troops. The troops she had started at level 25, and judging from the flags they flew, they were all miscellaneous soldiers and scouts. This situation reminded Gu Shi of the situation of the troops under the Grand Lord. It was just that Teacher Gong in front of him was even more powerful than the Grand Lord. There were obviously no cannon fodders among the miscellaneous troops under her command. Facing the situation at hand, Gu Shi thought for a moment, and quickly released a large number of ghost gates and 2 peach mountains to suppress ghosts. Seeing Gu Shi's actions, Teacher Gong laughed instead. Interesting, it seems you have gone further than I thought. The dual effects of the opening of the ghost gates and the peach mountains to suppress ghosts. The undead that rushed out of the ghost gates became quite obedient, but Gu Shi had no way to reorganize them, but directly sent these undead to the battlefield. Then Gu Shi pointed in the direction of the Golden Bone Dragon. Death Incarnation, Avatar Lord. Under Gu Shi's command, 2 Death Incarnation's bone dragons quickly appeared on the battlefield. Then the Incarnation Lord took effect, turning the 60 Golden Bone Dragons into level 19 Death Incarnation's bone dragons. Gu Shi's actions also caught the attention of Mr. Gong. You played the Death Incarnation well. I didn't expect that the Death Incarnation could be played like this. It seems that the Death Incarnation has been played to perfection. Directly immune to mind control magic? How afraid are you of being plotted against? Wait, you have 2 orange suits? At your level. That's pretty good. After releasing the Death Incarnation, Gu Shi had no intention of hiding his strength. He used the 6 flaming lanterns, and then released the bone obelisk. A large number of targeted blessings fell on his undead troops. Amilcar began to take over all the night troops. Yongda was there preparing the magic ceremony. Teacher Gong only took a glance, and saw the quality of the flame 6-path lamp, and the bone obelisk that Gu Shi took out. For Teacher Gong, at this age, having 2 orange suits is already a remarkable thing. You have to know that this Teacher Gong, who has the support of the Underworld University in the city of the Underworld, has already passed level 50, but only has 6 orange suits. As for the red suit, she has an idea, but she has never got it. There is only 1 red suit in the Underworld University, which is the basis for suppressing the fortune of the Underworld University. It can be said that orange equipment is the upper limit of the quality of equipment that players can get. After reaching level 30, players compete with each other on the attributes and quantity of orange equipment. When Gu Shi was only level 11, he had 2 orange equipment, one of which was obviously an orange equipment used in the battlefield, which was much better than others. Teacher Gong was quite satisfied. Your current performance is not bad, but you can do it without fighting a battle. You lead the troops to attack. Old Gong pointed at one of his men. A leader-level undead came out. Behind him was an undead army whose skin had turned to obsidian. There were about 10,000 of them, with an average level of 20, and all the soldiers had battle halos under their feet. When they stood out, Teacher Gong looked at Gu Shi. Get ready to fight. See how strong you are now, and how many of my troops you can kill. Facing Teacher Gong's request, Gu Shi thought about it seriously. Can you use all the means of the necromancer? You want to summon souls on the battlefield, temporarily replenish troops? Of course, this is the idea that the necromancer should have in battle. Come on, as long as you can kill more than 10% of Nu's troops, I, Gongling you, will accept you as my student. Chapter 1259 Teacher. Which side are you on in this battle? After hearing what the other party said, Gu Shi understood that Teacher Gong had finally made a decision. Defeating a 10,000-man undead army. If it were someone else, it might not be a difficult task. However, judging from the 10,000 people standing in front of him. If Gu Shi wanted to defeat the other 1,000 people, he would probably have to consume more. If he only relied on the undead's consumption tactics to win, how could Gu Shi show his strength in front of the teacher? When Mr. Gong put forward the request, Gu Shi immediately had several thoughts in his mind. Amilcar, I will let Yongdo take the lead and control the enemy's movement speed. I don't care what method you use. Just kill 200 enemies first. Gu Shi used the mind communication method directly. This made Gong Lingyu very satisfied. In Gu Shi's view, battlefield command and communication are very important. If you only rely on shouting, or send a signalman to pass the order, not only may the order be wrong, but the enemy may also see some of your own arrangements and orders. Only by giving orders through various means, and not letting the opponent know how we attack, can we avoid being calculated. Gu Shi did a good job in this regard. He has the ability to connect with the mind, and knows to stand on the summoning tower, to expand his vision. This is good? Gong Lingyu nodded with satisfaction. And her subordinate Nu also rode on the mount, and led 10,000 obsidian undead troops forward. The 10,000 obsidian undead troops formed a square formation of 100 by 100. When advancing, all the steps of the undead were the same. When this army came out, Gu Shi noticed that the weapons and equipment in the hands of the other side had all been strengthened many times, and exuded a special kind of coldness. And the halos under their feet were also unified combat halos. It was obvious that they had determined their attack methods and directions from the beginning of training. Finally, they grew up through one battle after another. They would die in battle, but in Nu's eyes, they would not fail. Roar! Nu, riding on a scorpion-shaped undead, raised the scimitar in his hand, and then all the obsidian undead troops here raised their weapons. Black Dragon Battalion. Fire, undead Titan troops. Get ready, Golden Bone Dragon. Take off. When the obsidian undead troops raised their weapons, Gu Shi ordered at the same time. He noticed that Amilcar had already led the Aurora Knights to attack, and now was the time to attract the enemy's attention. Yongdo, attack! Under Gu Shi's command, Yongdo, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately threw 3 magic spells at the enemy's battle formation. Hey, your undead hero is very interesting. You use a large number of magic troops to cooperate in magic rituals, so as to strengthen the effect of magic. This is the direction that only orthodox mages will study. You can actually do this. It seems that you didn't rely on experience to reach your level. Gu Shi didn't feel disgusted at all about Gong Lingyu's attitude of watching the game and commenting on it. Who made Gong Lingyu's level high? Level 50. This is the highest level boss Gu Shi has seen since entering the game. The Taishan Lord whom I met last time didn't bring such great pressure to Gu Shi. From this, we can also see that the difference between 45 and 50 is not 5 levels, but a realm. So Gu Shi just listened to Gong Lingyu's evaluation. The Black Dragon Battalion and the Undead Titan troops also attacked at the same time. The archers of the Black Dragon Battalion first scattered a wave of arrows, while the Undead Titans were relatively honest. They knew that they were too far behind the enemy in strength, so they simply concentrated their fire with lightning arrows. When the scattered arrow rain fell, it immediately landed on the obsidian undead. Gu Shi noticed that these obsidian undead just waved their hands and knocked the falling arrows away. It did not affect their forward steps at all. Instead, it was the concentrated fire of the lightning arrows that caused some damage to the obsidian undead. After all, hundreds of lightning arrows were all concentrated on one obsidian undead, which could kill an undead soldier. Seeing Gu Shi's actions, Gong Lingyu shook his head. You underestimate the number of undead troops. Concentrated fire is feasible, but how many can you kill if you just shoot in bursts? I have 10,000 soldiers here, and they can reach you in about 10 minutes. You don't have enough undead titans, and their levels are low. It would be okay if you had buildings that mass-produced undead titans. Otherwise, the existence of undead titans is a failure. While Gong Lingyu was speaking, the 3 spells prepared by Yongdo also fell on the obsidian undead. The first one was slow. This made the movement speed of the obsidian undead slow down by 7 or 8 times. The next 2 spells were newly developed magic rituals. After all, the previous spells were not suitable for use here. Yongdo also learned a lot during this period. The first fire-based armor-breaking spell was also learned by Yongdo in the magic tower of the Maze Magic City. In fact, the 4 system elemental spells, as well as illusion and mind magic, all have armor-breaking spells. It's just that the methods of breaking armor are different. The fire system melts the armor, the water system uses strong acid, the wind system cuts directly, the earth system uses heavy pressure armor, the illusion system can make people think that their armor is gone, and in the mind magic, it is to make people take off their heavy armor. The magic tower in the labyrinth magic city is mainly fire and earth, but the armor breaking technique only produces the melting effect of the fire system. Once the brave fighting magic ritual is used, the armor on these obsidian undead becomes much redder. It is obvious that the armor's defensive power has also decreased a lot. Gong Lingyu no longer commented on this point. This is basic common sense when starting a war. If Gu Shi did not know how to strengthen his own troops and weaken the enemy's troops when starting a war, then she would need to comment on whether Gu Shi's brain is not working well. At this time, Yongdo's third spell was also used. This magic is naturally the strongest spell that can cause chaos in the enemy, and it is crazy. Yongdo released this magic at this time, in order to make the enemy's team chaotic. Only if they get in chaos. The Aurora Knights, who have already attacked, will have a chance to attack. You are so crazy. But the timing is wrong. Seeing this, Gong Lingyu couldn't help but mutter. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but raise his head, and said to himself, Teacher, which side are you on in this battle? Chapter 1260 Cutting the Battlefield. Just as Gong Lingyu said, the third spell, the madness, did not have a big impact on the obsidian undead army. They just fought each other with swords, and then they woke up immediately. At most, the formation was a little messed up, and no damage was done to the foundation. But Amilcar wanted this opportunity when the enemy formation was messed up, because he knew he only had one chance to strike. The reason why Gu Shi asked him to kill 200 obsidian undead was to expand the results of the battle. Opportunity. Aurora is flowing, attack. Under Amilcar's command, nearly 10,000 different cavalrymen started at the same time, and rushed to the obsidian undead's battle formation in an instant. If it was before, the obsidian undead's battle formation would not care about such an attack at all. The Aurora Knights' combat power is not as good as theirs. Even if they have attribute blessings, they also have attribute blessings. Even if there is a cavalry attack, their defense is still very strong now. The most they can do is move slower now. So it would be a waste of time if they are attacked by the cavalry. However, the cavalry only has one chance to charge. If they want to charge again, they have to retreat 100 or 200 meters away and start to accelerate again. In this way, before the spells on the obsidian undead are dissolved, they can only charge 3 or 4 times at most. Even if some obsidian undead die in the charge, what will happen? The loss will not exceed 1,000 people. For this calculation, the leader Nu is very confident. In his mind, there is no battle that he won't lose so many men. Don't look at his high level, don't look at him as a leader. Under Gong Lingyu, he is just a group of miscellaneous soldiers. So no matter what kind of attack he faces, he will not lose confidence. On the contrary, he will try to kill more enemies. At present, Nu has seen the situation in front of him. Gu Shi has a lot of soldiers, but there are not many who can really fight. Be careful of those bone dragons in the sky. The cavalry that rushed over had to withstand 2 or 3 waves of attacks. The rest of the things would fall into his rhythm. His troops could engage in various one-on-one, many-on-one, or even one-on-many melees, and had a very high victory rate. In Nu's idea, his legion could be completely wiped out, but he must bite off a large piece of the enemy's flesh. Now that the difference in strength between them was so great, he planned to kill 200,000 enemy undead, which should be a reasonable number. But he never expected that. Amilcar understood Gu Shi's idea better. In Gu Shi's idea, there was never a one-on-one, head-on fighting style. Cutting is what Gu Shi does most often. The moment the Aurora Knights approached the new core, the 36th level Blue Knight, who had been hiding among the Blue Knights, suddenly attacked. The attack of this Blue Knight made Gong Lingyu stun for a moment, but she didn't say anything. In Gong Lingyu's eyes, she also had soldiers around level 35, and there were several legions, and Gu Shi only had one now, which was actually nothing. If this kind of knight above level 35 rushed into the new core, as long as he stopped, he would be surrounded and killed directly. If Gu Shi released the cavalry at this time, it would give people a feeling of death charge. This is not appropriate. After accepting Gu Shi, I must remind him more. Although the undead are not afraid of death, they cannot be used indiscriminately. However, Gong Lingyu soon felt something was wrong, because the charge of this Blue Knight was like a sharp knife, cutting off 200 people from the square formation of 10,000 people. Then all the Aurora Knights attacked only these 200 obsidian undead. Although the level of the Aurora Knight soldiers is not high, their attack power is much weaker than that of the obsidian undead. However, with the blessing of magic rituals and blessings, they can still hurt the obsidian undead. Although they can't be seriously injured, they are still injured. Moreover, there are nearly 10,000 cavalrymen behind them. If each of them hits them, each obsidian undead can be hit by at least 50 or more. In Amilcar's opinion, this can kill at least 200 obsidian undead. But Amilcar still overestimated the fighting power of the knights. Except for the attack of the 36th level Blue Knight that broke through the enemy formation and killed 3 obsidian undeads. Their subsequent attack only killed more than 60 obsidian undeads. This record was unbearable for Amilcar. But for Gu Shi, it was just right. After the cavalry rushed over, the bone dragon pounced down and launched a wave of attacks on the obsidian undeads that were cut out. The bone dragons that were transformed into death had reached level 19. Although there was a big gap between them and the obsidian undead of around level 25. The difference in level was not that big. The most important thing was that the death incarnation, the death dragon breath of the bone dragon, played a certain role at this time. After a wave of death dragon breath, a group of obsidian undead that were already seriously injured were finally killed, together with the more than 60 obsidian undead killed by the Aurora Knights before. This wave of attack killed more than 140 obsidian undead in total. There is still a certain distance from Gu Shi's original plan. Seeing Gu Shi's actions, Gong Lingyu shook his head. Is Gu Shi going to fight hard? Is he too confident? Or does he not see his own strength clearly? He doesn't know. Does the battle of the undead also need to consider strength? This point will be deducted. But the next moment, Gong Lingyu's eyes shrank. Gu Shi actually took the initiative to put the skill of opening the ghost gate into the new core. Gong Lingyu also mastered the skill of opening the ghost gate. But she had never used the ghost gate like this. Because in Gong Lingyu's view, the undead released from the ghost gate did not belong to his family, and their strengths varied, and most of the time, they were some low-level cannon fodder. They would not play any role on the battlefield, but would affect the attack of his men. So Gong Lingyu had not used the ghost gate to open this skill for a long time. But he never thought that Gu Shi would actually use the ghost gate to cut off the men of the new legion. At the same time, when Gu Shi opens the ghost gate, he will release the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts. He will use the power of the Peach Mountain to subdue the released undead, so that these undead will be more or less controlled. In this way, the undead rushing out of the ghost gate will no longer be affected by instinct and attack all creatures around them. Instead, they will follow Gu Shi's idea and cut to a certain position of the enemy and attack a certain enemy. Under the attack of the undead like a tide, even the strongest enemy can be bitten to death. Not to mention that the new core is just a miscellaneous army. For a while, the only scene on the battlefield was the undead being pressed down and bitten by the undead released from the ghost gate. Chapter 1261, Passing the Test. Watching Gu Shi use the ghost gate to open like this, Gong Lingyu nodded, but then shook his head. Gu Shi's idea was feasible, but the handling was still too rough. The most important thing was that Gu Shi obviously didn't consider the gap between himself and the enemy. All the undead released were cannon fodder below level 3, and those obsidian undead could kill hundreds of them with one move. Even if more ghost gates were opened, what was the use? But Gong Lingyu never expected that Gu Shi would make another move at this time. Summoning the dead. The bone obelisk played a role at this time, and with the effect of the summoning tower, more than 10,000 skeletons, using the corpses of the undead that had just been killed as a guide, climbed out from the ground. As soon as these skeletons rushed out, they dragged all the obsidian undead underground. The remaining undead quickly pressed on, using a squeezing tactic, not giving the obsidian undead any chance to climb up. This operation surprised Gong Lingyu, but it was quite reasonable. At this time, Gong Lingyu said, "Your summoning tower is too low in level, and the summoning tower does not even have its own magic pool. I really don't know what you have learned over the years. I will get a book about the upgrade of the summoning tower later, and read it carefully." Hearing this, Gu Shi understood that Gong Lingyu had already regarded him as a student. Although he had not killed enough people at the moment, Gong Lingyu had already seen Gu Shi's command ability, battlefield responsibility, and the situation of Gu Shi's troops. Gu Shi's current situation, among many level 11 necromancers, is considered to be one of the better ones. The most important thing is that Gu Shi's ability to respond on the battlefield is very spiritual. Moreover, Gu Shi is not afraid of mana consumption. If there is any opportunity, even if he uses up all of his mana, he will fight. This shows that Gu Shi is quite decisive, and he is also willing to give up what he has. This is what Gongling Yu likes the most. In Gongling Yu's eyes, necromancers must be willing to give up. If you want to be reluctant to give up this and that, then what kind of necromancer is that? Gu Shi also understood what Gongling Yu meant. At this moment, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, and was considering whether to reveal his talent of double death. After all, there was hope in the test. So should he reveal all his abilities? But Gu Shi thought about it again, and thought that some things must be shown, at least to let Gongling Yu know his potential, so that when Gongling Yu guides Gu Shi, he will think about giving Gu Shi benefits. So Gu Shi made a decisive decision. While pouring magic potion into his mouth, he summoned the souls of the undead killed by the obsidian undead again. No one noticed that. During the summoning process, a small city gate appeared in the pile of undead. Ever since Gu Shi said last time that he wanted to build a small city gate, his architects have been studying this matter. Now this inconspicuous small city gate that can allow one person to pass through has been completed. With this gate, Gu Shi can open the gate of the City of Death in someone else's room. At least, he doesn't have to be careful every time he opens the gate, for fear that his gate will penetrate someone else's building. At the same time, this gate also has the effect of hiding himself. As long as he doesn't pay special attention, most people won't notice that there is such a small door on the city wall. After opening the small door, some undead with a level of more than 20 began to rush out from it. This is Gu Shi's final killer move. The more than 100 obsidian undeads that were just killed, under the double death effect of Gu Shi, immediately turned into undeads in the city of Aridov. Luna found all these undeads immediately, and sent them directly to the city gate to wait. This is Gu Shi's battle strategy this time. Use Amilcar's Aurora Knights to attack, kill 200 obsidian undeads. Then cause chaos in the obsidian undead troops, and at this time send the 200 transformed undeads to the battlefield. These 200 undeads can definitely kill 200 obsidian undeads by taking advantage of the chaos. In this way, Gu Shi will have 400 high-level undeads. Such a battle is like a snowball, which gets bigger and bigger. In the end, let alone killing 1,000 people, it is not impossible for Gu Shi to kill all the obsidian undeads here. Of course, Gu Shi has to know how to take advantage of this kind of thing. He can't keep taking advantage of it. If he doesn't offend the teacher he just met, he will be picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. He really wastes such a good opportunity. The undead released by Gu Shi mixed in with the undead that had just risen from the dead. When the undead suppressed the obsidian undead, the undead above level 20 such as Gu Shi took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Anyway, it was a mess here, and no one could see what was happening. Even Gongling Yu didn't care about the melee. In her opinion, there were just more and more undead here, but she still believed in Nu's obsidian undead. Only Gu Shi kept paying attention to the situation here. During the battle, every time an obsidian undead was killed, a new undead appeared, and Luna would send it to the battlefield. As soon as they appeared, they quickly turned on the battle aura, and 4 or 5 of them surrounded an obsidian undead to fight. The main focus was speed, in order to kill more obsidian undead in a short time. During this melee, Amilcar was not idle either. He had been wandering around the periphery of the battlefield with his troops. On the one hand, he was guarding against obsidian undead rushing out of the melee. And on the other hand, he was also guarding against other troops under Gongling Yu. Gongling Yu nodded to Amilcar's behavior. This is a good leader. Although his strength is a little low, his combat awareness is quite good. Before Gu Shi's order, he could think of this step, which is already a very good level. In this way, Gu Shi is a person with potential and luck. He can get to this point, perhaps with the support of his family, but more of it should be his own efforts. Gongling Yu was about to say okay. Unexpectedly, Gu Shi waved his hand at this time. All the undeads that were suppressing the obsidian undead retreated from the battlefield like a tide. Then Gu Shi said confidently, "Teacher, I have completed the goal, killing more than 10% of the enemies." Looking at the remaining more than 8,000 obsidian undead, and taking a look at the wounds on these obsidian undead, Gongling Yu had a trace of doubt in her heart. Those undeads just now should not have such combat power. Then Gongling Yu's eyes turned, and fell on the undead troops that were retreating. Some combat auras in the undead troops attracted her attention. This is Chapter 1262 Benefits of Hades University. Talent double death? Gongling Yu thought for a long time, and finally dug out this information from the depths of her memory. At this time, her eyes looking at Gu Shi became different. For the necromancers who follow the path of the Lord of the Underworld, Double Death is one of the top-ranked talents. If other necromancers get the talent of Double Death, the number of hostile undead that can be killed is not much. But for players who follow the path of the Lord of the Underworld, the situation is different. Players who follow the Lord of the Underworld route can start a war anytime and anywhere. After the war, no matter whether they win or lose, they will get double the rewards. The speed of this snowballing is beyond the imagination of normal people. If Gongling had not chosen other routes, she would have wanted to have the talent of Double Death. However, Gongling also understood that the biggest weakness of Double Death is that it does not strengthen the player himself. The only strong ones are the player's subordinates. Although there is a saying that more than half of the necromancer's combat power is under their hands. But once the talent of Double Death comes out, it will lead to a different trend. Gongling doesn't care that she has another student with the talent of Double Death. But there are some things that need to be taught again. Gongling stretched out her hand, and Gu Shi and her returned to the admissions office. Okay, I accept this student. From now on, you will be my student. Gongling, this is for you. Gongling raised her hand, and a jade pendant-like thing fell into Gu Shi's hand. This is my contact information. As long as I am not in some special games, you can contact me through this. As for whether I will come out to see you, it depends on my situation at the time. But I can guarantee to see you 4 times a year and guide you in your studies. In addition, in Hades University, you need to make room for the 4 game times per year for graduate students. I will make corresponding arrangements. In addition, I will see where they are. How about this? The day after tomorrow at noon. You come over, and I will take you to meet your seniors. When I'm not around, if you encounter any problems in Hades University, you can ask them for help. When Gu Shi took the jade pendant, Gongling started to make arrangements. Okay, teacher. Gu Shi responded quickly. Okay, Zongtai, you arrange for my disciple. I have something else to do now. I'll come to him in a few days. Teacher Gong. Don't worry. I will arrange everything. Zongtai, who had been standing by, stood up quickly when he heard it. Gongling nodded to Gu Shi with satisfaction and walked out. After Gongling left, Zongtai smiled and said to Gu Shi, Student Gu, first of all, welcome to our Hades University. This is your school badge, and it is also your student certificate. I hope you can achieve better results when studying at Hades University. Now let me explain to you that the study time for postgraduate students at Hades University is 10 years. If you do not meet the graduation standards within 10 years, you will have the opportunity to postpone your graduation for 5 years. There are 4 opportunities to enter the game each year. As for the dungeons and the game worlds you discover yourself, these are not counted. The library in the school is fully open to graduate students. At the same time, all classrooms are also fully open to graduate students. In other words, as long as you are willing, you can stay anywhere you want. The only requirement is that, in 10 years, you must reach the peak of level 19. After reaching level 19, the instructor will arrange a graduation thesis for you. When you start your graduation thesis, although your chance to enter the game will be suspended, other benefits will still be there until you finish your graduation thesis. It doesn't matter how many years it takes you to complete your graduation thesis, as long as you can stand the loneliness. In addition, let me tell you that all graduate students will have their own dormitory arrangements. You can live here or somewhere else. You don't need to show up at school or be called on. After all, everyone knows the situation in the game. No one can be sure whether they will be delayed in the game because of something. Take this later, go to the logistics department to choose a room, and leave a contact number. When the school has a notice, you will be notified through this room and contact number. Okay. Gu Shi took the various things handed over by Zongtai and responded quickly. There are also some other things I need to explain. You are a special recruit, and there is no tuition reduction. This semester has already started. It will not be counted as yours for the time being. Starting from the next school year, the tuition fee will be 100,000 yuan per year. As for how to charge, the financial department will explain it to you clearly. But don't think that our fees are higher. There are benefits to doing this. Each graduate student of Hades University can choose an orange equipment. During the graduate school period, this orange equipment is loaned to the student. If the student drops out early or is expelled for violating school regulations, the loaned orange equipment will be taken back. But if the students can graduate successfully, then this orange suit will be their graduation gift and will not be taken back. Ask your mentor about your orange suit when you meet him the day after tomorrow. See what he recommends. There are also various subsidies from your mentor. Every player has a different growth direction and needs different subsidies. I will not make any arrangements here. Gushi was speechless after hearing this. Are the benefits so good? Get an orange suit directly after enrollment? If the people in Uenzu City heard this news, would they go crazy? No wonder everyone wants to come to the real world. It seems that the resources in the real world are much better than those in his world. That's about it. If you still don't understand something, you can ask the student union for help. If that doesn't work, don't you have a prospective graduate next to you? You can ask him if you don't know anything. I won't take you here. Gushi stood up quickly after hearing this. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zong. It's okay. This is what I should do. If you study hard, that's the best way to express your gratitude to me. Gushi nodded affirmatively, still thanking him non-stop. Gushi was very excited at this moment. He finally became a graduate student at Hades University. This was a key step in his growth. Gushi felt as if he had been sublimated. When he walked out of the door of the admissions office, his steps were different. After closing the door of the admissions office, Gushi hugged Tang Shuang. Senior, thank you very much. I'll treat you to a meal. Okay, where to eat? How about my newly bought apartment? They said it can be renovated in one day. Let's go there to celebrate. Are you planning to celebrate with me? Chapter 1263 looks like a person. Report, register, choose a dormitory, cleaning the room. After this set of procedures, it was more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Gushi finally completed all the formalities and officially became a graduate student of Hades University. Gushi put aside all his thoughts and pulled Tang Shuang and walked out of the school gate happily. I know a place that sells some good ingredients. Let's go there to buy vegetables. Gushi nodded. After coming to the Yin City, Gushi has already accepted the recipes of the undead. It's not that there are no good chefs in Aladovi City, but the ingredients are like this, and no one can do anything about it. Even if Gushi wants to change, he can only try to make some food that he can accept from these strange ingredients. As for those ingredients that he doesn't recognize, he can only look at the recommendations of the stall owner. There is really nothing to choose here. After buying 3 different kinds of raw meat, Tang Shuang took Gushi to buy some seasonings, and then took the bus to Gushi's newly bought apartment. Gushi has money, those gold coins with evil spirits. In the eyes of the players in the Yin City, this is the best currency. In addition, Gushi did not choose a villa, but an apartment that can be lived in and will not be demolished. This apartment is only about 1 stop away from the Hades University, more than 2 minutes by bus, and about 10 minutes on foot. Of course, if Gushi can apply for a transportation card, he can release his mount, then the speed will be much faster. Maybe it will only take 1 or 2 minutes to get there. Gushi bought this place for its proximity, and also because it was a staggered floor apartment building, which was not easy to sell, so the price would be relatively cheap. This staggered floor apartment was even weirder than Tang Shuang's well house. It looked like an unfinished Rubik's Cube, with protruding corners on each floor. Gushi didn't care much about this. Anyway, the area was so large, and it would be fine if it was decorated according to Gushi's requirements and satisfied him. After buying this apartment, Gushi commissioned a decoration team called Bone Elf Decoration Company to handle it. Gushi's requirement is to make full use of every corner of each floor, to consider the light, the layout of the room, etc. For these requirements, the designers of the Bone Elf Decoration Company did a good job. They can simulate directly in front of Gushi through some means, just like a sand table. They can even switch the style of the sand table at any time, enlarge or reduce the sand table. The main point is to let customers see it at a glance. It can be said that except for the soft furnishings, all other things have been recognized by Gushi, and they also assured Gushi that it would only take 1 day to decorate such a small apartment. So the apartment bought yesterday could be decorated today, just in time for Gushi to buy some things and cook directly. After leaving the bus station, Gushi followed the main road into the gate of the community. In the Yin City, there are various architectural styles, either to show that I am a ghost. The ghost is me. Anyway, how gloomy it is. Or to highlight that this is a place for living people to live. How to fight against the ghosts. This apartment in front of me is just like this. As soon as you enter the community from the gate, the sky turns blue, the wind blowing in your face carries the fragrance of flowers, and the roadside is full of grass full of flowers. The main style is a fresh and clean style. The house that Gushi bought is located at the back. After entering the community, Gushi walked around the community for more than 3 minutes, and then he came to a 60-story building. This building is the tallest building in the community. The apartment that Gucci bought is between the 41st and 43rd floors, located at the end of the east side, and you can see the scenery of half of the community from the window. If you have better eyesight, you can even see some movements on the street outside through the community wall. This is also one of the advantages of this apartment. Otherwise, Gucci would not have bought this apartment in the first place. Carrying the ingredients he just bought, Gucci took Tang Xuang's hand and was about to get on the elevator. Just then, several women who looked older came out of the elevator. "Hey, you are new here. Why haven't I seen you before? Where did you buy this meat?" Gucci was not used to such familiar questions. However, since they always lived in the same building, Gucci couldn't directly retort. He just smiled and said nothing. On the contrary, Tang Xuang smiled, watching the scene in front of her. Before, she always felt that Gucci seemed to have lost his popularity, and his reaction was a bit undead. Now Gucci's reaction, on the contrary, had a hint of the breath of fireworks. The Annies didn't mean to let Gucci go. One of them even poked her head out, wanting to see what Gucci bought. This made Gucci somewhat helpless, but he didn't dare to do anything rash. After all, who knows what's behind those who can survive in a place like Yin City? Moreover, in the real world, everyone is playing games, and the abilities gained from games can at least allow people to live for hundreds of years. Gucci didn't want to guess how strong these middle-aged women were. Anyway, they had already got off the elevator, and it wouldn't hurt to be looked at by them for a little more time. So Gucci, with a helpless expression, simply opened the bag of food in his hand, so that they could see what was inside. "Your purchase is not good. Yes, you didn't choose the meat well. Let me tell you, you get up every morning and go to the gate of the community. There is an old man selling good meat there. Yes, 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 but stalls are not allowed outside the community. If you want to buy, you must go early." Gucci couldn't adapt to the enthusiasm of the Annies all of a sudden. After all, this situation is too fragmented. You know, a few hours ago, Gucci was commanding the undead troops to fight on the battlefield. As soon as he turned around, he was surrounded by people talking about getting up early to buy groceries. Fortunately, Tang Xuang, who was covering his mouth and watching the fun, pulled Gucci. "Let's go. Our elevator is here." Gucci ran into the elevator in a panic. The moment the elevator door closed, Gucci finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Tang Xuang smiled and said to Gucci, "You look like a human being now." "Huh?" Gucci didn't react to the meaning of Tang Xuang's words. At this time, Tang Xuang explained again, "Every move you made before has slowly lost your humanity, and has become a bit like a ghost. Only just now, you looked like a living person." Gucci was silent after hearing this. He understood what Tang Xuang meant. He also understood what was going on. Game assimilation syndrome. Players in the real world may be able to distinguish between games and reality. But Gucci is not a player in the real world. He accidentally came out of the depths of the game. In their place, there are many players every year who cannot adapt to life without the game, live in the game forever, and become a part of the game. They are not as good as black players. Black players at least want to rank, but they have completely lost themselves. But I didn't expect that. Gucci also had some of these problems. It seems that I need to see a psychologist and adjust my mentality. Chapter 1264 Red Outfit for the Undead. You really felt that I was not a human being before? In the elevator, Gucci suddenly asked. Tang Xuang shook his head. Most players who just came out of the game will be like this. Just take a break for a day or two. Don't keep staring at the game. There are many different landscapes outside the game. Life is actually very long. You are just too anxious. Look, you have only graduated for 2.5 years, and you have reached level 11. In the next few years, I am afraid you will have to go straight to level 20. Are you in a hurry? Don't you know that after level 10, you will have a full 700 years of life? You really don't need to be in such a hurry. Speaking of this, Tang Xuang could not help but reach out and press Gucci's brow. There are many things in this world waiting for you outside of games. Relax your mind. Slowly, Tang Xuang reached out and gently pressed Gucci's brow. Don't be so anxious. I know. Gucci's body became softer and softer, as if he had taken off a heavy shell, and the whole person became much more relaxed. At this time, the elevator reached the 41st floor. As the elevator door opened, Gucci seemed to have changed into a different person. With a relaxed smile on his face, he strode out of the elevator. There are 5 rooms on each floor of this building. Gu Shi's apartment is located on the easternmost side of the building. The main entrance of the apartment is not actually very big, but after pushing the door open, you can see the unique side inside. The entire apartment is divided into 3 floors. The first floor has the entrance hall, dining room, kitchen, living room, small bathroom, and a large floor-to-ceiling window. Going out of the French window, there is a small balcony facing upwards. This small balcony is the extra part of the split level. It was originally a difficult part to deal with. Now this part has been cut out through some means. And even a parasol and a small table and chairs have been placed. You can usually bask in the sun or the moon here. The second floor is a study and a lounge. The study is for rest, and the lounge is reserved for the contracted undead arranged here. At the same time, Gu Shi made a fireplace in the extra part of the second floor. He planned to place the hearthstone that connected with the city of Aridov here. Gu Shi believed that there were many similar methods in Hades University, which could directly connect with the players' death cities. After all, this was a targeted professional university. The third floor was Gu Shi's bedroom, cloakroom and bathroom. This cloakroom was specially mentioned by Tang Shuang. After all, Gu Shi's clothing style needed to be taken seriously. It was impossible for him to only wear the things he was wearing now. There is also a small split-level area on the third floor. Gu Shi didn't have any idea about it. He just asked someone to leave it alone and prepare to use it later. When he pushed the door in, Gu Shi noticed that the decoration and water and electricity of the house had been arranged. However, the soft furnishings had not been put in yet. The house looked relatively empty. After entering the door, Gu Shi put the ingredients he was carrying in the kitchen and picked up Tang Shuang. Tang Shuang also understood Gu Shi's state at this time, and did not stop him. He just hugged Gu Shi with his arms. The two of them hugged each other tightly, standing in the empty room, without moving. I don't know how long they hugged each other. When it was getting dark, Tang Shuang patted Gu Shi's shoulder and said, "I'm hungry. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? You're not going to let me starve, are you?" "Of course not. I'll go cook now." Gu Shi finally realized it, and hurried to the kitchen. Tang Shuang leaned against the pillar beside the kitchen and chatted with Gu Shi. "I just asked a senior. Teacher Gongling Yu is a big shot. She is from the Ghost Domain Committee." "Ghost Domain Committee?" Gu Shi, who was cutting vegetables, couldn't help but raise his head. He was also curious about his mentor's background. Yes, undead players are actually mainly concentrated in the 3-star fields of Yiming, Ghost Realm and Huangquan Realm. In addition, there may be some planets and other star fields that have cities dedicated to the undead, but there are not many of them. The Yiming Realm belongs to the core area, without a direct superior, and is mainly managed by Yinzidu, and a total of more than 700 schools of all sizes nearby. Everything is also mostly built around the school. The Ghost Realm and Huangquan Realm are just the opposite. The Ghost Realm is a parliamentary system, and all power is controlled by the 12 members of the Ghost Realm Committee. Teacher Gongling Yu is the candidate for the 11th seat among the 12 members. He has considerable power in the Ghost Realm. What about the Yellow Spring Realm? Gu Shi became curious as soon as he heard it. The Yellow Spring Realm is an imperial system, and everything is controlled by the Dark Emperor. I heard that he is a level 60 boss, and the red equipment numbered 609 is in his hands. Red suit? Gu Shi became interested as soon as he heard it. Is that the only one for the undead player? No. There are 4 red suits for undead players. Namely, number 77 Way of the Earth, number 229 Bone Gun, number 400 Heart of the Netherworld, and this number 609 Throne of the Dead. As for the attributes of the equipment, no one knows, after all. Those who wanted to inquire about this information are dead. Speaking of red equipment, Gu Shi suddenly thought of something. By the way, you will be given orange equipment upon enrollment. Can you pick any one you want? Yes, you can pick any one you want. You can first determine a range, see what you want to upgrade, and then the instructor will help you choose. But I heard that someone asked to upgrade his purple equipment to orange equipment, and finally got approval. Tang Shuang explained to Gu Shi. Then are there any clues about upgrading orange equipment to red equipment? Or if there are clues about red equipment, will anyone grab it? Hearing Gu Shi's question, Tang Shuang also laughed. Don't be ridiculous. Although there are only more than 1,000 pieces of red equipment now, there are countless clues about red equipment every day, or rumors about the opportunity to upgrade red equipment. Even if you run out and say that you have red equipment, no one will believe it. They will only believe the official data, and believe the official statement of more than 1,000 pieces of red equipment. Even if you tell your friends that you got a clue about the red suit and are going to look for it, they may not pay attention to you. Hearing this, Gushi agreed with it. If this is true, the clues about the red suit circulating in the real world are just like text messages like I am Qin Shi Wen, which are all fraudulent information. After hearing this, normal people will think that this is bragging. Instead of listening to people bragging, it is wiser to honestly think of ways to get an orange suit, at least in the real world. As long as you are not a very bad player, you can always get access to orange suits before level 20. Even if there are no more, there are always clues about orange suits. This is better than thinking unrealistically about getting red suits. Chapter 1265 Non-Human Players. Gushi and Tang Xuan, while cooking, chatting. Although they talked about games, Gushi had a feeling that he had been separated from the game and completely integrated into the real world. At this moment, in Gushi's heart, games, levels, skills, equipment, everything was not that important. Life also slowly became a part of Gushi. At this moment, Gushi also slowly understood why the Chaoyang Guangguang Guild had found a way to group players. And when players were not participating in the game, they would come up with various ways to arrange some surprises for players. That was to pull the players' attention away from the game. Let them not get lost in the game. Gushi just skipped this process. In addition, there was no one to guide him, and Gushi's mind was immune to various things, which eventually led to the current situation. No one reminded Gushi before. At most, they felt that Gushi was a little weird. If it weren't for some accidents this time, which made Gushi feel that something was wrong, he would not have even thought that he, who had just graduated for 2.5 years, would have a mild game assimilation disorder. Fortunately, at this time, it is possible to make self-adjustments. After understanding some situations, Gushi can slowly change some of his living habits, so as not to unknowingly feel some problems that cannot be adjusted. Gushi had a very happy night. The next day, Gushi took the initiative to go shopping with Tang Xuan. And while shopping, Gushi also put forward some ideas about his clothing. This situation made Tang Xuan laugh very happily. She even lay on Gushi's back and said to Gushi, "That's right. Do you know, when I first saw you, I thought you were locked in the game for decades, and you were out of touch with the real world." Gushi secretly complained in his heart, "I was not locked in the game for decades, but I was definitely out of touch with the real world." After all, the world he was born in has been out of touch with the real world for who knows how many years. Right? Gushi was about to say something, but he clearly felt Tang Xuan's muscles tightening as he lay on top of him. Gushi turned his head and looked at Tang Xuan in confusion, and found that Tang Xuan was staring at the front with disgust. Gushi looked forward along Tang Xuan's line of sight, and saw a black-robed man about 2 to 5 meters tall walking in big strides. He was wearing a black robe, which meant he was a player. But this head is obviously not right. Could it be that Tang Xuan knows him? What's wrong? Do you have a grudge? Do you want to get rid of him? No, they are just a nuisance, ignore them, Tang Xuan said, while dragging Gushi to another direction. After walking away, Tang Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's so unlucky, I met such a rubbish while shopping, it's so unlucky. Who is that person? Gushi asked curiously. Nothing, just another player, Tang Xuan replied casually. Other players? Gushi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. The black-robed ones are all players. If they were just players, Tang Xuan had no reason to point them out. Aren't they human players? Gushi thought about it, and a thought flashed through his mind. Yes, they are players from a tribe called Nida. I don't know where they came from in the universe. They look like humans, but they don't act like humans at all. They have more holes on their backs than others, and their skin looks like a toad, and they have the ability to absorb the luck of nearby people. It can be said that he is born with an aura of misfortune. If you get involved with him, you will be unlucky for at least 10 days or half a month, Tang Xuan said with disgust. Didn't you see that when that guy walked on the street, people nearby stayed away from him? Gushi was stunned for a moment, and when he turned his head to look at the big guy, he found that it was true. As long as the big guy walked by, the number of people nearby would decrease. Gushi narrowed his eyes, and switched his sight to Huangquan Dragon Robe. In Gushi's sight, he noticed that wherever the big guy walked, the luck of the ground veins would fluctuate slightly. If there is no way to suppress the luck, it is very likely that the spiritual energy of the ground veins will turn into evil spirits in a moment. Will they export a large number of weapons or equipment such as evil spirits? Gushi suddenly asked. It seems to be true? No wonder they agree with the players of the Nida tribe. It turns out that they will provide some different resources. They can't just put them into the crowd. You see? They are unlucky over there. Tang Xuan pointed not far away. And a player who was walking was attacked by bird droppings flying in the sky for no reason. In order to avoid the bird shit, he jumped to the left and knocked over a passerby. In the end, it turned into a chaotic scene. See, the misfortune aura of the Nida tribe is really not something that normal people can resist. Gushi raised his eyebrows, turned his head, and asked Tang Xuan, in addition to the Nida tribe, how many other types of non-human players are there? I'm not sure about this. I only heard that there is a race composed of flames. They can't choose some professions. But some professions can be much stronger than us. Gushi asked again, then have you heard of a race that looks like an octopus head? They should have the ability of mind control? No. Maybe I don't know much. If you need it, you can ask someone in the Xinhai Island area. It is a star field where professionals like psychics gather. And their status is the same as that of the underworld for undead professionals. If that octopus-headed player really has psychic abilities and has had contact with us, there will definitely be records there. Even if you don't want to make a special trip yourself, you can send a task and ask someone to help you do it. Is there such a service? Gushi suddenly became interested. Tell me more about it. Of course. This world is big, and not everyone has time to run around. If you really need something, you can go to the mercenary guild or the office to place an order. But if you ask someone to help you find information or copy information, it's best to define the scope clearly. Some people don't do a good job after accepting the task. Some people just handle it casually. You'd better choose someone with better credit. Is there such a place? Let's go and have a look. When Gushi heard that there was such a situation, he took Tang Xuan's hand and prepared to go over to take a look. Tang Xuan was stunned for a moment, but in the end, he followed Gushi's wishes and left together. Chapter 1266 A small matter of getting up early. When Gushi got up the next day, he found that Tang Xuan had left. Today Gushi was going to meet teacher Gong Lingyu, and Tang Xuan was going to hand in his graduation thesis. Both of them were busy, and Gushi was now somewhat familiar with Yinzidu, so he could handle everything by himself, and Tang Xuan had no intention of waiting for Gushi to get up, and left on his own as soon as he got up. After getting up, Gushi took out the jade pendant given by Gong Lingyu and took a look at it. A small line of text appeared on it. That was the time and place of the party later. Gushi sat on the bed in a daze, and woke up after about 3 minutes. After washing up, he changed into suitable clothes, and went out in a black robe. This was the first time Gushi went out by himself after arriving in Yin City. He bought some breakfast on the roadside, and stuffed it into his mouth while heading towards the bus stop on the roadside. All along the way, there were players rushing to catch the bus. When not playing games, players are similar to civilians, always busy with many things. Gushi is now wearing a black robe, holding breakfast in his hand, and standing among the crowd of people rushing to catch the bus. He is not noticeable at all. The address on the jade pendant has a relatively detailed route. Gushi studied it at the bus station and found the most convenient route to get on the bus. At this moment, the crowd around Gushi quickly dispersed. Gushi reacted immediately and wanted to run away, but he didn't expect to be hit by someone. Then a 2.5-meter tall black-robed man got on the bus. It was Anita. When Gushi realized what was happening, except for the driver, everyone else on the bus had gotten off. They would rather wait for another bus than ride in the same bus with Anita. Since establishing diplomatic relations with Anita, we have heard of various problems that happen when riding in the same bus with Anita from time to time. Either the tire burst, or there was a problem with the car. Anyway, if it didn't take 3 or 5 hours, the problem would not be solved. So after seeing the Nida people get on the bus, other people will get off quickly, waiting for the next bus for at most 7 or 8 minutes, which is better than delaying for several hours. As for the Nida people, they don't care about these. For them, time is not important. What is important is the bad luck generated after the luck is destroyed, which is also very important to the Nida people. Others are unlucky. They get bad luck, and they can also have fun watching, which is what the Nida people like to do most. After Gushi found out that it was the Nida people who bumped into him, he immediately used the power of the Huangquan dragon robe. Huh? Gushi's heart moved, and the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe quickly appeared behind Gushi. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Gushi. Then the bone obelisk appeared above Gushi's head. After doing all this, Gushi saw a dotted line breaking in the middle. And at the end of the dotted line, there was the surprised Nita man. Damn it. This is a bad luck that has come to me. Gushi's heart flashed with anger. This guy made a move. So Gushi would not be polite. He gently retracted his right hand, and the effect of the mind killing was directed at the Nita man. At this time, the bus had already started, and as the effect of the mind killing took effect, the Nita man's eyes turned away from Gushi. His eyes turned red, and he stood up from his seat. I don't want to live anymore. After saying this, he pulled his hands towards the driver. The bus driver's heart tightened. If you don't want to live, why are you pointing at me? I'm just an ordinary player, and I have no grudge against you Nita people. If I had known I would meet such a madman today, I would not have gone to work today. While thinking, the driver opened the window of the cab, and his body jumped out of the window like a shadow. But the bus did not stop, and crashed into the pier of the viaduct in front. The Nita people were still under the influence of Gushi's mind killing at this time. When the bus hit him, he was standing at the front of the bus. The first time he was hit, he was like a wave hitting a reef, and he hit the pier directly. This attack was much more powerful than Gushi's mind killing. Mind killing makes the person who is hit have suicidal thoughts, but it only loses 15 points of health at most. In this case, it is not 15 points of life that can be calculated back. This attack directly cost the Nita man half his life. All the people waiting for the bus at the bus stop saw this scene. They were all stunned, especially those who just got off the bus, who were all secretly happy in their hearts. Fortunately, because Nita got on the car, they got off. Otherwise, they would definitely be among the people who had the accident. As soon as they thought of this, Gushi saw a large amount of luck pouring out from the accident scene and falling on everyone nearby. It was obviously the luck collected by Nita, because Nita's luck escaped when he had an accident and just happened to fall on ordinary people nearby. After these ordinary people got the luck, they would immediately transform it into luck. And in the next period of time, their luck would reach the peak level. A large part of the luck fell on Gushi. Gushi did not do anything, but directly let the yellow spring dragon robe and the white bone obelisk collect the luck. Compared with the luck value, Gushi has other uses for luck. At the same time, Gushi also has the ability to suppress luck. At the moment, this is a free gain for Gushi. Just at this time, the bus that Gushi was waiting for also arrived. Gushi just glanced at the bus that had the accident, and stuffed all the breakfast into his mouth in a few bites, and got on the bus directly. The bus came fast and drove fast. When passing the place where the car accident just happened, Gushi even stuck his head out and looked out from the window. Gushi found that the Nita man had already climbed out of the crash bus. The black robe on his body was gone, revealing the twisted face under the black robe. Just as Tang Shuang said, there were pores on the back of the Nita man, and there were things like blisters on his skin. When he climbed to a safe place, the Nita man half prostrated himself on the ground. It was obvious that he understood that his luck had reached the bottom now. At this time, he should lie down instead of standing randomly. Don't do anything stupid. Now all he can wait for is for the transportation department to handle this matter. However, while waiting for someone to come and handle this matter, he still spread the news through his contact information. I encountered a mental attack. I am sure that it was the influence of mental power. At that time, I suddenly had the idea of committing suicide in my heart. I don't think this is an unintentional behavior. There must be some conspiracy behind this. I suspect that these octopus heads that we drove to the depths of the game are ready to come back to kill us. We can't watch this happen. Chapter 1267 Awesome Senior Brothers. The little accident on the way in the morning did not have any impact on Gushi. There were no problems on the way. Gushi arrived at the agreed meeting place smoothly. Seeing that it was not time yet, Gushi did not want to run around, and went straight into this restaurant called Fengyutang. As soon as he entered the door, before Gushi opened his mouth, the oncoming waiter came forward and asked, "Excuse me, is this Gushi Mr. Gu?" "Yes." Gushi was a little surprised. Is the service here so awesome now? He knew who was coming right away. "Mr. Gu, please." The waiter did not mean to explain to Gushi. He leads the way in front, carried to the top floor behind the restaurant. Gushi wants to speak several times, but the waiter was interrupted through various words. The main thing is that you can't ask anything from my mouth. For this situation, Gushi didn't know what to say. Fortunately, I was brought to the 11th floor of the Fengwang Hall. The waiter pushed the door, said Gu Shi. Mr. Gu, that's it? This layer? Yes, all this layer is. The waiter retreated after speaking. Walking into the 11th floor, Gu Shi saw a man holding a book and reading it. There was a jelly-like drink next to him. When he saw Gu Shi coming in, the man was stunned for a moment, then stood up and smiled. You are the teacher's new student, right? Hello. My name is Su Zhou, and I am also Mr. Gong's student. I have been with Mr. Gong for 5 years, and will graduate in 3 years. Gu Shi hurriedly stepped forward and said, Hello. My name is Gu Shi. I know. When I came here, I explained your information to them. Come on. Sit down and talk. My information? Gu Shi was a little surprised. Is this Su Zhou a thief? Can he get his information directly? He has obviously hidden his own information. Yes. Mr. Gong has a new student. We need to know what he is like, so that we don't meet him. Don't worry. We got all the personal information from Senior Zongtai. There is no other information. Yes. At most you made a character sketch, drew a portrait, and even explained the lines of speech clearly. At this time, another man walked out of a room, because this floor was already packed. The man did not wear a black robe. When he walked out, he was wearing a light blue shirt, but he decorated it with something, which made him look like he had a fiery personality. After coming out, he walked to Gu Shi, patted Gu Shi on the shoulder and said, Hello. My name is Jiang Zhong, and I am a graduate student in the same year as that guy. But I am more useful than that guy. Next year I will reach level 19 and start my graduation thesis. I have worked with this guy the longest. This guy has been attacked and affected by mental spells before, and has a certain degree of paranoia. He is always very careful about the people he wants to contact. He is afraid that something will go wrong somewhere. All people must be carefully examined. Even if they are dead, he will pull out their souls and ask them a few more questions. Let me tell you, among all of us, if we ask who has the strongest soul whispering ability, it must be him. You are not much better. The undead knight Jiang Zhongshen. Gu Shi understood it immediately after hearing it. Jiang Zhong is obviously a necromancer, but he has the nickname of Undead Knight. This nickname is very spiritual. It seems that these two brothers have their own characteristics. One is a persecution maniac, and the other is a fun person. At this time, Gu Shi simply took off his outer black robe and started to communicate with them. When Su Zhou saw Gu Shi's dress, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Then he started to draw on a piece of paper. The more he drew, the more he felt something was wrong. Your dress looks normal, but there is a hint of femininity behind it. Which woman helped you choose it? By the way, I got the news that a senior who was about to graduate took you to register that day. It was that senior, right? Gu Shi didn't expect Su Zhou to be able to figure this out. He was about to nod in agreement, but he didn't expect Su Zhou to say this again. But I always feel something is not right here, as if I can't see through you. Are you hiding something? After saying that, Su Zhou stared at Gu Shi's eyes, as if he wanted to see something from his eyes. Gu Shi said helplessly at this time, No, actually. I have encountered mental attacks before. I almost died from mental influence. Later, I got the orange suit, and I chose to be immune to mental spells at the first time. Gu Shi raised his left hand, showing the 6-lane flaming lamp in his hand. Su Zhou closed his eyes as soon as he heard it. Through the basic spiritual powers he had learned, Su Zhou could not see through other people's hearts, but he could lock outsiders through his mind. But he did not expect that, when his eyes were closed, he could not see where Gu Shi was. He only felt that Gu Shi seemed to have been erased, and was not standing in front of him at all. It's true. It seems that you have encountered spiritual problems like me. Where did you meet the spiritualist? Is it the people in the Heart Island region? Su Zhou asked curiously. However, Gu Shi noticed that the tip of his pen was still on the paper, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something. No. It's some octopus heads. In the game, I should be targeted by them. In addition to using mind magic, they also have necromancers, and can also master the 3 magic skills of death. The most puzzling thing is that their 3 magic skills of death seem to be passed on through some means. As long as the city is in their hands, they can change the owner of the city of death in some way. I defeated them once, but the result was not good. I didn't take over the death city, but they targeted me instead. Octopus head? Su Zhou changed a piece of paper, tilted his head, and thought for a while. Finally, he quickly drew some patterns on the paper. I have seen monsters like octopus heads, but they have not been able to generate a system, successfully leave the game, and become a race of players. But what you said is very logical. No matter how I deduce, I always feel that something is wrong. Gushi shrugged. Even if Suzhou could guess, he couldn't guess that Gushi had killed his way from the depths of the game to the real world. Instead, Gushi asked directly, Brother Su, I always feel that someone is monitoring me, investigating my behavior, and wants to attack me. Is there any way to find these people? Chapter 1268 Connections. Hearing this, Suzhou and Jiang Zhong's eyes lit up. Suzhou saw that Gushi had something to ask of him, while Jiang Zhong thought that they would have some fun. So Gushi gathered with the two of them, and talked about the possibility of being monitored. Gushi naturally would not talk about Genesis, but he pushed everything onto Octopus Head. But as for Octopus Head, Gushi talked about it in great detail, and even had someone send all the information Chaya had found about Octopus Head. This information is definitely incomplete, all found out bit by bit through the little fox's divination. Although more than half a year has passed, there is not much information that can be used. But in Suzhou's eyes, this is enough. He is not trying to deduce what the Octopus Head's forces want to do, but just helping Gushi figure out how these guys monitor Gushi. This will not take Suzhou much time, and Suzhou is very happy to do this kind of thing. Jiang Zhong was idle. He was looking through the information that Gushi had brought out, and he kept making various comments. While they were discussing this issue, another player came in from outside. When he saw Gushi and the other three gathered together, he leaned over and asked, What are you talking about? The instructor's new task? No. This is our new junior brother. He encountered some minor troubles. I thought it was very interesting, so I came to take a look. By the way, junior brother, this is senior brother Xiang, who was admitted to the instructor's name last year. He has been learning basic things this year, and his level has not improved. However, don't think that he is only level 10 now, but his ability is not weak at all. Among so many brothers and sisters, he is the most likely to help you. Only level 10? Gushi glanced at Xiang and found that Xiang was looking at him with a smile. Looking more closely, Gushi found that Xiang's eyes seemed to be a little wrong, and a hint of red light flashed in his eyes. This red light made Gushi stunned, and he felt that the attributes of his equipment were about to be seen through. However, Xiang just glanced at Gushi casually, and didn't say much. Instead, he communicated with Jiang Zhong. Only Suzhou was still drawing something. In the following time, Gonglingyu students appeared here one by one. However, those who appeared were all the students that Gonglingyu was currently leading. Those who had graduated would not participate in this gathering. After all, there was a gap in strength and status between those who graduated and those who did not. Of course, all the students are graduate students trained by Gongling Lai. They have natural connections in some aspects. If Gushi has any problems in the future, he can ask for help from the students that Gonglingyu has trained before, and they will definitely be willing to help. And if Gushi encounters Gonglingyu students coming to him in the future, he will also help them. It can be said that with this gathering, Gushi has an organization in the real world. He is no longer alone. The most important thing is that, among the more than 10 brothers who appeared this time, in addition to Suzhou, there are several people who have special abilities. Under their guidance, some clues that Gushi had forgotten were also found. It can be said that just like that, Gushi's understanding of Octopus Head increased by 7 or 8 times. At the same time, Gushi also knew where he had exposed his flaws, and where he was being targeted. As long as he went back to deal with it, his information would not be leaked. With such a senior brother, and such an environment, Gushi felt that his trip to the real world was not in vain. As they talked more and more heatedly, Gonglingyu also strode in. You are all here. What are you talking about? As soon as he entered the door, Gonglingyu's aura directly suppressed all the voices of everyone. After hearing what Gonglingyu said, a player named Guangqing stood up and said, I was talking about a new player race that my junior brother discovered. We all think that player race is interesting, but my junior brother is too timid. He doesn't dare to take direct action. Guangqing is the oldest among all the brothers here, and he is also preparing for his graduation thesis. Although he is preparing for graduation, he is still Gonglingyu's student. Among the students who have not yet graduated, he is the eldest senior brother. Whenever Gonglingyu asks a question, he is the first to answer. Oh, what kind of player race would interest you so much? It is a race with an octopus head. We have never heard of it. But according to the information from the junior brother, this race has two characteristics. One is the ability of the mind. This situation is more common. After all, there are more races with octopus heads with mental abilities. Although there is no news of a player yet. But among so many races, if you meet one or two pioneers, you will be able to rise to the top. The second feature is that their professional skills can be transferred. I have confirmed this with my junior brother. These octopus heads have jumped out of the spiritual profession. They have different, but not spiritual professions. Among them is the necromancer profession. The most important thing is that, in this profession, they can easily make people master the three divine skills of death directly, even if it is transferred from one player to another. This is also surprising enough. And they also established a city cluster through their spiritual connection. Teacher, isn't this the topic you are studying? Yes, I am studying this topic. After all, there are two ways for the subsequent development of the dead city. One is that the city itself does not have enough land, so it can only build a satellite city. After the satellite city expands, the distance between cities disappears, and the city becomes an urban cluster. The other is that there is enough land, and the city is expanded directly. As long as the city expands, slowly a city will become an urban cluster. But the development of these two types of city clusters, I always feel something is not right. After all, the size of the territory, properties and other issues, are all important factors that affect the expansion and construction of city clusters. Many players clearly master the Death City, but for various reasons, cannot upgrade the Death City to a city cluster, or found out halfway through the upgrade that the property is not right, and it is not as good as the original Death City, which is also a harm to the Death City. This time, the Death City cluster of the octopus head gave us another idea. So Guangqing, you write this down. I'll let Gu Shi keep an eye on it. If he meets these octopus heads again, let him start a battle between the Death Cities and drag the opponent's city cluster into the water. When the time comes, you brothers will take down the city cluster together. Just treat it as a temporary thesis. Chapter 1269 Gongling Yu's Arrangement. Well, I came here to meet people, but I got a new topic directly. This is really amazing. All the senior brothers of Gu Shi looked embarrassed. But they immediately realized that this was a good thing. If it is true as Gu Shi said, there is a huge cluster of dead cities. As long as they can take it down, everyone can at least get a city that has been built. This is a free profit. They are necromancers who master the three divine skills of death. Isn't it their favorite thing to farm at home? A brand new death city that can be occupied. For every necromancer. It is very attractive. They looked at each other. Although they didn't say it directly, it can be seen from their eyes that they have thought it through. This temporary topic is okay. Suzhou patted Gu Shi's shoulder gently. Which means that whether the brothers eat meat or drink soup this time depends on you. At this time, Gongling Yu spoke again. Okay. Now that everyone has known each other, I will just say it directly. This is your junior brother, Gu Shi. As you know, as my level has passed 50, I have more and more work to do. In the future, I will slowly put down the work of supervising graduate students. Gu Shi may not be my last disciple, but he is almost one of the last few disciples. And he has good talent. Let's communicate more. Gu Shi glanced at these senior brothers, and found that they did not react much to this. It seems that they have heard this before. In this situation, Gu Shi tightly shut his mouth, thinking that he had gotten used to it. At this time, Gongling Yu waved to Gu Shi again. Gu Shi, come here first. After returning, I thought about your situation, and found that your foundation is somewhat poor. Many of your skills are not even 20. This is the list of books I picked out. I will give you 1 year to read through these books. The two skills of Undead Enhancement and Undead Contract must be upgraded to level 20 or above. As for this school year, the 4 game worlds arranged by Hades University, I have already selected them for you. This is the world direction. This is the task requirement. You have done a good job in suppressing the level. Now you are still laying the foundation, so there is no need to rush to level up. Every time you need to upgrade what you have learned at this level. Otherwise, what is the meaning of upgrading this level? You will never think of upgrading temporarily on the battlefield, to make up your mana and life. You should get something when you level up. This is my philosophy. So I hope you can do it. Finally, it's about your city. Judging from your previous military strength, your city has developed well. But I found that you are quite conservative in sending troops. I don't know what you are defending, but you can't defend it hard. Such hard defense will only wear out your courage. When you send troops, You will think about whether you should keep some troops in your hands for city defense. Then when you are fighting, you will definitely think about whether your city will be in danger. So you will leave more troops in the city. The architecture of your own city is not enough. Now all the troops are relying on fighting. Especially your talent, your current troops are forcibly recruited through this way of soul recruitment. Speaking of this, Gonglingyu glanced at Gu Shi. Gu Shi nodded quickly. This is where you contradict. Your troops can actually push you forward, but because of your death city, your growth has become so split. If you do not handle this, then you will definitely have problems in this regard in the future. Gu Shi nodded again. At this time, Gonglingyu also realized that she had preached too much to Gu Shi. She immediately changed the subject. By the way, I didn't know in depth about the situation of your respective death cities. I never asked about the death cities and the skills of the players. If you have any needs for architectural design drawings, you can find Guang. Guangqing is not good. Guangqing is about to graduate. Find Chen Sheng. After Guangqing graduates, Chen Sheng will be your senior brother. If you have any needs for architectural design drawings, you can apply to him. Generally speaking, as long as it is not a special architectural design, I have it here. You can arrange for someone to copy it, or directly apply for extra architectural design drawings. It's alright. The premise is that you must study hard. I don't keep idle people here, Gonglingyu said, while handing the various things he brought to Gu Shi. Gu Shi took it with both hands and read it carefully. There are many names of books mentioned by Gonglingyu, as well as the numbers of the game world and the requirements for entering the tasks in the game. These requirements are quite strange. Gu Shi initially thought that Gonglingyu wanted Gu Shi to conquer something in the game, or to find something. After all, this is a common task in the game world. If that doesn't work, just protect someone. But Gonglingyu's request was not like that. She would ask Gu Shi to find enough special resources in a certain game. This resource can only be produced in this game, or take away a special item from the game. These requests were very confusing, and Gu Shi didn't quite understand what Gonglingyu wanted to do. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that there was no requirement for Gu Shi to hand in the things he brought out. All the things, all were for Gu Shi to keep for his own use. Based on the current situation, Gu Shi did not think that he would have any need for these things now. But this was a task assigned by the instructor anyway. Gu Shi had to work hard at least. By the way, about your orange suit, I have checked it out. This orange suit is very suitable for your current situation. Seeing that Gu Shi had already digested the things she had arranged for him, she stretched out her hand and took out a box as long as her arm. You have 2 orange items in your hand, but one is a secondary item, and the other is a decoration. All of them are auxiliary. This is very suitable for your previous situation. But now you should have your own orange weapon. After saying this, Gonglingyu put the box in front of Gu Shi. Open it, and take a look. Gu Shi opened the box directly after hearing it. There was a civilization staff made of metal in the box. This civilization staff was only as long as Gu Shi's arm, and it looked like 3 metal roots entangled together. But when Gu Shi picked up the civilization staff, the 3 metals stretched forward at the same time. A cold light flashed, and it turned into a 1.2 meter long sword. Chapter 1270 Orange Main Hand Weapon. Holding this long sword in his hand, Gu Shi tried it twice seriously. He found that this long sword can really change back and forth between a long sword and a civilized staff. When it becomes a long sword, the blade is quite smooth, with a total length of 1.3 meters, without a sword butt and a sword hilt. It looks like an iron bar flashing with cold light. When it becomes a civilized staff, the blade that was previously ejected is retracted, and it becomes a short staff that looks like 3 roots entangled together. The only thing that has not changed is the properties of this orange equipment. Whether it is in the form of a long sword or a civilization staff, the properties of this orange equipment have not changed at all. At the same time, Gu Shi also understood why Gonglingyu would choose such an orange equipment for him. It turns out that his orange equipment has always been used in the auxiliary aspect. There is no real weapon that can be used. Secret Realm Sword Staff, Orange, Main Hand Weapon, Unowned. After equipping, all soldiers under the player have +10 attack, all undead spells, and skill levels +3. Equipment requirements, Agility 20. Intelligence 20. Special 1. King's Sword, temporarily borrow the combat power of subordinates to fight. Can borrow the combat power of 3 contracted undead, or 10 heroes, or 100 soldiers at the same time. The combat power of contracted undead can be borrowed 100%. The combat power of heroes can be borrowed up to 70% according to the situation. The combat power of soldiers can be borrowed up to half according to the situation. Special 2. Enchanted Sword can add an elemental attribute to the long sword. When this sword appears on the battlefield, all the weapons of the subordinates within a radius of 5,000 meters will resonate with the enchanted sword, and obtain the same enchantment attribute as the enchanted sword. Special 3. Evil Slash. When fighting, you can activate all the negative effects of the enemy's purple equipment, and strengthen the damage caused by the negative effects of the opponent's purple equipment. Special 4. Spirit can switch between spirit and entity at any time. When switching to spirit state, you can freely enter and exit the underworld or the underworld. Explanation 1. For ordinary people, what is a secret realm? A place that cannot be entered or exited is called a secret realm. For this sword staff, the secret realm is between life and death. Explanation 2. Entering a state between life and death, then holding this sword can make this equipment recognize the master. After recognizing the master, unless you give it up voluntarily, otherwise, this equipment cannot be taken away by others. Looking at the description of this secret realm sword staff, Gu Shi frowned. He was a little unsure why this sword cane was named Secret Realm. He always had a feeling that this weapon was not named randomly. The word Secret Realm. I am afraid it is the true essence of this sword cane. Gu Shi thought about it and closed his eyes. At this time, a kind of death aura quickly appeared on Gu Shi's body. This was Gu Shi's recollection of when he reached level 10, when he went back from the Yellow Spring Road to the real world. Gu Shi had only come into contact with the state between life and death. This time, seeing Gu Shi's movements, Gong Lingyu and her disciples all looked at Gu Shi. Those disciples all showed a resolute smile. This was another test of Gong Lingyu for the disciples. They had encountered such a thing before when they got the orange suit. Although they passed the test in the end, they suffered a little loss. Now they wanted to see how much loss this junior brother would suffer in this regard. But they never thought that Gu Shi had obtained several pieces of orange suits before, and he had a very clear understanding of the recognition of the owner of the orange suit. If you want the orange suit to recognize you, you must explain the meaning, and never act on your own. After entering this state, Gu Shi slowly raised the long sword, and pushed it forward with force. The long sword turned into a civilized staff, and then the thing began to wrap around Gu Shi's arm. Finally, after leaving a pattern on Gu Shi's right arm, it turned back into the state of a civilized staff. After opening his eyes again, Gu Shi realized that he had mastered this orange suit. At the same time, he also roughly understood the situation of this orange suit. Compared to the previous orange equipment that Gu Shi got, this one is obviously for combat. The direction is also different from the previous orange equipment. The first skill, the Sword of Kingship, is said to borrow the combat power of the undead in the hand. But in fact it is to enhance the user's melee ability through the resonance between the long sword and the subordinates. Before, Gu Shi may not have felt anything when he only looked at the civilization. But now that he has the weapon in his hand, Gu Shi understands that he still thought too simply. There is nothing simple about orange equipment. He can borrow the combat power of his undead subordinates. Not their levels or attributes, but their combat styles and combat skills, all of which can be borrowed temporarily. For example, Gu Shi can directly borrow Luna's combat power. In this way, Gu Shi can use all mirror-related mirror abilities in a short period of time. Although he can't get the blessing of Luna's purple and orange equipment, he can easily do some basic mirror abilities, such as walking in the mirror and mirror teleportation. The most important thing is that he can borrow the combat power of 3 contracted undeads or 10 heroes at the same time. This means that when Gu Shi fights, he can use a lot of combat skills. Of course, there are also issues related to combat power, but there will be a relatively complex calculation formula. Gu Shi has not started fighting yet, so it is not clear how strong the combat power will be in the end. But one thing is certain. If Gu Shi fights in person now, he will definitely not have no melee ability like before. As for the skill of Enchanted Sword, it is a fixed range magic. As long as the Secret Realm sword staff has a magic effect of some attribute, all the weapons of the undead troops within a radius of 5,000 meters, with Gu Shi as the center, will have such an enchantment. Even the teeth of the bone dragon will have the effect of enchantment. It can be said that this time the whole army is really armed. Gu Shi really doesn't think that purple equipment can achieve this effect. I'm afraid that most orange equipment can't reach this level. I don't know where Gong Lingyu found the Secret Realm sword staff, which has such a wide range of weapon attribute blessing. The Evil Slash and Spirit Body later, which are not so obvious enhancements. The Evil Slash is a skill used to kill the enemy's purple equipment. Unlike the auxiliary orange equipment that can reduce the negative effects of purple equipment, the evil/directly activates the negative effects of the opponent's purple equipment, and it may also double the effect. As for the spirit body ability, Gushi tried it twice, and at most it can turn Gushi into a ghost state, but Gushi can obviously feel that. This ability should be the key to the Secret Realm Sword Staff. But where is the key? Gushi can't be sure now. Chapter 1271 Communication Between Brothers. After sending out the orange suit and handing out various tasks, Gongling Yu's attention was not entirely on Gushi. She was usually busy, and just took this opportunity to check the progress of the disciples. When those brothers were called over for questioning one by one, the remaining brothers came to Gushi, and talked with Gushi about the specialties of the Death City in groups of 3 or 2. It can be seen that they usually have internal communication. Gushi doesn't have many specialties that he can bring out now. Chao Huan Dan is one of them, and Finger Iron Hand is also one of them, and there are some dried vines, and so on. Oh, during this period, there is also a special product in Poison Peach Mountain, called Poison Peach. It can be eaten by the undead. After the undead eat it, they will have the poisonous effect on their bodies, and if they eat too much, they will cause plague, which is particularly difficult to cure. But Gushi never thought that. Things like Chao Huan Dan are not popular in the real world, but the poisonous peach makes the brothers quite satisfied, and everyone orders a batch. When Gushi asked about this situation, several brothers laughed. You can't understand it. Right? Actually, it's not that the brothers don't believe you. But for us, we have the City of Death. When it comes to self-improvement, we should follow our own constitution. For many things, we still believe in what we grow ourselves. Just like Suzhou. He usually drinks the fruit crystal tea produced by the slime after absorbing the corpse. Do you understand the reason behind this? Are you afraid that the supply will be blocked? Gushi thought for a while and asked. That's right. Even if there is no supply of your poison peaches, it won't affect us. But if I'm used to eating a certain kind of fruit, and you block the supply, I'll feel uncomfortable. Don't say that fellow apprentices don't block the supply. These things depend on production. If the production can't keep up, it means the supply is blocked. So we value some things more. And for some things, we only eat a few at most. But we won't do large-scale transactions. Yes, that's the reason. If you want to eat some good things, tell your brothers. Even if it's some fruit delivered to your door. There's nothing you can't afford. But if you want to trade in large quantities, forget it. That's right. Several senior brothers also nodded to indicate that Gushi's guess was correct. At the same time, they did not forget to tell Gushi that the main thing to trade between Death Cities was what? For newcomers like Gushi, raw materials were the focus of the transaction. After all, the Death Cities in their hands, which one was not built for more than 10 years. After more than 10 years of hard work, most things began to be self-sufficient. Especially the blacksmith shop changing equipment. At least 7 or 8 rounds. The things in Gushi's hand are probably what they discarded. They definitely don't like the weapons and equipment made by Gushi. As for the trade between the undead soldiers, it is possible. But there are too many things involved. So they are more willing to trade raw materials. Especially the serious materials. The materials with evil spirits. Various rare materials. Etc. This is our internal trading list. The prices on it will change every month. If you find the resources and materials on the list, you can trade them in the market. By the way, is there a trading market in your city? Yes, I have a special market area. Gushi said affirmatively. Hearing this, several senior brothers looked at Gushi differently. It seems that your city is very big. You even have a special area for trading. Okay, here are my market coordinates. You can send a caravan directly when the time comes. Yes, give me your market coordinates too, and we can trade directly in the market. Gushi nodded, and while accepting the market coordinates of the senior brothers, he handed over his own market coordinates. At the same time, I also asked about the things that caravan merchants need to pay attention to. These brothers also noticed that Gushi's previous growth was relatively independent. He had not experienced much communication and team battles. When communicating with others, there were some bumps and bumps. However, this point is understandable for the necromancer. After all, there is a city of undead to play with. And who would guess with other players? Sometimes, the various equipments that ordinary players robbed were all used by them for their undead subordinates. They went to participate in the dungeon battles together. They said they wanted it, but they didn't like it. They said they didn't want it, and they didn't want to be the scapegoat. So in the end, many necromancers played by themselves. Unless there was a guild or an organization, they would act together. But disciples like Gongling Yu all got the Death City at an early stage. They all came this way. They understood Gu Shi's current mentality the most. After exchanging the market coordinates, they started to make appointments with Gu Shi. Little junior brother, what are you planning to do recently? I have a group book that I haven't finished yet, so I'll take this opportunity to finish it. I'll study in school later. After all, there are so many books, and I haven't started reading any of them yet. Gu Shi thought about it, and responded quickly. Group book? It seems that the place you were in before is not the mainstream place for necromancers? Yes. Gu Shi thought about his own situation. Bailian City is on the necromancer route, but after leaving Bailian City, who knows what necromancers are? Especially after arriving at Peixin City and Yuanzhou City. Gu Shi understood that necromancer was just a niche profession. Among the many players who rushed to Yuanzhou City, necromancer accounted for less than 1,000. I knew it when I heard you talk about the group dungeon. We necromancers, our dungeons are different from those of other players. This is actually an unspoken rule. Think about it. The octopus heads you mentioned before. They have the power of the mind. What will happen if they participate in text-based or puzzle-solving dungeons? Wouldn't that mean they can pass the level directly? Yes. Then think about it again. If 5 or 6 necromancers bring thousands of troops into the dungeon together, is there any need to fight the dungeon? Gu Shi thought about his behavior in the later stage of the Westminster Abbey incident. As he could lead more than 10,000 troops, he really didn't consider how to calculate the strength of the boss in the dungeon. Everything was just a push. It was not until the group dungeon was opened after the Westminster Abbey incident that the progress of the dungeon slowed down. So in the gathering place of the undead players, the classification of the dungeon is different from that of the dungeon outside. Chapter 1272 The Agreement of the Dungeon. Contract Dungeon. A small dungeon for 5 people participated by the contracted undead under the necromancer. The main purpose is to improve the level and combat effectiveness of the contracted undead. The necromancer can send 5 contracted undead to occupy a dungeon alone. You can also arrange for 1 contracted undead to take action and cooperate with the contracted undead of other necromancers to fight. Legion Dungeon. A large dungeon participated by the leader or hero under the necromancer. According to the dungeon requirements, you can enter 5 battalion-level troops or enter 5 regiment-level troops. It is mainly to improve the combat effectiveness of the troops under the necromancer, and the cooperation ability between heroes, and leaders. Of course, there are many resources in this kind of Legion copy. The only disadvantage is that after entering, there is no way to replenish troops. Several brothers of Gu Shi were a little dissatisfied with this, and they were muttering there. After all, they are all beneficiaries of the Death City skill. If they can replenish troops in it, the copy is a place for them to brush troops and resources. But they couldn't say anything. After all, the big guys all agreed with this dungeon model, so they naturally had to agree with it. Little junior brother, we usually get together once every half a month, and take out 2 or 3 dungeons. We can work together to deal with them. These dungeons are all the teacher's resources, so don't worry about owing us anything. And only by working together in battle can we know where your problem is. And we can grow together. That's right, this week's gathering will be in 3 days, so just come over when you get there. We will distribute the resources after we get the copy. Okay. Gu Shi agreed decisively. I will definitely participate in such a copy. That's right, by the way, if there is anything you don't understand, and for communication on architectural design drawings, you can also come to us. Don't be so shy, we were brought up in the same way. Yes, I will, by the way. Senior brothers, I have a question to ask. Gu Shi was not polite at all in this regard. He had already seen that, although the students under Gongling Yu had different ideas, they were still very united internally. Because of his status as Gongling Yu's student, Gu Shi naturally integrated into the group. However, integration is integration. If Gu Shi did not communicate with them, and did not show a relatively positive attitude, some things would not last long. Now Gu Shi took the initiative to ask questions, which was a sign of his desire to integrate. It's like this. My main city encountered some problems, and was targeted by the big boss of the world in the main city. The big boss's level is 45, which is the upper limit of the level of the world where my main city is. I just want to ask, are there any level 45 undead that can be suppressed or subdued nearby? I want to subdue 2 or 3, and find a chance to besiege this big guy. so that I don't have to worry about being robbed when I build the city every day. Listening to Gu-Shi's question, all the senior brothers turned their heads to look at Gu-Shi. They all felt that Gu-Shi must be crazy. What level is he? He went to challenge a level 45. It's a good thing that the upper limit of the world where his main city is located is 45. If the upper limit is directly 60, would he come here to ask if there are any level 60 undead that can be subdued and killed directly? I say, junior brother, things don't work that way. Do you know why the Death Incarnation can only release a Death Incarnation that is 8 levels stronger than itself when it is not specially strengthened? That's because this is the best level of control for the undead. Although we have mastered the abilities of the Death Lord and even the Peach Mountain of Ghost Suppression, we can forcibly subdue the undead. But you still have to spend time to strengthen, manage, and control the subdued undead. Are you sure you can control a level 45 undead? Junior brother, remember one thing. If you let the undead fight on their own, their fighting power will only be half of what you imagine. Yes, junior brother. If you don't understand now, then think about it. Why do you need heroes, leaders, or at least some chieftains to command the troops? Instead of just releasing the undead without anyone to command them will not be strong at all. If you want to deal with the big guys in your main city world, you can ask the teacher for a few protectors. But you have to find a way to convince the teacher, because the teacher doesn't like such behavior. In her philosophy, if you are bullied, I will stand up for you. But if you want to use my name to cause trouble, that won't work. Gu-Shi was stunned for a moment. And then he understood what the senior brother meant. According to the sentence, if he is attacked by the octopus head, he can run to Gongling Yu for help. But if Gu-Shi wants to provoke the great monarch, I'm sorry, Gongling Yu won't care. After understanding the bottom line of Gongling Yu, Gu-Shi silently touched the jade peach mountain hanging on his waist. If it doesn't work, find a place to look and select a few undead around level 45. The combat power of the undead that cannot be controlled will decrease. Then bring more people. Gu-Shi doesn't believe that 3 against 1 can still lose. After suppressing this thought, Gu-Shi immediately changed the topic. By the way, fellow brothers, I accidentally got something that emits red light. Take a look and see if it is a fragment of the red suit. After knowing the attitude of the real world towards the red suit, Gu-Shi did not introduce the things he got in Genesis. This is the same as exchanging lottery information with lottery fans in a lottery shop. No one will come to grab your lottery ticket, even if you brag that this lottery ticket can win 5 million. Instead, they will come around and analyze with you which account is likely to produce it. So Gu-Shi was not afraid of trouble at all. He directly took out the thing he got from the world of Genesis. You can't say it's red equipment just because it emits red light. Red equipment is not so easy to get. Yes, junior brother, there are many things that emit red light. As long as you ask, I can find you 10 or 8 pieces. Wait, everyone, don't you think this thing is interesting? At this time, a player reacted and picked up the thing still wrapped in linen. It seems to have the taste of blood sacrifice. And I feel like a game world has been emptied. After he said this, other players also came around to look at it again and again. They all thought this thing was interesting. But they didn't think it was a fragment of red equipment, because the role of this kind of red equipment was not very meaningful. Chapter 1273, the first Erdavida Conference. The party ended with a lot of eating and drinking. After making an appointment with his fellow apprentices to go to the dungeon together in 3 days, Gu-Shi staggered out of Fingu Hall. At this time, Gu-Shi was a little tipsy, but his heart seemed to be flying, floating in the sky. At this party, Gu-Shi solved many problems, but also created many new problems. But now Gu-Shi's mentality is quite good. Although he is staggering when walking now, his spirit is quite clear. At this moment, a series of thoughts flashed through Gu-Shi's mind, and various plans and rectification directions all appeared in Gu-Shi's mind. After returning to his small apartment, Gu-Shi pushed open the door and looked inside. The apartment was dark, and there was no one. It seemed that Tang Shuang had returned to his home. Gu-Shi sighed, and quickly recorded another item in his mind. I have to find time to go to the human market, buy a corpse, and arrange a contracted undead here. After closing the door, Gu-Shi quickly went upstairs, lit the fireplace that looked like a decoration, and then put his hand on a brick on the fireplace. The next moment, Gu-Shi was sent from his apartment in Yin City to a small house in Aridity City. This house was similar in style to other buildings in Aridity City. They were all classic 2-story buildings. In the restaurant at the entrance, There were some cold food. Gushi did not touch those things, but opened the door and walked out. Near this house were two identical houses. These two houses were teleportation houses used by Gushi to place the Hearthstones, corresponding to the two teleportation points of Victoria City and Chiafang City respectively. There are several similar huts outside. Luna had already calculated them at the beginning. Gushi will travel to various places in the future. She prepared a few more of these Hearthstone huts to ensure that Gushi can travel between places in a short time. After coming out of the Hearthstone hut, Gushi saw another circle similar to a street lamp on the side of the road. This is actually the flight point of the giant bat. Gushi shook the circle, and a giant bat fell from the sky and landed towards Gushi. Go to Eridavita. Gushi flipped over and jumped onto the giant bat. At the same time, he also informed the contracted undead of his arrival. This time, Gushi had many plans in mind. He needed to adjust the development ideas of Eridavita. At the same time, he had a lot to learn. Luna and the others also knew that Gushi had signed up for Hades University these days. Now, when they heard that Gushi had rushed back as soon as possible, they all hurried to the direction of Eridavita in their own ways. When Gushi arrived at Eridavita, several of his men had already arrived. Grand Princess Anna and her Grand Princess Council were stationed here. When Gushi notified them, they all showed up here. Shea usually didn't know where she stayed, but she showed up the fastest when something like this happened. She was the first to arrive. Eve arrived at about the same time as Gushi. And like Gushi, she also came here riding a giant bat. When she saw Gushi, she nodded to him. The last ones to come were Luna and you. You followed through the mirror teleportation method that Luna used. Then Gushi's idol leaders, and most of the heroes also rushed over here. However, Gushi did not wait for them, but gathered the contracted undead under his command together, and talked about what happened after he signed up. He started from what happened after he met Gongling. While talking, Gushi also talked about some of his thoughts at that time. The contracted undeads under Gushi were listening there, and Eve was still taking notes. These contracted undeads had been with Gushi for a long time, and they almost built the city of Aridavi all by themselves. They were quite familiar with Gushi's situation. When Gushi was talking about these things, they did not interrupt. But when Gushi started talking about Gongling's arrangement and the judgments of several senior brothers, they all became alert. Shea, it's your business next. Regarding those octopus heads, I have asked several senior brothers to do a psychological profile. This is what I wrote down, please take a look, Gushi said, while he took out the octopus head information map drawn by Suzhou, and the possible loophole map of Gushi being monitored. There is also some information written down by Gushi. Shaya is in charge of intelligence work under Gushi, which is her job. At the same time, Shaya also understands that the biggest danger for Gushi at the moment comes from these octopus heads. After all, the result of the divination is there. If the octopus is not dealt with on the first day, Gushi will be in a state of near death. After getting these drawings and recorded information in her hands, Shea carefully flipped through them. Eve, this is yours. When Shea looked down at the information, Gushi immediately put some information in Eve's hand. Eve looked down and found that these were a lot of book titles. She looked up at Gushi with some confusion. At this time, Gushi said, "This is the title of the book given by my tutor, requiring me to finish it within a year. You can check in the library first to see if it is in the books we copied from Yuanzu City. If not, you have to look for it in the library of Hades University. I am not free these days, so you should do this first. Anyway, in the Yin City, there are quite a lot of contracted undead walking on the streets, and no one will notice you when you go out." Eve agreed as soon as she heard it. Going out to copy books is a good job for Eve. However, the number of these books is quite large, so it seems that when you go out to copy books, you need to bring a few more people. At this time, Gushi flipped his hands and took out some other things. Luna, you will be busy next. I will get the new building design in a few days. We will discuss the layout and upgrade of the city. The focus of the next 2 days is on the market area. These are the market coordinates I just got. I have already discussed with them to establish commercial exchanges between cities. No one else can do this. You deal with it first. I will find a few new contracted undead later. Pick one with financial management ability to do this, and then replace you. Okay. Luna didn't even think about it, and immediately agreed. By the way, Luna, let me borrow your power. At this time, Gushi pulled out the secret realm sword staff, and pointed it at Luna. Chapter 1274 Expansion Plan of Aria City. Princess Anna. After borrowing Luna's fighting power, Gushi immediately turned to look at Princess Anna. Now that we are free, how many leaders can we call? How many heroes are suitable for independent fighting? On Princess Anna's side, Gushi did not ask about the city defense work of Arida City. He also did not ask about the situation of the new undead sent in before. He believed that Princess Anna would handle everything well. What Gushi wanted to talk about at this time was actually the plan to clear the dungeon with his brothers. Just now, when Gushi was explaining everything that had happened during this period, he actually mentioned it. Before Gushi asked, Princess Anna had already made a judgment. Sir, our leader Dietrich is guarding the Dragon Blood Castle, Dominic is guarding the Labyrinth Magic City, and Poison Bone is guarding the Poison Peach Mountain. Now we can only call on Dini, Amilcar and Jamie. As for heroes, there are too few heroes who can stand alone now. Most of them are specialized heroes. After listening to this, Gushi was silent for a while. This is the difference in foundation. Although Gushi has several cities in his hands, when he really uses them, he will find that the soldiers are not strong enough, and the generals are not enough. Are there any suitable corpses? Gushi couldn't help but ask. With just these leaders and heroes, if he really wants to participate in the Legion dungeon, he can't do many tasks. As for the contracted undead, there is not even one idol. There is a contracted puppet, but this Gushi has no intention of sending it out. After thinking for a while, Gushi couldn't help but sighed. We still have to go to the human city to take a look. There was nothing they could do about Gushi's sigh. After all, it was a fact that Gushi was short of a general. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Princess Anna, in the next period of time, find a way to expand outward. After talking with Gonglingyu, Gushi realized that he had been delaying some things. Isn't it just a great lord? What are you afraid of? Fight first and talk later. Even if we are afraid of this, how can the city of Aridavi develop? How can we deal with stronger enemies in the future? After listening to Gushi's words, Princess Anna immediately raised her head. Sir, are you ready to expand outward? Yes, you can start to expand in an orderly manner. Our strength has begun to improve, and now we should expand outward. We don't have the right heroes and leaders. This is not a problem. If we fight outward, we will have everything. Although we may not get any chance in the first few copies. But as long as we slowly release new leaders and heroes, we will have more chances in the later copies. Princess Anna understood what Gushi meant as soon as she heard it. This is to use the current troops to start snowballing. Princess Anna and Gushi had discussed it several times before, and they always felt that the opportunity was not suitable. The inappropriateness here does not mean that Gushi's troops are insufficient. Not to mention other things in Gushi's hands. He can still take out hundreds of thousands of undead. What Gushi said to Princess Anna was inappropriate, because he had not yet considered how to deal with the Mirror Palace. If he took action in advance, it would definitely attract the attention of the Great Lord in the Mirror Palace. Even if all his attention was now on Victoria's City, it did not mean that he could not take care of the battle in the Mirror Palace. Last time, Gushi learned about the Great Lord's military strength from Dietrich, and he had been preparing troops according to the opponent's military strength. Princess Anna was also preparing along this line of thought. But all along, Gushi had a fear of insufficient firepower, and always thought that his troops were insufficient. He always wanted to have more troops, and then he could deal with the troops under the Grand Lord. Now, stimulated by Gonglingyu and her disciples, Gushi's heart also grew. Before, he always thought that his limited troops, no matter where they were placed, would not be enough. Now it seems that this is not the case. At this time, Gushi was planning to fight out, and let the city of Aridov expand outward. Only by expanding continuously can we get more resources, more troops, more heroes and leaders. Relying only on the output in the city, when can we gather troops to fight against the Grand Lord? Only fighting. Fighting is the most important thing. I understand. I will start to arrange it now. Princess Anna understood Gushi's idea at the first time. She immediately prepared to get up and arrange the troops to attack. This matter is actually very simple to do. After all, the nearby roads have been explored almost. All the heroes and leaders are in the city of Aridov. Most of the undead troops are also in the designated locations. With just one command, they can be mobilized. It is quite easy for Princess Anna to operate these troops. This time, Dini and Jamie will go out. I will arrange the heroes and replenish the troops before we can go out. Okay. Amilcar, please prepare. I will take him to participate in the Legion dungeon. After Gu Shi saw that Princess Anna had chosen someone, he immediately said, by the way, Princess Anna, please prepare. I have to go out now. When I come back, we will deal with the group dungeon immediately. This matter has been delayed for too long, and I have been envious of the troops in the group for a long time. Now I can use them. Okay, Princess Anna said affirmatively. Gu Shi turned his head and looked at Luna again. Luna, find a way to build the soul summoning tower outside the city to ensure that all souls can be retrieved when fighting for external expansion. Don't worry, sir. I will take care of everything. But sir, you'd better collect 3 more contracted undead now. In addition to financial management, it is best to have a contracted undead who can help you summon souls. After being reminded by Luna, Gu Shi's heart was moved. This is a good idea. A contracted undead who helps summon souls. This is a good way to reduce Gu Shi's work pressure. After all, Gu Shi is not a special tool for summoning souls. Not to mention that Gu Shi now has a plan to raise corpses and strengthen them. In the end, the number of corpses will definitely be calculated in millions. At that time, even with the assistance of multiple summoning towers, Gu Shi will have to spend a lot of time and energy to summon souls. Maybe during that period of time, he will be exhausted to vomit blood. Therefore, having a contracted undead with a talent for summoning souls becomes very important for Gu Shi. I'll go out first. Luna, the next thing is up to you. Chapter 1275 Contracted Undead. After hurriedly explaining the matter, Gu Shi quickly left the city of Aridov. Just as Gu Shi said, he was going to go to the human market to see if there were any suitable corpses to make contracted undead. This was confirmed by Gu Shi from several senior brothers. More than 80% of their contracted undead came from here. The most important thing is that they will match the contract scrolls according to the level of the players. This is better than the players making contracted undead according to their level and the level of the undead contract. If the money is high, the boss there will also select the most suitable corpse for the player and determine the direction of the contracted undead. This point was fully recognized by Gu Shi's senior brothers. He even introduced a relatively good corpse trader to Gu Shi. Gu Shi went there this time to find him. After leaving the community, Gu Shi looked at the place where the car accident happened in the morning at the bus stop. The bus that had been involved in the previous accident had been towed away. The location of the crash had also been cleared. For some reason, Gu Shi always felt that there was something strange here. Just as he was waiting for the bus, Gu Shi narrowed his eyes and looked out from the Huangquan dragon robe. He noticed that several streams of luck were being injected into the location of the previous accident. Looking in the direction of the source of the luck, Gu Shi found that there were some Nita people standing on the viaduct and in the nearby corners. They were holding something like candles in their hands. The luck was coming from here. These lucks were injected into the location of the car accident and slowly turned into bad luck and evil spirits. Normal people could not see the evil spirits, but Gu Shi could see it clearly with the help of the Huangquan dragon robe. It was almost in the shape of a dragon. The dragon had no scales, and its eyes were red. It was obviously a fierce dragon. It looked like it was looking for an enemy to plot against the Nita people. Although Gu Shi did not think that this matter had anything to do with him, he did not want his luck to be affected. So he secretly released the white bone obelisk as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Gu Shi felt unsafe again. So he simply put a linen bag in the inner pocket of his black robe. Just at this time, the bus arrived, and Gu Shi took a look at the route, and got on the bus after finding that it was correct. He didn't know that before he took out the linen bag, the strange dragon had already turned its attention to him. Unexpectedly, as soon as the linen bag appeared, he seemed to be wiped out, and the strange dragon directly skipped Gu Shi and turned its attention to other directions. As the bus moved quickly, Gu Shi's uneasiness faded. But Gu Shi did not put away the bone obelisk. He still held the bone obelisk in his hand and headed towards the human city. After arriving at the human city, Gu Shi put away everything and blended into the crowd. After entering the human city, Gu Shi found that the human city in front of him was unusually clean. There was not even a drop of water on the ground, and there was no smell of blood in the air. It was like a large warehouse supermarket with people coming and going. Gu Shi looked around, and his eyes shifted to a store not far away. This store looked inconspicuous. There were more than 10 rows of iron racks inside the store, and the sign only said store number 301. But Gu Shi got some information from his senior brother. This boss had a good relationship with Gong Lingyu. And some of Gonglingyu's special undead were bought from here. Gonglingyu students would also come here to take care of the business. Gushi looked around and found that he had not seen the wrong place. So he strode in. As soon as he entered the door, the waiters in the store noticed Gushi's presence, and they all gathered around him. Guest, what do you need? We have everything here. All fresh corpses just transported from the game. Suitable for resurrection, undead transformation, and also suitable for making contracted undead. Can you let your boss come out to talk? Gushi glanced at the waiters and found that they were all players. Guest, just tell us if you need anything. Hearing what Gushi said, the waiters also became anxious. This is a good business, and they get a commission. Let Gushi talk to the boss, their commission will be gone. Just when Gushi was about to say something, a little fat man walked out from the back of the store. This fat man looked quite young, but when he walked out, there were two obvious battle halos on the ground. It was obvious that this fat man was above level 40. If this was placed in the world deep in the game, he would be a big boss who could directly open the Genesis. But in Ian City, he was just an ordinary businessman. The fat man first looked at Gushi, and then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You are the new disciple of Teacher Gong. Right? I was wondering when you would come. Come on. Come on. Please come this way. My name is Lu Shi. You can call me Lu Chi. I am the 7th disciple that Teacher Gong has taught before he grew up. But at that time, I didn't learn well, and didn't grow up with him. I only reached the level of 40, and I didn't have the motivation to go down. I can only do a small business here. Although I am not a student after Mr. Gong started to accept graduate students. But no matter what, you are my junior brothers. When you come to me, you are like home. How is it? Is there anything you like? If not, I can recommend some good ones. Hello. Senior brother Lu. Gushi knew how to deal with it as soon as he heard Lu Shi's self-introduction. He first performed a salute, and then said to Lu Shi, Senior brother Lu, I am here to pick a few people to make contracted undead. I wonder if you have any good recommendations. I also need a few contract scrolls. No problem. What level are you now? Level 11. What about the level of the undead contract? Level 4. Gushi said a little embarrassedly, his undead contract level has never increased. How many contracted undead do you have? Lu Shi asked. 4. Starting from level 1. The necromancer will automatically get a contracted undead slot every 2 levels. As long as you get the contract scroll and select the appropriate corpse, you can proceed. At level 11, you can have a total of 6 contracted undead. When you master the skill of the undead contract, you can get a contracted undead slot. After that, you can strengthen the contracted undead. When you reach key nodes such as level 5, level 10, level 15, you will increase the contracted undead slot. With the current situation of Junior Brother, you can contract 3 more contracted undead. Gushi thought for a while. Then help me get a few contract scrolls, and then look at the corpses you have here. If there are suitable ones, I will contract 2 first. If there are no suitable ones, I will also contract 1 first. Chapter 1276 Selecting a Target. Yes. 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 Listening to Gushi's question, Lu Shi whispered. Hey. Whoever, bring a box of scrolls over here. Junior brother. Come over here, tell me, what kind of contracted undead you want, and I'll pick a good one for you. I have a house in Yinzadu, and I need someone who can keep an eye on it. This is the most important thing now. After all, everyone knows my situation. I rely on that little house to travel to Yinzadu. That's understandable. I have many good corpses here. Not only are they in good shape, but they have not been adjusted. They are all in their original state. The quality of these corpses is quite good, and all the souls are left behind. If you are guarding the house, I can give you a memory of cooking and cleaning the room. After integrating, although it cannot be said to reach the level of a chef, it will definitely not be much worse. Of course, if you are not satisfied, we have other means here. We have complete parts here, which can be used to piece together a complete body. In addition, if you like other races, we also have them here. But there are some uncommon ones, which require special hunting, and some that require waiting for a while. Gushi couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. Brother, it's okay. I'm not that extreme. A normal contracted undead will do. I just want to find someone to help me look after the house. Of course, it would be better if she is pretty. As for cooking, you must be able to do it. Really, this contracted undead may not be strong in combat, But it must be able to cook. You don't know? The food on the side of the undead is really too bad. It's so bad that I can't stand it anymore. If I can't handle this time, I really have to move to some food capital to live. Listening to Gu Shi's complaints, Lu Shi also laughed. It seems that you can't stand the food of the dead. Right? I knew that. Copying a batch of cooking memories would be quite useful. They still don't believe it, and in the end, only I can make this money. Don't worry, senior brother has everything here, and I can definitely find the best memory for you. At this time, Gu Shi turned his head and said mysteriously, Senior brother, did my other senior brothers also buy contracted dead souls from you? What did they pick? This is not very convenient to say. Lu Shi blinked at Gu Shi and pushed open the door of the warehouse behind. At this time, Lu Shi's clerk also brought a box over. Lu Shi took it casually and handed it to Gu Shi. Here, this is a gift from my senior brother. It's not much, just 12 volumes of contract scrolls. As a necromancer, the higher the level, the more contracted undead you need. If the contract scrolls are not enough, just come to my senior brother to get them. As the door of the warehouse opened, Gu Shi saw the situation inside. There were corpses of different appearances placed here. There were various situations in these corpses. Gu Shi even looked at the labels written under the corpses, which explained where these corpses came from, what kind of people they were originally, and what abilities they had. However, what surprised Gu Shi the most was that among the corpses collected by Lu Shi, there were quite a few animals. Here Gu Shi actually saw the corpse of a woman with an elephant head. I don't know who has such a strong taste and wants such a corpse. Because Gu Shi's goal was clear. When Lu Shi brought Gu Shi in, he bypassed the corpses that obviously had a certain fighting power and went to the back. Behind this, there were a large number of obviously weaker corpses. Some with golden hair, some with red hair, some with green hair, some with white hair, and some without hair. Gu Shi looked at them very seriously and did not make any requests. In Gu Shi's eyes, as long as this person could cook, he could lower his requirements in other aspects. Putting so many together, Gu Shi just looked at them based on his appearance. After walking about half a circle, Gu Shi suddenly pointed at one of the corpses and said, I want this one. Lu Shi smiled and said, No problem. This is from the world of TXH1 Steg 5 ZGNYX. She is a princess, and has the blood of dragon and fire in her body. Level 9, occupation is a swordsman. Can be converted into zombies, vampire, black warrior, ghost. By the way, you can turn into a skeleton soldier. Listen to the word skeleton soldier. Gu Shi laughed and laughed. Come here to select the contract undead. I didn't want to turn people into skeleton soldiers. Even if there is only the bones, how many layers of painting will also be added? Where will the flesh and blood be cleaned up? Just her. Even if the combat effectiveness is, that's what I want. Rest assured, the cooking skills are definitely the top. There will be no problems. Lu Shi said affirmatively. While he was talking, the corpse had been dragged away, put on a white robe, and sent to Gu Shi. This was very particular in Een City. In Een City, black robes belong to players. And when putting robes on corpses, no one would choose to put on red robes. After putting on the robes, the clerk pushed the cart and followed Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi made another request. Brother Lu, the corpses here are of good quality. I also want a corpse with financial management ability. I need to build a caravan to trade with other brothers. Without financial management skills, this caravan cannot be built. This is easy. The corpses with professional skills are not here. They should come here. When Lu Shi heard this, he thought that there was such a good thing. So he must have it. So he took Gu Shi to the other end of the warehouse. When he passed by, he happened to pass through some warehouses of limbs, where various limbs and internal organs were placed. Obviously, these are carefully selected. But Gu Shi doesn't care about these now. He is not interested in assembling products. Besides, Gu Shi doesn't seem to be as excited as just looking at the hands or feet. In his mind, the removed parts are really nothing to look at. After entering the functional area, the corpses here are obviously messy. There are corpses of various monsters and monsters here. Gu Shi even saw the behemoth here. Soon Gu Shi was brought to a place. Lu Shi pointed at the corpses here and said, Goblin Tycoon, Human Businessman, Turing Consortium, Fox Spirit, see if there are any you like. Gu Shi took a serious look. This time, he did not pick a favorite like before, but carefully checked the condition of each corpse, especially their talents and business achievements. Finally, Gu Shi's eyes fell on a corpse. No way, Brother Lu, you also have this kind of business-oriented corpse? Chapter 1277 Business Elites with Financial Talent. Looking at the direction pointed by Gu Shi, Lu Shi was also somewhat helpless. Don't mention it, junior brother, this batch is really a big loss. Why did my brain suddenly twitch at that time? I went to find the world with urban business routes. I wanted to get a group of business talents here. Who would have thought that I would encounter such a thing? Look at these people, they look like business elites. In fact, their brains are all focused on love. I don't know how those companies survived in their hands. The same is true for the Dragon King who came with us. This batch is really at a loss. Junior brother, we are close brothers, that's why I tell you this. You can pick any of the goblins at random, they are better than these people. Gu Shi didn't want to pick these corpses, but he really didn't want goblins. Goblins have good business talents, but they are obsessed with money. They really want money even after death. Gu Shi didn't want to bring such a person with him. And most other business talents are like this, after all. In business, there are often only a few talents, and many of them are racial talents. It is really difficult to find people with business talent or financial management ability among humans. Previously, Lu Shi brought back such a batch of business elites, also in the hope of finding human business talent. But he did not expect to encounter such a pit. Gu Shi skipped some strange races, and those humans who were obviously business elites, and selected from the remaining corpses. Finally, Gu Shi picked out a human corpse. This human had black hair and yellow skin, but was obviously not a Chinese. The reason why she was chosen was because she had the blood of Hermes, which could be seen from her ears and heels. Gu Shi thought that with the blood of the god of business, she would have some talent for financial management. At least she would not be like those business elites, whose brains were full of water. Let's take this one. Gu Shi picked for a long time, but didn't pick out any good corpses. In the end, he could only arrange it like this. Okay, let me take a look. This one comes from the EP1242 world. It was born as a low-level thief. It has a certain talent for business, and can be transformed into a skeleton soldier, a ghost, a vampire, and a corpse witch. If possible, it is best not to transform into a skeleton soldier or a ghost, as that would destroy this person's bloodline. When Lu Shi was talking, the body was taken down, packed and sent to Gu Shi. How is it, junior brother? The body here is good, right? Do you want to take another look? Forget it, senior brother. I don't want it for now. I need at least 2 contract slots left. I will see if there is a suitable opportunity to contract other undead spirits during the game. Gu Shi still shook his head at Lu Shi's enthusiasm. Lu Shi also understood Gu Shi's thoughts. In fact, many players have this mentality, such as accumulating more experience to gain one more level, leaving an empty position, just in case. And so on. It is normal for Gu Shi to have such thoughts. Okay, junior brother said so, I won't recommend it much. Next time if you need anything, you can just come to me directly. If I'm not here, I will also ask the clerk to bring you in. Then I won't be polite to senior brother. Gu Shi didn't be polite to Lu Shi, and directly agreed. Such a generous way of dealing with things made Lu Shi very happy. Okay. This is what a disciple of Teacher Gong should be like. By the way, these 2 corpses are 20% off directly. There is also a place behind my warehouse, where the City of Death can put the city gate. After you buy them, you can directly open the city gate there, and send the corpses in. Of course, we also have a contract field here. You can also sign a contract directly here. Gu Shi thought about it, and said decisively, I'd better go back to sign the contract. I still have some things to prepare. Okay, then I won't keep you. As Lu Shi said this, he took Gu Shi to pay the fee there. At this time, he didn't think Gu Shi was his junior brother at all. Seeing Lu Shi like this, Gu Shi smiled instead. He thought Lu Shi's business talent was actually no worse than those corpses. But Gu Shi immediately shook his head in his heart. It seems that he can't come to Renshire often in the future. When he arrived in Renshire, Gu Shi saw that everyone was a corpse. This couldn't go on. Gu Shi planned to leave quickly. After paying the money, Gu Shi asked Lu Shi to borrow the land behind his warehouse. This kind of design of the placement site is not available in every store. If Lu Shi was not Gong Lingyu's disciple, if Gong Lingyu's graduate students would come here from time to time, he would not make such an arrangement. After all, in a place like Yin City where every inch of land is valuable, not everyone is willing to serve some unlikely players. Following Lu Shi, Gu Shi bypassed the deepest part of the warehouse. When passing by here, Gu Shi actually found that there were still corpses of titans in the warehouse. and there were quite a few of them. Gushi even had a feeling that the quality of these titans was higher than those titans used as soldiers. These were sold individually. Gushi suppressed the idea of ordering a batch of titans here, and took a closer look at them, noting the origin of these titans. Then he followed Lucy into the small courtyard at the back. After entering the courtyard, Gushi saw runes of all sizes on the courtyard wall. It was obvious that these runes were used to lock the coordinates, and prevent them from being exposed to the outside world. Seeing Gushi's expression, Lucy also smiled and said, "This is to prevent someone from remembering my coordinates and suddenly throwing them in. I can open the city gate, but they can only be thrown in here, and they cannot be thrown in directly from your city." Hearing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. There is such a way to play in the Death City? He had never tried this method before, and it seemed that this was a good idea. Looking at Gushi's expression, Lucy understood what Gushi had understood. He didn't expect that Gushi's foundation was so poor, and he didn't know many things. Gushi didn't say much at this time. After determining the location, he opened the garrison gate, arranged the personnel inside, and dragged the two bodies back. As for where the bodies would be sent in the end, Gushi had already contacted Luna through the mirror. Gushi now needed to buy some other things. After he bought the things, he would go back to deal with the contracted undead. After closing the garrison gate, Gushi said to Lucy, "Brother Lu, thank you for this time." "No, I am your brother after all. What's there to thank for such a small thing? If you have any needs, just come to me directly. I don't have anything else here, but there are quite a lot of high-quality corpses." Chapter 1278 Contracted Undead. When Gushi returned to Aridov City, nearly 4 hours had passed. After leaving the human city, Gushi went to the corpse market that Tang Shuang had mentioned before. Compared to the clean and high-end human city, the corpse market was not that high-end. But the number of corpses sold here exceeded that of the human city. It can be said that this is a wholesale market. Gushi just took a tour here, and ordered 3,000 Titan corpses from the TMH-3V38 Hugov 9G world. The coordinates of this world were recorded by Gushi from Lucy. Lucy would transport several Titan corpses from this world, which means that the quality of Titans here is really good. Gushi did not want those top-quality Titans. Just ordinary Titan corpses would be fine. As for other corpses, Gushi was not so anxious. After all, he still had many corpses in the corpse-raising stage. If it didn't work, he could still go to other dungeons to swipe corpses. So there was no need to spend money to buy them here. After sending the more than 3,000 Titan corpses back to the city of Aridov, Gushi rushed back to the city. At this time, Luna had already dealt with the 2 corpses that had been transported here before. "Sir, shall we go over to make the contract now? Let's go to the market area first. Have you dealt with all the things that were arranged for you before?" Gushi said immediately. "It has been arranged. All kinds of supplies have been transported there." At the same time, he was also setting up the undead transformation array there. As Luna spoke, she opened the mirror channel leading to the market area. Since Gushi borrowed Luna's power, he could also use the mirror monitoring and mirror channel that were originally open in the city of Aridov. Although he was not as skilled as Luna, Gushi was definitely faster than riding a giant bat. Luna also knew this. As soon as the mirror channel was opened, she led the way. Gushi followed behind and took a step forward. Then he felt like he was squeezed into a cold channel. The next moment, Gushi appeared in the market area's meeting hall from the meeting hall in the main city. At this time, in the market area, a large number of undead are working non-stop. Because many commercial coordinates have been added at once, the undead are building corresponding markets and warehouses. The market is naturally a trading place, and the warehouse is where the caravans depart. For every new commercial coordinate, a special warehouse must be built. When the transaction is completed, various materials will be piled here, and there will be special caravans coming here every day for transportation. Gushi received the commercial coordinates of many cities at once, and these warehouses were enough to keep him busy. But this was not what attracted Gushi the most. Gushi noticed that, in the center of the market area, a large number of undead were transporting gold coins with evil spirits. These gold coins were exactly what Gushi had taken out from the gold treasure last time. Seeing the carts of gold coins falling to the ground, Gushi felt a little sorry. He was still a little slow at the time. If the transportation was faster, it would be great to bring back more gold coins. After pouring the gold coins on the ground, Eve directed her men there, using some special means, to concentrate all the evil spirits on the gold coins on the corpses that Gushi had bought. The corpse with a talent for financial management was half lying in the pile of gold coins. Beside the pile of gold coins, there were also a large number of materials, all of which were transported from the warehouse. The most attractive thing here was a pocket full of gold coins. That was the reward that you got when you completed the library task. A pocket full of gold coins, from which gold coins could be poured out continuously. However, the gold coins poured out were of poor quality, thin and small. In Gushi's eyes, 3 coins could only be used as one. Yu himself didn't really want this thing. And finally it was thrown back into the warehouse. This time, Gushi found it, and also found a horn filled with grain. This horn was bought from the witch's hut. It was a broken horn of abundance. The grain in the horn had become moldy and inedible. Because of this reason, the horn no longer worked properly. A normal horn of abundance is to blow at once, and the yield of the farmland within the range of the horn will increase by 50%. Now, blowing the harvest horn can increase the yield by 50%, but 75% of the total grain will become poisonous or moldy. With this addition and subtraction, the grain output will decrease. Finally, some angel feathers were sent over. These were the angel feathers that Gushi got from the Bite Alliance. Gushi chose to use angel feathers because he saw feathers behind the ears and heels of the corpse. If it weren't for this reason, Gushi would not have done this. By the way, half of the Thunderbird corpse obtained in Qianfeng City last time, including the bones, was also sent here. After all, once the Thunderbird corpse was sent to Arida City, the eggs inside were taken out. The featherless corpse was decomposed on the spot, and the flesh and bones naturally went to different places, especially the flesh. Some of them were sent to the kitchen, tavern and cafeteria. As for whether Gushi's men made better food, Gushi didn't know. Anyway, in the few days that Gushi had been here, he hadn't heard of any new food being researched. After all the materials were prepared, Gushi quickly walked to the pile of gold coins. Through the vision of Huangquan Dragon Robe, Gushi could clearly see the evil spirits in the gold coins, which had all been concentrated. Eve, it's okay. Let me do the next thing. Under Gushi's order, Eve stepped aside, and then Gushi pulled out the Secret Realm sword staff and turned it into the state of the civilization staff. He held the civilization staff in one hand and recited the spell of undead transformation in front of the corpse. At the same time, various materials flew up under Gushi's spell and fell on the body one by one. Under Gushi's operation, the bones of the Thunderbird turned into armor and covered the body. The feathers of the angel turned into a cloak, and a throne and a square table gathered on the pile of evil gold. The gold bag was hung on the waist of the corpse, and the horn of fertility was placed in the left hand of the corpse. As these things fell on the corpse one by one, the skin of the corpse began to shrink, and at the same time, the evil spirit in the gold coins was injected into the body, slowly turning the color of the corpse into black. At this time, Gushi took out a contract scroll and opened it. In the blue light, he stretched out his hand to the corpse. My name is Gushi. I hope to sign a contract with you and borrow your power to fight for me. I, Catherine, am willing to fight for you. The corpse slowly spoke. Ding! The contract with the undead is successful. Catherine, the contracted undead, joins the player. Chapter 1279 The Financial System of Arida City. Name: Catherine, contracted undead, race, corpse witch. Level 12, 0/55,000, talent, financial management, when trading, income can be increased by 5%, status, life, 600/600, magic, 1200/1200, attributes, strength 7.6, agility 6.7, constitution 6, intelligence 12, perception 14.7, charm 13.6. Skills: financial management level 6, mining level 6, agriculture level 5, diplomacy level 4, commercial diplomacy level 3, luck level 2. As new information popped up, Catherine had already arrived in front of Gushi. She was thin and small, and looked like a hungry corpse. She was wearing a white bone armor flashing with purple electric light, and a white cloak behind her. She held a horn in her left hand, and a cloth bag hung around her waist. When she walked over, Gushi could hear the sound of ding ding ding. Upon closer inspection, he found that some gold coins had fallen to the ground. My lord. Gushi glanced at Catherine. Do you see the storehouse being built over there? That is the business coordinates of several of my senior brothers. The business here is up to you. Under the premise of ensuring our interests, earn more. Catherine nodded affirmatively. My lord. Please rest assured, I will take care of everything. Okay, the business in the city of Aridov will be handed over to you in the future. She was quite relieved about the contracted undead under his command. At the same time, she also saw at a glance that this Catherine in front of her really had no fighting power except for financial management. So she had no intention of letting her fight. But Catherine asked at this time, Sir, I want to know, does the currency in circulation in this city need to be arranged? Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask, what arrangements? Sir, such a big city, it is impossible to rely on you to provide resources alone. We need to have our own bank, we need to have our own mines and farms. Although we are undead, we can't just distribute it at will. We should have our own currency, so that we can ensure that resources can circulate better among the undead. Catherine began to explain various reasons to Gushi. Gushi was almost overwhelmed by what he heard. He turned back to look at Luna. Luna, did you understand? No, but I can be sure that, if we do what Catherine said, we can use 70% of the resources, and achieve 150% of the original effect. It seems that Catherine's ability is not bad. Hearing this, Gushi also nodded. If this is the case, then let Catherine handle it. Sure enough. The saying is right, money makes the world go round. Then go ahead and do it. If you need anything, you can discuss it with Luna. Catherine came to Luna's side as soon as she heard it. Sister Luna, I want to build 2 construction teams and 3 prospecting teams, and I need manpower. I can arrange this, Luna said immediately. In addition, I need the architectural design drawings of the bank and the vault. Catherine said again. I'll let the architect find a way to deal with it, Gushi said at this time. Catherine then made a few more requests. Without exception, all the requests, Gushi and Luna agreed to them all. At the same time, Gushi also noticed that Catherine's ability was actually quite strong. Financial management skills could increase the city's funds by 10% per week, and mining skills could increase the output of all minerals in the city by 5%. With just these 2 skills, Gushi could keep her in Aridoviri. Not to mention that Catherine was not a brainless existence. Her existence could also allow for business exchanges, bargaining, and currency sorting. She could do a lot of things, which meant that Catherine was quite important. Although she may not be very noticeable in combat, she is an indispensable part of the city of Aridov. Gushi thought for a while. You should deal with the financial system in Aridov first. After that, we still have a Death City, Poison Peach Mountain. There is a satellite city, Labyrinth Magic City. Outside Aridov, there are 2 external cities, Dragon Blood Castle and Blood Sacrifice Ridge. These places also have their own specialties. You need to integrate these places into the system of Aridov. I understand. But sir, I need time and manpower. I'll give you half a year. And you can ask Luna and Princess Anna for manpower. If it doesn't work, you can go to the corpse farm to pick one, and I will specially summon the soul for you. Then I have no problem. Catherine agreed. After the matter here was over, Gushi was not idle either. He still had a corpse to deal with. This time, the corpse was not placed in the market area. This corpse needed to be sent to the real world, so Gushi placed it in the Hearthstone community in the main city. However, compared with Catherine's preparations, the preparations for that corpse were no less. Although there was no mountain of gold, nor was there any concentrated evil spirit, Gushi had prepared a lot of props and materials for it. When Gushi rushed over, there was a set of hearthstones next to the body, which represented the main function of the body. There was also a machete-like kitchen knife, which Gushi found in the warehouse. It looked like a kitchen utensil, but it was actually an offensive weapon. In addition, Gushi also prepared a maid outfit made of ice silk. This is when Gushi is ready to come, temporary prepared. Before the maid, there are also some small props. Most of the trail props are found out of the weekly output of the magazine library every week. To see the level of knowledge, there is no way to recognize it. I only know that these are very useful tools. The combat effectiveness of this corpse can be helpful. Other aspects, Gushi is nothing to know. If it is not for the book in the magazine library, it is not convenient to take it out. Gushi wanted to transport some magazines here. Of course, in order to ensure that the corpse has a strong enough cooking skill, Gushi prepared several soul fragments to strengthen the memory given by Lushi, so as to avoid any memory error, which would turn the originally decent cooking skills into scum. After everything was prepared, Gushi began to draw a magic circle outside the hut in the Lubyanchi community. At the same time, He also set various materials to the magic circle. As for the small props, they were all placed in the pocket of the maid's outfit. Finally, he guided the magic power to lock all the power of the corpse in place. After doing all this, Gushi took out the contract scroll and tore it open heavily. Chapter 1280 Special Contracted Spirit. Lingxi, my name is Gushi. I hope to sign a contract with you and borrow your power to fight for me. Gushi stretched out his right hand in the blue light of the contract scroll. But this time, the situation made Gushi feel a little strange, because the corpse did not respond for a long time. This situation surprised Gushi. Normally, contracted undead are not like this. Could it be that the props Gushi chose this time were not suitable? Gushi recalled the props he had chosen. Most of them were produced in the library. There is no problem with the quality. Or is there something wrong with the corpse? Just as Gushi was wondering what was wrong, the corpse's hand moved slightly, and retreated after touching Gushi's fingertips. Then a tiny voice came to Gushi's ears. Lingxi, I am willing to fight for you. Hearing this voice, Gushi raised his head. He noticed that the corpse in front of him, called Lingxi, actually disappeared from his sight. At the place where the corpse was originally placed, only a mist with a scent was left. What was going on? Luckily, the information that popped up gave Gushi some information about it. Gushi didn't expect that. He just wanted to find a chef and a contracted undead to watch the door, but he found a treasure here. Ding! The contracted undead was successful. Lingxi, contracted undead, joined the player. Name, Lingxi, contracted undead, race, corpse spirit. Level 9, 0/40,000, talent, illusion, use illusion magic effect increased by 15%, status, life, 570/570, magic power, 820/820, attributes, strength 5.6, agility 5.7, constitution 5.7, intelligence 8.2, perception 9.3, charm 11.6. Skills, illusion level 6, fitness level 4, cooking level 5, pathfinding level 4, water magic level 3, nightmare level 2. Illusion? Gushi didn't react at first. When he was selecting corpses before, he was only thinking about being a chef. And he never thought that this would be related to illusion. Lingxi, come out for a moment. Gushi thought about it, and finally decided to call the person out to ask. The next moment, Lingxi appeared in front of Gushi. When she appeared, Gushi felt something was wrong. Because when Lingxi appeared, she felt that Lingxi in front of her was fake. Lingxi, what's wrong with you? No. Sorry. Sir. This is instinct. After being asked by Gushi, Lingxi became real. At the same time, Lingxi also explained her own situation. Lushi had said before that Lingxi's body came from a certain world, and was a princess with dragon and flame blood in her body. In fact, when Lingxi was killed, it was really like this. But the princess was bragging. She was just a maid beside the princess. And her princess was not a human princess, but a dragon princess. Lingxi's body was a clam spirit, so there was dragon blood in her body. As for the flame blood, it was completely because the clam spirit took the route of the mirage dragon. And what it wanted was to turn the power of the water system into mist and practice illusion in the mist. The illusion bloodline is almost untraceable. The water bloodline has turned into mist, so it is natural to show the characteristics of the fire bloodline. So the final result is that there is a little problem with the information on the corpse. Lingxi's greatest feature was not shown. On the contrary, it was treated as an ordinary corpse and placed in a relatively cheap place. In the end, Gushi got the upper hand. Clam spirit? Gushi confirmed it seriously. Yes, Jade Clam. Lingxi raised her head, as if this race made her very proud. However, Gushi saw Lingxi's true nature. Among the 6 contracted undead, she was the most timid. Okay, you can guard the room with your ability, and you were the princess's maid before, so you should be able to do all kinds of cleaning work. I'll leave my apartment building in Ean City to you. Although Lingxi was too timid, Gushi still made a decision. Ean City would be relatively safe, and arranging Lingxi here would be the best choice. Of course, Gushi still asked Lingxi a question. Lingxi, you don't have social phobia, right? No, buying groceries, cooking, etc., I can do it. After Lingxi explained the matter clearly, Gushi did not ask any more questions. He just asked Lingxi to go back to the apartment building through the Hearthstone first. And he wanted to take advantage of the time now to deal with the group book first. Gushi had always said that he would deal with the follow-up group book of the Westminster Abbey incident first. In the end, it was always delayed. Until now, Gucci realized that he had delayed time. Now, whenever he had time, he would plan to deal with the group's affairs. And Princess Anna had been making preparations. As soon as the new contracted undead's work was arranged, Gucci looked at the time and took the initiative to contact Princess Anna. I still have a little time now. Just right to play the dungeon to relax. Let's go! When Gucci was about to call Princess Anna to set off together, he didn't expect that his sleeve was directly pulled by someone. Sir, you haven't eaten for a while. I'll cook something for you to eat first. There's not much good food in the city. I'll just make some stir-fry. You can fill your stomach first. I'll go out and buy some vegetables and make some soda for you. Gucci, who was about to attack with his weapon, was obviously stunned. Since he entered the Academy of the Wind of the Underworld, it seems that no one has ever taken care of his diet like this. Looking at Lingxi's firm eyes, Gucci said decisively, Okay. Lingxi is very fast in doing things. Although the ingredients on Yaladowai's side are not very good, she is really decisive and quick in her actions. She didn't even try some ingredients that were obviously not good. She didn't add any random things to the food. She just used the purest taste to attract people. After a while, several home-cooked dishes were cooked. A large bowl of rice was also served. Looking at the time, Gucci couldn't help but sigh that Lingxi had an extraordinary talent in this area. Most importantly, Lingxi's method changed the twisted and weird style of the undead food. The dishes she made were delicious and tasty, although they were not so delicious that people couldn't stop eating them. But after eating them, you still felt like you were under a magic spell. Of course, Gucci also had reason to suspect that the magic spell he was under was not caused by the dish itself, but Lingxi used her ability. But who cares about this? For Gucci, as long as the dish tasted good, it was not that important whether it was a magic spell or not. Chapter 1281 Gucci is targeted. 6 hours later, Gucci exited the dungeon, left the city of Aridov, and returned to the apartment in Yin City. As soon as he entered the apartment building, Gucci found that the apartment building had completely changed. Of course, the change here was not that the structure had been changed, but that some details had been processed. In the corner of the apartment, there were some more flowers, and some photos were hung on the wall. The whole apartment building was full of life. Although it was only a small change, Gucci could already see that Lingxi, who had arrived one step ahead, had already regarded this apartment building as her own territory. She had put a lot of thought into this aspect. Sir. When Gucci appeared, Lingxi appeared in front of Gucci immediately. She still looked as illusory as before. Sir, I made some soup. Now it's cooked. Why don't you sit down and drink some? Forget it. You pack the soup and I'll drink it in my hand. I have to rush to the party. I haven't had any free time since I arrived at Yinzadu. I've been busy every day. By the way, Lingxi, if Eve comes later, you can help her open the door. If not, forget it. You should know how to ensure your own safety. While Gucci was talking, a warm water pot filled with soup was delivered to Gucci. Gucci opened the lid and looked inside. A faint fragrance floated up. Looking inside again, I found that the food residue inside had been cleaned up. This one in front of me looked as clear water. Gucci nodded with satisfaction. He took a big sip. After taking this sip, Gucci felt warm all over. This meant that in addition to the good taste, the soup also had a nourishing effect. Well done, Lingxi. I will come back often to eat in the future. After drinking all the soup in 2 or 3 gulps, Gucci said affirmatively. Unexpectedly, Lingxi turned around and immediately took out some thumb-sized biscuits and barbecued meat. Sir, because there is not much time, so I don't prepare much. You can take these with you on the road. No way, you prepared so much in such a short time? Lingxi smiled slightly. That's all I know. It's great to be able to help you. Sir. Looking at Lingxi's smiling face, Gucci didn't say anything else. He carried the food and ate while walking back to the bus stop in front of the community. Gucci had already eaten half of the food. Gucci had to admit that Lingxi's food was delicious and suited his appetite. On the way out of the community, he was just thinking about eating 1 or 2 pieces. Unexpectedly, he turned around and half of the food was eaten. It seems that he will not be hungry in the future, whether in the real world or in the game. After checking the bus route at the bus stop, Gucci found speechlessly that he had to change buses to go to the party today. This is really a hassle. Why doesn't Yinzadu dig a subway? Gucci muttered. Waiting for the bus is really a hassle. Sometimes the bus doesn't come even after waiting for a long time, and sometimes it comes, but you can't get on. The most speechless thing is that, because of the problem of bus routes, the bus sometimes takes a long detour. But there is only one bus to the place you want to go. Even if it takes a detour, you have to take this one. This makes Gushi feel a little unhappy. But he couldn't issue a mount license now, and couldn't release the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and go on the road directly. As for taxes, Gushi had heard Tang Shuang talk about the starting price of taxes before. That's really the starting price of 1 square meter of housing. Even a wealthy man like Gushi didn't dare to call a taxi casually. So when it was difficult to travel, how could Gushi not complain about the subway? I didn't expect that after Gushi said this, someone would actually take over. Brother, you don't know what is buried under the Scene City. The people in the municipal government don't want to dig the subway. They just don't dare to dig. As long as they dare to dig underground for 3 minutes, their bones will appear on the street the next day, turning into skeleton soldiers cleaning the streets. So let alone now. Even in the future, there will be no subway in Scene City. Why is it so difficult to travel in Scene City? Gushi didn't expect that the underground of Scene City would be like this. It seems that Scene City has buried all the countless accumulated undead souls underground. On the surface, the number of players in Scene City now exceeds the number of undead. But if something really happens, once these undead underground are activated, the players will have no chance to survive. You are a new student, and you think this is difficult. I heard that there was a college student who applied for a lottery for a mount license when he just enrolled. As a result, he was admitted to graduate school after graduating from college and found a job after graduating from graduate school, until he was transferred to work and left Scene City. His mount license was not issued. Gushi blinked, hoping that such unfortunate things would not happen to him. While they were talking, the bus arrived. Gushi did not chat with the man anymore, but paid the fare and jumped on the bus. The moment he got on the bus, Gushi noticed that several Nita people were holding candles and walking back and forth nearby, looking for something. Gushi frowned. It has been a few days. Why are they still here? Although Gushi was puzzled, he still wrote this down and planned to tell them about this after meeting several senior brothers, and wanted to ask them what was going on with the Nita people. At this moment, Anita, who was walking by the street, suddenly looked in the direction of Gushi. He seemed to have discovered something, and said a few words to his companions with his head tilted. The companions discussed with each other, and finally shook their heads. They also understood that in the Scene City, it was really overestimating the diplomatic relations between humans and Nita. As long as they dared to move, the human players would dare to turn them into evil spirits. But they finally found some closure, and they were unwilling to give up without a thorough investigation. So Anita said, "Brother and I did. Haven't you memorized the breath of that person? How about we use the soul collecting technique? Are you stupid? I'm really afraid that they won't be able to find you if I use the soul collecting technique on the necromancer." "No. Brother and I did. Do you still remember the thing in Brother and I Jujutan's hand? It can deceive human necromancers, making them think that their life is over. Then we can collect his soul, ask him clearly, and then send him back." Chapter 1282 Lingyu Industrial Zone. After taking the bus for 2.5 hours, Gushi finally got off the bus. Looking at the bus that drove away quickly, Gushi's face looked a little ugly. 2.5 hours. If he had used the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Gushi would have run at least 3,000 kilometers away. As a result, the bus went around in circles, clearly in the same city, and Gushi was almost late. Glancing at the bus stop sign, Lingyu Industrial Zone? Why is this name so weird? "Junior brother, you are finally here?" Before Gushi turned around, the voice of senior brother Guangqing came from behind. "They are waiting for you. We thought something happened to you on the way. When you go back, leave the coordinates of the gate of the Death City at the gate of the park. Next time you come, just open the gate and come in." "Ah, can we do this?" Gushi couldn't help but ask. Of course. This Lingyu Industrial Zone is the experimental area specially allocated to the teacher by Yinzidu. All the games and copies found by the teacher are placed here. As the teacher's disciples, we have to come here from time to time. So of course we can come in as easily as possible, Guangqing said while taking Gushi to the Lingyu Industrial Zone. After entering the Lingyu Industrial Zone, Gushi saw the situation inside the Industrial Zone. The Industrial Zone covers a large area, at least about 30 hectares. As soon as he entered the Industrial Zone, Gu Shi saw a rusty train carriage parked on the side of the road. Come on. This is the prop that the teacher brought when he first came to Yinzadu. It was only purple quality at that time. It was a famous troop transport train. It can hold tens of millions of undead. Later, the teacher had other props. And the place where the undead were stored also changed. But the quality of this item has been improved in battle after battle. And the quality has reached close to orange quality. The teacher thought it was a bit of a waste to throw away the train directly. So the front of the train and most of the carriages were destroyed, leaving only this carriage, which was placed at the entrance of Lingyu Industrial Zone. It is used as a means of transportation for our brothers to travel to Lingyu Industrial Zone. You wait in the train and put a commonly used city gate. The next time you come, you can open the city gate directly and go directly to the carriage. Listening to Guangqing's explanation, Gu Shi also understood that the boss just took out a prop, which was enough for them to admire for a long time. Okay, go quickly. Guangqing didn't know what Gu Shi was thinking, he just urged Gu Shi there. This time Gu Shi took the bus, but it took quite a long time. The other brothers had been waiting for a long time. Gu Shi hurriedly entered the train compartment. As soon as he entered, Gu Shi found that the interior of the train compartment was completely different from the outside. From the outside, the train compartment was just a little rusty, but after entering, you will find that the roof of the train compartment is gone. Looking up from the bottom of the train, you will find many gates of different styles floating in the air. These gates represent the dead cities connected to this train carriage. Gu Shi did not have time to count them, but just took a glance and estimated that there were at least 700 or 800 gates here. It seems that these are the traces left by teacher Gong Lingyu's former students. Apart from other things, just the existence of these disciples, Gu Shi can also imagine how much power teacher Gong Lingyu has behind him. This is not 700 or 800 city gates. This is clearly 700 or 800 death cities. Gu Shi collected his mind and released the main city gate. The next moment, Gu Shi felt that a shadow was pulled out from the main city gate and dragged into the sky. Is it done? Guangqing, who was outside the carriage, poked his head out at this time. It's out. Just put down the city gate. We will come here to mobilize manpower later. There will be plenty of opportunities to come, Guangqing said, while taking Gu Shi to the interior of the industrial zone. Guangqing was the senior brother before. After his senior brother graduated, he was responsible for leading other junior brothers into the industrial zone. He also organized his brothers to participate in various dungeons. After doing so many things, he is now like a tour guide. When he leads Gu Shi in, he will introduce some of the building layouts in the industrial zone to Gu Shi. As he listened, Gu Shi suddenly asked, Brother Guang, are these buildings placed by the teacher from his own city? How do we do this? Guangqing glanced at Gu Shi. It seems that the teacher has a reason to choose you. You are really a talented child. Many buildings in front of me were moved from the teacher's own death city. But these were not put into use, but directly moved here. Hearing Guangqing's words, Gu Shi's eyes condensed, and he glanced at the ground. Is this industrial zone also the teacher's death city? Smart. It's easy to talk to smart people. The approach is almost right, but not entirely. This industrial zone was allocated to the teacher by Yinzadu. The teacher did not move his own death city here. She conquered a dead city, used the ruins of the dead city to build this industrial zone, and then moved some things out of her own dead city. In the end, the industrial zone became what it is now. When Gu Shi heard this, he couldn't help but sigh that there was such an operation. After all, the means in front of him were really beyond Gu Shi's control. You know, Gu Shi encountered a dead city before, and fought for most of the day. In the end, he got nothing. How could he be like Gong Lingyu, who easily conquered a dead city, and directly demolished the dead city, and set aside a part of it to make an industrial zone here? This industrial zone has been operated for many years. Many new, old, newly appeared, and abandoned game worlds and dungeon portals are built in the industrial zone. Almost every 10 steps, you can see a portal. When Gu Shi was at the portal square of the Chaoyang Guangguang Guild, he didn't see as many portals as here. Under Guangqing's leadership, Gu Shi soon saw the players gathered in front of a portal. Seeing Gu Shi and Guangqing, they waved to Gu Shi. They are all waiting for you. Today's gathering is mainly to welcome you, so there is a place for you in the contract dungeon and the 2 legion dungeons. You can just arrange the staff. But for the next dungeon, you will have to queue up. And it depends on what is needed for each dungeon. Lunyo, you come and explain to the junior brother what to pay attention to in these 3 dungeons, and the time arrangement of our dungeon gathering. Chapter 1283 Dungeon Arrangement. Junior brother, during the last gathering, we already talked about the dungeon. However, we did not explain the time in detail. The teacher is quite supportive of us. In addition to the contract dungeon and 2 different Legion dungeons, a new one can be opened every week, and each dungeon can have 5 players enter at a time. There are 15 students who have not graduated under the teacher. That is to say, as long as the time is well arranged, each player can have a dungeon every week. We will gather here every Monday to distribute dungeons. This is your first time participating, so you can participate in all 3 dungeons. Next Monday, you will have to analyze the dungeon requirements and tasks with us and consider which dungeon you want to participate in more. After Lunyo explained this, Gushi understood. This kind of dungeon benefit is available to every student. However, which dungeon you can get each time depends on what kind of manpower is needed for the dungeon this week and what kind of rewards you need. Generally speaking, everyone has a copy, so there is no problem of not being able to grab it. In addition, the copy can be refreshed back and forth, a week earlier or later. For these players, there is actually not much difference. We originally needed to refresh the new copy this week, but didn't the junior brother pass it? It just so happens that we will start rescheduling next week, so this week we brothers will take the junior brother to refresh the copy, so that the junior brother can understand the needs of the copy. The others also nodded. Then the information of the 3 copies was sent to Gushi. Junior brother, for the contract copy, you only need to arrange 1 contracted undead to fight. Generally, it is a challenge-type contracted undead, focusing on strengthening combat power. Of course, if you don't have a suitable combat-type contracted undead, you can also arrange some auxiliary ones to come. Generally speaking, the contract copy is not too strong. 3 with 2 is not a problem. However, the rewards in the contract copy, there is a saying here. If 4 people lead 1, or 3 people lead 2, then the contracted undead that is led can only share experience, but cannot share equipment. If you participate in it, it is different. The equipment is either randomly distributed, ensuring that everyone has a chance to get it, or it is agreed before entering the dungeon. And you want something, then the other things in the dungeon have nothing to do with you. In addition, when the equipment is randomly distributed, the tank has the priority to choose. You must understand this point. After all, the tank is really risking his life. The Legion dungeon depends on the situation, and what direction you arrange the heroes and leaders for. It is best to arrange comprehensive heroes and leaders. But everyone also understands that it is impossible for all heroes and leaders to be comprehensive. Sometimes there will be some dungeons that require a certain kind of expertise. At this time, some specialized heroes and leaders will be required to take action. When encountering such a situation, we will make a request 1 week in advance. If there is no suitable hero or leader, you can choose to give up. Exchange the copyrights with other brothers. However, compared with the contract copy, the things in the Legion copy are more important to us. There are a lot of resources and a lot of corpses there. Lunyo briefly introduced some information about the copy. These are the 3 copies this time. What kind of undead do you contract? Tank. Gushi said intermittently. Combat tank. Brother, you are so strong. Listening to Gushi's words, all the players looked over. They never thought that Gushi would have such a contracted undead. Gushi just smiled, and a small door opened behind him. The contracted puppet, you came out from inside. After hesitating for a long time, Gushi finally decided to release you to fight. Although this would make you noticed, it would allow you to improve rapidly. As soon as you stood out, everyone's attention was focused on you. They all saw that all the equipment on you was purple. The most important thing is, under you's golden armor. His skin is jade-colored. When you stood there, everyone felt that you's appearance was quite strange, as if they had not noticed him. Psychic ability? The skin on his body is a bit like that of a diamond man. Wow! It has a direct magic resistance of 95%. That's awesome. Not only magic resistance, it should also have the ability to rebound magic. In addition, the Diamond Man's defense is also very strong. He has this golden armor on him. As long as he can hold the enemy back, it is no problem for him to act as a tank. But this is not a contracted undead. Right? It doesn't matter. This is the contract of my junior brother. It doesn't matter whether it is an undead or not. But junior brother, your contract item is of good quality. It's just that the combat power is a little insufficient, otherwise you can really clear the dungeon by yourself. No, it's still not as good as the senior brothers. Then my contract item is settled, and I will participate in the contract dungeon. Okay, there is a main tank, then what do we have to worry about? It's settled, your contract item counts as one. Let's go to the contract dungeon, and the rewards will be randomly distributed afterwards. Hearing this, Gushi also laughed, and he turned his head to look at you. You can go with us. We won't fight for anything else. But we must have enough experience to improve our combat skills. You actually understood that what Gushi needed now was for him to grow up in a short period of time. If possible, it would be best if he could grow to level 20 and master the first combat aura. If that is not possible, at least he should reach level 19, so that when Gushi is in crisis, he will have a chance to help Gushi. As a contracted subordinate, his growth requires experience. Experience comes from every battle, every kill, directly brushing the dungeon in front of him. For you, it is a key opportunity. The dungeon refreshed every week allows you to gain a lot of experience, allows him to reach a higher level in a short time. And fighting constantly can also test his use of various equipment on him. Let him get familiar with the use of these weapons and equipment. At the same time, learn how to cooperate with others in battle. After arranging several contracted undead to follow you into the contracted dungeon, several more players gathered around. The contract copy is done. We will play the Legion copy next. There are 2 copies now. The big copy requires a leader to lead a regular regiment level force, with a strength of between 5,000 and 8,000. It is best to have a comprehensive leader. The small copy requires a hero to lead a regular battalion level force, with a strength of more than 3,000 and less than 5,000. It can be spearmen, archers, or other specialized troops. Chapter 1284. Stable Learning Career. Come on, junior brother, don't be like those nerds, and study all the time. That won't work. What does a necromancer rely on? It's fighting. Studying blindly won't work. When you have time, come out and communicate with us. Let's not talk about other things. After you get familiar with each other, if something really happens, can't you notify others? After all 3 copies were opened, Gushi didn't rush to leave. Instead, he chatted with other brothers there. This time they talked about dungeons, various news in the game world, and some resource exchanges. Everyone can talk here, without gongling you. Everyone is quite relaxed. In the communication with the seniors, Gushi also understood some of the situations, including 3 seniors who are already preparing graduation papers. There are a total of 17 seniors who are divided into 5 small groups. The one who is talking to Gushi now is the fighting party, and their main focus is fighting. In their words, if a necromancer doesn't kill people, is he still a necromancer? So they spend most of their time in the game, leading their undead to kill from beginning to end, and then from end to beginning. Gushi has done this before. Whatever the downward world is, Gushi has killed so many people that there is no one left. It is precisely for this reason that the brothers of the fighting party are very optimistic about Gushi. They want to pull Gushi into their fighting party. In their words, everything comes from fighting. Why consider so many other things? Just kill. The opposite of the fighting party is the reading club, which is called a nerd by the fighting party. This is also the smallest and most dispersed small organization. The players here mainly read books. Apart from the necessary games, they spend most of their time on reading. It can be said that they are always used to finding their own growth direction in books. Then, there is the talent club, which is mainly a small communication group where 3 players with the same talents gather together. The experimental club, a few players who like to experiment with something. Then, there are the merchant groups. These people took advantage of the situation of the Death City and the merchant group to start a business between the game and the real world. Judging from their current situation, their business is quite hot. After the dungeon started, these people used the excuse that time is money and left immediately. The players of the experimental club were the second to leave. After all, they still have many experiments to do. When the dungeon ends tomorrow, they will come to take a look and harvest the materials obtained in the dungeon. They would not be willing to chat here now. However, they left some addresses for Gushi. If Gushi had any experiments, he could find them to do the experiments. In particular, they heard from Gonglingyu that Gushi was working on the Undead Tower project. This project made them somewhat excited, so they took a few more glances and hoped that Gushi would tell them if he really made it in the future. However, they were friends, and it was time to leave. It seemed that they would come to see after the dungeon was finished tomorrow. Gushi had no say in the talented party. The only people who stayed here were the fighting party and the reading club. Gushi wanted to find a place to read a book, but he didn't expect the fighting party to surround him and promote the idea of fighting all the time. They even wanted to pull Gushi to their small game world to fight. In their words, their small game world was their battlefield, which was discovered by some graduate students who followed Professor Gongling Yu earlier and captured. This small game world is the base of their fighting party, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. The biggest feature of the small game world is that it can splice in some abandoned game worlds. This increases the population of the small game world. Only in this way, there are enough people in this small game world for these necromancers to kill. Sometimes they will introduce stronger enemies into it, so as to hone themselves. These players surrounded Gushi, and their words implied that they wanted to drag Gushi into the water. In their opinion, as long as the first battle in this small game world is fought, no matter who it is, they will like this fighting style. Then he will be a member of the fighting party. The reason why Gushi was willing to stay and listen was completely because he was somewhat interested in this small game world. Gushi wanted to ask, how many people are there in your small game world? How many levels are there? Can they all be killed? While Gushi was chatting with those members of the fighting party, the Nita people had also collected information about Gushi. Because the situation of the Nita people is somewhat unpleasant, except for those who must be contacted by the official, other human players are unwilling to contact the Nita people. So their intelligence network is not that detailed. There are some news that they cannot find out normally. They can only use their own means, and their luck to lock the target. Gushi was locked by them because he was careless for a moment, and did not release the white bone obelisk. Now these Nita people have begun to plot against Gushi. In a certain building in the Yin City, many Nita people gathered together. The Nita person in the lead said with some dissatisfaction, "You can't do this. I have always said that. Our curse must be underground. It must be underground. In the end, what's the point of you building an unmanned building? There is no earth energy. As soon as we do something, we will be discovered immediately. Lord Nikaya, we also want to find underground space, but there is no way to dig down in the underground of the Yin City. As long as we dig down, we will be spotted by a large number of undead. We are cursors, not necromancers. We draw out evil spirits, not vitality. We really have no other options. Forget it. Just bring the soul over. If something like this happens again, you can do it yourself. I will never do this again." The Nita man shouted loudly. And in front of him, in a fire, a large pot was boiling a green liquid. Next to the pot, there were some dolls, white candles, arrows and other things. Pour the breath you captured into the pot. Hearing this, several nearby Nita people began to throw a breath into the pot. This was exactly the breath captured from Gushi. When throwing this breath into the pot, the leading Nita took out a black tall hat and threw it into the pot. "Go and get the soul. Bring the soul of this breath here." Chapter 1285 The Cursed Gushi. This is our small game world. After pushing open a door, several senior brothers of the fighting party dragged Gushi into another game world. As soon as he entered this game world, Gushi felt that the world in front of him seemed to be pieced together from many different worlds. The sky was high and low, and the color of the earth was different. Sometimes, there was still grassland in front of him, but when he turned around, there was a desert over there. This environment made Gushi somewhat uncomfortable. But what made Gushi speechless was that, in the city in front of him, he could see all kinds of bones piled up everywhere. Some of these bones were neatly stacked together, while others were thrown on the ground like garbage. Gushi took a closer look at these bones, and found that there was no particular pattern in the different ways of handling them. Moreover, they did not seem to care about the quality of these bones. All the bones were thrown here, just like small stones on the roadside, and no one paid attention to them. Seeing where Gushi's eyes were, the senior brother, who was leading the way in front, smiled. "Don't look at it anymore. You can't take those bones out." Gushi became interested. "Oh, tell me more. I don't know too much about the details. The only thing I know is the two rules of this small game world. The first is for us, the disciples of Teacher Gong. This identity will give us certain preferential treatment in this small game world. But this preferential treatment comes at a price. We need to maintain the existence of this small game world. So every disciple of Mr. Gong must find a way to capture an abandoned game world, whether it is a destroyed game world or a down world. As long as it is not a dead game world, there is no problem. Each disciple must capture at least one, and it doesn't matter if there are more. At this point, the player who came in with Gushi also took a look outside. Those nerds, and others have also captured it. It's just that they don't come in very often. Gushi also reacted after hearing this. Although the disciples under Teacher Gong are divided into several factions, when they really encounter something, they are still quite united. No problem, I will find a way to capture the game world. That's good. Another point is that this small game world is used for us to train soldiers. The corpses here cannot be taken out. This is also one of the rules, so all these corpses are piled here, to prove the previous achievements of the brothers. Why can't they be taken out? Gushi was somewhat curious. I don't know either. Anyway, when I came here, this was the rule. Okay, if you don't want to take them out, then you can take them away. Right? Of course, if you can't take the undead summoned here, then why are we here? And let me tell you, in addition to us students and disciples, all the staff of Lingyu Industrial Zone, the office workers who work here, can also enter this small game world. Of course, they don't have high enough authority like us. And they can't take the corpses out. Are there other players? Gushi looked into the distance curiously, and found that there seemed to be several teams of players fighting there. Yes. After all, the industrial zone is so big, and there are many players. If we put the small game world here, it is impossible to prevent other players from entering. Besides, even if we are the disciples of Teacher Gong Lingyu, we are just ordinary players. If we rely on us, even if we work ourselves to death, how much territory can we conquer? In this kind of small game world, we still need a lot of people. As soon as these words came out, Gushi's mind was confused. Many people? Many undead? Many undead? Many people? At this moment, Gushi felt as if something was broken in his mind. He could not hear his brother's words clearly, and his steps became a little heavy. Gushi's abnormality immediately caused the reaction of the Flame Light Six Paths lamp, and all the people holding the Flame Light Six Paths lamp appeared at the same time. The bone obelisk immediately suppressed Gushi's head, making Gushi sober up for a moment. At the same time, the Soul Dark lamp and the Yellow Spring Dragon robe immediately pressed their hands on Gushi's body. The expression of the senior brother, who brought Gushi in, also changed at this time. He understood that Gushi was ambushed. In order to ensure the safety of his junior brother, he also quickly raised a weapon, like a small sickle in his hand. This small sickle was slashed at the ground, and a special wave passed in front of Gushi. At this time, Gushi also regained his strength. He immediately switched everything he had to the state of spiritual power. He used virtual life and magic power to cover everything he had. Then Gushi looked up and looked around. A large amount of evil spirits flew towards him like arrows. Although the attack had not arrived yet, these arrows were already clearly wearing away Gushi's luck. The abnormality that Gushi felt just now was the reason why his luck was consumed. He was cursed. After only a moment of clearing his mind, Gushi judged the situation in front of him. Although he didn't know where the curse came from, Gushi had his own way of dealing with it. Change immunity to mental spells to immunity to curses. Under Gushi's command, the effect of the Flame Heart Bodyguard was switched on the spot. Although there was no mental protection, the curse could no longer reach Gushi like before. After blocking the curse, Gushi directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he sat on the ground and raised his head in confusion. I was cursed. Who? Junior brother. Don't worry, we will help you with this matter, just wait. As the senior brother spoke, he took out an eye made of bones, and kept sending out various messages. It was obvious that he was trying to mobilize people. Gushi was very moved by the senior brother's actions. It felt good to have such a united senior brother. But Gushi also understood that the senior brothers could not just bear this matter. At this time, Gushi turned his head and looked behind him. White Bone Obelisk, Yellow Spring Dragon Robe, check the source of the evil spirit, help me lock the enemy's position. Under Gushi's command, the two people with the equipment acted at the same time. The person with the White Bone Obelisk suppressed the evil spirits at the first time, and the person with the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe looked outward, along the source of the evil spirit. It's just that the source of these evil spirits all appeared in the void of this small game world. The source can't be seen at all. Faced with this situation, Gushi turned his head. The senior brother, who had already contacted someone, happened to see Gushi. Little junior brother, what's wrong? Chapter 1286. Come, say it again. Brother, Do you have the authority to drag some people in? Gu Shi asked quite straightforwardly. Have you found the enemy? The brother chuckled, with a kind look in his eyes. We found the source of the enemy's attack, and are investigating. Gu Shi didn't say too much, but his brother understood what Gu Shi meant. That's very interesting. Of course we can drag them in. It's been a long time since anyone has taken the initiative to provoke us. You wait, I'll call a few people outside in. This matter is not over yet. This senior brother rushed out happily. Only Gu Shi was left here. At this time, Gu Shi was not idle either. In order to protect himself, Gu Shi began to open the gate of the Death City, mobilizing troops to attack. Gu Shi understood that the attack just now was just the enemy's starting method. It was a blow to Gu Shi's luck, a curse on Gu Shi, making Gu Shi unable to wake up in a short time to deal with their subsequent attacks. The enemy's formal attack will come next. Gu Shi is still not sure what method the enemy will use to deal with him. First, Gu Shi still feels disgusted by the enemy's method of using evil spirit to wear away other people's luck. As the main city gate was released, the White Robe cavalry rushed out of the main city gate at the first time. Gu Shi does not know what the enemy will be like for the time being, but the fact that the other party uses evil spirit gives Gu Shi a headache. Evil spirit will affect luck, and luck will reduce luck. Gu Shi now needs to improve his luck. Although Gu Shi didn't fight well in the last battle with Gongling Yu, but the White Robe cavalry is the only unit recognized by Gongling Yu, and they were not defeated last time, and the accumulated luck is still there. As soon as they rushed out, a huge rainbow appeared in the sky. The person holding the white bone obelisk guided the rainbow to himself immediately. As the rainbow fell, Gu Shi felt warm all over, and his body, which had just become cold due to the evil spirit, finally recovered some normality. At the same time, there were some flames around Gu Shi. These flames are the flames of flames. Gu Shi has used this to deal with the spiritual attack. Now he uses this to immune curse. It's just that the curse of the enemy is quite strong. This curse came one wave of waves. It even stirred up the full reaction of Yanqing Guard. Now Gu Shi is like being burned in the flame. Look at it from a distance. Everyone knows that the situation in front of you is wrong. But no matter how much, Flame Light 6 lights are pretty good orange outfits, said to be immune. It really took over the attack on the curse of evil spirits. With the help of the lucky power of the White Robe Iron Cavalry, Gu Shi also let the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe lock the source of the evil spirit again. This time, with Gu Shi's full support, the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe finally found the evil spirit that locked Gu Shi from the countless evil spirit arrows. Looking at the evil spirit held in the hands of the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe bearer, Gu Shi immediately ordered, "Don't tear this evil spirit apart. Wait until the brothers arrive." Under Gu Shi's order, the White Bone Obelisk bearer took the initiative to step forward and draw the evil spirit to himself. Then, through the suppression effect of the White Bone Obelisk, the evil spirit is retained. It can be said that Gu Shi has now locked the enemy, and it depends on how the brothers come in to deal with the situation in front of him. Just as Gu Shi was waiting for the brothers to come over, his head suddenly became dizzy again. Then a black shadow appeared in front of Gu Shi. The black shadow was not tall, but he was wearing a tall black hat. There was also the words "Catching You" written on it. This appearance also surprised Gu Shi. Yellow Spring Dragon Robe, Gu Shi ordered immediately. Unexpectedly, the black shadow laughed strangely. "The King of Hell ordered you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning. Who dares to stay until 5 o'clock? Your time is up." It's useless to shout. The man wearing the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe appeared beside Gu Shi at the first time, and gave Gu Shi a Yellow Spring order. At the same time, Gu Shi slapped his waist, and the jade-like peach mountain of ghosts flew up and supported Gu Shi's head. Then, ghost gates rose behind Gu Shi. At the same time, a large number of white impermanents flew out of Gu Shi's main city gate and surrounded him from all directions. Gu Shi pointed his hand to the sky. "Come on. Say what you just said to these white impermanents again." Gu Shi also smiled at this time. He now roughly knew some of the enemy's methods. He didn't know how the enemy locked his breath. The enemy used this breath as a guide, and released a large number of arrows with evil spirits to attack him, and wore away his luck. Then he said black impermanents to come and take his soul. This is a method that has been considered in advance, because the other party understands that the necromancer has too many ways to deal with the black impermanence's soul snatching. Only when the luck is exhausted first, when the luck is lost, and the whole person is in a lost state, can the black impermanence be set to take away the soul. This is the only way to easily snatch the soul. Otherwise, there are so many necromancers in Yinzadu, and sending a black impermanence to snatch the soul, who is being looked down upon. To snatch the soul in Yinzadu, at least you have to be like Gu Shi, directly send the white impermanence with nearly 80,000 people, act as a scene person, and calm the scene down first. Staring at He Wuchang's eyes, Gu Shi took another step forward. Come on. Repeat to those ghost messengers above. What did you just say? Under the effect of Huang Quan's decree, all Bai Wuchang were marked with the mark of the underworld. Now all these Bai Wuchang can be regarded as regular ghost messengers of Huang Quan. Although their level is not high, their level is only level 8 so far, and in Gu Shi's hands, they are almost out of the range of regular troops. But at this time, their status is not worse than that of He Wuchang. Being stared at by these white impermanents, the black impermanents, who wanted to capture Gu Shi's soul, immediately became timid. He stood there in a daze, unable to leave or not. At this time, Gu Shi's senior brothers also rushed over. Little junior brother, are you okay? Little junior brother, we are here. Little junior brother, don't worry. We are here. Nothing will happen. Little junior brother. One by one, the players rushed into the minigame world. Before they came to Gu Shi, they had already started to send various messages to Gu Shi. This made Gu Shi feel relieved. Gu Shi turned his head and looked in the direction where the brothers were rushing over. Gu Shi noticed that, this time, not only the brothers from the fighting party came over, but also the brothers from the reading club came in. It can be seen that their concern for Gu Shi is not less than that of the brothers from the fighting party. Chapter 1287 Reverse Capture. Junior brother, what's going on? Rushing to Gu Shi, looking at the scene of tens of thousands of white impermanents surrounding a black impermanence, all the players who rushed over were stunned. Didn't we say that junior brother was attacked by someone? What's going on? It looks like someone stole the house, and was finally caught by Gu Shi. Looking at more and more senior brothers rushing over, Gu Shi smiled at them. Senior brother, I've been targeted by someone. They first used the evil spirit to curse my luck, making me confused, and then said black impermanence to come and take my soul, trying to capture me back. Fortunately, I was temporarily immune to the opponent's curse, suppressed my luck, and replenished my luck, so I didn't get ambushed. But I can't just swallow this loss. I also hope that the senior brothers can help me, and catch those who are plotting against me behind my back. I want them to die. Okay. This is the character that a Huang Quan lord should have. A senior brother said loudly. That's right. They dare to plot against us. These guys are tired of living. Kill them. Kill one if you catch one. Kill a pair if you catch a pair. Evil curse. Right? Let me see. At this time, a senior brother stood up. This senior brother is from the reading club, called Feng Tian, level 17, but all his skills and passive skills have reached the level of more than 20. The most important thing is that all his skills are systematic. That is to say, each of his skills has a fighting method around the skill. Facing different situations, he can easily find various ways to deal with them. The most important thing at the moment is that Gu Shi is cursed. So just push back against the breath of the curse, and find the person who used the evil curse on Gu Shi. This kind of thing is not a difficult task for Feng Tian. Where is the enemy's breath? Gu Shi pointed in the direction of the white bone obelisk. Feng Tian went forward and saw the evil spirit and curse suppressed under the white bone obelisk. Your orange equipment has consumed a lot. You have been consuming the power of the orange equipment. Have you not done any maintenance? Feng Tian stretched out his hand to pull out the evil spirit and curse from under the white bone obelisk, and communicated with Gu Shi. Gu Shi could hear that Feng Tian was comforting himself and telling himself not to be afraid. But he was still shocked by what Feng Tian meant. Orange suit needs maintenance. The power inside the orange suit will be consumed. Where should the orange suit be maintained? Can it be maintained by myself? Feng Tian couldn't help but blinked when he heard Gu Shi's question. How long have you graduated? 2.5 years. No wonder, you haven't had this orange suit for long. Normally, orange suits are generally not consumed, but in the case of orange suits against orange suits, the energy of the orange suits will be consumed in large quantities. If you don't maintain it at this time, and don't replenish the energy in the orange suit, the quality of the orange suit will be affected to a certain extent. Although it won't turn the orange suit back into purple suit, the effect of the orange suit will definitely be affected. But something is wrong with your orange suit. Feng Tian studied the white bone obelisk, and then glanced at the flame six-path lamp in Gu Shi's hand. How did you manage to connect the two orange suits together? Your two orange suits are almost fused together. Hearing this question, Gushi was about to talk about the situation of the flame six-path lamp, but at this moment, Feng Tian suddenly said something. Okay, we've caught them. After saying that, Feng Tian stretched out his hand. A small black thing was twisting in his hand. You can put away your orange suit. Now those guys have been locked by us. They are the ones who are going to die. Ah? Gushi wanted to ask about the orange suit, but he didn't expect Feng Tian to run directly to the other brothers. Feng Quan, this is your business. Open the authority, and drag these guys into this small game world. The brothers from the fighting party immediately surrounded him. How about it, Brother Feng? What do you want us to do? This is for you. Just like you guided other worlds to merge in. You can pull in all the people who are affected by this curse. I remember, I saw the design plan of this small game world before. They had arranged this function at the beginning. Gushi poked his head out at this time. What? There is such a design plan. Brother Feng. Can I borrow it? Of course. Feng Tian said affirmatively. You can borrow all the books from our side. But don't you plan to join the fighting party? Not bad. I think fighting and reading are not opposites. And I personally prefer farming. Listening to Gushi's words, Feng Tian also smiled. He understood what Gushi meant. Gushi was not the purest fighter. Instead, he was willing to read. They were still very happy to contact the junior brothers who were willing to read. At this time, several senior brothers from the fighting party had also opened their respective permissions. Just as Feng Tian said, they really had the permission to lock in and drag people in. It's just that they had always looked down on it before. In their eyes, dragging in foreign objects meant dragging in a game world. It's nothing to just drag a few players here. Wouldn't it be a waste to drag them here? So they all knew that they had this permission and function, but they never used it. This time it was different. Someone took the initiative to attack their junior brother. Then I'm sorry, if you don't die. Who will die? Drag people here and beat them to death. After they die, bury them all in this small game world. This is their idea. Players who died in this small game world, their souls can't escape, even their ashes can't leave. Deep in the mainland of the small game world, several brothers of the fighting party gathered together. In front of them was an ordinary street lamp. The lamp had been there for who knows how many years, and it looked a little rusty. This is the control console of the entire small game world. Don't look at this place as inconspicuous, but you can do a lot of things here. If you encounter a suitable world in the future, whether it is a complete world, a descending world, or an abandoned world, you can bring the coordinates of this world here. Write the coordinates into the streetlight, and the streetlight will automatically work, dragging this world in. I tell you, if there is a world you can't defeat, just come here, drag that world in, and let us brothers help you deal with the world you can't defeat. Isn't this bad? Listening to Gushi's words, all the brothers in the fighting party laughed. This is the meaning of our fighting party's existence. Chapter 1288 Enemies in Position. After inserting the breath captured by Feng Tian into the street lamp, Gushi saw that the originally dim street lamp suddenly lit up. A white light directly cut through the void and shone on a certain place behind the void. At this time, Gushi had a bit of evil taste in his heart. He waved his hand. More than a dozen white impermanents escorted black impermanents to stand near the white light, and the remaining white impermanents all flew into the air. Looking at the number of white impermanents under Gushi, his brothers had to sigh. Gushi was indeed a player who took the route of Taishan Mansion Lord, and he started to prepare his own ghost messenger troops at level 11. As for the fact that all these white impermanents were ghost teams, no one could tell. On the contrary, because there was no need to suppress the evil spirit, Gushi directly let Huangquan Dragon Robe fully bless these white impermanents. At least, he wanted to make these white impermanents look quite normal. They would not look fake. You know, the black impermanents did not look that real. When he appeared in front of Gushi, he did not dare to take the initiative to seduce the soul. He asked him to repeat what he said before, but he did not dare to do it. Can such a guy be the black impermanents? Is it possible that this is fake? The senior brothers of the fighting party were not dissatisfied with Gushi's actions. The fighting party has always been focused on killing. The constant fighting allowed them to have a large number of troops. They were already accustomed to Gushi sending out 70,000 or 80,000 troops at once. If Gushi did not send out more than 50,000 or 60,000 troops, they would still think that Gushi's combat effectiveness was insufficient. As the street lights locked onto the enemy, the white impermanents quickly took their positions. Then Gushi suddenly narrowed his eyes. He used the vision of Huangquan Dragon Robe. to see a large amount of evil spirits pouring out from behind the void. These evil spirits were different from the evil spirits that had condensed into arrows and attacked Gushi before. They seemed to be gathered together like a gathering spirit formation, and even became thicker and thicker. Now there was a hole in the place where they gathered, and these evil spirits naturally poured out along the broken place. For Gushi and others, these evil spirits actually had little effect. Gushi's brothers were staring at the situation behind the evil spirit. And Ida people? The brother standing in the front looked at the situation under the white light and frowned. Who cares who they are? They are all dead here. Drag them out and kill them. That's right. Aren't they just a few Ida people? They are dead. And we have wiped out many races. If they dare to jump up, we can just wipe out the whole race. After listening to the brother's words, Gushi also gave up the idea of catching those Ida people and asking them why they were targeting him. Anyway, the final outcome is the same. So just kill him. Brother. I'll kill him. Seeing Gushi jump out, the other brothers had no objection. These Nida people were targeting Gushi, so they naturally had to let Gushi kill them. As for whether these Nida people would turn the tables? What a joke. Didn't you see that because of Gushi's matter? The brothers who went back early came, and even some brothers who had graduated came. They all wanted to take a look. Who dared to provoke Gonglingyu's students in Yinzadu? However, when most of the brothers came in, they saw so many white impermanents for the first time. After seeing white impermanents, their eyes looked at Gushi differently. This reminded Gushi of a saying, when you go out, you have to give yourself face. Now Gushi relies on these white impermanents to earn face. When Gushi was about to attack, the Nida people on the other side were confused. They didn't understand what was going on. They were fighting well. They had already locked the enemy. Their luck was almost exhausted. And they had also sent out black impermanents. But why didn't he get his soul back, but sent himself to this place instead? When they saw the army of white impermanents surrounding them, and many human players staring at them, the eyes of these Nida people were wide open. Whatever you want to do, get out of my way. I am the High Priest of Nida. I have diplomatic immunity when I come to your world. If you don't get out of my way, I will call someone. Call your sister? Gushi immediately locked onto the Nida person standing in front of the cauldron. He could see that this Nida person was the leader among them. No matter what happened this time, it must be this guy who tried to kill me just now. You know, Gushi could see that in the big pot in front of this Nida man, there was a hat of Hei Wuchang. This was exactly how they summoned Hei Wuchang. Hellhounds. Bite them to death. Under Gushi's command, all of his hellhounds above level 20 rushed out. At the same time, 1,000 undead troops appeared behind Gushi. These undeads all look like ordinary undeads, but their levels are all above level 20. And they have obviously undergone various trainings. And they look like regular soldiers holding weapons. As soon as they appeared, they were ready for battle. Seeing these undeads coming out, a senior brother suddenly said, "Why does this look so much like the teacher's style? Isn't this nonsense? We are all brothers and sisters. Although the time we have followed the teacher varies, most of us have studied with the teacher for a period of time. Whose army does not have the teacher's style? Yes. But why do I always feel that this army looks so strange? In fact, it can't be considered strange. This army was obtained by Gushi when he killed 1,000 obsidian undeads of the new legion during the assessment of Gonglingyu. There were actually a lot of corpses on the battlefield that day. But Gonglingyu sent him out too quickly, and Gushi didn't have time to clean up the battlefield. Otherwise, he could have collected some more corpses. But even if there were no corpses, all the undead obtained through double death that day were gathered by Gushi. These undead did not turn into obsidian undead like the new core. This made Gushi understand that obsidian undead might be Gonglingyu's unique method. But the undead, who turned into skeleton soldiers above level 20, in terms of combat coordination, have their own set. Even if these 1,000 people are not at this level, they are still unique among Gushi's undead. After this discovery, Gushi gathered them into a 1,000-man team and used them as model soldiers and training teams. Let other undead troops train with them. Learn something from them. This time when they encountered the attack of the Nida people, Gushi naturally had to release them. After all, he only had 2 undead troops above level 20. He couldn't just use the Hellhound without other undead troops to calm the situation. Chapter 1289 Battle. When Gushi released the Hellhound, Gushi's brothers also happily turned off the street lights, completing the action of closing the door and releasing the dog. All the Nida people were locked in this small game world. After that, they handed the battlefield to Gu Shi. Now is the time for Gu Shi's revenge. They just need to watch from the side. With this rare opportunity, they can also see Gu Shi's fighting strength. For them, many things can be observed through fighting. Through such battles, these senior brothers can roughly judge where Gu Shi's upper limit will be in the future. Will he have a chance to reach level 50 like the teacher, or will he be stuck at level 30 like some of his classmates? As for those below level 30, it is almost impossible for Gong Lingyu's graduate students. Even if Gong Lingyu is there, he will have to drag the student to rush up a few steps, so as not to lose Gong Lingyu's face. Gu Shi sent out the Hellhound to fight, and released a 1,000-man army to protect him. The senior brothers had some judgments about Gu Shi's character. Gu Shi wanted to play it safe, but he was not the type who would hide. Instead, he was like an old farmer who would take steady steps and would send his troops out to fight only after he had ensured the safety of his own side. So even though Gu Shi looked very brave at ordinary times, he actually always stood by his own safety line. This time was the same. As soon as the Hellhound pounced, the senior brothers saw that Gu Shi still had troops in his hands, and these troops could be sent out to attack at any time. It seems that Gu Shi's safety is not a problem. At least he can survive. With Gu Shi's talent, as long as he survives, he can start at level 30. The brothers nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Gu Shi is not a drag. This is enough. Gu Shi did not expect that just because of this battle, these brothers actually recognized him in advance. This can be regarded as an unexpected surprise. However, Gu Shi did not have time to think about those things at this time. At this time, all his attention was on the Nita people. Gu Shi noticed that when the Hellhounds bit the Nita people, they would be covered with a lot of evil spirits and bad luck. The luck value dropped to the bottom on the spot. Although the attacks could land on the Nita people, the damage was somewhat disappointing. So many Hellhounds above level 20 bit them, but they didn't bite a few Nita people to death. At most, they were seriously injured. This looked a bit embarrassing. You have to know that this is a level 20 Hellhound. If it can't bite a person to death, what's the matter? White Robe Cavalry, attack! Gu Shi didn't want any complications to happen at this time. When the Hellhound bit people for 2 or 3 minutes without killing them, Gu Shi decisively released the White Robe Cavalry. When these White Robe Cavalry rushed out, a rainbow representing luck appeared above their heads. When the brothers who were watching the battle saw it, they couldn't help but talk about it. I understand why our junior brother was targeted by the Nita people. Yes, the cavalry unit that strengthens luck, this is exactly what the Nita people hate the most. A natural nemesis. Their voices were so loud that Gu Shi, who was directing the battle, and the Nita people who were bitten heard it. At this time, they were full of question marks in their minds. What are they talking about? This has never happened before. Especially the Nita people, they just found out that someone was targeting them during this period of time. So they wanted to take the initiative and kill Gu Shi. As a result, they kicked the iron plate and turned themselves into dog food. The most important thing is that their characteristics made them into continuous dog food. After being bitten by the Hellhound for so long, they are not dead yet. This situation is really weird. Fortunately, the White Robe Cavalry rushed over at this time. Originally, according to Gu Shi's idea, let the White Robe Cavalry come to bless the Hellhounds with luck. Let the Hellhounds bite these Nita people to death first. But Gu Shi never expected that when the White Robe Cavalry rushed in front of the Nita people, they did not think of blessing the Hellhounds with luck, they directly charged at the Nita people. If Amilca was here at this time, he would tell Gu Shi that Gu Shi did not understand cavalry. As a cavalry, whether it is a knight or other cavalry, they have no intention of playing auxiliary. The only way for cavalry is to charge. They will hardly listen to orders such as auxiliary support. If you put the cavalry at the front of the battlefield, they will instinctively charge at the enemy. At this moment, Gu Shi's order, which reached the ears of the White Robe Cavalry, actually became, kill, charge freely. Then all the White Robe Cavalry rushed directly to the Nita people like crazy with the power of the rainbow. The Nita people were almost bitten to death at the beginning. Now that the White-Robed Iron Cavalry charged, their lives were really reduced to the lowest point. Especially those Nita people who were not very strong. When the White-Robed Iron Cavalry charged, they were trampled into meat paste on the spot. After the Nita people died, the evil spirits in their bodies would be released to the outside, turning into layers of doom aura visible to the naked eye. When Gu Shi's brothers saw this situation, they all stepped aside immediately, not wanting to be touched by these auras at all. Only Gu Shi didn't notice it for a moment. And such a breath was on his body. Fortunately, The white bone obelisk behind Gushi appeared at the first time. Suppressed the breath. And at the same time, Wonkwon Dragon Robe took action to remove the breath from Gushi, so that Gushi didn't become unlucky. But this also made Gushi feel a little unhappy. He was already standing so far away, and these guys could still disgust him. So Gushi raised his hand, and the garrison gate appeared nearby, and a large number of evil bone locusts rushed out of the garrison gate. Unlike the hellhounds that were fighting, the evil locusts were not afraid of bad luck. As long as they saw something that could move, they would go up and take a bite. Even if it mutated, it didn't matter if it backfired. Gushi would take action anyway. After killing them, a group of locusts with new attributes would immediately appear in the city of Aridov. Then, they could devour everything here faster. However, this time the evil locusts did not mutate because of bad luck. When they absorbed the bad luck, they felt that they had actually improved a little. Are these bad lucks good for them? The evil locusts are not brainless, but they don't need to think too much. After discovering this situation, the evil locusts rushed over, madly sucking the bad luck here. Some evil locusts even rushed into the cauldron, biting everything in the cauldron, even the hat of the Black Impermanence. Chapter 1290. Accessing the Nita People's World. Hey, our junior brother has a lot of things to play with. Suzhou, I think you should play with this kind of insect swarm too. Play, but the junior brother obviously has his own ideas. The insect swarm route he takes is different from mine. Suzhou looked up at the scene and shook his head gently. It's a pity, he probably didn't think of using the insect swarm as a monitoring system. Everyone has his own monitoring system. You can't let everyone be like you, using insects as eyes to monitor the enemy. Not everyone can guess the answer by just glancing at the details like you. If they learn your method, they will be doomed. And have you noticed that our junior brother released the swarm of insects not to attack, but to devour? This shows that he has a plan for the swarm of insects. When they were talking, Gushi's eyes condensed, and he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. He immediately looked at the strongest Nita man according to his feeling. Kill him! Gushi never put himself in danger. Finding the danger here, Gushi naturally would not drag things out. Killing the enemy in a short time became Gushi's choice. However, Gushi's action still stimulated this Nita man. You dare! He yelled, then took out something and stabbed it into the ground. His action attracted the attention of many brothers at the scene. A hint of understanding and excitement flashed in their eyes. They all saw that the Nita leader was asking for help. And his method of asking for help was to send a signal to connect the Nita world, or the game world they controlled. Then, they would send troops to rob people. If this happened to other people, it would not be a good thing. But where is this? This is the small game world of the graduate students under Gongling Yu. In this small game world, the fighters pursue the pleasure of fighting and killing. It can be said that even if there is nothing wrong, they still want to connect some game worlds, so that they can kill a lot. Now that the Nita people have taken the initiative to provoke them, how could they miss such an opportunity? The brothers of the fighting party looked at each other, and then excitedly ran to the street lamp. Little brother, delay a little longer, don't kill him. Hearing this, Gushi was also shocked. He was about to give an order, but he didn't expect that the Nita people's reaction speed was faster than him. When Gushi was about to withdraw his troops, he punched the thing that had just been stuck in the ground with a heavy punch. As he hit it, a red light flashed. Then Gushi discovered that something seemed to have locked onto this small game world. Then several senior brothers in the fighting party also spoke excitedly. It's locked onto. Not only did they not surrender, they also dared to fight back. They are courting death. I have captured so many game worlds, but this one came to me on its own. Little junior brother. That's enough. Kill him. Gushi was speechless, and simply took back his raised hand. Anyway, his orders had not been issued yet, and his men were still persuading the Nita people to attack as before. At this time, several hellhounds pounced in front of the Nita man, biting him to death in 2 or 3 bites. As the last Nita man died, several fighting brothers controlled the streetlights and moved everything that had just been fought here away. Let's go, little brother. This time it's yours. What's mine? Gushi was still a little puzzled. It's the game world you captured. The other side's world has been connected. Let's take a look at the connection now. The brothers had different expressions, but they all went in the direction indicated by the streetlights. It can be seen that most of the brothers are happy and excited. This small game world has captured so many game worlds. But it is the first time that one has come to the door. The most important thing is that Although there are more or less players in the game worlds captured before, those players are more or less receptive to advice. After discovering that the game world has been captured, they will leave on their own. But the game world now is different. These Nita players are not human players. They are still Gushi's enemies. And Gushi's brothers fighting Nita can be regarded as a legitimate reason. In addition, Nita sent this game world to us. Even the brothers in the reading club were tempted. In their minds, such a good opportunity is something they can never encounter no matter how many books they read. So these brothers immediately said, "It is said that reading thousands of books will lead to traveling thousands of miles. We just happened to encounter such an opportunity to practice, so we should not miss it." That's right, we are here to help the junior brother. I can't miss this battle. I have always wanted to come to the small game world to see how the brothers set up this small game world. It's just that I never had the time. Now that I have this opportunity, I can come and take a look. So the other brothers, who were not members of the fighting party, also focused their attention on this. They quickly followed the brothers of the fighting party, preparing to take a look at the new game world that had been connected. Looking at their excited faces, Gushi was somewhat speechless. What was going on? Why did it look like they were having fun by themselves, and it had nothing to do with Gushi? This won't do. These Nita people are here to find Gushi. The most dangerous part was handled by Gushi. Now it's time to harvest, and we can't let others pick the peaches. So Gushi quickly caught up with a team of senior brothers, and prepared to take a look at the fusion of the two game worlds. But Gushi soon found that the direction they were going at this time seemed to be wrong. "Senior brother, where are we going?" Gushi asked with the idea of asking if he didn't understand. When Gushi asked this, many brothers from different fighting parties also raised their heads. They were not familiar with this small game world, and they knew where they were going. However, they were all at a higher level, so it was not good to ask too much, as it would make them look ignorant. Gushi just raised this question, so they naturally pricked up their ears to hear where they were going. There is a portal in the city, which can lead directly to the end of the world. The new game world will be connected there, and it will be faster to go through the portal. After all, this small game world has swallowed up and integrated a large number of other game worlds. The area has become quite large. Even if we keep cutting some unused land, there will be no change. We don't have time to run over. It will be faster to teleport now. Chapter 1291, The Collision of Two Worlds. The portal in the middle of the main city looks different from any portal Gushi has seen before. The portal in front of him is more like a huge map spread on the ice. At the edge of the map, a strange light is flashing, which is the performance of the new game world being connected. "Follow us," the brothers of the fighting party said, as they walked to the location on the map where the new game world was being connected. The next moment, without any movement from them, they disappeared directly on the map. Gushi didn't think much and followed immediately. After all, this matter was related to him. When he stepped on the map, Gushi felt that there seemed to be countless eyes looking at him. Before he could react, his eyes blurred, and he appeared on a mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, Gushi could easily see the fluctuations caused by the collision of a large amount of land at the foot of the mountain. Under the pink and purple-black light, a large amount of land kept colliding and squeezing, and finally turned into soil of strange colors. Sometimes Gushi even saw some cities being crushed into powder in this squeezing. It's spectacular, isn't it? At this time, a senior brother appeared beside Gushi. Although I have seen the game world being captured and merged many times, I have a different experience every time. "Junior brother, what did you just see?" "Death and growth." Gushi thought about it seriously, but he immediately had a different feeling. "It doesn't seem right, something I can't explain." "Haha, you can see it too. What do you think? Our fighting party is not what they call a reckless man, right? In fact, fighting in this small game world, you can gain experience, practice various skills, and have different feelings. Why do you think those people in the reading club are unwilling to join the battle together? Maybe they believe in knowledge more." Gushi thought for a while. "Forget it. It's impossible to convince them. You can stay here for a while. It will take about half an hour, and this world will be integrated. Then you can join us to put down a city gate. Temporarily suppress this area." "Okay," Gushi said decisively. He also saw that at the junction of the two game worlds, many troops were attracted by the energy generated by the collision of the worlds, and were gathering here. After this wave of chaos subsides, the creatures attracted here will immediately attack this chaotic land. They will seize everything here to improve themselves. This wave of impact is the most dangerous. Although the level of the wild monsters attracted here may not be too high, their number is quite large. Gushi believes that the energy generated when the two worlds collide will even bring out the snakes, insects, rats and ants underground. At that time, the number of enemies that will appear here will not be counted in hundreds of millions, but in higher numbers. In this case, fighting will bring more benefits to Gushi. Then I'll leave the front to you. After you take action, raise the city gates and walls first. Prevent the enemy from entering our territory. Although we have been killing all the way, we are not the kind of people who rush forward when their minds are hot. Our battle is about steady and steady. Digest one piece, occupy one piece, and attack one piece. This is our philosophy. Gushi heard this. Isn't this the opposite? Shouldn't we attack first, then occupy, and finally digest? But Gushi thought about it and understood the situation. What senior brother said is that when digesting the land in front of you, the troops originally placed on this land can be mobilized, sent to the land just conquered, and occupy new territory. When occupying new territory, the troops can attack the next place. This steady fighting style can be like an assembly line, using the least amount of troops to easily take the most territory. When Dini attacked other districts of Aladovi City, he did not master this method and suffered a great loss in this regard. As a result, he was almost abandoned by Gushi. Now Gushi listened to his senior brother's words, and he could understand the meaning of these words better. Seeing Gushi's reaction, the senior brother's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect Gushi's reaction to be so fast. Gushi is indeed a natural fighter. He also said that he was used to farming. He was born to fight. Everything has been explained clearly. Let's not rush. Let's withstand a wave of attacks first. We will also attack together. This time the world on the other side is complete. A relatively large world, and there will be good things in it. Even if there are more than a dozen of us, we can't finish it. Yeah. Gushi listened and nodded continuously. At this time, the senior brother said again, by the way, when we fight later, you'd better put out your orange equipment to suppress the luck. If the opponent is Anita, they may have ways to affect the luck. If you don't want to be cursed, it's best to suppress it for a while longer. Okay. Gushi also thought of Anita's curse method, and temporarily gave up the idea of transforming immunity to curse into immunity to mental magic. Then he felt uneasy again, thinking in his mind, when the city gate is lowered, he will also lower the bone obelisk. No. An idea flashed through Gushi's mind, and he quickly hung a linen bag around his waist. Although Gushi no longer believed that he would have such good luck getting clues or parts of red equipment, but this thing really flashed red light, and Gushi hung it around his waist, just to comfort himself. Seeing Gushi preparing for battle, the senior brother who came to deliver the message also left quickly. Gushi noticed that all the brothers were on the nearby hills. They were all ready for battle, waiting for the two game worlds to merge successfully. Seeing the calm faces of these brothers, Gushi realized that he was too nervous. When he got used to such big scenes, he would not be so nervous. Just when Gushi was trying to calm himself down, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Gushi looked back and found that Lingxi had appeared like this. How did you get here? My heart is with you, so I can come here naturally if I want to. Lingxi smiled slightly, and then took out the food box. You must be hungry. This is the food I prepared for you. Please eat some first. Gushi was about to speak, and Lingxi opened the food box, and he smelled a fragrance. Then Gushi's body paused, and he found that he had just had a short dream. Looking down again, he found that beside him, there was an open food box. It contained the prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup. Just now, Lingxi brought him food through the dream. Chapter 1292 Fusion is over. Great. Picking up the food box, Gushi flipped the lid of the food box and turned it into a small table. Then the 4 dishes and 1 soup were taken out. A large box of rice and a small bottle of frozen wine were also taken out. It can be seen that Lingxi had prepared everything, although she had only been in contact with Gushi for a while. But Lingxi already knew how big Gushi's appetite was. As long as the amount of food is fed regularly and in fixed quantities, the amount of food can be reduced. Instead, the dishes can be richer. Just like the 4 dishes and 1 soup this time, the dish is braised pork, although Gushi can't tell what kind of meat it is, but it tastes really good. And the meat is more elastic. It is obviously meat from a good family. A small dish of fish pieces. Although the fish is not big, the dry frying method is used, and it is fried quite fragrant. Gushi smells delicious. The other two dishes are shredded potatoes and green vegetables. Although it was a vegetarian dish, it tasted quite good under Lynx's preparation. Finally, there was a big bowl of soup, which contained shrimp and other seafood. Gushi even saw the shadow of clams in it. The soup tasted quite fresh, and at the same time, a warm current was injected into Gushi's body. Gushi felt that this soup was Lynx's real trick. At least the effect of this soup was better than other dishes. As for rice and wine, it was quite normal. There was more rice, but only 2 taels of wine. If you drink more, it might be gone in 2 sips. For Gushi, this is a good amount. All the dishes are about 3 to 5 mouthfuls, and after eating them all, Gushi can be 80% full. After finishing all the food, Gushi found that there were some fruits and dried fruits at the bottom of the food box. They were all his favorite foods. At this time, Gushi could have a sweet treat, because he didn't have the habit of eating dessert after a meal. After eating everything, Gushi wiped his mouth, sorted everything out, and then stood back to his original position. Feeling full and warm, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed a good thing to have a contracted undead who could cook. This way, even when Gushi was busy, someone would remind him to eat. He no longer had to wait until he was starving to eat like before. Just at this time, Gushi noticed that the collision and fusion of the 2 worlds had slowed down. It seemed that the fusion of the game world was about to be completed. At this time, Gushi quickly stepped forward, and his eyes fell directly on the junction of the 2 worlds. That was exactly the position that the senior brother had arranged for Gushi. Although Gushi could see here from the top of the mountain, he was actually at least 700 kilometers away from that position. If Gushi was not standing at a higher position now, he would not be able to see that far with his eyesight. Under normal circumstances, it would take Gushi about an hour to get there, even if he opened the holy silver evil coffin. But the senior brother just now taught Gushi one thing. When launching the city gate, you don't have to go there in person. As long as you can see it with your eyes, you can also launch it. When the fusion process of the 2 worlds stopped, Gushi immediately pointed to the most central position of the fusion. Launch. Gushi's main city gate, and the city wall near the main city gate quickly appeared at the position Gushi pointed. Then Gushi took a step forward, and a small door that only allowed one person to pass through appeared at the position he passed. This small door was a special small door designed by Gushi for the architect. It was usually built near the main city gate. When a smaller city gate is needed indoors, Gushi can directly summon this one. Now, Gushi entered through the small gate, turned around and walked out of the main city gate. In less than half a minute, Gushi walked from the top of the mountain to the junction of the 2 worlds. Stepping on the ground, Gushi habitually scratched with his feet. The soil on the surface of the ground was scratched by Gushi. Gushi took a look at the soil under the ground, and his mouth corners could not help but raise. The soil here is full of evil spirits. It feels a bit similar to what Gushi encountered in the gold treasure. However, the evil spirit here is not too strong. It looks a bit like the ground energy is sucked, which is the spontaneous influence of this world. This kind of evil spirit is like the self-protection of the game world. And it is also like the change that the Nita people have made to the game world. For Gushi, these lands full of evil spirits have some effect. Taking the soil here back will definitely be very beneficial for raising corpses. In addition, it is also good to use it as a building material. Others may not need such soil, but for Gushi, these can be collected in the city of Aridov. Thinking of this, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the gate tower of the main city gate, he suddenly saw a crystal light flashing under the soil. Gushi walked over curiously to take a look, and found that it was a small crystal the size of a thumb. Spiritual crystal, evil spirit, purple. A spiritual crystal infused with a large amount of evil spirit can be used to replenish energy for purple equipment, and can also be used to enhance the quality of purple equipment. Looking at the thing that was just picked up, Gushi's eyes also lit up. This is a good thing. Could this be the benefit that the senior brothers mentioned when the 2 game worlds merged together? When Gushi was holding the spiritual crystal, he noticed that countless eyes were focused on him. Gushi looked up in the direction where the eyes came from. He noticed that smoke and dust had risen in the distance. It seemed that the beasts in the Nita game world had discovered that the mutation had stopped and were rushing towards this side. Judging from the position where the smoke and dust were rising in front of him, the enemy would appear here in about 10 minutes. Gushi couldn't care about anything else at this time. He ordered decisively, All troops enter combat status. Hurry up. Set up the defense line. The demon camp goes to the back. Bravely fight. Prepare a large-scale attack magic this time. Under Gushi's order, all heroes and leaders also took their troops to their positions quickly. It's just a pity that Gushi's Amilcar went to participate in the dungeon and is not around now. The hero who went to the other Legion dungeon was Arroyo, who went with the Black Gun Battalion. In addition, the other two leaders of Gushi are engaged in a war of external expansion. If they are transferred back now, the things they have conquered before may not be preserved. So the current situation has become that Gushi has to personally command the unorganized heroes and leaders to face this wave of enemy attacks head-on. Chapter 1293 Smooth Magic Attack. Although there is no leader-level command, the leaders under Gushi also have corresponding battle flags, and can lead at least 1,000 similar undead. This makes Gushi's battle formation easier to command. Under Gushi's command, the undead troops quickly stood at the forefront of the battlefield. They formed a square formation of 1,000 people, arranged in close combat, mid-range, long-range, support. As for the magic troops and blood-replenishing troops, all stayed behind the city wall. The Soul Summoning Tower and the Bone Summoning Tower transformed from the Bone Obelisk appeared on the left and right of the main city gate. Gushi stood in front of the main city gate, directing the on-site mobilization. Through the eye of the mind, his orders could be transmitted to the ears of each leader at any time. At the same time, Gushi could also see the situation of each leader through the sight of the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe and the Mind Dark Lamp. The key here is naturally who the enemy wants to attack and where to launch the attack. No matter how well the other party hides, as long as they have locked the target in their hearts, their route forward will appear in Gushi's sight. In normal battles, Gushi had not made good use of this. In this large battlefield, Gushi found that this kind of sight could actually play a very good effect. Under Gushi's gaze, it took less than 5 minutes for all the undead under the command of the leader to be deployed. However, in the city of Aryov, there were still many idle undead, holding weapons and pouring out from the main city gate, the steel city gate that had just been put down, and the garrison city gate. These random undeads are still of some level, but they have no leader to command them, and their weapons and equipment are also one level lower than those of regular troops. Now they should be at the level of +2. However, for all the undeads that appeared, Gushi treated them equally. He raised his hand, and the white bone covering of the Bone Obelisk, the enchanted sword of the Secret Realm Sword Staff, and the effects of other attack and defense blessings all fell on every undead on the battlefield. After all, this kind of blessing does not take into account the number of undeads, but considers the scope of influence. A radius of 5 kilometers, as long as all the undead within this range, all will be strengthened by Gushi in various ways. When strengthening his subordinates, Gushi had a thought in his mind. In the future, he would build some city gates that could specialize in strengthening his subordinates. This way, he could have more strengthening when he was deployed in battle. When the strengthening was completed, the vanguard of the enemy had already appeared. The fastest rushing was the flying troops. At this time, in the sky, a large number of magpies appeared. When seeing this kind of bird, Gushi couldn't help but shook his head. What does this mean? Don't they have other birds? In this world full of bad luck, releasing magpies that represent good luck? This world is really interesting. As Gushi muttered about this, some wild animals began to appear on the ground. In the front were mice, rabbits, and small creatures such as insects and ants. They really ignored everything and rushed towards the undead team that had already lined up and were ready for battle. But Gushi didn't even give an order to his undead troops. He just raised his right hand, pointed the secret sword staff that turned into a long sword at the enemy. Mind killing. Super large-scale magic. Orange equipment has its own effect. No matter who comes, 15 points of life will be deducted here. When Gushi took action, the animals that were rushing forward paused for the first time. All the magpies in the sky fell to the ground, and a large number of mosquitoes also fell with them. These are all level 1 or level 0 beings. Even if they gather together, their vitality will not increase much. If they have 10 points of life, they are already boss-level beings. Gushi's mind killing may not be useful for strong people, but for these small animals, it is a sure kill. Like the birds and flying insects in the sky, the small animals on the ground were also attacked by the mind killing. Their situation is the same as that of birds and flying insects. They died in front of the formation at the first time. Then the large creatures of a certain level rushed over, stepping on the bodies of these small animals, turning them into blood and flesh like mud. But before they could rush a distance on the blood and flesh, they encountered 3 consecutive attacks from Gushi. Death Ripple, Flame Field and Firestorm. The most important thing is that Gushi also thoughtfully added a Swift Wind. These beasts that can survive the influence of mind killing are not that strong, but mind killing only deducts 15 points of life as long as there is no accident. You can survive if your health is above 16 points. This has nothing to do with magic resistance or anything like that. The creatures that can step on flesh and blood now actually don't have much health. The death wave immediately took away a wave of enemies. The following Fire Field and Firestorm were actually the last finishing blows. After this wave of attacks, Gushi's eyes were blurred. A large number of kill information popped up in front of him, so that he could hardly see the situation on the battlefield. And at a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers from Gushi, there was only a piece of scorched earth, without a single living creature left. When the wind blew, the smell of burning barbecue came with the wind. At this time, Gushi looked up and saw that the smoke in the distance was obviously much thicker. The attack just now did not have much effect on the beasts rushing over. There were more beasts behind. But Gushi smiled at this time, and he stretched out his right hand and pointed at the burned beast. Then, some mirror-like effects began to appear in the sky. Luna, it's okay, release all those little guys. Under Gushi's command, a large number of undead creatures quickly emerged from the mirror. These undead creatures were the small animals that Gushi had just killed. After experiencing double death, they became undead troops of the same level. Although the undead are diverse, double death will only transform them in the most reasonable direction. There was no time to choose. All the creatures here all turned into basic undead creatures such as white-bone flying birds, blood-sucking mosquito swarms, ebony spiders, and white-bone hounds. Although their levels were not very good, with the various blessings of Gushi's Yali Dovi city, their combat power was definitely much greater than those beasts and creatures that rushed here before. Gushi just released them, and these undead creatures rushed to meet the creatures that rushed here. At this time, Gushi raised the Secret Realm Sword Staff again and began his next move. Chapter 1294 No More Dragon Veins. The Ghost Gate opens. The Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts. These 2 moves have been ingrained in Gushi's mind since the last battle with Gonglingyu. After clearing out the first wave of beasts, Gushi immediately chose to let the undead in the Ghost Gate go first. As the Ghost Gates opened one by one, a large number of unconscious undead poured out. The Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts played a role immediately, affecting the actions of these undead. The roasted flesh and blood on the ground is your food, and more flesh and blood are coming. Won't you take action now? Although Gushi's voice was not loud, it was heard quite far. All the undead heard this sound. The undead who just rushed out of the Ghost Gate thought it was right. What did they come out for? Wasn't it for blood food? In this case, how could they not run faster? So these undead rushed towards the beasts. The number of those undead seemed to be no different from that of the zombies. As for the charred flesh on the ground, no one paid any attention to them. Who would eat the charred ones when there were fresh ones? In addition, the undead animals transformed by Gushi's double death had already rushed out. Now these undead were afraid that they would not be able to grab food. So they rushed to the location where the enemy beasts appeared. Seeing more and more undead rushing out of the Ghost Gate, without even looking at Gushi, they rushed towards the enemy. Gushi also sighed. What about the promised battle? He had deployed his troops. And this was the result? Before Gushi could complain, there was an explosion in the distance. The shock wave of the explosion blew away all the undead animals that rushed out, and the undead behind them. Of course, the beasts on the enemy side were also affected by the explosion. When they landed, there were only a few beasts left. Although there was still smoke and dust rising in the distance, there were still new beasts rushing towards this side. But with the explosion at this location, there were no beasts that could get up. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Gushi was also stunned. What kind of explosion is this? It was so powerful. Just now, Gushi saw a mushroom cloud. This kind of powerful explosion is not something that a normal person can release. There must be something different behind this. Gushi narrowed his eyes and looked around for clues about the enemy. But Gushi really couldn't see what caused the big explosion just now. Instead, Gushi noticed through the vision of the spiritual lamp that the targets of the beasts who were coming seemed to have changed direction. They seemed to have the idea of bypassing the location where the explosion just happened. What's going on? Gushi looked puzzled. Normally, they just need to charge straight ahead. which won't waste much energy, and can also ensure that they can rush to the battlefield in the shortest time. Why would they take a detour at this time? Gushi thought about it, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Evil bone locusts attack, check what's going on over there. Under Gushi's command, all the evil bone locusts lying on the city wall flew up. All the evil locusts immediately pounced on the ground. The burnt flesh that the undead didn't want before was the best nutrition for the evil locusts. As they flew forward, the number of evil locusts increased. When they flew to the explosion site, the number of evil locusts increased by more than 3 times. All the evil locust swarms were full. But the next scene shocked Gushi. At the explosion site, the evil locusts fell like raindrops. It was obvious that they were affected by something. This situation made Gushi's eyes narrow. He finally understood why those beasts would rather take a detour than rush here directly. The location of the explosion, just now, was very toxic or had other negative effects. Even the evil bone locusts could not withstand such an effect. Gushi thought about it. And in a flash, he floated to the bone summoning tower transformed from the bone obelisk. Summoning magic. Gushi has not yet developed the summoning tower and magic pool, and has not yet learned the architectural design drawings. Now Gushi is summoning souls, relying on his own magic. But he can't care about anything else now. The situation in front of him is obviously wrong. The location of the explosion just now has negative effects. For ordinary people, it may be a big deal. But for Gushi, it is nothing. Isn't it just the negative effects that prevent people from entering? Then let the people inside come out. Once the soul summoning technique is used, Gushi can summon countless bones at any time. They died in it, so they are summoned again. So they are naturally not afraid of the negative effects inside. However, Gushi never expected that. As soon as he summoned the soul, he would feel his magic power being continuously drained away. Then the Huangquan dragon robe appeared beside Gushi, and the ghost dragon book also appeared. Gushi knew that he had taken it for granted this time to summon the soul. He thought that since so many creatures had died here, he could just use some corpses to summon the soul. He really didn't expect that the big explosion just now would actually break the underground dragon veins, and so on. That's why the Huangquan dragon robe and the ghost dragon book appeared at the first time. They felt that this was an opportunity to summon the ghost dragon. If Gushi had not given the order, the man in the Huangquan dragon robe would have even wanted to bury the dragon vein directly. Just as Gushi was about to transform his magic power and use the corpses here to transform thousands of bone dragons or ghost dragons, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Gushi raised his left hand and flicked out the book of ghost dragons. Then Gushi turned his right hand. Death Incarnation. At Gushi's order, the Death Incarnation Titan appeared on the battlefield in the distance. The dead earth veins became calm because of the appearance of the Death Incarnation Titan. Gushi's Death Incarnation Titan, compared with the Death Incarnation Bone Dragon, is more flexible. He had been helping Li Yufeng to hone his resistance against lightning. Now that he came out, he understood Gushi's idea. The 2 Death Incarnation Titans immediately pressed their hands on the ground. Then Gushi released the magic power in his hand. The power of the dead earth veins, in addition to being able to transform into a ghost dragon through the burial dragon vein, can also transform into a Death Titan. Get up, Death Titan army. Under Gushi's command, the last mana of the necromancy was all used up. Countless bones were swallowed by the earth, and then a huge figure made of bones and soil began to crawl out from the ground. And at this time, in front of Gushi, there was a thick leather book made of bones, with lightning jumping on it. Titan Book 1st Edition. Chapter 1295 Death Titan Legion Titan Book, 1st Edition, Purple, the first book that records how to transform earth veins, soil and corpses into Death Titans. It can be disseminated externally, and it can also record more ideas for advancement related to Death Titans. This book is the first version. Each time it is disseminated externally, the quality of this book will be improved by 1 point, and it can be broken through to orange quality, but it cannot be broken through to red quality. Looking at the Titan book that suddenly appeared in his hand, Gushi was also stunned. He knew that there were not many necromancers who were ready to go to the undead Titan. But there was no reason for this. In fact, Gushi did not know that he could generate the Titan book this time. On the one hand, it was because he and Eve had done a lot of research on the undead Titan, which made Gushi surpass many necromancers. On the other hand, it was because of his current location. The place where the 2 game worlds collided was most likely to have some weird things. These things are not easy to appear under normal circumstances. But in this case, under the stimulation of the essence of two or even many game worlds, some things hidden in the deepest part of the game will unconsciously appear. In the legend, several red clothes were found in this way. The prompt of the Titan book in front of him directly stated that this promotion book can reach orange quality, but cannot reach red quality, which is to directly tell Gu Shi, don't even think about red clothes. At this time, Gu Shi also understood what his brother said. It seems that it is very beneficial to come to this small game world to fight and capture more new game worlds. Gu Shi was just distracted. At the place where the explosion just happened, the huge figures made of mud have also taken shape. These huge figures are more than 15 meters tall, with thick muscles all over their bodies. The surface of their bodies is the yellow of mud and the gray of stone. They look like clay sculptures that have not yet dried. They were wearing Roman-style skirt armor made of bones, with a spear made of bone fragments in their left hand, and a 6-meter-high square shield made of various skulls in their right hand. Because the battle had just begun, Gu Shi had not consumed much of his mana, and the number of beasts that had died in the battle before was so large that he could waste it at will. In just a moment, more than 13,000 Death Titans appeared here. The Bone Titan, who had stood firm and had been following Gu Shi, and was in charge of commanding the undead Titan troops, grinned. At this moment, he just wanted to have a good laugh. All the depression of so many years was swept away at this moment. Just like that, Gu Shi's undead Titan troops finally surpassed the Bone Dragon Legion by a lot. Death Titan, level 13, summon creature experience, 0/250000, attack 24, defense 24, life 300, skills, undead creature, evil spirit thunder, lightning attack has negative effects, evil spirit body, has evil spirit, fighting with it will be cursed with blood loss, main force, attack power does not decrease in close combat, dragon enemy. Attack power increased by 150% against dragon-type troops, mind shield, immune to mental magic. He took a look at the situation of the Death Titan. Gu Shi immediately understood why all the beasts were unwilling to move away from here. The big explosion just now was equivalent to a nuclear explosion. The explosion range is now full of evil radiation. The troops outside entered, and the first thing they did was to lose blood. Even with various blessings, in this situation where blood is only lost but not added, even the undead can't last for too long. Although the beasts rushing over from behind have no brains, they are not without instincts, so why would they rush in head first? Gu Shi only realized all this now, wasting the newly increased evil bone locusts. Fortunately, this time he did not gain nothing. More than 13,000 Death Titans, although only level 13. Their aura standing there is not comparable to that of ordinary undead. And they are just seeds. I believe Gu Shi will have more undead Titan troops in the future. Pointing his hand, putting away the first edition of Titan book, Gu Shi reached out and took out a bottle to pour water into his mouth. The unpalatable magic potion quickly replenished Gu Shi's lost mana. At the same time, Gu Shi's new order was also transmitted to the Death Titan. Form a team of 1,000 people, stand still, use the thunder of evil spirit to attack the beasts that rush over. At this time, putting the Death Titans in front, instead of mobilizing them down, Gu Shi naturally considered it. These Death Titans' melee attack power is not reduced, and the weapons in their hands are spears and shields. Facing the impact, letting them act as melee troops can also do it. Besides, they are not only immune to the evil spirit caused by the explosion just now, but also should have the effect of absorbing and strengthening. Moving them out at this time can only make them retreat to a better position. However, if they are left in place, their combat effectiveness may not be improved much, but their vitality should be continuously replenished. In this case, Gu Shi will naturally not transfer them back. After receiving Gu Shi's order, all the Death Titans raised their spears. Those spears made of bone fragments actually disintegrated automatically at this moment, and the movement was very similar to the transformation movement of Transformers. Soon, among the bone fragments of the spears, a kind of black lightning appeared on the tip of the spears. This was the attack method of the Death Titan. This kind of evil lightning could be gathered on the spears to be used as a melee weapon, or it could be directly launched, to be used as a long-range attack method. When the more than 13,000 Death Titans raised their spears, the black electric current made a hissing sound. The air nearby became noisy. The evil spirit caused by the explosion just now also gathered around these Death Titans. At this time, the beasts that rushed over here also began to approach. Gushi could clearly see that among this batch of beasts that rushed over, although more than half were small animals such as mice and rabbits, there were obviously many more large movements. The most common ones among them were some jungle creatures such as wild boars and wild deer. On the contrary, wolves and foxes that were seen in many places were not seen here. As for wild beasts like tigers and bears, there were almost none. This situation surprised Gushi. Could it be that the initial guess was wrong? The collision of the two game worlds attracted only ordinary wild beasts. This is unreasonable. Just when Gushi was puzzled, the Death Titan took the initiative to attack. They raised their spears high, and the black electric current flew into the sky like a cannonball, and finally turned into black lightning that fell from the sky and landed on the beasts. Chapter 1296, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Boom! Gushi had never expected that the Death Titan's attack method would be like this. More than 10,000 evil thunders gathered in the air, and then turned into lightning and fell to the ground. Standing in Gushi's position, these lightnings were not very thick, but they occupied a large area, and most of the wild beasts running wildly below were covered. But for those wild beasts, this was a very fatal thing. Each lightning was as thick as a normal person's thigh, and when it hit these wild beasts, the bodies of all the wild beasts were burned black immediately. As the lightning stopped, almost all the beasts in this wave were killed. The Death Titan did not need to take action for the rest. The scattered undead nearby rushed forward and rushed towards the beasts that had not been killed. It can be seen that this wave of beast attacks is almost over. However, Gushi did not rush to come back to his senses at this time. He kept staring at the places where the beasts died. He wanted to take a look to see if the explosion just now was an accident or there was a reason. When the undead killed the last beast, no accidents happened. This made Gushi finally relieved. Fortunately, no accidents happened, so Gushi could have people clean up the battlefield. Start cleaning up the battlefield, send the bodies to the back, clear the battlefield, don't let these bodies affect the battle later. Following Gushi's order, the transport team that had just been trained finally played its due role. Rushing from the main city gate to the battlefield, it was almost more than 8,000 meters away. At the speed of the undead under Gushi, it would take about 15 minutes. This was actually fast. After all, about 500 meters per minute, which was the speed of a normal person, and the undead could keep running. When they reached the center of the battlefield, they only took less than 5 minutes to clean up the battlefield, and transported the harvest this time, rushing towards the main city gate again. In order to ensure the smoothness of the subsequent battle, the transport team that cleaned the battlefield this time was quite restrained and did not dig up the bloody mud. During the retreat, the transport team felt a little regretful. Their original training included a training method to transport all the soil. This was to deal with the regret that when Gushi conquered the Death City, he couldn't even take away all the black ash from the foundation. For this, Gushi's transport team mastered various functions of digging and transporting soil. Gushi believed that next time he encountered such a thing, he would not let the foundation of the Death City be wasted in vain. This was originally an opportunity for the transport team to show off. But in order to ensure the battle later, the soil was not transported away. This made the undead and the transport team somewhat dissatisfied. However, despite their dissatisfaction, they returned to the main city gate in the shortest time. When they left the things they brought back, Gushi had already entered another battle. At this time, in the Nita People's Game world, the third wave of beasts had also arrived. This wave of beasts are slow-moving beasts, and are not suitable for long-distance attacks. Gushi saw creatures such as hippos, bison, elephants, and beasts such as lions and tigers. Of course, the number of these large beasts has obviously decreased. At the same time, their levels are not strong. Although each of them is at level 2 to 4, these beasts are not even as good as the cannon fodder under Gushi's command. How can they pose much threat to Gushi? Under the attack of the Death Titan's Thunder of Shaong, it didn't take long for the subsequent undead to finish off the beasts, and all the beasts in the third wave were killed. Looking at the harvest in front of him, Gushi was very happy. Let's not talk about the level of these beasts. Once they die, there will be some new undead in the city of Yaladui. Even if the newly added undead cannot become Gushi's regular troops in the first time, may not even be able to serve as scattered soldiers or miscellaneous soldiers. But their appearance has enriched the ecological system in the city of Yaladui. There are many small things that can be arranged for them to do. And they can also be sent to the wild to weave a safety net in the wild to ensure that no one can sneak into the control area of Arida's city. There are also some large undead beasts that can be used for transportation. There are even some that can be used as mounts. After all, there are so many heroes under Gushi, and there are only a few who have mounts. Now that the number of heroes is increasing, Gushi naturally has to consider the issue of hero mounts. Just when Gushi was full of harvest and was about to release the transport team that had just returned to Arida City, something similar to a Rubik's Cube flew in front of Gushi. Junior brother, I just received news that the connection between the two worlds has stabilized. We can move towards the enemy's world. Stabilized? Gushi looked up at the smoke and dust in the distance. According to Gushi's judgment, there will be at least one more wave of beasts attacking. Why did such news come at this time? But Gushi also has his own rhythm at this time. He will not rush to send troops into the enemy's game world just because someone said that the place has stabilized now. Gushi thought about it, raised his hand, and sent the garrison gate to the front position, and moved the undead troops forward, so that they bypassed the collision and fusion of the two worlds. Gushi's order to all the undead was very simple. Move to the front of the garrison gate, and prevent the fourth wave of beasts from approaching. As for the time, it is not yet certain. Gushi now needs to deal with the things at the connection point between the two worlds. Gushi dug out crystals here before, which means there are many good things underneath. With Gushi's personality, if he hadn't had to fight just now, he would have transported all the soil here back to Aridity City. Why would he wait until now? This time, Suzhou sent a message, saying that the connection between the two worlds has stabilized. Then Gushi naturally had to take the initiative to dig out the good things here first. But just as Gushi pointed at the ground at the connection and gave an order, Xiong rushed over. As soon as he saw Gushi's action, he shouted loudly, "Junior brother, don't mess around." Gushi glanced at Xiong, who was the only one among all the senior brothers whose level was lower than Gushi. He had already reached level 10, but for various reasons, he had never been promoted. Even though he was admitted to Gongling's graduate school last year, he did not mess around. At the same time, he was also the most determined member of the reading club. Gushi did not expect him to appear here suddenly. At this time, Gushi also asked curiously, "Senior brother Xiong, what's wrong?" Chapter 1297. There are smart people among the enemies. We just found something, and we saw that you didn't move forward, so we came to take a look. You turned out to be really ruthless. You are planning to transport all the soil underground back. Xiong saw Gushi's plan at a glance. Yes, because Xiong's rank and age were not much different from Gushi. They had a good relationship. As soon as Xiong asked, Gushi laughed. "Uh-huh. I'm used to it. I want to transport everything I see back to the city. It's okay. We have this habit too. I usually like to open the city gates and let my men carry things away. But I have never seen you not even letting go of the soil. You are the only one who is not afraid of wasting troops." Xiong wanted to persuade him, but he found that when he was talking, the ground in front of him actually sank at least an inch. Xiong rolled his eyes. "Forget it. I'm not going to tell you anymore. Don't mess around. This place has just stabilized. Don't dig up the roots. If this world breaks away from their small game world, it will be bad." Xiong's words became slower and slower. He found that the undead under Gushi dug out one thing after another with purple light from the soil. Although some of them were spiritual crystals, some were bones left by beasts that died in battle or were dragged underground. And there was obviously no purple equipment. The amount of these materials alone was enough to surprise Xiong. "Thank you." Xiong glanced at Gushi, turned around and left quickly. His action made Gushi confused. What was Xiong doing this time? Oh! It seemed that he came to remind himself that he had not set out yet. It seemed that he could not keep dragging it on. He also had to send some troops forward. After thinking for a while, Gushi flew to the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, bypassed the battlefield being excavated, and headed for the garrison gate a distance ahead. This time, Gushi really did it, digesting an area and then occupying a new area. When landing on the gate tower of the garrison gate, Gushi's troops had already bypassed the wall of the garrison gate and stood on the open space outside the garrison gate. This time, because the battle formation moved forward, 13,000 Death Titans did not move forward, but took the initiative to join other undead Titan troops under Gushi. This incident made the Bone Titans under Gushi very happy. During this period, the eyes they looked at the Bone Dragons became different. The Bone Dragon troops also felt that something was wrong. They took the initiative to gather with the Golden Bone Dragons and did not have any contact with the Titan Core. It was obvious that the Bone Dragon troops did not want to get into trouble under such circumstances. For such a thing, Gushi was also a little helpless. But he had no way to solve it. Who let this be the hatred engraved in the bones of the Titans and the Dragons? Fortunately, even if the Bone Titan was unhappy, he did not do anything to the Bone Dragon. On the one hand, when the Titans were weak before, the Bone Dragon did not do anything to the Titans. On the other hand, it was because the Bone Titan was not a hero or a leader. The reason why he was regarded as the leader of the Undead Titans was because he had been with Gushi the longest. If a hero appeared among the Undead Titans, he would definitely give way to him at the first time. So the Bone Titan did not want to do things too much. As for the Bone Dragons, the idea was even simpler. Gushi had not yet found the architectural design of the Dragon Tomb. Even if the Bone Dragon troops were numerous now, they were rootless duckweed. They might be wiped out in a battle. Not to mention that the number of Bone Dragons was far less than that of the Undead Titan troops. So when the Undead Titans gathered together, the level 26 Ghost Dragon took the Bone Dragon troops to the other side of the battlefield, aiming to avoid contact with the Undead Titan troops. As for the Undead troops that are lower than the Bone Dragons and the Undead Titans, they were supposed to be substitutes for the Death Knights. However, due to the Legion dungeon, they all followed Amilcar, and only the White Robe Cavalry remained. They were not very noticeable among the undead troops under Gushi. As for the Corpse Wizards, after more than a year of training by Gushi, their number was quite considerable. However, compared with the Bone Dragons and the Undead Titans, their number was too small. It can be said that Gushi's current military forces are in an unreasonable gap stage. Gushi hadn't paid much attention to the situation here before. Now Gushi has deployed almost all the troops that can be deployed. This problem is quite obvious. Looking at the 1,000-man undead team outside the Garrison City Gate, and then taking a look at the main force behind the Garrison City Gate, Gushi couldn't help but mutter in his heart. After returning this time, we must find a way to develop other troops. By the way, I will ask later, to see if the senior brothers have any channels to buy the architectural design drawings of the Dragon Tomb. It's really not a good thing that the undead city has no Dragon Tomb. Just as Gushi was muttering, he suddenly noticed a situation. The smoke and dust in the distance kept rising, but the fourth wave of beasts seemed to have never come. At this time, Gushi thought seriously. The message sent by Suzhou flashed through his mind, and Xiang, who came here specially. A thought suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. Damn it, I was deceived. Attack, all of you attack. Under Gushi's somewhat exasperated order, the undead troops quickly moved forward. At the same time, Gushi himself was not idle either. He decisively released the Ghost Gate opening and the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts. Through these two skills, he temporarily supplemented various undead cannon fodders, and let them move forward with his own troops. Under Gushi's command, more and more undeads rushed towards the direction of the smoke and dust. Gushi himself did not rush to attack. The city gate was still in its original position, but he kept a close eye on the situation of the undead troops. If the undead troops were attacked in front, Gushi would have enough troops to support them. If there is no attack, when the undead army reaches the location of the smoke, Gushi will throw the steel gate over. At that time, it means that the distance between the garrison gate and the steel gate is already occupied by Gushi. Gushi intends to use this method to advance step by step. However, when Gushi's undead army rushed to the place where the smoke rose, he found that he was too cautious. After nearly 200,000 undead killed, he only saw about 500 beasts dragging branches and leaves and spinning in place. The smoke that Gushi saw was caused by them. From a distance, it looked like a large number of beasts launched a charge. Gushi was frightened. It took so long. If he had known this was the case earlier, his troops would have been sent here long ago. It seems that there are smart people among the enemies. Chapter 1298. Where are the scouts? What a freak. I never thought I would be fooled by wild beasts one day. When he got the news and rushed to the place where the wild beasts were circling, Gushi couldn't help but shook his head. There were only 500 wild beasts, and they were not particularly strong, but they held back the undead under Gushi for several hours. What a mess. Gushi shook his head speechlessly. But this time, the situation also made Gushi understand the truth. He was not a genius in battlefield command, and sometimes a small trick would make him suffer. Just like this time. Gushi was stunned. If other people came, they would definitely send their men out to chase them in anger. But Gushi did not do that. He sat on the holy silver evil coffin, seriously reflecting on what went wrong when he was tricked. No scouts were sent out. Gushi looked up at the sky and recalled the time when he was relatively weak at the beginning. Each undead army was the richest army. At that time, in order to prevent sneak attacks, Gushi would release gargoyles as scouts. For this, Gushi even learned the language of the gargoyles. When did Gushi give up this fine tradition? Gushi couldn't remember it, but he was sure that it was because his strength had become stronger. Because he had flying troops, like bone dragons. In this way, the gargoyles gradually withdrew from Gushi's main force. After that, more and more leaders appeared in Gushi's team. Gushi really didn't think about scouts anymore. This time, it was a blow to Gushi. Gushi thought about it seriously, and finally stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Eve, how many gargoyles do we have now? Since Gushi borrowed Luna's ability, it has been much easier for him to contact his contracted undead. Before, only Luna could use the mirror ability, so only Gushi had a special mirror. Now that Gushi can use the mirror ability, Luna simply made a special mirror for all the contracted undead under Gushi, so that Gushi can directly contact his subordinates. When Gushi contacted Eve, Eve was copying the textbooks and books that Gushi needed in the library of Hades University. Hearing Gushi's question, Eve immediately said, "There are at least 9,000 gargoyles now. Close to 10,000. This number is just Eve's conservative estimate, because the level of gargoyles is not high. The output is quite large. In addition, there are many ways to train gargoyles in Aladovi City. The weekly output of regular gargoyles is about 100. The gargoyles have been with Gushi for a long time. At the beginning, when Gushi had not yet conquered the main city of Aridov, Gushi already had gargoyles. Later, he even got a training camp for various gargoyles through Eve. After more than 2 years of accumulation, there are only more than 9,000 gargoyles, which is the result of consuming some of them. Otherwise, the number of gargoyles would have exceeded 10,000. This number is enough. I will let Princess Anna train these gargoyles and arrange them to be scouts. By the way, let me show you a great treasure," Gushi said as he took out the Book of Titans. Eve, who was copying, jumped up when she saw this thing. What is the direction of the transformation of Titans after death? Yes, this is the first edition. All your ideas are used here. Eve listened and didn't care about gargoyles. Titans are the most important. My lord, I'll go there now. Don't worry. I'm not in Aladovi now. You copy what I want first. I'll talk about everything after I come back. I'll arrange the gargoyles. By the way, the Titans have been transformed into undead, which means that your idea is correct. You should also speed up the transformation of other arms in the tower. Whether I can become the ancestor of the Death Tower depends on your efforts." Gushi, who was in a better mood, made a joke at this time. But for Eve, this was like a shot of chicken blood. She nodded to Gushi. "Don't worry, sir. I will definitely work hard." After saying that, Eve sat down to copy books again. Seeing Eve like this, Gushi also smiled. It seems that he can really think about it. The title of the ancestor of the Death Tower. After cutting off the connection with Eve, Gushi immediately contacted Princess Anna. When hearing that Gushi wanted to mobilize the gargoyle troops to act as scouts, Princess Anna calculated in her mind. You can give out 4,000-man teams. Why is it just so little? Gushi was somewhat surprised. Didn't they say that there were nearly 9,000 gargoyles? How could they only give out so little? The starting level of the gargoyles is level 3. Without training, there is no way to use them. These 4,000-man teams are the result after we take into account all the gargoyles around level 5. Gushi felt helpless after hearing this. The starting level of the gargoyles is relatively low, and this problem is almost unsolvable. Previously, Gushi also moved many arms from the main force to the miscellaneous force because of the low starting level, and then from the miscellaneous force to the cannon fodder force. It is quite reasonable that the gargoyles would be affected in this way. At least Princess Anna has never considered the idea of using gargoyles as scouts. In the eyes of Princess Anna, a good scout should be a soldier like her crow spearman. Without anyone paying attention, more than 4,000 gargoyles can grow to level 5 or above, which is quite impressive. Okay, I understand. Arrange this batch of gargoyles first, and release the remaining gargoyles to get them moving. Don't think that the starting level is level 3, and it will definitely be level 3 in the future. Don't let me not have enough troops next time I need to use gargoyles. Under Gushi's command, For 1,000-man gargoyle troops flew out from the direction of the garrison gate. Gushi noticed that there seemed to be a leader leading these gargoyles. It seems that there were some mistakes in what Gushi said just now. At least the gargoyles are not failing to grow up. At least in the gargoyle troops. There are leaders who can lead the gargoyles to act together. You've come at the right time. With this place as the center, go out to explore the way in 3 directions. I want to know if those guys have any other arrangements. Are there any other ambushes? Gushi pointed forward. His face was quite cold. After suffering a loss in this regard, he didn't want to suffer a big loss again. This battle must be steady. Chapter 1299 The Harvest After the Collision of Two Worlds. After releasing the gargoyle, Gushi did not rush his men to send out troops, but went back. Scouting is not that simple. There are 2 ways to explore the road. One is to quickly scan, the farther the better, and the other is to search a large area to see if there is an ambush within the range of their patrol. No matter which way they explore the road, they will not return soon. Gushi does not need to wait here all the time. He wants to go back and see how the previous battlefield has been cleaned up. Gushi had just left. About 90 miles away from the station of Gushi's troops. A monkey with horns looked up at the sky, and then squeaked. Hearing this sound, a Nita man more than 3 meters tall quickly rushed out from nearby. He was still gnawing a piece of bloody meat and bone in his mouth. Damn it. They didn't attack directly? Weren't they easy to fool at the beginning? How did they react so quickly? The horned monkey was still squeaking there. Forget it. There's no need. They sent out scouts. Which means they already know our intentions. These flying scouts are looking for an ambush. And they will continue to send out scouts to explore the way. It will be very difficult to ambush them again. It's difficult. Let them all retreat. And release the beasts. They are useless now. So there's no need to trap them. After the Nita man stood up, he shook his head and gave the order decisively. Then a large number of monkeys with horns rushed out from nearby. Wings actually stretched out from the backs of these monkeys. They spread their wings and flew up. As the horned monkeys flew up one by one, different sounds were heard in the nearby forests. Some trap beasts rushed out of the woods. They looked around and rushed to the place where the 2 worlds merged. At the other end of the forest, a group of about 10 Nita people were leaving quickly. The flying horned monkeys also left with the Nita people. After the Nita people left, the gargoyles flew over. When they flew over, they just saw the beasts rushing out of the forest. The news spread quickly among the gargoyles. After a while, half of the gargoyles went back to report the news. And the remaining gargoyles went out along the original route to continue their work. At this time, Gushi also returned to the main city gate. The battlefield cleaning work here was not finished yet. The undead transport team he stayed here to work was still digging the soil. However, Gushi obviously noticed that the transport team had no intention of transporting the soil to the main city gate, but piled the soil outside. Gushi was about to ask what was going on, but found that the evil spirit in the soil that had just been dug out was not as strong as when it was first touched. What's the situation? Gushi stepped forward and pinched the soil, and asked with some curiosity. However, when he got the soil in his hands, Gushi knew that there was no need to ask more questions. There was some evil spirit in the soil in front of him. But it was obvious that the evil spirit was spreading. Even if it was not dug out by Gushi, it would slowly disappear. This kind of soil is not as good as the bloody soil that Gushi dug on the battlefield. It is useless to bring it back. So the undead under Gushi changed their minds immediately, and picked up various fragments that could be found in the soil. Only then did Gushi understand how many things were buried underground under the constant squeezing of the collision of the 2 worlds. His undead dug out a large number of bodies that were crushed into meat paste, broken bones, crushed stones and trees, and various broken equipment. The fusion of the 2 worlds is like a big millstone, which squeezes and grinds these things continuously. In the end, all that remain are relatively hard. If Gushi had not excavated the site, perhaps after dozens or hundreds of years, everything inside would have turned into some special items under the internal pressure. Then, perhaps 1 or 2 orange quality items would appear below. But now, orange quality items are unlikely to be possible. The undead under Gushi dug out the most spiritual crystals, which are the easiest to generate. As long as the purple quality items are broken, the energy originally belonging to the purple items will seep into the nearby sand and gravel, and then be squeezed by the 2 worlds and ground into crystals to become this kind of spiritual crystal. Sometimes, it may not even be a purple quality item. but only green or blue quality. In the case of a large number of purple quality spiritual crystals can also be produced. In addition, there are some condensed life forces of creatures that are directly involved in the collision of the two worlds, etc. It can be said that there are the most sources of spiritual crystals, and the largest number. In such a short period of time, the undead under Gushi dug out more than 100,000 spiritual crystals. Among them, there are even more than 10 pieces of orange quality spiritual crystals. This can replenish the energy of Gushi's orange suit, and even be used to improve the quality of orange suits. Then, there are some purple quality materials. There are stones and woods that were accidentally left behind, a large number of rare materials, and some similar to dragon blood crystals. However, apart from the building materials whose quality has been improved due to the collision between the two worlds, there are too many special materials such as dragon blood crystal or dragon steel. The undead under Gushi can only confirm that these things can be used, but they cannot determine what these materials are used for. These things need to be sent to the city of Iridavi, and then identified and classified by the undead with identification ability. For this reason, Gushi did not get the detailed figures at present. However, based on the information obtained at the moment, various building materials should be calculated in hundreds of thousands. Rare materials are also counted in tens of thousands. As for special materials, the total amount is close to more than 100,000. It can be said that these materials are enough for Alito to make a fortune. The third type after that is the purple equipment and props that are damaged or still intact. The number of these is not really that large, mainly because most of the good purple equipment and props are almost destroyed under the pressure of the two continents. Even if they can be dug out, the number is not large, but there are a lot of bones left. This can be considered an alternative harvest. According to the current information, Gushi found more than 30,000 pieces of broken purple equipment, more than 2,000 pieces of damaged purple equipment, and more than 10 relatively intact purple equipment. In addition, there are more than 60,000 pieces of purple quality bone fragments, and more than 5,000 relatively intact bones. Now we are waiting for the experts in the city of Ariov to confirm and restore these equipment. Chapter 1300 The King and the Red Dress. That's about all we have dug out. Sir, shall we continue digging? The undead leader in charge of commanding the undead transport team told Gushi the intelligence and asked him directly. Of course. Dig. We have only dug for a while, and we have found so many things. You continue digging here. After the intelligence from the front line is transmitted, I will change the main city gate to open and close the school gate. You and your men should dig here directly. As long as there are people, you should keep digging, Gushi said decisively. As he spoke, Gushi also looked down. At this time, the ground had only been dug down about 6 or 7 meters. As for the excavation range, it only occupied about 1/3 of the original battlefield. There are still more places that have not been dug out. It is just such a small area, and there are such harvests. If the surrounding area is dug, what kind of harvest will there be? Gushi did not dare to think about this. Hearing Gushi's order, the undead leader quickly responded. He had no objection to not being able to join the battle. After all, when he chose to join the transport team, he knew that he would only deal with logistics in the future. However, he was in the transport team, not the excavation team. Digging down all the time was not his ability. The leader was about to tell Gushi about the difficulties on his side, hoping that Gushi could arrange some other undead to come and dig. But at this moment, Suzhou's messenger, the thing that looked like a Rubik's Cube, flew over again. Junior brother, we are in trouble. Do you have time to come over? Come right over. Gushi responded directly and said to the leader, dig more carefully, don't miss some good stuff. After that, Gushi set a signal immediately. The next moment, Gushi returned to the previous teleportation map. After that, Gushi did not move. He was sent out by the teleportation map again. This is the way of movement that Gushi and his fellow brothers can activate in this small game world. Of course, because Gushi is not very skilled now, he must first return to the teleportation map once, and then transfer to the corresponding place. Otherwise, he should be like Xiang, who can suddenly appear beside Gushi and leave at the first time. When Gushi appeared at the location designated by Suzhou, he found that more than a dozen brothers had already arrived. At this time, Suzhou was drawing in front of a map. When he saw Gushi coming, Suzhou asked, little brother, when you entered the enemy's game world, did you encounter any problems? Yes. There is a brain among the enemies. Who can make the beast use strategies? Gushi said immediately. It seems you have encountered it too. Originally I didn't want to call you over, but my troops encountered some situations ahead, and sent back some information. Suzhou said, as he placed the painting in front of everyone. There is a king among the enemies. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with him. King? Gushi was a little confused. What was going on? Suzhou glanced at Gushi, and knew that Gushi had never come into contact with these things. But this was normal. He had never come into contact with these things before. Junior brother, you have a leader under you. Right? Yes. Gushi nodded affirmatively. Isn't this nonsense? Without a leader, how can he send people to participate in the Legion dungeon? The king is among the players, who have the status and ability of a leader. Gushi blinked. I understand. The king is equivalent to the status of a leader among heroes. The status of a leader among soldiers. There are still 2 levels between the leader and the hero. It can be said that with a king in the game, most players will be willing to obey the king's orders. Su Axis corrected Gushi's judgment. That is to say, when we fight this world this time, we will encounter the control and counterattack of the whole world. Should we still fight? Gushi immediately understood why Suzhou called everyone over. Of course we will fight. The other brothers all shouted, as if they had nothing to do now, and finally found something fun, and no one wanted to miss it. Seeing Gushi's somewhat confused look, Suzhou smiled and said, everyone is very curious. After all, among billions of players, it is not certain that a king will emerge. So everyone wants to fight the king. To give it a try. There is such a saying. Unexpectedly. At this time, several other brothers added. Besides, the players we are facing this time are not human players, so it is not a sin to beat them. That's right, since we have already offended them, we might as well kill them directly. Also, I heard that the king is the one who is most likely to come into contact with red suits. Although I don't know if this king has come into contact with red suits, this is the closest opportunity for us to get to red suits. That's right, if I can take a look at red suits, I will be so happy. Wait, brothers, if there are really red suits, will we be unable to beat them? Gushi was somewhat worried. Gushi had clearly seen the difference between purple and orange equipment. What if the difference between orange and red equipment was that big? He didn't want to be crushed. Don't worry. The information about red equipment is updated every year. After the Nita people contacted us, we could also see the number of red equipment they had. They only had 2 red equipment in total. Our luck wouldn't be so bad to encounter red equipment here. But Gushi didn't believe it after hearing it. Wait a minute. Have you ever thought? Is there only one king among the Nita people? If so, will they use red suits to protect the king? Gushi said quickly. Hearing Gushi's words, all the players paused. Then they looked at each other. Brother Guang, you may need to ask the teacher. Talk to the teacher about this first. Let's investigate the situation first. If we don't encounter the red suit, we can handle it ourselves. If we encounter a red suit, we will have to invite the teacher over. Before the teacher comes, we must be prepared for the enemy to have a red suit. That's right. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Senior Brother Liu, go back and authorize. And close the means of leaving the small game world normally. From what he said, it seems that they are planning to close the door and beat the dog. But this is reasonable. After all, Gushi and his senior brothers have their own death cities. And even if there is no formal channel, they can still contact the outside world through the death city. But the Nita people don't have this ability. As long as they are locked in the small game world, they will not have any chance to escape. Chapter 1301 Task Arrangement and Mutual Help. After making some guesses in their minds, Gushi's senior brothers quickly took action. They mobilized the troops, blocked the minigame world, and blocked the minigame world. Even Gushi was temporarily assigned some tasks. Because Gushi's level reached level 11, he knew the basics. Several senior brothers arranged tasks. Naturally, it was not a simple escort task. Several combat party senior brothers discussed it, and finally made a decision. The king of the Nita people is a player, he will hide. So the king of the Nita people must be forced out. Before, Gushi's brothers planned to capture the new world, and then take action by themselves. But now it is different. They must clean up one area after another. Make sure that there are no Nita people in this area. Because the opponent's game world is quite large, these brothers of Gushi must give their all. At least it can't be like before. Let a few heroes or leaders handle this place, and I can just come and check it from time to time. And this matter must be completed in a short time. Otherwise, The Nita people will definitely react. Send people to rescue their king as soon as possible. How many days do you think we have? 5 days. The news will be spread tomorrow. I can suppress it for 2 days for the teacher's face, and it will take them 2 days to break through the small game world. In other words, if we don't want to cause a war, we only have 5 days. What if a war breaks out? Gushi said lightly. His words attracted the attention of all the brothers. When they looked at Gushi, they all laughed. The brothers in the fighting party patted Gushi on the shoulder. It turns out that he is the little brother we are optimistic about. This idea coincides with ours. But it's not that we don't want to, but our identities prevent us from doing this. In such a big event, we have to represent the teacher's ideas. This time. Except for the brothers and sisters who are here now. The brothers and sisters who have graduated cannot participate. Do you know why? Gushi thought for a while and asked silently. Because of the red suit? Yes. We are actually betting. We are betting that the enemy may have the red suit. And we are also betting that we can suppress this news. At this time, Guangqing, who went out to inform teacher Gongling, also rushed back. The teacher already knows about this matter. She said she can't leave now and must wait outside. Only after we confirm the target, she can take action. But the teacher promised that she would help us suppress this matter and buy us 3 to 5 days. Then we will have more time. No, I'm afraid we won't have more time. Let's still follow our original plan. In 3 days, each person will plow the land in one area. After that, everyone was assigned their own tasks. Gushi glanced at the task list in his hand. His mission was simple. To clear out all the lives in the area he controlled within 3 days. No matter if it was a wild beast or anything else. As long as it was alive. All of them had to be cleared out. What a murderous mission, Gushi said lightly. There is no other way now. We don't have much time. This is the best way. In addition, everyone should pay more attention when fighting. If you find that there is anything abnormal in the enemy you are facing, contact other brothers immediately. Remember, we are facing the king this time, who is likely to be wearing red clothes. At this time, Guangqing took over the right to speak, because Guangqing has always been the eldest brother. When he said this, everyone had no objection. Also, don't hide your things. Take out everything you can. If there is any shortage of resources, you can also raise it now, so that everyone can work together to find a solution. After listening to Guangqing's words, some brothers gradually raise some resource shortages. But once they bring it up, other senior brothers will immediately take out their best. It can be seen that this time, Gushi's senior brothers really took out their best. Even if sometimes it is not what their companions want, they will try their best to show themselves. Soon it was Gushi's turn. Gushi thought about it and stood up. Senior brothers? You may not have heard the teacher's evaluation of me when I fought with him. At that time, the teacher said that I was obsessed with turning Titan into a dead spirit. That was the wrong path. In fact, I had already found the key point at that time. At that time, I couldn't judge whether my efforts were right or wrong, but now it's different. Everyone look at this, Gushi said, while taking out the Titan book. Seeing the Titan book in Gushi's hand, Gushi's brothers were all stunned. Awesome, brother. I didn't expect that, junior brother. You have such a method. This is the first edition of the Book of Advancement. You have opened a new path. After a while, all the senior brothers gathered around. They were all necromancers, and of course they understood the role of necromancy in advancement. After all, necromancy was the foundation of necromancers. As soon as Gushi's Titan book came out, not to mention other uses, after he reaches level 20, he will definitely have a position as a professor at Hades University. And in the future, all players who are unwilling to take the Bone Dragon route and take the Undead Titan route will have to bow to him. This is something that changes the fundamental structure of the undead. Bone Dragons and Titans, they are natural enemies. The last time this happened, there was a mentor who researched the Book of Ice, which uses demon corpses to make ice demons. The most important point here is that Titans are long-range troops. This changed the situation where the undead troops mainly relied on skeleton archers for long-range attacks. It added a powerful archer unit to the undead. This point has already exceeded these brothers of Gushi. Junior brother, don't forget your senior brother when you become rich in the future. That's right, junior brother, please copy this book for me, so I can learn from it. By the way, what are the requirements for the undead titan? Do you need the corpse of a titan or a giant? Junior brother, what do you think? I also got the corpse of a titan in the past, but it had to be transformed into an ordinary undead titan through the method of undead transformation. Your promotion book has changed everything. If you have the corpse of a titan in the future, you can just summon its soul. Yes, I'll copy it too. It's a rare opportunity. Although I didn't get the first edition, it's still the first batch. Chapter 1302 Sending out troops again. A few minutes later, all the brothers at the scene copied a copy of the Book of Titans. At the same time, they also knew that the Book of Titans did not require the corpses of giants or titans to be used, but the place to summon souls needed to be on the earth veins or spirit veins. It would be even better if there were dead earth veins. This immediately attracted the attention of the brothers, and they were all thinking in their hearts that they could pull out a titan army in this battle. But Gushi did not lose anything. He found that every time someone copied a copy of the first edition of the Book of Titans, there would be a record in his Book of Titans. At the same time, his Book of Titans would become thicker. It can be seen that being copied is the way to strengthen this Book of Titans. At the same time, Gushi also received a lot of compensation from his senior brothers. Among them was the way that the summoning tower and the magic pool were linked, which Gushi had been thinking about. This is what Gushi is most concerned about now. After all, he couldn't always rely on magic potions to replenish his mana. At the same time, there were some architectural design drawings that Gushi needed. After all, in other aspects, Gushi still had some accumulation, but in terms of architectural design drawings, Gushi was really lacking too much. And his senior brothers had a lot of these things on hand, Gushi just said, and they took out a bunch of architectural design drawings that they had collected and handed them to Gushi. Then they watched Gushi happily go down to prepare for the battle. Seeing Gushi like this, the expressions of the senior brothers also changed a little. In their eyes, Gushi still had too little experience. Several senior brothers were discussing that since they had taken such a big advantage of Gushi, they might as well give him a gift. At this time, Gushi used the authority of the small game world to return to the position where he started the battle. His mission was to start from here, to attack the Nita people's game world, and to fight until the end in 3 days. In the words of the senior brothers, it was to plow the land directly, kill all living creatures. This kind of thing is not difficult for a necromancer. At most, there is a little pressure in terms of time. But if you quantify it, the pressure is not that great. It mainly depends on whether Gushi can fight this battle. When rushing over, Gushi had already passed the method of adding a soul summoning tower to a magic pool to Luna in advance. He asked Luna to deal with it one step ahead. After hearing what Gushi said, Luna also understood that time was urgent. So she immediately stopped other work and put all her energy into the treatment of the magic pool. At the same time, Princess Anna also received the order. She no longer stayed in Eridavida, but walked out of the main city gate with her council of princesses, ready to help Gushi complete this battle. When Gushi arrived at the main city gate, Princess Anna was already waiting there. My lord, you know the situation, right? We are in a tight time this time. Amilcar and Arroyo will not be here until tomorrow. If not, Dini and Jamie's troops must be mobilized back. No problem, although these two are fighting outside now, it is not a war that cannot be separated. If necessary, we can shrink the front line and let the team withdraw. But it takes time. In order to prevent the shrinkage of the front line from affecting the city of Aridov, we need at least 1 day to withdraw the 2 leaders Dini and Jamie. That is to say, the leaders we have now, except for the 2 stationed, the other 3 will not arrive until 1 day later. Right? Yes, and the adults asked me to inform Liu Fang to mobilize the troops of the Blood Dragon Castle and the Labyrinth Demon City. They are on the way now. The troops of the Labyrinth Demon City will rush to Aridov City in half an hour. We can attack at any time. Don't use the troops of the Labyrinth Demon City yet. The goal this time is to kill all living creatures. The troops of the Labyrinth Demon City will be injured by mistake if they are transferred here, so let them guard over in Aridov City. It's just right to take over the battlefield that Dini and Jamie have conquered. In addition, Gushi hesitated for a moment. I'm going to release the Poison Peach Mountain. Introduce poisonous gas into this game world. Even if we occupy this place, in order to prevent the enemy from coming back, we need some means. I have the least contact with the leader of the Poison Peach Mountain. I don't know much about his situation, but we don't have enough manpower now, so it's reasonable to transfer him here. As for the poison gas, I'm not sure if it's useful. I need to find someone to experiment with it. Gushi discussed it with Grand Princess Anna, and finally decided to fight together with Grand Princess Anna. Grand Princess Anna stayed in the rear and mobilized troops. Gushi attacked quickly by dropping the city gate. When Gushi attacked, the 1,000-man team commanded by the leader could be temporarily managed by the lords of the Grand Princess Council. In this way, Gushi could easily control the whole situation. At the same time, the most critical point can be guaranteed. Gushi has participated in the battle. Regardless of whether the combat experience will increase, the impact of double death can definitely be expanded to every corner where the battle occurs. Then Gushi's troops will really roll like a snowball. This is the confidence that Gushi has in clearing everything in 3 days. After arranging things, Gushi went to the front line as soon as possible. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the garrison, Gushi saw the gargoyles flying up and down anxiously. After seeing Gushi, they immediately landed. They were talking about something with their hands and gestures. Gushi had learned the language of the gargoyles, and he immediately understood what the gargoyles had discovered. The enemy chose to ambush, and was preparing to plot against Gushi's undead troops. After finding that it was impossible to do so, they immediately chose to retreat. It seems that just as senior brother Sujo said, there is a king in the enemy. Otherwise, the Nida people would not have encountered such a thing, and they would still be so stable. It seems that the Nida man who knows how to ambush and use strategies is his main opponent this time. Plot. Ambushes. Right. I want to see if your plots and ambushes are useful. The troops move forward. The ordinary undead move freely. The gargoyles explore the way ahead. And our attack range is explored in all directions. Under Gushi's order, the undead troops that had stopped started on the road again. At the same time, Gushi's hands were not idle either. He immediately deployed the gate of Poison Peach Mountain to a position about 90 kilometers away from the garrison gate. With the release of the gate of Poison Peach Mountain, the undead troops originally located in Poison Peach Mountain also appeared on this battlefield for the first time. Chapter 1303 The Enemy's Conspiracy. As the troops of Dutao Mountain began to enter the battlefield, for the first time, the number of troops Gushi deployed in the small game world exceeded 500,000. At this time, Gushi finally understood what a battlefield of 500,000 people was like. Now Gushi could not see the end of his troops at a glance. His mind's eye could no longer reach the leader in front. It would take Gushi about 1 to 2 minutes to know what was happening in front. Although his orders could be carried out quickly, it would take time for them to react. Gushi finally understood why a war involving millions of people took days. It was not because they did not fight fast enough, but because when the number of people reached that level, the reaction was really like that. This was because the troops were all nearby, and Gushi could see them. If these 500,000 people were dispersed, sometimes it would take 3 to 5 days to know where a troop had gone. Without knowing the enemy's position, what should Gushi do when he needs to fight? That would definitely turn the battle into a mess. However, Gushi still tried his best to use everything he knew. A new gargoyle team of 1,000 people. A large group of owls and giant bats kept going back and forth between the troops. They became Gushi's temporary communication soldiers. Between Gushi and his men, various intelligence and orders were transmitted back and forth. The gargoyles were responsible for protecting the owls, and the giant bats could sometimes transport some soldiers from the front line back. Gushi also had several capable undead thieves around him. They would help Gushi organize intelligence and make a sand table for him to check. It took less than an hour for Gushi to become familiar with this command method. Now Gushi's control over his subordinates has returned to the control of each leader. Gushi seemed to understand the command method of the guild leaders over their subordinates. Gushi recalled the first time he participated in the Undead Scourge Array, and the reactions of the bosses who led the Undead Scourge Array to various distress signals and intelligence. At that time, Gushi had always hoped that reinforcements would arrive. When there were no reinforcements, he would sometimes mutter bad things about the bosses who set up the Undead Scourge Array. But now that he has come to this point, Gushi understands that he is not a Superman. He cannot handle multiple messages at the same time. The messages sent in and the commands sent out must always be prioritized. It is not that if 10 messages are sent at the same time, Gushi can reply to 10 commands at the same time. These messages must be read one by one, analyzed one by one, and then passed on one by one. Sometimes the previous order may have just been passed down, and the following message comes. At this time, you should read the new message or deal with the old message. Gushi himself has never encountered such a thing. So how could he do it? The most important thing is that he has divided his troops too finely. 500,000 people. excluding those scattered undead without command. The number of undead commanded by the leader is more than 300,000. Assuming that each leader leads a team of 1,000 people. That would be more than 300 teams of 1,000 people. Gu Shi had to operate every team of 1,000 people. And the workload was huge. In just over an hour, Gu Shi's head was about to explode. At this time, Gu Shi also understood that it was no wonder that the players of the Necromancer needed heroes and leaders to help them. This was entirely up to him to command. And it would be okay for half a day or a few hours. There would definitely be trouble in the time. Now Gu Shi hoped that his several leaders could come quickly so that he could distribute the tasks. Just as Gu Shi was trying hard to learn how to command the battle, another group of gargoyles in front flew back. Gu Shi thought that these gargoyles were here to pass on the message, and was about to let them deliver the message to the thieves. Unexpectedly, the gargoyles fell to the ground at the first time, and kept gesturing there. Gu Shi listened to their description, and his eyes became more and more solemn. Wait a minute. Let me calm down. I just commanded the troops, and I feel a little dizzy. Let me calm down. It's okay. Repeat it again. Gu Shi pressed his eyebrows, trying to make himself more sober. Okay. Repeat it again. The gargoyles then talked about what they had just discovered. It turned out that these gargoyles were sent by Gu Shi to explore the way. They had started exploring the way before Gu Shi returned to take up the task, and they have not returned until now. They brought back a message that everything in the direction where the undead army was going was artificially emptied. To describe it in one word, it is a fortified city and cleared the countryside. Along the way, all edible things were cleared out. The village was empty, and even the edible mushrooms in the woods were dug up by people. I don't know how those people did it. At the same time, there were a lot of dead bodies of cattle and sheep in the stream. It seems that their plan is not to let Gu Shi get any supplies. But Gu Shi felt a little speechless when he saw the news. He wanted to say something. That's it? This situation is not right. Those people on the opposite side clearly knew that Gu Shi was a necromancer. Why did they transport these things away? If they want to clear the land of the necromancer, shouldn't they transport all the bodies away? Gu Shi didn't understand why the other party did this. But he didn't believe that the Nita people who had used 300 beasts to hold him back for an hour would do such a stupid thing. There must be other arrangements behind this. But Gu Shi couldn't delay any longer. He only had 3 days. Even if the enemy had set up a trap somewhere, Gu Shi could only bite the bullet and kill his way through. Now, let alone clearing the countryside. Even if the enemy was clearly ambushing from all sides, Gu Shi would not stop. Pass the order. Move forward. Thinking about the enemy's methods in his heart, Gu Shi gave the order decisively. As the undead army advanced, Gu Shi also gave orders to Luna. He told her to build some new gates near the garrison gate or the steel gate immediately after dealing with the soul summoning tower. Gu Shi now had reason to suspect that the enemy wanted to stretch the entire battle line. Then he would attack Gu Shi's troops through some means. If Gu Shi couldn't take care of the front and rear, they could swallow up Gu Shi's army bit by bit. Gu Shi himself often used this kind of fighting method. However, his usual cutting method was hard cutting. Unlike this person, he would use such a strategy to target Gu Shi. Chapter 1304 Gu Shi's Discovery. Although Luna didn't quite understand Gu Shi's order, she still quickly executed it. At the same time, Luna also sent the latest news. The magic pool connected to the bottom of the summoning tower has been built. Now as long as Gu Shi puts the summoning tower, it will be connected to the magic pool. Before the mana stored in the magic pool is consumed, Gu Shi does not need to consume his own mana to summon souls. This is exactly what Gu Shi wants. Gu Shi had never been prepared before. On the one hand, he had never encountered a game world with a large battle type. On the other hand, Gu Shi actually has a lot of mana. Under the double effect in the city of Aridov, Gu Shi's mana will be close to 20,000. In Gu Shi's eyes, when will there be 20,000 souls to be summoned in a war? So he never thought about it. The result turned out to be what it is now. It was not until now that Gu Shi mastered the function of connecting the soul summoning tower to the magic pool. After receiving this news, Gu Shi immediately released the soul summoning tower. Sure enough, under the soul summoning tower, there was an additional existence similar to a fountain. Because the summoning tower does not need elemental magic energy. So the magic pool in front of us is directly the magic pool of the undead. The total amount is about 30,000 mana points. If placed in the city of Aridov, it can be replenished in 1 hour. If placed outside on the battlefield, it can be replenished in 3 hours. If Gushi has 3 such summoning towers, then he can take turns to deal with them. In addition, there are some small tricks in the design of the summoning tower given by the senior brothers. There is a function in it that the summoning tower locks the range and automatically summons the soul. However, Gushi usually doesn't use it. Instead, he puts the Book of Advancement in it, and the function of locking the direction of the summoning is more practical for Gushi. If Gushi really needs a certain type of troops, he can specify the corresponding summoning tower, which will be more convenient than him directly releasing the Book of Advancement of the summoning technique. The effect will also be stronger. In addition, after this upgrade, the control range of the summoning tower has also been expanded a lot. The coverage range can be directly expanded to about 300 kilometers. In other words, most battlefields can be covered. Gushi was a little skeptical. With such a large coverage area, were they really trying to summon the dead? Summoning 30,000 dead souls at a time in such a large battlefield would probably not have any effect. Didn't you see that Gushi had sent out 500,000 dead souls? And the distance between the troops was only about 200 kilometers. This was the result of Gushi speeding up the troops in front. How many people would be needed to cover a battlefield with a coverage area of 300 kilometers? It seems that the magic pool still needs to be upgraded. At least we have to ensure that we can summon souls continuously, so that the magic power in the magic pool will not be insufficient. In fact, Gushi had not thought that his senior brothers would not use up all 30,000 points of magic power like him. Instead, they would summon a soul directly when someone died on the battlefield. In this way, the magic pool can replenish mana at any time, so that it will not be like what Gushi thought, and it will not take 3 hours to perform a summoning spell. Gushi, who did not know this, immediately tested the effect of the summoning tower after he released it. Standing on the top of the soul summoning tower, Gushi quickly communicated with the soul summoning tower. Then he cast a soul summoning spell. Originally, Gushi thought that he was just casting it casually, and at most, he could summon 500 skeleton soldiers. Unexpectedly, when this soul summoning spell was cast, a large number of souls actually sank into the ground. Then there was a slight vibration from the ground, and some skeleton soldiers quickly crawled out from the ground. In a blink of an eye, the number of these skeleton soldiers exceeded 30,000. Looking at the empty magic pool, Gushi was also a little speechless. What is going on? How could he not know that there were so many corpses buried underground? Let the skeleton soldiers come over. Gushi gave the order immediately. The 30,000 skeleton soldiers, who had just crawled out, quickly gathered towards the soul summoning tower, and formed 3 square formations of 10,000 people in front of Gushi. When they formed the square formation, Gushi also walked in front of them. Gushi noticed that the level of these skeleton soldiers followed Gushi's undead enhancement. Because they did not pass through the white bone obelisk, the enhancement there was not obtained. All of them were level 8 skeleton soldiers. Such skeleton soldiers, if placed in Gushi's previous world, would have been considered elite troops. But Gushi felt that their situation was quite strange. These skeleton soldiers gave people a very pink feeling. They did not seem to have crawled out of the corpse directly, but rather seemed to have been squeezed out of the ashes. This was very wrong. Gushi reached out and picked up a skeleton soldier and threw it on the ground. Then Gushi took the civilization staff and hit the skull heavily. The skeleton soldier was smashed to pieces on the spot. When the skeleton soldier's bones fell to the ground, Gushi found bones of different beasts of different sizes among them. It was obvious that they were made up of bones scattered on the ground. Encountering this situation, Gushi suddenly had a bad idea in his mind. He stretched out his left hand, and the bone obelisk flew up. At the same time, Gushi also took out an orange spiritual crystal and threw it into the bone obelisk. This time, Gushi needed to let the bone obelisk go all out. As the orange spiritual crystal was thrown out, the bone obelisk immediately turned into a normal obelisk size, reaching a height of more than 40 meters. At the same time, the 60,000 to 70,000 undead troops closest to Gushi received Gushi's order and quickly changed their direction of advance, surrounding Gushi's side. After doing this, Gushi looked in the direction of the person holding the equipment. The person holding the bone obelisk pointed his hand, and the 30,000 skeleton soldiers, who had just been summoned, quickly went in the direction of the bone obelisk. The equipment holders know the equipment they hold best. As long as Gushi gives his opinion, these equipment holders will bring out the full effect of their equipment. Gushi doesn't even need to study how to use these equipment. The bone obelisk is a special piece among the flame light 6-path lanterns. Because it was collected as an orange equipment copy, it has never been able to bring out its full effect. Even if the original bone obelisk was destroyed, this copy has not been converted into the original. This time, for the wearer, it is an opportunity. Orange spiritual crystal, 30,000 skeleton soldiers, and everything she guessed. If this is true, the bone obelisk will have the possibility to be transformed from a copy into a genuine product. It can even go a step further, fly out of the Flame 6 Paths lamp, or bring different changes to the Flame 6 Paths lamp. Chapter 1305 Unintentional Breakthrough. Evil Spirit. It is the key to the Nita people. They rob others of their luck and convert it into evil spirit for their own use. They can even attack the earth veins and convert the earth vein aura into evil spirit. This time, Gushi has reason to suspect that the Nita people have the same arrangement in this game world. The main force and beasts can be taken away from the fortified walls and cleared the fields along the way. But what about those who were not taken away? Gushi glanced at the ground. The 30,000 skeleton soldiers who just crawled out of the ground can prove that. There are many bones buried underground here. If it weren't so, the skeleton soldiers made of bones wouldn't have crawled up from the ground as soon as the summoning tower reacted. Gushi even thought that when he summoned the soul just now, if he hadn't looked at the ground vein in front of him, if the Book of Titans had been opened, he would have obtained 30,000 Death Titans just now. Thinking about the arrangement in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. The Nita people were so generous and reacted so quickly. Then Gushi's attention shifted to the bone obelisk. At this time, under the control of the person holding the white bone obelisk, the 30,000 skeleton soldiers who had just been summoned had formed a circle outside the white bone obelisk, and all of them lay on the ground. The person holding the equipment could not speak. But when the skeleton soldiers lay down, Gushi had already silently added a sentence in his heart. Bone Sacrifice Road. But then Gushi suddenly moved in his heart. He seemed to hear a voice. Evil Spirit White Bone Square. Gushi looked up and wanted to see where the voice came from. But he found that all the skeleton soldiers who were lying on the ground had exploded on the spot. Countless white bones were embedded in the ground. And there was a cold wind blowing nearby. A large number of evil spirits were drawn out from the ground, flying towards the white bone obelisk. And finally all of them were immersed in the white bone obelisk. As the evil spirit flew in, the surface color of the bone obelisk began to change. The original bone obelisk, whether it was shrunk to a size that could be held by the holder, or enlarged to the largest level of the obelisk, was all white as jade. But now, after absorbing a large amount of evil spirit, the color of the obelisk was slowly dyed black. In front of Gushi, the more he looked at the obelisk, the more it looked like a pure obelisk. Something was wrong with this situation. At this moment, the holder of the bone obelisk suddenly took over and pressed on the bone obelisk. Blessing. Destroy all the evil nodes. Such a voice came to Gushi's ears. Then the color of the bone obelisk quickly changed to a red-gold color, and a large amount of golden light shot out from the bone obelisk, flying out like a meteor. Looking at the golden light that was not like a flame, Gushi was speechless. He just wanted to prove his guess, whether it was necessary to make it so big. In fact, Gushi was a little wrong. It was not that the bone obelisk wanted to be so big. It was because the white bone obelisk had just absorbed too much evil spirit, and had to do this. You should know that the normal white bone obelisk's bone sacrifice road only requires one bone as a sacrifice at a time. In order to prevent someone from tampering with the skeleton soldiers who had just been summoned, Gushi simply sent all 30,000 skeleton soldiers in. In other words, the effect of the white bone obelisk's bone sacrifice road was directly increased by 30,000 times. In addition, Gushi gave an orange quality spiritual crystal. This was a way for Gushi to let the white bone obelisk take this opportunity to get rid of its secondary status. In Gushi's mind, the sacrifices of 30,000 skeleton soldiers, the spiritual crystals, and the evil spirit drawn from the ground could at least turn the white bone obelisk into a genuine product. But he didn't expect that the effect was not bad, but too good. It was obvious that the white bone obelisk absorbed too much power this time, although a part of it was left to transform itself into a genuine product. The remaining power was still too much. There was so much that the bone obelisk couldn't store it, and the reason why it couldn't store it was also normal. Regardless of whether the bone obelisk was genuine or a replica, it was suppressed in the 6-path disc of the flame light 6-path lamp. The result of being suppressed was that the bone obelisk could never exceed the quality of the flame light 6-path lamp. There was only one result of absorbing too much energy. The bone obelisk would burst the flame light six-path lamp. For this reason, the bone obelisk could only guide the excess energy out. Then this blessing of destroying all the evil energy nodes becomes the only option. Gu Shi, who doesn't know this, can only release the owl at this time to spread his discovery and the news of breaking the evil energy nodes to his fellow brothers. As for whether they will have any reaction now, it is not up to Gu Shi. In Gu Shi's mind, this is just his discovery. If the enemy really arranged a method of transforming evil energy, then they will wait until they have cleared all the Nida people and their troops before dealing with them. Now is not the time to think about this. Anyway, Gu Shi has proved that the Nida people are burying evil spirits underground. That's enough. Let the brothers handle these things. Gu Shi is now waiting for this wave of blessings to end, and he will lead the troops forward. However, for the next attack, we need to change our tactics. We can't just keep moving forward. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's mind moved, and the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe appeared beside Gu Shi. Originally, Gu Shi's idea was that, when he encountered a ground vein node while moving forward, he would definitely summon some undead. No matter what. The territory he occupied could not have any hidden dangers. The summoned undead would be used to clean up the battlefield and dig out all the buried bodies. The undead were not afraid of getting tired anyway, and Gu Shi planned to move forward and open the city gates along the way. In this way, there would be city gates in front and behind the team, and transportation would be quite convenient. Gu Shi didn't believe it. He had dug out all the bodies buried underground. What else could the Nida people do? At this time, the blessing released by the white bone obelisk began to take effect. This blessing was aimed at the evil energy nodes. Even if it could not cover the entire game world, it would not be a problem to cover most of the evil energy nodes. There was energy from the white bone obelisk, which was part of the reason for the full effort. There were also many evil energy nodes that were activated by the Nida people just now. After all, the Nida people were caught off guard this time. In just a few hours, they were able to come up with a solution, which was quite good. It is impossible to do everything so comprehensively. The evil nodes were exposed and targeted, and they actually had little resistance. It can be said that Gu Shi was a coincidence this time and successfully broke the opponent's game. Chapter 1306 Reactions from all parties. Countless golden lights like meteors, after flying for a few minutes, finally fell on every evil energy node in the game world of the Nida people. As the golden light fell, a large number of twisted black shadows appeared on the evil energy nodes. It seemed that they wanted to resist the fall of the golden light. But this golden light just restrained the evil energy. No matter how many evil energy nodes there were, it would be useless. As soon as the golden light came, the evil energy would automatically open up. The earth veins that were originally dying due to the influence of the evil energy finally got a glimmer of life. Golden pillars rose from the earth veins. From a distance, they looked like the light of a beacon tower and could be seen from afar. Looking at the golden pillars rising in the distance, Gu Shi had a feeling of seeing golden pillars in the Genesis world for some reason. This was clearly the game world saving itself. For this game world, being annexed was actually nothing. On the surface, he was annexed, but who knew that he was not willing to integrate? But if all his veins were polluted, his luck was taken away, and everything turned into evil spirits, then this game world would be ruined. So even if he integrated into the small game world, he was unwilling to hand over his world to the Nida people. So, taking advantage of the blessing of the white bone obelisk, the consciousness of this game world raised a series of golden pillars, pointing the way for human players who entered the game world. At the same time, in the depths of this game world, a Nida man wearing linen clothes was looking at the rising pillars with a serious face. In his hand was a red long sword. This sword seemed to be made of red crystal, and red light flowed on the sword. The hilt was made of condensed evil spirit. Holding this sword in hand, you would feel that all the evil spirit was concentrated on this Nida man. Beside this Nida man, there were many Nida men lying or sitting. The unusual movement just now also attracted their attention. At this time, all the Nida men were alert and looked at the man in linen. Boss, what happened? Why do I feel that the evil spirit in this world is fading? Someone saw through our layout and destroyed the evil spirit nodes we arranged with a big hand. It even activated the consciousness of this game world. It seems that there are also capable people on the other side. How could this happen? After hearing what the leading Nida said, the Nida people who were surrounding nearby were all stunned. They started to discuss. Among them, There were a few smart people who immediately put all the conspiracy theories in front of him. Boss, do you think the elders are plotting against you? Otherwise, you just came here for inspection. How could you encounter such a thing and be trapped here? Yes, boss. They obviously know your situation. And they also know that you have the demon sword. Someone must have betrayed you. It shouldn't be. 3 of the 7 elders are willing to join us. Among the remaining 4, 2 are in a neutral state. They can't betray us for a small matter. And we came here this time to refine the demon sword. Except for you guys. No one knows about this. Even the great elder who guards the demon sword didn't know that I brought it out. How could they plot against me? Besides, even if they wanted to betray me, they couldn't pass the news to humans. Aren't they afraid that the demon sword would be taken away by humans? The Nita man in the lead said with certainty, I think something must have gone wrong this time. But now is not the time to think about this. We need to find a way to leave. The leader of the Nita people knew what he wanted now. In his hand was one of the 2 red clothes belonging to the Nita people, the demon sword. But the problem is, this demon sword is not completely under his control. He only exerted about half of his power. This time he came to this game world, in order to use a game world as a sacrifice, let the demon sword resonate with it, so that he can easily control the demon sword. With his status as a king, and the red dress that represents force and rule among the Nita people, he can ascend the throne of the Nita people. He can change the elder system that the Nita people have maintained for thousands of years into an imperial system. However, he did not expect that the action that should be easy in his eyes would encounter such a thing. The game world he wanted to sacrifice was captured and swallowed by someone. In the end, he was still trapped in this game world. In order to leave this game world, he had to initiate the sacrifice in advance, and let his men bury most of the creatures in this game world underground in more than an hour. They thought that no one would notice their behavior. But in less than 2 hours, their arrangement was destroyed. Not only did the other party destroy everything, but they also directly activated the consciousness of the game world, allowing it to protect itself. If it is said that no one is targeting them, it is absolutely impossible. But who is it? Who can calculate them so accurately? The face of the Nita leader also became a little ugly. At this time, Gu Shi's brothers also received the news from Gu Shi. At the same time, they also saw the rising golden pillar. All the senior brothers of Gu Shi had a feeling in their hearts. Have they lived like dogs for so many years? It has only been a few hours, and the junior brother has discovered the different situation. And he has also acted to counterattack. Then what is their previous arrangement? Several older senior brothers like Guangqing even want to gather together to discuss whether to discuss again how to deal with it next. At the same time, the senior brothers of the reading club also investigated the situation in front of them. In their eyes, the golden pillars have a certain pattern. If they can find this pattern, they can lock the enemy's position. Anyway, the battle has been handed over to the contracted undead and the undead leader under their command. And they are heroes. They can still do it if they squeeze out some time to study the arrangements of the Nita people. As for the brothers in the fighting party, their ideas are simpler. Grab these pillars first. No matter what. This obviously abnormal thing must be occupied by yourself first. Even if he couldn't use it, he couldn't let the enemy occupy it. He also felt that this golden pillar was destined for him. Anyway, no matter what, Gu Shi mobilized his brothers. As for what Gu Shi said, the enemy's tactics of clearing the countryside, there might be bodies buried underground. Gu Shi's brothers didn't take it seriously. In their eyes, it was nothing. Chapter 1307 Rewards from World Consciousness. No matter how Nita and his brothers deal with the current situation, before the latest news comes out, Gu Shi will still act according to the original plan for the time being. After confirming what the enemy has arranged, Gu Shi's actions are obviously much faster. After all, many of Nita's arrangements are not a problem for the necromancer. At first, he thought that the enemy had transferred a large number of troops, preparing for a decisive battle. Now it seems that this is not the case. Many of the creatures brought are materials. Gu Shi was not very good at rescuing materials, but he was very good at snatching materials from others. It was a pity that he would not encounter any good battles along the way. It was unlikely that Gu Shi would get a large number of undead troops through double death. With 500,000 undead troops facing such a large area, the number was probably insufficient. Gu Shi needed to add some more troops through other means. Looking back at the summoning tower, and then at the magic power in the magic pool, Gu Shi decisively raised the secret realm sword staff and pointed it in front of him. Open the ghost gate. Tao Han suppresses the ghost. As the two spells of opening the ghost gate and suppressing the ghost were released, a group of undead spirits rushed out of the ghost gate. These two spells together were just equivalent to half of the undead disaster array. The most undead spirits rushing out of the ghost gate were not easy to control. There was nothing unusual. Gu Shi cast these two spells and cast a dead wizard summon. He summoned 30 dead wizards, who had turned into liches to replenish the magic power of Ghost Gate and Tao Han from time to time. This way, Ghost Gate and Tao Han can exist for a longer period of time. It turns the temporary building that may only exist for 1 or 2 hours into a semi-fixed building that can exist for about a day. In one day, even if the Ghost Gate is small, it can squeeze out 80,000 to 90,000 undead. What Gu Shi is doing now is to open the Ghost Gate, which means that at least a dozen or 20 undead can rush out at a time. If the Ghost Gate really exists for one day, I am afraid that nearly 1 million undead will be released in a short time. But Gu Shi doesn't care about these. He wants to ensure that the area he has taken is absolutely safe. You keep an eye on the undead coming out, and you command them to dig here to see if there are other corpses underground. If there are, dispose of the corpses. After the Ghost Gate was completely opened, Gu Shi left 2 undead teams of 1,000 people here to patrol, and issued new orders to the 2 undead leaders. The 2 undead leaders understood immediately. Although they did not have such great command power as heroes, they could still command these new undead, who were not under control. After giving instructions on this area, Gu Shi jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. He could not stay here for long, as the undead troops in front had advanced a long distance. Gu Shi needed to rush over to check the progress of the undead troops. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the bone obelisk was suddenly retracted, and a map quickly flew into Gu Shi's hands. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. The white bone obelisk and the white bone secret map can generate a treasure map fragment every week. About 4 to 6 fragments can be pieced together to form a treasure map. Gu Shi is quite clear about this. He even has several treasure maps in his hand. Gu Shi has seen these treasure maps, and he found that this thing is really all-encompassing. Among the 5 treasure maps in total, 3 are for the Mirror Underground Palace. One is actually located in Yin City, and another is in the direction of Baigui Mountain. I don't know how the White Bone Obelisk determined that there were treasures in these places. As for the treasure map in the Mirror Underground Palace, Gu Shi directly handed it over to the contracted puppet Yu to deal with. As for the treasure map of Yin City and White Ghost Mountain, Gu Shi decided to go and take a look. In Gu Shi's opinion, even if the reward given by the treasure map is not very good, it is still a good adventure for Gu Shi. But Gu Shi never expected that this time the White Bone Obelisk would actually give a new treasure map. And it is an obviously complete treasure map. Gu Shi just opened it, and saw that the treasure map in front of him was the game world he had just connected to. Even some of the locations of the golden light columns were marked. It was obvious that the treasure was right here. This surprised Gu Shi. What was the treasure in front of him? Should he take the opportunity to go over and take a look? Gu Shi suspected that the treasure map in front of him was sent by the consciousness of this world to express his gratitude. Although it deviated from the direction Gu Shi was moving in, it was not far away. As long as Gu Shi is willing, he will get something if he spends some time to check it out. Holding the treasure map, Gu Shi was hesitating. At this moment, the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe flashed in front of Gu Shi. His appearance surprised Gu Shi. The original man wearing the robe was all black, but now this man wearing the robe actually had an orange glow on him. This situation is a bit wrong. Gu Shi was shocked, and quickly released the other men wearing the robes. He found that except for the person holding the White Bone Obelisk, there was no change. The other people holding the equipment all had orange light on them. Gu Shi checked carefully and found that it was because the White Bone Obelisk had absorbed too much energy just now. In addition to turning the White Bone Obelisk into an authentic orange equipment, it also destroyed the arrangement of the Nita people. Finally, some energy was absorbed by the 6 plates of the Flame Light 6-path lamp. Now all the energy is concentrated on the remaining 6 positions. Gu Shi noticed that, affected by these energies, all the purple equipment on the 6 paths plate had all had one negative effect erased. Gu Shi was somewhat speechless about this situation. The purple equipment suppressed on the 6 paths plate did not need these at all, regardless of whether there were negative effects or not. The impact on the wearer was not great. Erasing one negative effect meant that such a reward was basically nothing. But all these benefits were obtained by the White Bone Obelisk, and the Flame 6 Paths lamp was not strengthened. Gu Shi couldn't use these energies to strengthen the flame six-path lamp. Gu Shi could only smile happily at this moment, and then focus on the advancing undead army. Of course, Gu Shi didn't forget about the treasure map. He sent out the 5th Gargoyle 1000-man team, and asked them to find the location indicated by the treasure map. When Gu Shi arranged all this, his undead army sent back the latest news. They finally met the enemy and engaged in battle. Chapter 1308 Unreasonable Tactics. Is the fight going on? Where is it? I'll go over and take a look. When he heard the enemy appear, Gu Shi immediately became excited. After all, he had been rushing on the road, but had not encountered any enemies, which made Gu Shi feel quite speechless. Now that the enemies have jumped out by themselves, Gu Shi will naturally not let them go. He collected the things in his hand, jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin, and headed towards the place where the battle was going on in front. When the holy silver evil coffin was running forward, Gu Shi suddenly discovered a situation. There was an extra food box at the main seat of the holy silver evil coffin. What was going on? Could it be that Lingxi had just been here? Gu Shi estimated the time and found that it had been more than 4 hours since he had eaten. It was obvious that Lingxi had prepared food for him on a regular basis. Although she did not come over to watch Gu Shi eat, she took the initiative to offer him food, which was enough for Gu Shi. Gu Shi opened the food box and took a look inside. This time, noodles were served. Inside a bowl bigger than Gu Shi's head was a large bowl of noodle soup. The noodle soup was filled with various side dishes. Among them, there were at least 7 sunny-side-up eggs. In addition, there were fist-sized beef cubes, chopped mushrooms, abalone sea cucumber cubes, etc. It can be said that in terms of color, aroma and taste, this large bowl of noodles has reached the top level. Seeing this bowl of noodles, Gu Shi also smiled. He understood what Lingxi meant. In this situation on the battlefield, eating noodles is the most convenient hot food. Gu Shi picked up the bowl and ate it in big mouthfuls. In the noodle soup, Gu Shi still tasted the taste of seafood soup. It seems that Lingxi is still quite capable in seafood soup. When Gu Shi had almost finished eating, the holy silver evil coffin had already arrived at the front of the undead team. At this time, Gu Shi also noticed the battle that the gargoyle mentioned. Well, this is really a big battle, because this is at least a battle of 10,000 people. This was also the first time that Gu Shi saw the Nida army. Unlike human troops, the Nida army did not look like a serious existence. Their bodies looked like humans, but their faces and skin did not look like humans. The front troops all had blistered skin, which looked like humans who were forcibly turned into frogs, but not completely the same. Some of the people at the back looked like human bodies melted from candles. They looked like humans, but they did not look real. Some of the troops further behind are like a mixture of mud and mud monsters. Although they have a human form, they are definitely not human. What kind of troops are these? After Gu Shi came here, he couldn't help but mutter. In fact, Gu Shi didn't know that the 3 troops in front of him were actually traditional troops of the Nida people. The Nida people are a relatively small race. They would not have become players. It's just that they happened to be led by a big boss. And they played with luck. By accumulating and robbing the luck of other players, they have come to this point. However, their population is not high, and they do not have their own special military units. Even their birth rate is not high. In order to have some special troops, they have developed some methods to transform humans through their own abilities. This method is somewhat similar to the relationship between the undead troops and the human troops. Of course, Gu Shi and his men got the undead from corpses. In order to get the troops they wanted, the Nida people directly transformed living people. The frog-like humans are tadpoles that they raised with evil spirits, and then fed into the human stomach. As long as the tadpoles become frogs, humans will become what they are now. Not only do they obey the command of the Nida people, but they also have the ability to control evil spirits to fight and fight underwater. The humans that melted the candles are directly mixed with evil spirits and wax, and then applied to the human body to make wax figures. As for the mud monster-like thing, it is actually a kind of human buried in a pile, raised with evil spirits. These 3 types of soldiers are equivalent to the skeleton soldiers, zombies, and ghosts of the undead. They also represent the thinking of the Nida people on the army. Just like the necromancer, the 3 basic soldiers represent the 3 directions of bones, flesh and soul. The 3 basic soldiers of the Nida people represent the 3 directions of from inside to outside, from outside to inside, and abandoning the human body. It can be said that Gu Shi encountered the official troops of the Nida people. However, Their number is not large. There are 4,000-man teams coming. There seemed to be no heroes in the team. Only the leader was there directing the battle. Gu Shi's undead troops. In line with Gu Shi's fighting habits. Always use more troops to fight fewer troops. When the enemy attacked 4,000-man teams, Gu Shi dispatched a total of 12,000-man teams. 8 of them went straight to the front, and 4 of them stayed behind to support the team. The main strategy was to use more troops to bully the fewer. So when Gu Shi came over, the situation on the battlefield he saw was naturally a large battle of more than 10,000 people. This kind of battle is better than the previous one where nothing was found. For 1,000 people, for Gu Shi, this is already a good start. Kill them. Surround the follow-up troops. Gargoyle. Check the surrounding area. See if there are other ambushes. And see where these enemies come from. Under Gu Shi's order, the follow-up troops that arrived with Gu Shi also acted quickly. They naturally would not participate in the battlefield of tens of thousands of people in front of them. But they did not just bypass it. Instead, some undead troops were left behind to watch nearby, with the main goal of not letting any enemy have a chance to escape. Gu Shi didn't know what to say about the attitude of his undead subordinates. He could only urge them to leave quickly from behind. There was nothing interesting about such a small-scale battle. At this time, another group of gargoyles sent out to search for the enemy flew back. They brought back the latest news. Gu Shi met with those gargoyles. Looking at the news from the gargoyles, a thoughtful look flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. It's unreasonable. The enemy's situation is unreasonable. The gargoyles saw that about 300 kilometers away from them, there was a Nida army above the Legion level evacuating. Judging from the enemy's position, the 4,000 Nida troops were left behind to hold back Gu Shi's army. But this is exactly what Gu Shi saw as unreasonable. Because the so-called Nida army, in fact, did not have many people. According to the gargoyles' judgment, the enemy was less than 40,000 at most. Leaving 1/10 to hold back the enemy, cutting off the tail to survive, this seems reasonable, but Gu Shi always feels it's wrong. He thought seriously, and suddenly a thought flashed at his eyes. Chapter 1309 Strategic Layout. Why think so much? It's not like we can't win. Bone Dragon troops, you go over and take a look. Under Gu Shi's command, all the Bone Dragons, Ghost Dragons, and Golden Bone Dragons all flew up, flying towards the position where the gargoyle found the enemy. As for the other troops under Gu Shi, they all followed the original plan. Those who should advance advanced, and those who should be on guard were on guard. When the Bone Dragon troops flew out, the Ghost Dragon above level 26 naturally led the way. Their flying speed was not as fast as that of a real flying dragon, but it was faster than that of a gargoyle. With the gargoyle leading the way, they soon arrived above where the gargoyle had found the enemy. The Ghost Dragons looked down and found that, just as the gargoyle had seen, about 40,000 Nida troops were transporting some supplies and preparing to leave. After circling in the sky for a short while, the Bone Dragon and the Ghost Dragon rushed down immediately. As they rushed down, various curses were cast downwards. Gu Shi's Bone Dragons and Ghost Dragons, except for the batch placed in the maze outside the maze magic city, are all here. Since the addition of more than 3,000 Golden Bone Dragons, the number of Bone Dragons here has exceeded 8,000. However, there is no suitable commander for this type of army, and there is not even a leader. They just rely on the stronger Bone Dragons to lead them, and fight together when something happens. For this reason, they did not divide into teams of 1,000 or 1,000 people. After flying, they immediately pounced down. These Bone Dragons were quite confident. In their eyes, 8,000 Bone Dragons were definitely strong enough. They could defeat anyone. This was the current situation. All the Bone Dragons started with a wave of curses, which immediately caused more than 40,000 people to lose more than 90% of their vitality. The aging curse was unreasonable. Although the upper limit of vitality was temporarily lowered, anyone could tell which was easier to fight: an enemy with 300 points of life or an enemy with 30 points of life. After this wave of curses fell, the Golden Bone Dragon rushed to the front. The fighting methods of Bone Dragons and Ghost Dragons are not exactly the same. Each Bone Dragon has its own fighting style. The Golden Bone Dragon is a Bone Dragon that has been strengthened for close combat. The bones on their bodies are a kind of enhanced defense, and they also carry a unique evil spirit. This evil spirit is slightly different from the evil spirit mastered by the Nida people, but the origin is somewhat similar. It is precisely because of this evil spirit protecting the body that the evil spirit mastered by the Nida people cannot have any effect on the Bone Dragon. As soon as the golden bone dragon rushed down, it immediately broke through the defense line of the Nida army and started to bite the enemy troops. Each time the golden bone dragon bit, it would take away the lives of at least 10 people in the Nida army. At the same time, it would directly disrupt the battle formation of the Nida army. With the golden bone dragon leading the way, it became quite smooth for the bone dragons behind to kill in. Even if there were more than 40,000 enemies here, wouldn't the bone dragons kill them all directly? At the beginning, these bone dragons flew into the air from time to time. But as the battle progressed, those bone dragons already knew the strength of the enemy. So all the bone dragons simply fought on the ground. They ignored the enemy's attack. When sending the bone dragons out, Gushi did not just ignore them. After taking a look at the battle in front of him, Gushi took out the intelligence and map he had collected and studied them carefully. The enemy's retreat direction is here, and what about the intelligence on the back and the sides? With the support of various intelligence, Gushi's map is relatively complete. Under Gushi's order, the map was sent up immediately. Gushi had guessed before that the 4,000 troops the enemy had placed here were Mars, and the 40,000 troops who seemed to be retreating were bait. The purpose was to lure Gushi's troops to where they would go. Gushi could see this tactic at a glance. The reason why he sent the bone dragons over immediately was because the bone dragons were flying troops, and they could fly back immediately if they encountered any problems. Now Gushi took out the map and sand table, and was analyzing where the enemy's pocket would be. If they wanted to swallow up his army of more than 500,000, they could either, as Gushi had guessed before, extend the battle line and divide the battlefield. However, Gushi's method of placing a city gate every 100 kilometers directly interrupted the opponent's plan. With so many city gates put together, no matter which section had a problem, Gushi could quickly mobilize troops to deal with it. Therefore, any commander with a brain would find out that it was impossible to do so at the first time. Then they could only take another path. Pocket formation led Gushi's 500,000 troops to a position that is most suitable for the Nida people, and surround them to fight. This suitable position should be favorable to the Nida people, but unfavorable to Gushi. Such a place is not so easy to find. Gushi does not know what the Nida people's fighting style is, whether they have any suitable weapons and equipment. How will they fight against a large army battle? How many troops do they have? Gushi does not know all of this. So when Gushi was thinking, he could only consider it from the perspective of the undead. What are the undead afraid of? Holy light. What a joke. Everyone has known for hundreds of years that the undead are not afraid of holy light. Then, thunder and lightning? A thought flashed through Gushi's mind. The Nida people play with the earth veins and luck. Then their thinking should be inclined to the eastern route. Among the undead of the eastern system, they are not afraid of holy light, but the thunder and lightning that are everywhere. Thinking about Li Yufeng's strong strength at the beginning, in order to face the thunder tribulation, she had to help Gushi. Then if Gushi's enemy has any means of attracting lightning, then place Gushi's undead army in a valley. Using lightning to wash the ground, it is really possible to cause great damage to Gushi's undead army. With this idea, Gushi started to search on the map and the sand table again. Soon Gushi's eyes fell on a location. It was a valley surrounded by mountains. If it was just like this, Gushi would not stare at this place. Gushi noticed that this location was relatively close to the location where the more than 40,000 people retreated. If the retreating troops were attacked and wanted to escape, and accidentally ran in the wrong direction, it would be reasonable for them to escape here. Gushi pointed at this position without any hesitation, and ordered decisively, another gargoyle troop. Go to this position. See if there is an ambush here, and also see if there is iron or a large amount of metal or here. If not, go to check nearby. Chapter 13:10 Get the red dress. Get the fortune of the world. After sending out the last Gargoyle 1000 team, Gushi felt for the first time that he still lacked the men he used to explore the way. Gushi thought about it seriously, turned to Lord Three Lions, who was following him, and said, "How many giant bats do we have now?" All the giant bats are sent by Jialong Blood Castle, about 15 to 30 per week. Most of the giant bats are used in the construction of flight points. Only a few of the larger giant bats will be picked out for other purposes. We can now mobilize about 40 giant bats. If the situation is urgent, we can find a way to transfer 15 more. There is no way to transfer more. Gushi heard it and ordered, wait for a group of thieves to come over. Let them ride on the giant bats and follow the gargoyles to explore the way. Thieves have the ability to see the number of enemies clearly. At least I want to know more detailed data. Gushi was also a little helpless about letting the thieves ride on giant bats to explore the way. After all, the thieves are not flying troops. Even if they can ride on giant bats to fly, they are not as flexible as gargoyles. Moreover, they have no aerial combat capability. If they fly out, they will be a target. Gushi originally did not want to arrange it this way. But now that the gargoyles are there is really no way to find out all the detailed data. Gushi had to use these thieves. After arranging the thieves, Gushi turned around and recorded this matter again. After returning, I will ask a few senior brothers in the fighting party to see if they have any methods to train this kind of flying scouts. We can't use the gargoyles anymore. When Gushi was explaining this, the battle in front of him was almost over. After all, there were only 4,000 enemies, surrounded by Gushi's army, and they couldn't even make a splash. After killing them, Gushi asked his undead to move their bodies away, and the army quickly moved forward, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Gushi's army was advancing at the same speed as before, not fast or slow. It was as if they did not notice that, more than 300 kilometers away, there was another group of bone dragons fighting the enemy. Gushi's behavior naturally attracted the attention of the commander of the Nida people. The commander who was on the line with Gushi this time was the one who had deceived Gushi for more than an hour with hundreds of beasts last time. Beside him was the flying monkey with horns. There were also more than 10 Nida players. Listening to the squeaking sound of the flying monkeys, the face of the Nida commander also became solemn. We have met our opponents. It is a bit of a waste to dig such a big pit and bury only a few thousand bone dragons. It seems that we need to add more fire to them. Inform them to use Plan 3. By the way, have you seen those gargoyles? The previous level 8 ones are fine, and their movement speed and air combat ability are similar to yours. I didn't ask you to stop them all. Now, you dare to send those level 3 gargoyles here? You really think I have no one under my command? Right? Clear those gargoyles for me. Don't leave any behind. Listening to the words of the Nida commander, the ox-horn flying monkey quickly flew up, flying towards Gushi's gargoyle troops. Okay, the enemy's eyes have been dug out. You should be faster. The control of the troops has been transferred to you. I don't ask you to be smart and achieve any good results. I just ask you not to ruin my plan. President, don't worry. We will handle this matter. Just for you to know, this time it was the order issued by that master himself. I, Nikini, have studied military strategy for so many years for today. As long as I am in the eyes of that master, you will be my personal generals. Then join me in conquering all the games in the world, get the red suit, and collect the world's luck. Get the red suit, and collect the world's luck. All the Nida people under Nikini raised their right hands. The red suit of the Nida people, besides the demon sword in the hands of the king now, there is another one that is the foundation of the Nida people, called the red suit of the scale of fortune. All Nida people have been learning one thing since they were born. They have the opportunity to become players from game NPCs. They rely on this scale of fortune. This scale of fortune has the biggest feature, that is, it can bet on the fortune of a tribe. In the past, the Nida people relied on betting on fortune to send some people who had the opportunity to become players, and even some player races, to the deepest part of the game. And they relied on the luck of these players, and fought their way out of the depths of the game step by step. If it weren't for the extremely large human system, they had red equipment for more than 1,000 years. The first time the Nida people, met human players, they would have put the human luck together with their own luck and gambled. And the dream of all Nida people is to get red equipment, and to collect all the luck in the world. This naturally became one of the slogans of Nida people. After shouting the slogan, Niki's men acted quickly. The Nida people are not necromancers. Their career direction is somewhat similar to their military direction. Nikini is a relatively rare career in Nida, killing generals. This kind of killing generals is actually a variant of the path of giving up the human body. It is about gaining great luck through various means of sacrifice, and leading the enemy to follow their own plans. And killing generals is also a gamble career. How much luck you get in the early stage, you need to kill as many people to make up for it in the battle. For example, through sacrifice in the early stage, you get the luck of 30,000 people. Then in this battle, you must kill 30,000 people. If you don't kill enough in the battle, then you have to kill the prisoners after the battle. This feeling is a bit like Gushi's demon sacrifice camp. As soon as the battle starts, you have to kill 500 people. And the situation on Nikini's side is that, as soon as the battle starts, you have to kill as many people as you plan to send in afterwards. This time, Nick and I discovered in advance that Gushi had an army of 500,000. He calculated it based on his own ability. He wanted to lead Gushi to the place he designated, and directly trap Gushi and his men. In this way, he could get great luck in this battle. In addition to the level, other aspects could also be blessed. But he never expected that. Gushi's luck was so much better than his. Not only did he not fall for it, but he turned over the arrangement of the Nita King. Now this group of people reacted like this, which made Nikki feel worse and worse about Gushi. Chapter 1311 Studying on the Road. When Gushi had issued all the orders in his hand, and was waiting for the battle report from the front line, he suddenly found that the person holding the white bone obelisk appeared behind him. It was clear that he was guarding against and suppressing something. What happened? Gushi looked at the white bone obelisk with some curiosity. Among the 6 paths and the 6 flame lights, the white bone obelisk is the most special one. Whether it is the heavenly path or the orange equipment, he is a high-ranking existence. It is rare for him to appear on his own initiative. But this also shows that something big must have happened when he appeared on his own initiative. Gushi really wanted to ask what happened. But the man in the suit would cooperate with Gushi in the battle, would obey Gushi's orders, but he could not answer Gushi's questions. Gushi could only use his own means. He put his arm on the man in the suit's back, and through the man in the suit's sight, to check for abnormalities. When Gushi put his hand on the man in the suit's back, he found that the man in the suit was looking in the direction where the undead army was advancing. A lot of black air seemed to be rising over there, trying to devour something. It was the evil spirit swallowing up luck again. Gushi almost suffered a big loss before. Now he hasn't switched the effect of the flame body protection back to the mental immunity he is most familiar with. Now he is doing this again. Do you really think he is easy to bully? And you want to steal his luck? You really think too much. Gushi's heart moved, and the white bone obelisk fell on him, firmly suppressing Gushi's luck. At the same time, Gushi quickly switched the immunity method of the flame 6 paths lamp in his mind. Immune to luck extraction or destruction spells. After doing all this, another thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Among the must-read books given by Gonglingyu, there is a volume introducing luck spells related to the undead. What is the name of this book? Gushi quickly flipped through his pockets and found the book list given by Gonglingyu. Then Gushi immediately contacted Eve, who was copying books in the Hades University. Eve, see if you have the book The Doom of the Undead. And see if you have copied it. If not, borrow it from the library first, or find a way to buy one and send it to me. Eve didn't know what Gushi was going to do, but she immediately started to search for it among the books she had copied. After a while, the book The Doom of the Undead was found. Because this book was placed at the front, Eve had already copied it. This is a book that introduces how to use the undead on the battlefield to reduce the enemy's luck. At the same time, Eve also copied several books that were related to it. After hearing Gushi's order, Eve quickly found the librarian and bought several corresponding magazines and books from him. In short, there were more than 10 books here. After packing them, Eve was stunned for a moment. How to send this to Gushi? Gushi also thought of this at this time. Eve is now helping to copy books in the Hades University. If she returns to Aladovi City to send them back, it will take too long. So when asking Eve to find the books, Gushi also contacted Linksy. Let Linksy do the transfer. Linksy did a good job on this task. Eve had just packed all the books, and before she contacted Gushi, she accidentally closed her eyes, and all the books in her hands disappeared. Then Gushi also took the initiative to close his eyes. When Gushi opened his eyes again, he had a large bag of books in his hands. Gushi quickly found the most critical, The Doom of the Dead. The Doom of the Undead belongs to the standard version and textbook among these books. The rest are books like exercise books and research magazines. The most critical point now is whether the Doom of the Undead can bring what Gushi wants. After opening the Doom of the Undead, Gushi saw the first sentence. As long as the undead appear on the battlefield, they will bring bad luck and affect the morale of both sides. Seeing this sentence, Gushi laughed. The undead do not need to consider morale. It seems to be this. Few people know about luck. But when it comes to the army, it is luck and morale. The appearance of undead on the battlefield will seriously affect morale. This is true whether it is on your side or the enemy's side. After all, anyone who sees a companion who just fought with him die, becomes an undead and stands up again to join the battle, will be affected. Only the pure undead troops of the necromancer, or the puppet troops without morale, will not be affected in this way. The book The Doom of the Undead teaches how to make good use of methods such as morale decline and luck decline on the battlefield. Especially on a large battlefield with more than 100,000 people. The book The Doom of the Undead can amplify the impact of the undead appearing on the battlefield. If 500,000 undead gather together, they can crush the enemy's morale. He took the book and read it quickly. When Lingxi brought these books over, she also brought a pot of brewed tea to Gu Shi. This tea can neutralize some of the effects of books like The Doom of the Undead on Gu Shi. Gu Shi can read for a longer period of time. Gu Shi also knew that he could not have too much time to read there wholeheartedly. He sat directly on the holy silver evil coffin and moved forward with a large army of undead while he kept reading. You have read The Doom of the Undead. You have a certain understanding of the Doom spell. You have read The Doom of the Undead. You have a certain understanding of negative morale. You read. As Gu Shi read, pieces of information flashed in front of him. All of this is knowledge that Gu Shi had never learned before. This knowledge includes active skills and passive skills. All of them are combined together and finally form a large passive effect. Battlefield Doom. As long as the number of troops Gu Shi sends out exceeds 100,000. Even if it is 100,000 level 1 undead, his opponent's morale and luck will begin to decline. The more troops Gu Shi has, the larger the battlefield, the more and faster the opponent's attributes will decline. It will even affect the opponent's life and combat effectiveness in the end. It can be said that this is a skill that the necromancer must learn when he wants to fight with a large army. You know, among so many players, only a few lines of necromancers can have more than 100,000 troops in their hands at a low level. Gong Lingyu's judgment on Gu Shi is not wrong. Gu Shi didn't know this at all. He was completely forced by the influence of the enemy's influence on his luck. And then he remembered to learn. And now Gu Shi can use this feature immediately. Chapter 1312. Competition of Intelligence. While Gu Shi was studying and traveling, some changes occurred in the battle on the Bone Dragon side. The Nida people were ready to start plan number 3. The 40,000 baits became useful. They couldn't all die at the hands of the Bone Dragon. So after receiving the latest order, this unit actually started to fight back. This was the news that Gu Shi received. Of course, when they fought back, not many Bone Dragons were killed. After all, the Bone Dragon is a flying unit. And in order to attract Gu Shi's army, these more than 40,000 people are all cannon fodder. There are not many archer units and magic units among them. After all, archers and magic units are precious units. And it is impossible to use them here as cannon fodder. When the Bone Dragon falls to the ground, they can rush up and attack the Bone Dragon. But as long as the Bone Dragon flies, their attacks will not be able to hit the Bone Dragon. After all, no matter how high they jump, they can't fly. At this time, the Nida army could only watch. So in this case, the Nida army rushed back quite straightforwardly. The Bone Dragons came to deal with the more than 40,000 people. When they saw that the Nida army was not attacking them, they would naturally fall from the sky to attack. At this time, the Nida army would take the initiative to jump up and attack a small number of Bone Dragons. In such a struggle, there would always be some Bone Dragons killed by the Nida army. But this number was unreasonable for the Nida people. They often have to consume 10 to 15 soldiers to kill a Bone Dragon. It is for this reason that the Bone Dragons feel that they have fought quite smoothly in this battle. So they fly into the air from time to time, clean up the enemies lying on them, and then rush down again. They did not notice that the more than 40,000 Nida troops were leading them to another road. At this time, the gargoyles under Gu Shi also fought with the bullhorn flying monkey troops in the air. These flying monkeys under Niki have the same status as the gargoyles under Gu Shi. All of them are scouts and signal soldiers. Their levels are between level 7 and 9, which is comparable to the previous gargoyle troops. However, their numbers are smaller. Niki has never released the flying monkeys to fight the gargoyles. But this time it is different. Gu Shi no longer has a suitable gargoyle, so he can only release the little guys who have just been trained and are only level 3. As a result, the flying monkeys took advantage. After they were sent out, they directly pressed down on the gargoyles. The more than 1,000 gargoyles under Gu Shi's command only lasted less than 20 minutes before they were all killed. The thieves who came with the gargoyles saw this situation, looked at the giant bats they were riding, and then looked up at the flying monkeys over there, and turned around and flew back the way they came. They knew very well that if they, a type of soldier who couldn't fly, wanted to fight the flying monkeys in the air, that would be courting death. So their behavior pattern is quite simple. After taking a look at the surrounding situation, after determining the direction and number of the enemy, they will fly directly to deliver the news to Gushi. As for whether the gargoyles are dead or not, it has nothing to do with them. Even if all the gargoyles are dead, it will not affect the role of these thieves. As for the number of enemies, they don't need to go over and count them one by one. With the number of more than 50 thieves flying now, they only need to see how many troops the enemy has. It was enough to bring this news back to Gushi. The horn-flying monkey that was killing the gargoyle in the air also saw this situation. They were all stunned for a moment, and some hesitated whether to chase them. While they were hesitating, the thieves had already escaped nearly 1,000 meters away, and began to fly all the way back. In this case, the horn-flying monkey could only pretend that nothing had happened, and killed the gargoyle in the sky, and went back to report the situation. At this time, the Nita people under Nikki were also mobilizing troops there. Seeing the flying monkeys coming back, Nikki nodded with satisfaction. The flying monkeys were still very useful. At least in terms of intelligence. They had never let him down. So when the flying monkeys landed, Nikki said loudly, "Well done. You guys go down and have a rest. We will need you later." Unexpectedly, the flying monkeys were squeaking there. Nikki listened for a moment, and his face became a little ugly. "You mean some flying troops escaped?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. "It seems that we still underestimated the enemy. Please help me pass the message, and let them move faster. I feel that guy is not easy to fight." When the horn-flying monkey heard this, they immediately scattered around, seemingly going down to pass the message. And Nick and I was there to redirect his men's actions. It seems that he was arranging someone to make up for the mistake made by the horn-flying monkey just now. At the same time, the thief riding a giant bat also rushed to Gushi. Compared to the gargoyle, the thief has various problems, but also has many advantages. At least there is one thing that goes beyond the gargoyles. That is, the thieves themselves are intelligent. As soon as they came, they sorted out their intelligence. When they saw Gushi, they immediately explained everything they saw in detail. However, they did not find what Gushi wanted. They saw a valley surrounded by mountains behind the battlefield. But they did not go over to take a closer look. They could only confirm that there was an iron mine there, and a large army ambushed. The number of troops is about 150,000. Apart from that, they did not bring back any new news. Only 150,000? Gushi thought about it seriously. If Gushi's 500,000 troops were introduced, 150,000 people would not be able to close the door. As long as Gushi led the troops to attack in one direction, 150,000 people would not be able to stop Gushi at all. So there must be other arrangements here. However, the thieves also brought back another piece of news. The gargoyles protecting them were killed by a flying monkey with horns. The thieves were almost wiped out. So they hurried back, and did not see more details, such as several places nearby. They did not look. There must be ambushes in several places nearby, but they were not sure how the enemy ambushed. Gushi thought seriously about the current information. His eyes kept moving back and forth on the map and the sand table. He put himself in the position of the enemy in his mind. If his plan to lure people into the pocket formation failed, what would he do? Slowly, Gushi's eyes focused on one point. See where the Bone Dragon troops are, and let them retreat. Chapter 1313. Both parties found the problem. When Gushi said this, the thieves who were making the sand table around the sand table were all stunned. They found that the Bone Dragon had not sent back the latest news for a while. This is unreasonable. After all, the Bone Dragon is where Gushi's men are fighting. Logically speaking, the situation of the battle should be reported from time to time. This is unreasonable. Gushi, who just said this, also found that something was wrong. Where is his Bone Dragon? There is no reason why his Bone Dragon just disappeared like this. Check, also let the front troops speed up. At this time, Lord Three Lions suddenly said, "Sir, at this time, we should not be anxious." Gushi glanced at Lord Three Lions, but Lord Three Lions spoke calmly. "Sir, we have lost contact with the Bone Dragon for at least 15 minutes. Anything can happen during this time. In this case, sending all the troops in, that would just be a waste of time. We should keep our pace steady, and make sure we don't fall into the enemy's trap." After hearing this, Gushi was not so anxious. Gushi did not ask what to do if the Bone Dragon troops were gone. After all, the Bone Dragon troops had been destroyed once. And if they were all destroyed, they could just find the Eternal Slavery altar to replenish them. The reason why Gushi was so nervous when he heard about the Bone Dragon troops' accident was largely because he did not have a flying troop to replace the Bone Dragons. if he lost the main flying troop. Gu Shi was afraid that he would run into some trouble. But Gu Shi didn't think so now. Gu Shi's idea at this time was, the Bone Dragons as a flying unit had no response now, and the scouts and owls sent out to contact had no news. Did the enemy have a strong flying unit? In fact, the Bone Dragon unit was not completely destroyed at this time. Nick and I didn't have so many flying units, they just took advantage of the opportunity that the Bone Dragon unit had no commander, and by losing the troops at hand, led the Bone Dragon unit to a certain direction. As for the scouts and owls sent by Gu Shi, they were beaten down by them. The purpose was to reduce the connection between the Bone Dragon and Gu Shi. Let Gu Shi think that the Bone Dragon had been captured. If Gu Shi was anxious, he would send other troops to rescue the Bone Dragon. That would be exactly what they wanted. If Gu Shi did not send troops, they would not care. In Nick Ni's opinion, as long as their encirclement was formed, Gu Shi would be dead. They led the Bone Dragon out so that Gu Shi would have no flying troops to attack. Gu Shifa didn't realize that, whether they sent troops or not, was not important to them. The profession of the killer general was so confident in strategic battles. At the beginning of the battle, all the luck would help him, even if there were some unfavorable factors. As long as they fought to the end, all the disadvantages would turn into advantages. Just like this time. Wasn't the Bone Dragon led away in this way? Gu Shi didn't know this at the moment. At this moment, he instinctively wanted to bless the Bone Dragon with something. The Bone Dragon has no leader, with a hero leading it, and its own attributes are relatively small. If it is besieged at this time, it is unknown how much it will suffer. Now it is necessary to bless the Bone Dragon. It is just right to use the battlefield doom I just learned. Turning his head to look at the undead troops around him, Gu Shi ordered decisively. Send a message to all the undead troops, listen to my order, and after 5 minutes, launch a war cry at the same time. After issuing this order, Gu Shi's face also turned red. What is a battle cry? It is the words that Amilcar shouted before he led the Aurora Knights to attack. But Gu Shi usually doesn't like this. He feels that letting his undead men shout 1 or 2 words when they attack is too childish. This kind of slogan shouting is not something he is willing to do. And most of the undead are dumb. It is better to let them act in silence than to let them shout. But the activation conditions of the battlefield doom are like this. Either charge directly into the battlefield, or shout a slogan. In short, there must be a proof that you have entered the battlefield. This is not as useful as Gu Shi's double death. With double death, as long as Gu Shi is identified in the battle in front of him, then the dead enemies will be considered killed by him. Now Gu Shi is not sure where the enemy is. Joining the battle head-on is not valid. In order to stimulate the bad luck on the battlefield, Gu Shi could only let his men roar. As soon as Gu Shi passed the order, Nick and I over there clearly felt a little uneasy. Although he didn't know why. Nikki took it very seriously. After all, the Nita people themselves played with luck and evil spirits. They must believe in these things. Once they felt uneasy, they would try to find out where the uneasy point was. Once Nikki felt something was wrong, he began to review his arrangements to see if there was any problem. At the same time, he ordered Nyoju Feiho to ask his subordinates if there were any inadequate actions. After all, plan number 3 was made a little hastily this time, and many details were not clear. If there is a loophole, that is likely to cause a global collapse. If it is normal, Nickname may not consider so much. But now, Nickname must let people run again, see if you have any problems with your arrangement. If there is no problem, then he will find a way to send someone to the troops in Gu Shi to see it, take a look at whether Gu Shi took out any new soldiers. But he didn't expect it. He sent the horn-flying monkey here. The feelings of restlessness are thicker. What else have we not thought of? Everything has been considered clearly. Except for the group of scouts who escaped earlier, our arrangements have been carried out under my golden curtain. Ordinary people have no way to discover our plan. What else have we not done? Nikki kept recalling. And at this time, there was no need for him to recall anything. Gu Shi summoned all the undead that he could at the first time, raised his weapons at the same time, and issued a war cry. Because this was a temporary matter, Gu Shi did not arrange any slogans. He only asked all the undead to raise their weapons at the same time and roar to prove that they were participating in the battlefield. As they roared, the white bone obelisk that had been following Gu Shi was obviously lit up. A shock wave that only Gu Shi could see spread out to a range of 500 kilometers around the white bone obelisk. In this range, all of Gu Shi's enemies would be suppressed by the bad luck brought by 500,000 undead. And this suppression was not instantaneous, but would continue until one side was defeated. This time, Gushi finally understood the benefits of having a good teacher. Chapter 1314 The Impact of Bad Luck on the Battlefield. This is my battlefield. Gushi, who felt the changes on the battlefield, said this lightly at the first time. He then felt that this might be a good slogan. Then a kind of momentum rose from Gushi. Within this 500-kilometer radius, his 500,000-man army will be invincible. Although the Bone Dragon troops under Gushi were diverted by the 40,000 Nita troops, they did not actually leave this range. However, without anyone to command them, they fought instinctively and were naturally attracted by others. Now that the effect of Gushi battlefield misfortune has been activated, the Bone Dragon clearly feels that the strength of the more than 40,000 Nita troops that attracted them to a certain direction has decreased again. The Bone Dragon reacted immediately. This is the opportunity they have been waiting for. In fact, after fighting all the way, the Nita troops no longer have 40,000 people. They are already quite good with more than 20,000 now. The Bone Dragons before seemed to be bewildered, even when chasing. They still followed their own pace. They never realized that they actually had the power to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. When the situation changed this time, the Bone Dragons realized that they had missed so many good opportunities. The most important thing was that they seemed to have flown away from Gushi's route. If there were heroes or leaders on the Bone Dragon side at this time, they would freely judge the situation and make corresponding choices. But there are no heroes or leaders among the Bone Dragons. They only have the stronger Bone Dragons to lead the team. It is okay to rely on their fighting instincts in normal battles. After all, Gushi has slowly learned to liberate the consciousness of the undead. But if they encounter such a situation again, their fighting instincts are useless. In the sky, they paused obviously, although they reacted immediately and launched an attack on the Nita troops below. But the best opportunity has been missed. The Nita troops also reacted, and they were ready to attack. This kind of preparation was quite familiar to the Bone Dragons in the sky. They had killed many Bone Dragons with this kind of action before. The Bone Dragons hesitated for a while, but the 26th level Ghost Dragon in the lead roared at this time. It rushed down. As the Ghost Dragon rushed down, the two-headed Bone Dragon, the Ghost Dragon, and other Bone Dragons and Ghost Dragon troops followed without saying a word. When the Bone Dragons rushed down, the eyes of the Nita army also became ugly. They found that the gap in strength between them and the Bone Dragons had obviously widened. The Bone Dragons rushed down like this, and the lives they took away exceeded those in the previous attacks. At the same time, the roar of the leading Bone Dragon just now obviously made the Bone Dragon more powerful. This was the effect of the Ghost Dragon accidentally inheriting the bad luck of the Gushi battlefield. It can be said that the negative aura of the 500,000 undead souls is now all concentrated on the Ghost Dragon and the Bone Dragons. This kind of pressure is much stronger than the dragon's might. When they rushed down, at first, the Nita people who wanted to rush to the Bone Dragons and kill some Bone Dragons did not make any moves. It was just like the reaction of the Bone Dragons just now. Now the Bone Dragons also understood what was wrong with their previous behavior. They thought these guys were too strong. Now they are obviously much weaker. It is a good opportunity to kill them directly. So the leading Ghost Dragon rushed down, and the curse fell on the Nita people's troops. Then the Golden Bone Dragons pounced down, biting the enemy team non-stop. The Golden Bone Dragons have the strongest melee ability among all the Bone Dragons, and their bones can block most attacks. So they have always been at the forefront before. But in the previous battles, they always felt that they were not as smooth as this time. This time, they felt like tanks starting to attack in a carrot field, crushing the enemy. As long as they bite, claw, or sweep, a large number of enemies will be knocked out and killed on the spot. The Golden Bone Dragons were like plowing the land, charging back and forth on the battlefield. They didn't even plan to fly. When the enemy pounced on them, they rolled on the spot. This time it was obvious that they didn't intend to give the enemy any chance to escape. Seeing the Golden Bone Dragons so brave, the remaining Bone Dragons changed the direction of the battle. They surrounded the enemy from all sides. They had fought with these guys for a long time before, and knew that if they were not careful, they would run away. So they surrounded these guys, not giving them a chance to escape. The Bone Dragons pounced in the middle, which was equivalent to cutting off the last chance of the Nita troops. Under the attack of the Bone Dragons, the Nita troops could not hold out for long. After they killed some of the Bone Dragons, they all fell on the spot. The Bone Dragon troops that killed all the enemies did not fly up immediately. Instead, they roared at the sky, as if they wanted to sweep away all the depression of this battle. The bone dragon roared like this. Nikki naturally felt it. At this time, he quickly took off a cloak on his body and spread it directly on the ground. It was strange to say, as soon as the cloak was placed on the ground, a golden light flashed, and a huge map appeared in front of Nikki. Nikki pointed at the location on the map. His eyes became quite solemn. Damn it, the encirclement was broken, what's going on? Nikki asked this question frantically in his heart. But no one could answer him. What he didn't know was that the location where the bone dragon killed all the Nita troops just now was exactly where the ambush circle was arranged by Nikki and I before. Because of the change to plan number 3, the troops that were originally ambushed here were transferred away. The remaining troops were frightened by the bone dragons. Because of the roar of the bone dragon, this small number of troops lost their mobility in a short time. They couldn't keep up with the main force and rushed to the designated location. This was originally a trivial matter. But for some reason, Nikki's orange suit, which was the cape he had just taken off, thought it was a flaw. Not only did he remind Nikki, but he even marked it directly on the map. Looking at the situation in front of him, Nikki also had a headache. But such a big loophole must be filled, it is impossible to ignore it. Finally, Nikki could only call the flying monkeys with horns and said a few words to them. Let them pass on the order. At this time, the bone dragons that had finished roaring also flew back into the air. After killing these enemies, they didn't know where to go, so they decided to fly back to Gushi. Chapter 13:15 The reinforcements arrived. Nikki found that something was wrong. Gushi naturally felt it too. The first to find out that something was wrong was the white bone obelisk. From the beginning, the holder of the white bone obelisk had been suppressing Gushi's luck, preventing Gushi from being affected by the evil spirit. It can be said that the white bone obelisk was the most sensitive to the changes in the evil spirit. So when it found that something was wrong, the white bone obelisk reminded Gushi immediately. Gushi hesitated and looked in that direction. According to the judgment of the white bone obelisk, it was like a balloon that was blown up and pricked by a needle. Although it was just a small flaw, it ruined the enemy's overall situation. Facing the information sent by the white bone obelisk, Gushi was silent for a while. He made a judgment at the first time. This is an opportunity. Gushi is now facing a smart Nita general. Most importantly, Gushi doesn't know what formation the other party is setting up. At first, he felt like he was walking on a spider web. No matter where he went, he would be targeted by the enemy. It can be said that he had a very difficult time in this battle. After all, he was a necromancer, not a general who specialized in commanding a war. Without sufficient intelligence support, Gushi had no way to guess the enemy's arrangements and methods. He could only try to adjust everything based on some information he found. But in terms of intelligence, Gushi was born lacking. That's why Gushi thought like he was being led by the enemy. Gushi had already thought it through, and was ready to use a large army to crush the enemy. He didn't believe how many troops the enemy could find here. After all, Gushi had seen before that they buried all the lives they could find underground, treating them as the source of evil spirits. In the end, Gushi accidentally broke it. Gushi could believe that the enemy's troops were not like him, who directly attacked with 500,000 people. They can bring out 100,000 to 200,000 troops, which is already quite remarkable. So Gushi's initial goal is to move forward all the way, no matter what method the enemy uses to attract him. Gushi will not give up his own ideas, and will not follow the enemy's rhythm. The enemy will arrange the enemies, and Gushi will fight Gushi's own. But now the white bone obelisk suddenly gave such a hint. This gave Gushi hope of breaking the deadlock. Gushi turned his head and looked in the direction indicated by the white bone obelisk. That location was not in the main direction of Gushi's advance. If he went there, Gushi would definitely deviate from the target. Although he could go back in the end, it would take time. Gushi did not forget his mission. The time cost was involved, and Gushi had to be extra careful. But Gushi looked up again at the direction from the white bone obelisk. This was the first time he had discovered a flaw since he met that enemy. Gushi could guess that the other party had also noticed this. If he could fix this flaw, the next battle would become the same as before, dragging slowly, being led by the enemy. Gushi didn't want the final battle to turn out like this. After just thinking for a moment, Gushi looked up again at the location indicated by the white bone obelisk. The whole army changes direction and advances towards this location, letting the troops with fast movement speed seize the position. After giving the order, Gushi somewhat regretted it. He shouldn't have let Amilcar participate in the dungeon in the first place. If Amilcar was still here, this mission could be handed over to Amilcar. Now Gushi could only find a hero and prepare to go with the White Cavalry. At this moment, in the nearby city gate, Dini and Jamie completed the handover and rushed over with their troops. You came at the right time, Jamie. I will hand over all the White Cavalry to you. You go in this direction. I need you to kill them in the shortest time. No matter what kind of enemy you encounter. Kill them all. Jamie knew that this mission was very important as soon as he heard it. He didn't even think of refusing, but agreed immediately. Then, without caring about anything else, he led his troops, and the White Robe Cavalry that Gushi had just transferred to him, and quickly headed towards the direction of the White Bone Obelisk. Although Jamie's movement speed was not as fast as Amilcar's pure cavalry, his talent could increase the movement speed of his subordinates. This was why Gushi chose him. After Jamie led his troops away quickly, Gushi turned around and looked at Dimi. Dimi, you came at the right time. I was still worried about the battle before. Now that you are here, I can hand the matter over to you. Come here. Gushi waved to Dimi. Dimi quickly stood in front of Gushi. Gushi put the map and sand table in front of Dimi. Dimi, our goal this time is to move forward from this position and kill directly. But on the opposite side, there is an opponent who is very difficult to get around. I will leave you 300,000 troops. You follow my previous rhythm and move forward step by step. Don't care about the enemy's temptation. Don't be in a hurry to do things. We still have a lot of time. Dini has been through many battles under Gushi. Even if Gushi didn't explain it very clearly, Lord Three Lions is still here. She has always been with Gushi and knows Gushi's action plan. So this matter is not difficult. It can't be more difficult than the previous battle in Aladovi City. There Dimi suffered a great loss. Now Dimi has his own fighting style, and he is much more cautious than before. Dimi can understand Gushi's ideas very clearly. Don't worry, sir. I will handle the battle here. Gushi glanced at Dimi and quickly divided the troops into units. He divided 300,000 people from the main force led by the leader in the city and handed them over to Dimi. As for those who had just passed through the Ghost Gate, and the 200,000 undead in the city that had not been organized and were not led by the undead leader, they all changed direction under Gushi's order and headed in the direction where Jamie had moved at the beginning. Of course, although Gushi was leading a group of miscellaneous soldiers, he was not unprepared. More than 10,000 undead titans, and Gushi's core undead transformation combat team, all followed Gushi. Also following along were the withered and evil bone locusts that had always been with Gushi. Before leaving, Gushi opened several ghost gates again, and also deployed a new city gate. This was the last base left for Dimi. Even if there were any problems, they could retreat here, and there would be no major defeat. After explaining everything clearly, Gushi led the troops and chased Jamie. Chapter 1316 finally arrived at the battlefield. After handing the battlefield over to Dimi, Gushi was relieved. At this time, he began to shift all his attention to the point found by the White Bone Obelisk. In order to hurry, Gushi immediately activated the wind spell, using strong winds to push the fast-moving troops forward, hoping that this way, the speed of his men could be increased. As for those troops that were originally slow, Gushi ignored them. After all, Gushi couldn't transport all 200,000 troops at once. Gushi's idea now was very simple. People went there first, occupied the place, and then the follow-up troops went there. In order to avoid the flaws that were finally found, they would go wrong. When moving forward, Gushi did not forget to open a few more ghost gates and suppress the Ghost Peach Mountains. In his own way, he supplemented the undead troops that could be used. When Gushi really didn't care, when he was rushing on the road with all his strength, his movement speed could be increased to a very high level. It only took half an hour for Gushi to see Jamie's team that had set out one step ahead. Gushi also noticed at this time that the Bone Dragon troops that appeared in the sky were the ones he had sent out. Weren't they supposed to be fighting the Nita people's troops? How could they appear in this direction? A thought flashed through Gushi's mind, and he quickly reacted. Could it be that the previous incident was caused by the Bone Dragon troops? If that was the case, then his luck was really too good. When he saw the Bone Dragon in the sky, Gushi quickly raised his hand and asked the Bone Dragon to return to the team quickly. When the Bone Dragon saw Gushi, it immediately flew over. Gushi also communicated with the Bone Dragon through means such as soul whispering. At first, Gushi was just a little surprised. The loss of the Bone Dragon seemed to be serious. But when he heard the Bone Dragon talk about the situation of this battle, Gushi's face changed. Map? Gushi ordered casually, but he found that he seemed to have temporarily handed the map to Dimi. Fortunately, Gushi has the ability to find his way. He has a good memory of maps. Without a map, Gushi closed his eyes and knew where the Bone Dragon was led just now. If there is no ambush, this kind of detour of 108,000 miles away, it is simply unreasonable. But according to the meaning of the Bone Dragon's words, after they killed the enemy who lured them, they did not encounter an ambush. This is a bit interesting. An idea flashed through Gushi's mind. Why did the enemy's ambush disappear? Did they have a new plan? Gushi's mind moved. He understood why the White Bone Obelisk discovered the enemy's flaw. They were led to the ambush area, but there was no ambush. This was the biggest flaw. Let's go and take a look. Gushi reacted and immediately called the Bone Dragon unit, and went to the location where the Bone Dragon unit had fought before. With the Bone Dragon leading the way, they moved forward much faster. About 7 or 8 minutes later, they arrived at the location where the Bone Dragon finally killed the Nida troops. As soon as he arrived here, Gushi immediately released the Soul Summoning Tower. He stood at the highest point of the Soul Summoning Tower, while observing the situation in the distance. At the same time, the Soul Summoning Tower began to function automatically, summoning the souls of the battlefield that had not been dealt with. Gushi had already heard about the enemy's situation from the Bone Dragon. Apart from other things, the number of enemies in front of him, and their guidance of the Bone Dragon were enough for Gushi to summon them. What Gushi lacked now was not the troops, but the leaders and heroes who could command the troops to fight. To be able to control 40,000 people to do such micromanagement, at least one hero must have taken action. Otherwise, with these soldiers, how could they be so meticulous? Under the necromancy, a large number of new undead crawled out of the ground. Gushi originally thought that the undead transformed by the Nida army were mainly skeleton soldiers. After all, the way Nida people treated human bodies was obviously wrong. Gushi had fought them before, and felt that their flesh and blood had been transformed into other forms. But now, it seems that the situation is not what Gushi thought. After the troops transformed by the Nida people died in battle, they actually began to absorb the nearby soil and turned themselves into fat zombies. This is a relatively rare situation. You should know that this kind of zombie is relatively rare in Gushi's team. The combat effectiveness of this kind of zombie is not as good as that of pure zombies, but they have other characteristics. For example, they usually have poison gas and plague effects. When they go to war, their combat power may not be the strongest, but they are definitely the kind of troops that can fight to the end. Especially when more than 20,000 zombies stand up here, all kinds of poison gas and plague on their bodies are concentrated together. In just a moment, a layer of green cloud rises around them. It is obvious that their poison gas has been mixed together. Although Gushi is not afraid of this kind of toxicity, he does not intend to rush in like this. Gushi looked around. Gu was not nearby. There was only one gate to Poison Peach Mountain. Otherwise, he could transfer the troops from Poison Peach Mountain. I believe that the undead over there, under this poison gas and plague, will definitely be able to exert a stronger combat power. Now, it would be a waste of time to transfer people over. Gushi did not think much, nor did he give any more orders to transfer troops, but instead turned his attention to the position where someone had ambushed before. Just as Gushi was about to give an order, he discovered something. That is, among these 20,000 zombies, there seemed to be some heroes. Nidnika, level 9. Summon. Undead Hero Experience, 0/7500. Attack 11. Defense 5. Life 110. Mana 60. Talent. Evil Spirit Lure. The effect of luring the enemy is increased by 30%. Skills. Evil Spirit Curse level 3. Evil Spirit Invisibility level 4. Evil Spirit Illusion level 2. Leader. Can command 3,200 soldiers plus 7 leaders at the same time. Nidata, level 8. Summon. Undead Hero. Nidonia, level 9. Summon. Undead Hero. Looking at the data information of these heroes, Gushi was also stunned. He didn't expect to find so many heroes here. He carefully counted them and found that this time, he summoned at least 13 heroes. Their talents and attributes are similar, and their levels are between 8 and 9. Their talents are mainly to hide themselves or lure others to attack them through evil spirits. It can be said that the Bone Dragon will always follow them, and a large part of the reason is the influence of this talent. At the same time, Gushi also saw that these heroes form a system. Using them separately, I am afraid it will not have any effect. Come here. What's going on? Chapter 1317 Enemies Appear. At the beginning, Gushi just wanted to call these heroes over, to ask what orders they had received before, and why they had to lead the Bone Dragon here. Unexpectedly, when he was calling people over, a troop suddenly rushed out from nearby. This troop was also the main force of the Nida people. In addition to the three-piece set of the Nida people, there were two new types of soldiers. One of them was obviously cavalry, and the number was close to 10,000. These Nida cavalrymen were quite decent knights. Even if Gushi looked at them from all angles, he could not see any direct connection between them and the evil spirit. The most they rode was black war horses, and the eyes of the war horses were a little red. The rest, whether it was the armor on their bodies or the spears in their hands, were no different from normal human knights. However, when Gushi looked at them, he always felt that these black-armored knights did not look like humans. Their situation was somewhat similar to a mixture of the Blue Knights and the Pale Knights. Although he didn't know what was going on, Gushi immediately locked onto the cavalry. It was common sense on the battlefield to kill the cavalry before they launched a charge. As for another new type of soldier, it was a combat unit that looked like a large-scale soldier. There were about 3,000 of them. He looked like a human being magnified 10 times, and was about the same height as a normal giant. On this type of soldier, he was wearing something like a tombstone, and holding a thick mace in his hand. They mixed in with the three main arms of the Nida people, and when they moved forward, they waved their maces from time to time. It is obvious that this type of army is mainly used for attacking. Adding the three-piece set of Nida people with a number of nearly 60,000, this is the army set by the Nida people this time. Looking at the number and situation of the enemy's troops, Gushi immediately judged that these Nida people were not ambushed nearby. They obviously came here temporarily. At this time, their team was in a mess. Because of the rush, some of the troops did not even have much combat power. It seems that the enemy has also noticed the flaws here and wants to come to make up for it. Gushi made a judgment at the first time. Jamie, don't worry about this kill-out. Gushi just thought about it for a while, and made a decision. Luckily, Gushi had a leader who could be used otherwise. Facing such a situation, he didn't know what to choose. After telling Jamie what to do next, Gushi led his troops to face the Nida army head-on. The zombies that had just been summoned were naturally the ones rushing to the front. Because of the 13 heroes in the team, they immediately attracted the attention of all the Nida troops. Don't look over there. Hit the one standing on the coffin. Just as the Nida troops were about to rush towards the zombie team, someone in the Nida team shouted. I looked over there following the sound. Gushi found a Nida player standing in the middle of the team. Player? I caught him. Gushi saw the other party's situation at first sight. It was a player. Although he didn't know if he was the big enemy he was going to face this time. But as long as he was a Nida player, it was worth Gushi's full effort. At this time, Gushi also saw the ability of the more than a dozen heroes who had just been accepted. They were really able to attract the enemy's attention. Even though the Nida player was constantly giving orders, his troops still set their sights on the zombies. The discovery of this situation made Gushi speechless. It seemed that the combined abilities of these new heroes were unstoppable no matter who they were in. In fact, Gushi didn't know that the abilities of the new heroes were not as strong as he imagined. What really attracted the attention of the Nida troops to the new heroes was the evil spirit they carried. Evil spirit is as important to the Nida army as food or energy. This in itself has a strong attraction to the Nida army. Coupled with the characteristics of these new heroes, in the eyes of the Nida people, they are like a group of chefs saying to people who have been hungry for days and nights, come and eat. There is enough food here. In such a situation, who would not be confused? The Nida player could not stop it at all. If he was a killer general like Nick and I, facing such a situation, he could still command in battle, solve the current problem by changing the battle plan. But the Nida player in front of him, himself does not have such talent. The reason why he was sent here is entirely because he is a Nida player. The most important thing is that he is obedient. When he came, Nikki had already made it clear his mission was very simple: bring the troops here, fill the vacancy that was previously transferred because of plan number 3. In the mind of this Nida player, he came here for defense. After the new order arrives, he may play a part in the encirclement and squeeze the middle. But he definitely won't lead a force of about 70,000 to face more than 200,000 undead directly. Nor will he rush forward to attack a target that he didn't set before he gave the order. It can be said that this Nita player messed up his mission quite simply. Now he didn't think about reporting this matter, and was still thinking about how to remedy it. He didn't think about it. He wasn't a general killing profession like Nikki. Nikki arranged him here mainly because he was obedient. He wouldn't mess around. He didn't want him to command the army. He didn't want to spread the news at this time, but wanted to command the troops to fight. That was a wrong choice. He kept issuing orders, but the more he issued orders, the more the Nita troops ignored him. Such a reaction of the Nita players naturally caught Gu Shi's eyes. Gu Shi would definitely seize such an opportunity. He still followed the original plan and attacked the cavalry units that had not yet charged. Under Gu Shi's order, the Death Titan attacked with all his strength and threw the evil thunder into the sky again as before. All the evil thunders turned into lightning nets, covering the cavalry units that were about to charge. This wave of lightning nets was no less powerful than the one when the Death Titan had just attacked. The lightning hit all the Nita cavalry at the first time. They were electrocuted off their horses. Then Gu Shi pointed forward. Undead transformation team. Behead. Chapter 1318. The battle ended temporarily. After receiving Gu Shi's order, the undead conversion combat team rushed out from Gu Shi's side immediately. As Gu Shi's personal guard, their combat and strength equipment are beyond doubt. At the same time, they also have the ability to accurately deploy on the battlefield and find enemy players, leaders, and heroes. Although Gu Shi has not added new converted undead for various reasons these days, but these undead obtained through undead conversion have grown a lot in battle after battle. Now, among these undead, some are preparing to attack the level 20. This time, Gu Shi released them, and they immediately cooperated as usual and spontaneously formed large and small combat teams, mixed in Gu Shi's undead troops, and quickly rushed into the battle formation of the Nita people. At the same time, Gu Shi was not idle. He understood that in the current situation, there was not much he could do. The most useful thing was to bless his subordinates with various attributes and effects, so that the combat effectiveness of his subordinates could be further improved. As for the rest, in this level of battle, Gu Shi could no longer intervene. After all, in his eyes, it was all a battlefield of fighting. If he wanted to command them one by one, his eyes simply couldn't see it all. In this case, Gu Shi, who was not a brave general, could only bless a large area of various magic effects in the rear, so that his men could better protect themselves on the battlefield and kill the enemy. If he really let him go forward to fight, how many enemies could he kill? Gu Shi's attitude was exactly what his undead troops wanted. As Gu Shi's magic power continued to be used, he cast spells such as the Soul Gathering Magic, Ghost Gate Opening, Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts, Skeleton Priest, Ghost Domain Battlefield, Cold Iron Blade, and Death Luck, which fell on the battlefield. This affected the balance of the battle. At this time, the zombies that were summoned from the corpses of the Nita people at the beginning also found a good way to cooperate with Gu Shi's undead troops. Although they moved slowly, their defense was still good. Most importantly, they had the ability to lure the enemy into attacking. Especially the dozen new heroes. They don't need to do anything. They are the best bait. No matter who sees them, they will want to besiege them. So they take their zombies and move back and forth in the Gu Shi troops. The main one is that you can see me. I will stand here. When you come over, there will definitely be undead troops nearby to fill the position. Even if the undead troops do not fill the position in time, they will not be angry. They will only use the advantage of the zombies' thick blood and thick skin to drag the battle there, and tell the undead around them that the enemy here is being held back by them, and they can come over to fight. For a moment, these zombie troops became the focus of the battlefield. Almost everyone's attention was focused on them. This also gave the transformed undead combat team an opportunity. After all, in this situation, the reactions of players, leaders and heroes are always different. The transformed undead combat team seized this opportunity and picked out the most critical parts to kill. Later, they even killed the leader of the Nita people. Since then, all the heroes and leaders who can command the troops have died in battle. But the leader did not appear. The Nita player's control over the situation quickly dropped to a low point. The troops under his command directly became fighting on their own, and the undead troops under Gu Shi, at least 4 or 5 people surrounded a Nita soldier to attack. The soldiers transformed by the Nita people, they did not have any particularly strong talents. Even if they were transformed, they were just at the level of ordinary human soldiers. And Gu Shi's undead troops, because they had been strengthened in various ways, now exceeded the level of normal undead. They now look like normal soldiers. In addition to Gushi's various blessings, there are 4 or 5 people surrounding an enemy. Often, only 3 or 2 hits are needed to kill an enemy. As time goes on, the speed at which the Nita troops die becomes faster and faster. It took less than 20 minutes, and the battle here was almost over. It's just a pity that the summoning tower that Gushi put on the battlefield consumed most of the mana in the magic pool at the beginning. In the end, the soul summoning tower was unable to do so. On the battlefield, while killing enemies, the soul summoning tower replenished its troops. Now that the battle is over, Gushi also has to consider how to deal with the battlefield. On-site replenishment is a must. Although Gushi has already made a plan to raise corpses. But plans are plans. Now Gushi lacks troops that can be used immediately. After all, Gushi is now fighting a big battle with the Nita people. Without a certain amount of troops, Gushi always feels that his troops are seriously insufficient. The corpses that had been dragged to the city of Arida for such a long time before, it was somewhat of a waste to release them now. These corpses in front of us can be used to summon souls. Just like the corpses of the 20,000 Nita troops, they can be summoned directly to become zombies, and with the addition of more than a dozen heroes, it has brought a lot of convenience to Gushi in this battle. Now that the battle here is over, Gushi has considered the matter of summoning souls. In the absence of magic power in the magic tower, the matter of summoning souls can only be left to Gushi. This time, Gushi, the Nita army's primary target, was all the cavalry and the bodies of the giants. After all, most of Gushi's knights were handed over to Amilcar and were sent to fight dungeons. Gushi now had no cavalry available except for a white-robed iron cavalry. The cavalry here could be replenished. Gushi took a look at their situation. These 10,000 soldiers could be turned into blue knights or pale knights. And the bodies of those giant creatures, which were the best materials for making death titans. It was a small supplement to Gushi's undead titans. There was also a player from the enemy Nita. Although this player was a terrible commander, he dragged 6 transformed undeads to fight against Gushi's transformed undeads. It was obvious that he had some strength in individual combat. However, his strength was useless on a large battlefield. His ultimate move could not kill many people, and he could not resist all the attacks from all directions. In the end, he died under the siege of the most transformed undeads. Now his body has been sent to Gushi. Gushi was considering whether to transform this body and let him fight with other transformed undeads. Chapter 1319 2 Substitute Death Knight Troops. The bodies of the Nita players were still lying aside, and the Book of Titans in Gushi's hand had already jumped back by itself. More than 1,000 giant corpses had all been transformed into Death Titans and incorporated into the Undead Titans troops. It can be seen that this Book of Necromancy advancement is quite useful. At this time, Gushi discovered that the bodies of the Nita cavalry troops had a little problem in their transformation. This time, the necromancy was very successful, but it did not turn all the more than 10,000 bodies into blue knights or pale knights as Gushi had expected. The cavalry unit that stood up again was actually a pure black type of Death Knight. This type of troop is somewhat similar to the Blue Knight, both of which are based on armor. However, the Blue Knight relies on the soul, while the pure black type of Death Knight in front of him relies on evil spirit. As soon as this type of troop appeared, Gushi knew that he had to build another temple. Evil Blue Knight, level 9. Summon troops experience, 0/5500. Attack 23. Defense 20. Health 120. Skills, Undead Creature. Powerful Charge. Evil Spirit Charge. Evil Spirit Condensation. Death Impact. Gushi checked this type of Death Knight troop called the Blue Knight. It was discovered that just like its composition, all the attack methods of this kind of shacking knights were also centered around the evil spirit. When they stood at different times, they could automatically gather the evil spirit. When charging, all the shacking knights could gather the evil spirit and gather together to launch the charge. Gushi guessed that the more the number of shacking knights, the stronger the attack power of the gathered evil spirit. More than 10,000 level 9. Gushi personally guessed that they should be able to hit a powerful creature above level 25. If their levels are higher, all reaching level 10 or above, with various blessings, and a full strength attack, they can produce the attack effect of a level 30 boss's ultimate move. It can be said that this is different from the style of other Generation Death Knights in Amilcar's hands. For other Generation Death Knights, charging is a real charge. However, the charge of the Green Knight is an attack technique. Their charging speed may not be as fast as other generation Death Knight troops. They are more like the main force on horseback, the kind that releases attack effects when they arrive at the place. After understanding the role of the Green Knight, Gushi gave up the idea of calling Jamie back. Now Jamie has already fought his way out. The key to breaking the situation lies in Jamie calling him back at this time. Wouldn't that be a nuisance? Gushi should take care of the troops in front of him first. While thinking, Gushi put down a new city gate, prepared to transfer some more troops from the city of Aridov. This city gate was just built. It was built near the city gate where the troops were stationed. Whether it is to mobilize troops or use the city wall to fight, it is very convenient. The most important thing is that the gate is complementary to the garrison city. The gate can be used in conjunction with the garrison gate. This is also a good thing for Gushi. After putting down the gate, raindrops actually fell from the sky. Gushi glanced at the direction of the gate and knew that this was the effect of the gate. He didn't care much. At this time, he put down the gate here, on the one hand, to drive a nail here. Whether Gushi was going to start from here, heading to the ambush position, or attracting the enemy's firepower here, there had to be a place to ensure Gushi's safety. When the city gate was released, Luna in the city of Aridov had just sorted out the troops that had died in this battle and had been transformed by double death. The first batch sent out was more than 44,000 undead troops. They were used as bait by the enemy, and most of them died in the hands of the Bone Dragon troops. Unlike the troops that Gushi had just summoned, the troops that came out of the city of Aridov this time were mainly skeleton soldiers. Just as Gushi had guessed before, the flesh and blood transformed by the Nida people might not be favored by the undead. Even the skeleton soldiers had some black spots on their bones, which looked like mold. However, their combat effectiveness was still good, and their level was between level 6 and 7. In addition, there were more heroes among them, with more than a dozen heroes leading them, and many leaders. The troops looked quite orderly. The next ones to come out were the undead transformed from the 60,000 Nida troops that had just been killed. They were relatively stronger, with an average level of around level 7. It was also for this reason that many soldiers had extremely heavy evil spirits. Their bones were unusable. More than half of them turned into ghosts. Some of them turned into a weird kind of vampire. Unlike normal vampires, their color was the black color of evil spirits, and they looked like they were cursed. There are nearly 20 heroes among them, and they are led by a large number of leaders. From the number of leaders, it can be seen that the means of converting soldiers by the Nida people are relatively simple. The ratio of their leaders to soldiers is more than 400 to 1. There are too many leaders, which makes it impossible for their leaders to lead a full complement of soldiers. Wait. Gushi suddenly thought of a question. A leader leading 1,000 soldiers. That was something that Gushi did after he learned how to make battle flags. Previously, the number of soldiers that the leader could bring was not much. So this is the situation, then it doesn't matter. However, it can also be seen that the Nida people are not like the necromancers, who can increase their troops without limit. Then, there is no problem. The Nida people can be killed. This boosted Gushi's confidence. Then the night troops transformed from the more than 10,000 knights, who had just been killed, also walked out of the city gate. When he saw this group of knights, Gushi understood. 2 new temples will be built. This batch of knights is different from the evil knights that Gushi just summoned through the soul summoning method. They look like normal skeleton cavalry, a relatively weak cavalry unit. But the armor on their bodies, or the weapons in their hands, tell everyone that this is not the case. They were bone armor with black spots, and whole white bone sabers, or white bone one-handed axes of the same color in their hands. There is also a shield hanging on the horse's back. When walking out of the city gate, Gushi could feel that the evil spirit was gathering on them. They were also a type of Death Knight that used the evil spirit. Evil Bone Light Cavalry. Evil Bone Light Cavalry level 9. Summoning troops experience 0/5500. Attack 26. Defense 10. Health 120. Skills: Undead Creatures. Double Charge. Evil Spirit Armor Break. Behead. Chapter 1320 Rushing to Support. The situation of the Shaga Light Cavalry is different from that of the Shacking Knights. They obviously ignored the defense, and used speed to break through the armor, and directly kill the enemy's assault cavalry. This is a good way to make up for the lack of some functions of Gushi's cavalry. It can be said that the role of these Shaga Light Cavalry is much better than that of the Crimson Knights and Pale Knights under Gushi, who have never played their true combat effectiveness. They followed Amilcar to act together, which is really a waste. After the new undead were delivered, Gushi quickly arranged the newly acquired heroes and leaders. Among the 200,000 troops led by Gushi, more than half were the miscellaneous undead obtained from the opening of the Ghost Gate. There were many of these miscellaneous undead, but because the skills were used to set up cannon fodder at the beginning, there was no thought of how to control them. Therefore, there were almost no heroes and leaders among this batch of miscellaneous undead. When Gushi led them here, he also led the team in a free-range manner, pointing to a range to attack. Anyway, the number of undead troops here is much larger than that of the enemy. Just let them go and fight. Now with so many heroes and leaders in hand, it is just right to find the core for these 200,000 undead troops. Under Gushi's order, the heroes and leaders quickly began to select the undead that suited their needs. At the same time, Luna also urgently sent all the battle flags stored in the city of Aridov, and told Gushi that the battle flags were still being made, and that each leader would definitely have his own battle flag. While Gushi was cleaning out the battlefield, Janie in front sent back a messenger. Unlike the owl that Gushi usually used, the messenger Janie used was a swift-like creature. In order to keep his messenger well, Janie also built a swift valley near his mansion in the Hero District, a building that occupies a medium-sized plot of land. One thing that is better than Dini is that Jamie has his own architectural design drawings for all the buildings he needs. And he even finds his own way to hire a construction team. At most, Luna provided some building materials. If Dini had encountered such a situation at the beginning, he would definitely mock Jamie for giving it away directly, and it was a buy one get one free deal. But now Dini didn't want to say more. Dini knew very well that, as Gushi had more and more leaders under him, she needed to work harder if she wanted to secure her position as the first leader. At least she had to erase the facts that she had embarrassed Gushi before. When Jamie Swift flew in front of Gushi, Gushi looked up. Among all the leaders under his command, only Jamie used this thing, and the rest all used owls. He recognized it at a glance. He stretched out his hand, and a swift flew past Gushi, and a note fell into Gushi's hand. Gushi opened the note and took a look. "Sir, the enemy's ambush point has been found, and they are fighting. The number of enemies is close to 30,000, but the enemy has special siege weapons, which can be used against the undead troops and cause great damage. At the same time, after our attack, the enemy seemed to have received some orders. Enemy reinforcements appeared in other directions. The number is unknown. I hope you can support me." The message from Jamie was relatively simple. There was also a map drawn on the back of the note. Gushi took a look. The location where Jamie fought was about an hour away from here. Of course, Gushi was referring to the speed of bringing slow-moving troops such as zombies. If all cavalry were used, it would only take about 15 minutes. So Gushi quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote down a new order. 20,000 cavalry will arrive in 15 minutes, and 2 cavalry units will be under your command. The Bone Dragon unit will also arrive at the same time. I hope you can hold on for another hour. An hour later, the main force will arrive. When he saw the map, Gushi had already figured it out. The enemy ambush circle that Jamie encountered, and the position where he appeared, just happened to be behind the enemy. To put it in a more realistic way, Jamie used a very fast speed circle behind the enemy camp, and accidentally discovered the enemy's artillery camp. It's almost the same. In order to ensure the safety of gun battalions, a nearby ambush troops naturally come over to save people. This is why Jamie discovered the reason why reinforcements appeared nearby. I discovered this point the first time he sent more than 20,000 evil blue knights and evil bone-like cavalry. In order to be able to bring the way, Gushi even gave up his own Saint Silver coffin, let the Shunging evil coffin, who recognized the road, lead the way in front. As for Swift, then took away the note that Gushi wrote it for the first time, go back to send the letter. After the cavalry troops were dispatched, Gushi asked the heroes to quickly prepare the undead troops. After this replenishment, Gushi now has 300,000 troops. Looking at these troops, Gushi couldn't help but sigh that the undead are really useful. They had already divided the troops, but in a blink of an eye, the troops were replenished. When the battle is over, who knows how many more undead will appear? After sighing, Gushi's face became a little ugly again. Because of his generosity, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was sent out. Now Gushi actually has no mount available. Water dragon beasts can only move in water, whether swimming or diving in the water. They are useful mounts, but there is no guarantee on land. Last time he got the Thunderbird corpse, The egg inside had not hatched yet. Even if it hatched, if he wanted to turn the little Thunderbird into a mount, it would take time for training and adjustment. This time Gushi was a little embarrassed. Luckily, Luna discovered Gushi's embarrassing situation at the first time, and sent Gushi a giant bat, which temporarily served as Gushi's mount. This prevented Gushi from going back to his original state of running away. After the new heroes divided the undead, Gushi did not immediately order the troops to go out, but muttered something there. The training of the leaders and the heroes' mounts needs to be arranged. If it continues like this, it will affect the battle situation. Alright, get ready, and attack with all your forces. Under Gushi's command, the undead troops began to follow the direction that the cavalry had left before. With the command of the heroes and leaders, the undead troops were not as chaotic as before when they followed Gushi. They formed a 1,000-man formation, with skeleton soldiers and ghosts leading the way, zombie troops following behind, and other undead in the middle, marching forward 1,000-man team at a time. This orderly advance significantly increased the speed of the troops' advance. After about 45 minutes of marching, Gushi had already heard the sound of explosions coming from the front. They arrived ahead of time. Chapter 1321, a half-finished turret. When Gushi led his army to the battlefield, the last piece of the puzzle in his mind was finally put together. At this time, he probably understood what the Nida people's plan was for his route. At the same time, he also understood why a cannon battalion, when it was attacked by Jamie, would have so many troops to rescue it. It seems that this is a key heavy weapon for combat. The battlefield in front of him, besieged by Jamie, is a half-finished turret built on the mountain. Nearly 10,000 black iron pillars, as thick as 2 people, were scattered all over the ground, and were now being used by the Nida army as a defensive barrier. They relied on this to fight with the troops led by Jamie. The 2 cavalry troops sent in advance were clearing out the Nida reinforcements nearby. And going up, you can see many black iron pillars buried underground on the top of the mountain. A large amount of black evil spirits were being drawn out through the iron pillars and integrated into the crossbow carts on the top of the mountain. This is why, when Gushi came over, he confirmed that this mountain was a semi-finished turret. This is clearly based on this mountain, drawing the energy from the ground veins below the mountain as energy, and injecting it into the mountain turrets to fight. The crossbows on the mountain are a means of defense against the turrets. And the real effect of this turret is the 7 tuning forks that have not been built on the top of the mountain. When seeing those equipments, Gushi always felt that these things were used to attract thunder, and the range may be larger than Gushi imagined. In addition, Gushi also noticed that there were some carriages and wooden boxes for transportation piled up at the foot of the mountain. Judging from the size of these carriages and boxes, they seem to be more convenient to pack and transport. It is obvious that the semi-finished turret in front of him was just moved from other locations and is a movable existence. It's just that they are unlucky. Because of the Bone Dragon, the defense line here was breached, and Gushi handled it decisively and sent troops here at the first time. Before Nikki retightened the defense line, Jamie rushed out again and found the problem here. In addition, the players and more than 70,000 troops sent by Nikki to retighten the defense line all died in Gushi's hands. This made Gushi discover the arrangement here. Otherwise, when they finished building the turret, Gushi would suffer a great loss. Lightning that fell from the sky, although it was not certain how powerful it would be, but not knowing where the enemy would come from, would make Gushi angry to death. Gushi muttered to himself that he was lucky, and recorded this discovery, and sent it to several brothers as soon as possible. At the same time, without Gushi's order, Gushi's troops, led by the hero, rushed head-on to the hill over there. When rushing to the top of the mountain, Gushi also encountered the attack of the crossbows from the mountain. Although those crossbows are not like tuning forks, with a very large attack range, they are still very useful against the undead troops rushing up. Among so many crossbows, there are mainly 2 types. One is a normal arrow crossbow, which fires crossbow arrows. At most, the crossbow arrows are larger, and sometimes they can be equipped with rockets or multi-headed arrows. The range will be relatively longer, and the power will be greater in one-on-one situations. This is a crossbow used against some powerful weapons on the battlefield or enemy siege weapons. The other type is a magic crossbow, which is loaded with lightning arrows, ice arrows and explosive arrows. These arrows are not only much faster when they are shot, but also produce different magic effects after hitting. This kind of magic effect often hits a large area. This is also the most troublesome method for Jamie. When the undead troops under Gushi rushed up, they happened to encounter such a method. Those crossbows directly changed direction and attacked Gushi. Often, with one strike, more than a dozen or 20 undead would die. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they could directly hit the location where the undead were concentrated, and even kill 30 or 40 undead. Facing such means, Gushi also understood why Jamie had never been able to defeat this kind of battle. However, Gushi was different from Jamie. Wasn't it just a large-scale attack? Wasn't it that the undead were lost faster? Wasn't it that they couldn't rush to the top of the mountain? Would Gushi be afraid of this? He raised his hand, and a new city gate was sent to the top of the mountain. The gate released this time was a newly built gate. The scaffolding outside the gate had not been removed yet. This was a gate that Luna had hurriedly built. Gushi had released all the gates that could be used. The newly built gate in front of him was his last resort. After releasing the gate, Gushi opened several ghost gates and a ghost suppressing Peach Mountain. The ghost gates were surrounded near the gate, in order to release a batch of undead first, so that the Nita troops on the hilltop would not directly attack Gushi's gate. You have to know that the city gate in front of us has just been built, and the city wall corresponding to the city gate, as well as the nearby arrow towers and other things have not been clearly arranged. And the city gate is still in preparation. If someone attacks the city of Aridov at this time, it will be a shame for Gushi. Even if it wastes some mana, Gushi is unwilling to throw his face on the ground and be stepped on by others. So he first releases the undead in the ghost gate, and then lets his men transfer from the city gate. Gushi is always so cautious in doing things. Gushi's men did not disappoint him. As the city gate opened, a group of undead troops rushed out of the city gate. As soon as this group of undead troops rushed out, they immediately rushed out. Their main goal was to destroy the various crossbows on the hill. As long as these crossbows were destroyed, the enemies on the hill were no match for the undead troops brought by Gushi. Seeing this situation, the Nita people also went crazy. They all understood Gushi's plan. All the Nita people who came to support the semi-finished turret nearby sped up and rushed directly towards Gushi with their troops. Gushi found at this time that, as he had guessed before, the number of Nita people was not like the undead, which was almost infinite. There were 4 Nita troops nearby, but the total number was only more than 13,000. It was not known whether they only had so many troops, or whether they had other places to guard. Anyway, the appearance of these 4 troops was no problem for Jamie. But when the cavalry came, they were actually suppressed. Now they actually took the initiative to attack Gushi for the semi-finished turret. It was not known whether they were confident or arrogant. He turned his head and looked at the troops rushing over. Gushi decisively said to the white bone titan standing beside him, "Kill them." Chapter 1322 Interim News, Red Suit confirmed. At this time, the number of undead titans under Gushi was close to 15,000. Although there were different types of titans among the undead titans, the main force was still the death titan summoned by Gushi through the Book of Titans. With their cooperation, the thunder of evil spirit was thrown into the air, and then turned into a lightning net from the sky, and fell on the attacking Nita troops. The undead titans attacked with all their strength, and naturally the Nita troops could not withstand it. Under a wave of attacks, the Nita team closest to the battlefield was completely wiped out by lightning. Then the undead titan changed its direction, and set its target in other directions. At this time, Gushi's mind had begun to wander. The battle in front of him was not over yet. Gushi was thinking that after taking this place, he must follow the direction of these reinforcements and kill them. Go and see if there are other Nita defense lines. Just as Gushi was thinking about this, a red eagle fell from the sky and landed in front of Gushi. Gushi also recognized this flying eagle. It was the messenger of senior brother Feng Tian. Gushi stretched out his hand, and a piece of paper fell into Gushi's hand. He opened it, and found that it was a group message. "Fellow brothers, I have completed the processing of the area we are facing. Based on the situation I have found now, it can be judged that the other side's king has a red suit. I have asked senior brother Guang to notify the teacher. Now, please speed up the processing of the tasks at hand. We plan to cut off the sound of attacking our respective defense lines again. If you are not strong enough, or you are in trouble, send a signal. At noon tomorrow, the teacher will enter the small game world. At that time, please make sure to deal with your own affairs before the teacher arrives. At this time, don't think too much. If you are short of troops, you can say it now." Looking at the note in his hand, Gushi rolled his eyes. It was agreed to be 5 days, it became 3 days, and now it has become 1.5 days. They really think he is a Superman. You have many heroes, that's your business. I'm working so hard. What's the difference between me and a dog? You really don't have to be so arrogant in front of the teacher. While muttering in his heart, Gushi didn't stop the action of his hands. After all, the news has come from senior brother Feng Tian, which means that they have confirmed that the king of the Nick people has a red suit on his hand. In order to deal with the red suit, they need more time to prepare and arrange. After all, the power of red equipment is hard to say, but it will definitely crush orange equipment. If you don't know the attributes of the opponent's red equipment, you will rush forward recklessly, and gambling you may die in the end. In this case, the task of the disciple is to find a way to squeeze out more time. Thinking of this, Gushi gritted his teeth. Divide the troops. Then Gushi gave the order. Jamie, as the fastest leader available to Gushi, naturally had to lead the troops to run. Jamie, bring all the 2 cavalry and the bone dragon troops, and pick the fastest ones among the skeleton soldiers. Bring the swarm troops and the ghost and corpse witch troops. Kill all the way up this way. If you find such a place again, send a signal directly. Don't worry about the rest. My requirement is to kill all the way forward in the shortest time. The place that Gushi mentioned naturally refers to this kind of semi-finished turret. This is what Gushi is most worried about. It's fine now that it's half finished. But what if a turret that can fire from a very long distance is built in a corner? Halfway through the battle, a lightning bolt fell from the sky, and no one knew who fired it. If something like this really happened, they would be doomed. Although Jamie didn't understand what Gushi was thinking, he still accepted the task given by Gushi. So he quickly organized the troops assigned to him by Gushi, and rushed in one direction with the troops. Jamie led the troops away, and Gushi pointed his hand, and the 300,000 strong army rushed towards the Nida army. This time it was no longer a crushing attack, but a tidal attack. The Nida army did not even have time to react, and more than 10,000 people were attacked by the undead. And in the end not even a shadow was left. After killing the enemy, Gushi quickly divided the 300,000 troops into 100,000 strong armies, and sent them to the direction where the 3 Nida support troops were coming from. All the heroes in Gushi's hands were transformed by summoning spirits and double death after killing Nida people. Although there are many heroes, their levels are also good. However, Gushi does not know the personalities of these heroes. Originally, according to Gushi's idea, he would at least fight 1 or 2 battles with these heroes, and then decide which heroes can take the lead and which heroes can be released in a short time. But now there is not so much time. Gushi immediately divided these heroes equally. In each team, there must be more than 10 heroes, and the heroes with higher levels are determined to serve as the main combat heroes. Then, they are sent out with the troops. After doing this, Gushi turned his attention to the semi-finished turret. Gushi did not understand the technological direction of the Nida people at all. From the thing in front of him, he knew that the black pillars were used to extract the energy of the earth veins. After the earth vein energy was extracted, a kind of energy with evil spirit would be formed, which would be concentrated on the turret that had not been built on the top of the mountain, and fired by 7 tuning forks. This tuning fork carries the power of thunder and lightning. It is obvious that it can shoot thunder and lightning at a very long distance. As for the specific range of this ultra-long distance, Gushi is not quite clear yet. However, seeing the remaining undead, which has already rushed into this half-finished turret, Gushi is also somewhat tempted. He waved his hand, and the holy silver evil coffin that was sent out in advance to lead the way ran to Gushi. Gushi turned over and jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin, and then he felt comfortable. After all, riding a giant bat is really uncomfortable. It's better to come with the holy silver evil coffin. After getting on the holy silver evil coffin, Gushi couldn't help but be stunned. He found that in front of the throne of the holy silver evil coffin, there was actually a pot of tea and some snacks. It was obviously sent by Yushi. It seems that with Yushi here, Gushi doesn't have to worry about his hunger problem. Gushi picked up the food and stuffed it into his mouth carefully, while pointing to the half-finished turret. Go up and take a look. All the Death Titans follow. Clear the corpses that are blocking the way for me. Chapter 1323 Speed up the battle. Under Gushi's command, all the Death Titans rushed up the mountain. More than 10,000 Death Titans blocked the passage up the mountain in just a few steps. In order to open up a road, the Death Titans also sent the black iron pillars and crossbows that blocked the road to the bottom of the mountain. At this time, Gushi had also reached the top of the mountain. He saw the 7 huge tuning forks that had been inserted into the ground. Calling them tuning forks was obviously wrong. This thing that looks like a tuning fork in front of me is more than 30 meters high. When I looked at it from the foot of the mountain, I didn't feel anything wrong. But when I got closer, I found that it was quite huge. Apart from other things, when ordinary people stood under this tuning fork, they would be directly blocked by it. Even when Death Titan stood next to this tuning fork, he would feel that the size was beyond his normal imagination. After reaching the top of the mountain, Death Titan quickly checked the surrounding situation. Finally, he shook his head at Gushi. Gushi, who was communicating with him, understood that part of his guess was right. These tuning fork-like things could stimulate the power of thunder and lightning. But the problem was the way to stimulate it and the way to lock the target. Gushi had no idea at all. At the same time, this tuning fork would have some reaction to the Titan's lightning, but the reaction was not so strong. Gushi asked the Death Titan to come up, in fact, to let them test whether this turret could be controlled, but the final result was negative. A turret that cannot be operated is useless. No matter how good this thing is, Gushi can't use it now. Let the Ghost Squad deal with these things. Let's go! Gushi looked at the time. He knew that he couldn't drag it on here any longer. He jumped on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and rushed down the mountain. Under Gushi's command, the Ghost Squad, who turned into Bai Wuchang, quickly moved the things left here. Not to mention other things. Just the huge tuning fork. It required the Ghost Squad to move it with all their strength. When these things were sent to the city of Aridov, Luna immediately checked the things that were sent. Then her first reaction was, I couldn't understand it, but this was not a dismantled building, but some accessories installed inside the building. If necessary, I would call Eve back and let her do research. But Eve couldn't come now, because Gushi hadn't copied all the books he needed. Not to mention that there were other things that hadn't been done. These things like tuning forks, in the end, could only exist first. Everything will probably be dealt with after this battle is over. After putting these things aside, Gushi followed Jamie. Gushi did not summon the corpses left in the battle, but he immediately replenished the troops that had been transformed into the city of Aridov through Double Death. Like before, this time there were more heroes and leaders. Gushi immediately replenished the new undead through the opening of the Ghost Gate. He expanded the army of less than 30,000 people to more than 60,000 people. In this way, with the personal guards and the undead Titan troops that Gushi brought with him, Gushi's troops once again returned to 100,000. Only when the number of troops in his hands exceeded 100,000, Gushi felt a little confident. He chased the direction Jamie was heading, and his hands were not idle. He contacted Demi through the owl, and asked about Demi's current situation. And at this time, a large number of replies also flew to Gushi. These were replies sent by Gushi's senior brothers. After all, when Gushi discovered the unfinished turret just now, he spread the news. Although Feng Tian's letter later affected the importance of this information. But Gushi's brothers are not fools. They certainly know what the final result will be if such a turret is really set up. So all the brothers immediately sent their men to check whether there are similar turrets in places they have not seen. Some of them really encountered such a situation, and finally dealt with similar turrets before the turrets were built. Some did not encounter the turret, but encountered other means. They also sent these messages to Gushi. At this time, Gushi also found that his progress seemed to be much slower than that of his brothers. The biggest reason for this was that Gushi had too few leaders. His brothers could easily take out 5 or 6 leaders, each of whom could arrange an army of 200,000 and set off in several directions at the same time. No matter how troublesome the enemy was, they could be dealt with. Gushi can't do it now. The leaders that Gushi can use temporarily are Demi, Jamie, and at most one Dugu. The rest are not around him. The most important thing is that Dugu is not being used now. Jamie's fighting ability is not that strong except that he moves faster. Gushi has to follow behind to prevent Jamie from being ambushed. It may be difficult to speed up such a battle. Just when Gushi was hesitating whether to think of a way to squeeze out some troops, a huge flare suddenly popped up in the sky in the distance. That was the direction Jamie was heading. Gushi was startled, and immediately understood Jamie had discovered another building similar to this turret that was integrated with the mountain. Forward. As soon as he saw the signal, Gushi immediately gave the order. He led his men to rush over there. When Gushi was moving forward, 2 of the 3 troops that had been sent out before also rushed back. They were going to target the enemy in the direction of the previous reinforcements. As a result, when Gushi checked the situation on the unfinished turret, they had already resolved the battle. These heroes are not like the leaders, who have high autonomy. After completing the task, they didn't know where to go, so they went back. In the end, they could only rush back with their troops and return to Gushi's team. Seeing them return, Gushi just glanced at them and didn't say much. With the return of these two troops, Gushi's troops were increased again. However, Gushi didn't care about the issue of troops at this time. He confirmed their progress through some information sent by his senior brothers. Gushi also had to start to hurry. At this time, Dimi met Nikaini, the commander-in-chief of the Nida people on this road. The Nida people with the profession of killing generals. Chapter 1324. Facing the enemy army. Since Jamie arrived at the location where the Bone Dragon was fighting the Nida people, Nikki knew from his orange suit that his plan number 3 had failed. Now Nikki has lost more than half of his troops, and most importantly, the Thunder God's Wrath he built, that is, the lightning turret, has a problem. It was killed by Gushi during the transfer process. You have to know that Nikki had finally obtained these 3 mobile Thunder God's Wraths from the Nida King because of his profession. As a result, before it could work, one of them was destroyed. The remaining 2 were probably going to fail. Now Nikki had to attack in advance and take the initiative to lead the team to attack Dimi. According to the information from Nyojifeho, Gushi had divided his troops. This division of troops was Nikki's only chance. As long as he could kill one of Gushi's 2 troops, he would have a chance to turn the tables. This time, Nikki's target was Dimi. On the one hand, he was a little afraid of Gushi's luck, and wanted to use the record of killing 300,000 people to get some reinforcement and support, so that he could turn around and deal with Gushi. On the other hand, although Gushi gave Dimi 300,000, Nikaini saw clearly that the main forces such as Bone Dragons, Titans, and Cavalry were all on Jamie's side, although Nikaini still had some troops. At this time, he would definitely give priority to Dimi. At this time, Dimi also received Gushi's message. Gushi did not urge Dimi, but told her to keep steady. As long as she kept steady, Gushi could easily destroy everything the enemy had. As for the word steady, Dimi can do it. Back then in Aladovi City, Dimi suffered too much in this regard. Finally, when she completed the task in the soul-gathering land, Dimi slowly learned everything. Gushi asked her to be steady, so she naturally would not rush. However, Dimi did not have Gushi's means, and could not walk 100 kilometers like Gushi did, and put down a city gate. It can be said that the further Dimi walks, the farther she is from the city gate left by Gushi. Before Nikaini came, Dimi had already felt something was wrong. Now she was 300 kilometers beyond the battlefield. If she continued like this, if she was attacked from behind, she would not be able to return immediately. Dimi also found a way to contact Gushi about this matter and told him about it. For this problem, Gushi only sent a corpse wizard over. That corpse wizard was the corpse wizard that Gushi had transformed through double death after killing the octopus-headed necromancer. His greatest feature was that he could also control the city of death. However, Gushi's own death city was not enough. So how could he have spare power to build a death city for such a corpse wizard who was neither a hero nor a leader? In the end, he could only stay in the city of Aridavi and act as an ordinary corpse wizard. But this time, he could play a role. When Dimi raised his own question, this corpse wizard was sent to Dimi's side. The biggest role of this corpse wizard was only one: to open the gate of the city of Aridavi and send Dimi's army to other city gates. As for the method of opening the door, it would be to use the life of this corpse wizard to open the door. And after opening the door, this corpse wizard would be directly useless. There would be no possibility of resurrection or summoning the soul. When Gushi sent this corpse wizard to Dimi, he specifically explained the situation here. Anyway, this is the only chance. No matter what, Gushi would not regret encountering such a situation. And this is also Dimi's last confidence. No matter what the situation is, she has a chance to cover the bottom. So Dimi is steady when she acts. But the confidence that radiates out cannot be hidden from others. When Nikki came with his troops, he immediately saw that something was wrong with Dimi. Nikki had felt it before when Gushi used the battlefield doom. At that time, Nikki was disgusted by the battlefield doom. But Nikki felt that the situation was not that bad. As long as he killed enough enemies, everything would be fine. But now Nikki's confidence seemed to be drained. What did he see? He actually felt the breath of confidence in a group of undead. Is this reasonable? Nikini was a little speechless. Then he took another look at the troops around Dimi. Although most of the troops behind Dimi were the most basic undead troops, Gushi left all of his original heroes and the main force. In addition, there were huge skeleton soldiers, zombies, and ghosts following Dimi. The battle in front of him didn't seem to be as easy as Nikini thought. It's a headache. No matter what. I can't take care of many things now. Nida Yi, release the disaster. Under Nikini's order, the sixth type of Nida people's troops also appeared on the battlefield. This type of soldier is somewhat similar to a giant dragon. But they have wings but cannot fly. And they also have heads like a hydra. They are made by the sorcerers among the Nida people through various means. The original plan was to have as many heads as a hydra, and to be able to fly and spit dragon breath like a dragon. But fate always goes wrong at various times. After this type of soldier called the disaster was made, it looked the same as planned. But their brains did not meet the standard requirements. The hydra's head gives Calamity many different ideas. And the top-heavy effect makes them have wings, but cannot fly. The most important thing is that the hydra's heads can spit out dragon breath. But they cannot spit at the same time, and can only take turns one by one. If they insist on spitting at the same time, the worst Calamity will explode directly. So the sorcerer who created Calamity is speechless. Why did they make these? It would be better to combine the dwarf with the harpy, which can strengthen the magic resistance and defense of the harpy. Or let Medusa add porcupine, so that Medusa can pull out her hair to use as arrows. However, this disaster is a high-level soldier. Although it cannot fly, it still has a certain level in close combat. In the eyes of some Nida people, the price of these guys is also relatively affordable. When there are no other heavy soldiers available, they will also buy some disasters to carry with them. Now is the time to let these disasters take action. Nick and I released all the disasters. As soon as nearly 100 disasters appeared, there were bursts of roars on the battlefield. The sound did not mean to stop at all, as if it wanted to scare people away with the sound. Then the giant dragon with a 9-headed snake head rushed out. When they rushed forward, there would always be a head with its mouth wide open, ready to spit out dragon breath. Looking at these weird guys in front of him, Dimi turned around and asked, "Yongdo, will you be crazy?" Chapter 1325 Final Discovery. The battle between Dimi and Nikini started with a mad attack by Yongdo. Being hit by a mad attack was like a disaster. Not only did he blow himself up, he also blew up some nearby Nida troops. In such chaos, Dimi led his troops to rush forward, while Nikini calmly commanded his troops to fight, as if the previous explosions were all in his calculations. If Gushi saw the scene, he might think more about whether he was being plotted against. But Dimi was not like that. In her eyes, she was no weaker than the enemy in front of her in any aspect. As long as the battle was stable, there would be no problem. So Dimi decisively fought in her own way. At the same time, Gushi also rushed to the location where Jamie sent out the signal. When he arrived here, all Gushi saw was a turret that had been dismantled halfway. Jamie only sent a signal, and then led the troops forward again, leaving only a small part of the troops to guide Gushi's position. And then he went forward again. When he arrived in front of the half-demolished turret, Gushi took a look at the situation here, and silently compared it with the map in his mind. He roughly understood what was going on. The position in front of him should be the location of the previously dismantled turret. And this position is about 500 kilometers away from the location where Gushi guessed that the Nida people were going to bury and attack Gushi. At this point, Gushi could almost determine the attack range of the Nida turret. 500 kilometers. They placed the turret in this position to ensure that when Gushi's troops entered the ambush area, the turret could function immediately. At the same time, the turret could also be within their protection range. And most importantly, it would not be discovered by Gushi. They moved the turret because their ambush was discovered by Gushi. And Gushi changed his fighting style. So they had to move the turret forward, to ensure that the turret can hit Gushi. As a result, when they pushed the turret, the matter was discovered by Gushi. Gushi's judgment was accurate and he acted decisively. He took down the previous turret in the first place. Now Gushi's position is relatively safe. After knowing the attack range of the turret, Gushi quickly drew a map on the ground. A range of 500 kilometers, with the position where the Nida people wanted to ambush him as the center of the circle. First draw a circle. Soon, Gushi determined several points. That was Gushi's calculation. If the Nida people want to move other turrets, they must not move them randomly. They must consider the range, and must use the mountain as the base of the turret. In such a large area nearby, there are only a few places to choose from. When determining these locations, Gushi's face also froze. The position where Dimi is fighting now is not right. If he walks forward about 20 kilometers, there is a position suitable for the turret to attack. If the Nida people have another turret like this, then as long as Dimi walks forward a distance, he will enter the turret's attack range. This situation is not right. Gushi's mind moved, and he quickly sent a message to Dimi and Jamie. Dimi asked her not to move forward, and to fight the enemy on the spot. If the enemy attacks, then fight on the spot. If the enemy retreats, do not chase. Jamie sent the several locations he had just discovered to Jamie. Let Jamie take the troops to take a look at these locations. As for how Jamie goes, that's Jamie's business. Anyway, Gushi only wants Jamie to deal with the problems in these locations. As for how he did it, Gushi doesn't want to ask at all. When sending these two messages, Gushi also received the latest intelligence from Dimi. As soon as he saw the information sent by Dimi, Gushi made a judgment in his mind. The one who blocked Dimi's way and acted as bait was probably the enemy's main force. He had no other choice but to jump out and risk his own life. After making such a discovery, many thoughts flashed through Gushi's mind. If he encountered such a situation, what would he do? Apart from the turret that might be discovered by Gushi, what other tricks would he have? Gushi scratched his hair, and he felt that he had become a little smart in this battle. Gushi obviously has more troops and strength than the Nida people, but he is not doing well everywhere. It seems that next time when I choose leaders and heroes, I must choose some leaders and heroes with brains. While muttering, Gushi released all the gargoyles on hand. This time the gargoyles' attack range is nearby, and Gushi now urgently needs to know the enemy's information and location. Without this information, Gushi has no way to judge the enemy's thoughts. Does Nikki have any other plans at this time? To explain in detail, there are actually some, but all plans cannot keep up with changes. When fighting with Dimi, Nikki found that Dimi's fighting was more stable. She may not be so sharp in grasping the battle, but if anyone wants to sneak attack her, it is impossible. During the battle, half of her energy is focused on preventing the enemy from sneak attacking her. When Dimi attacks, it is the same. Sometimes, even if she misses the opportunity, she doesn't care. She always makes sure that the troops attack in a position she can see. Such a commander may not have a big picture by nature, but when something happens, she can calm down in the first place. Even if she fails, her loss will not be too great. Nick used nearly 20,000 Nida troops as bait, but only led Dimi to move forward less than 2 kilometers. And when Dimi received a letter sent by an owl, she did not move forward at all. Even though Nikki had made several moves to retreat, Dimi had no intention of attacking. Such actions, in Nikki's eyes, clearly meant, I have seen through your plan. If you have the guts, retreat. Seeing this, Nikki's face became quite ugly. Damn it. Why did he always encounter such enemies? Muttering in his heart, Nikki's orders continued to be passed out. Under Nikki's orders, the Nida troops he led really began to retreat. That was a full 150,000 troops. Even if there was no disturbance, it would take several hours to withdraw from the scene. But Dimi had no intention of stopping the other party. He just watched from where he was, as if their plan to retreat had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1326 Luck is on my side. A swift flew to Gushi with the latest news. It has been captured. Looking at the news in front of him, Gushi's eyes lit up. He released an owl immediately, and did not take his troops to look for the ambush position of the Nida people nearby. He adjusted the direction directly, and headed towards the retreating position of Nick and I. Crow Lancers take off, kill all the monkeys in the sky. Because the gargoyles were not strong enough, and suffered a lot of losses, Gushi borrowed Crow Lancers from Princess Anna. This ordinary troop, which started at level 0, has improved its level a lot because it patrols and guards at Eridavida all year round. Now their levels are all above level 6. But they have not reached the standard level of level 8. However, the most advantageous aspect of the Crow Lancers is not their level, but their number. With a training speed of 45 Crow Lancers per week, it took more than 2 years to gather nearly 6,000 Crow Lancers. At the same time, under the training and guidance of Princess Anna, the combat and patrol capabilities of these Crow Lancers have exceeded the normal level. As soon as Gushi released the Crow Lancers, they knew what to do. Gushi didn't need to command them at all. As soon as all the crow lancers took to the sky, they flew towards the horn-flying monkeys from different directions. These horn-flying monkeys have certain air combat capabilities, but it depends on who they are compared with. The crow lancers are almost like the guards trained by Princess Anna herself. Under their attack, the horn-flying monkeys have no place to escape. No matter how they fly, there will always be a group of 3 to 5 crow lancers in front of them. These crow spearmen will not chase you from behind, but block you in front and attack with spears. No matter how the ox-horn flying monkeys change direction in the air, it is useless. If the spears stab you, you will die. So the ox-horn flying monkeys that appeared in the sky were killed immediately. At the same time, the crow spearmen also have the ability to patrol. After killing the ox-horn flying monkeys that have appeared in the sky, they will start patrolling outward with the Gushi troops as the center. Ensure that the ox-horn flying monkeys cannot find out the direction of the Gushi team. As soon as Gushi took action, Nikini, who was irritating Demi by retreating, didn't know that he was being watched. The flying monkeys he sent out as scouts habitually reported to him every half an hour. His flying monkeys had just reported the intelligence and flew out again. According to the intelligence, Nikini learned that Gushi was looking for the other 2 Wrath of Thunder God. And judging from the direction of the troops sent by Gushi, it was only a matter of time for them to find the Wrath of Thunder God. Nikki was not worried about this at all. He had thought of everything when he came. In fact, when he sent out his troops, he already knew that one of the Wrath of Thunder had been discovered and captured. Nikki guessed that it was only a matter of time for Gushi to find the remaining 2 Wrath of Thunder. It was unrealistic to move the Wrath of Thunder now. Not to mention how long it would take to dismantle the Wrath of Thunder. Even if it was dismantled, where would it be sent? You have to know that a turret like the Thunder God's Wrath is only useful when it is installed. In the transport state, the entire fleet of the Thunder God's Wrath is not as good as a team of farmers. So it must not be dismantled. If he wants to deal with Gushi, he can only think of another way. Now what he has to do is how to arrange his plan. The current situation is actually not in Nikni's plan, so he didn't actually make a plan for the current situation. Now he could only make temporary arrangements. In his mind, his arrangement still had a chance to draw the attention of Gushi's troops, and finally give Gushi a hard time. If Gushi was a little bit stupid, he could even kill him in there. For this plan, Nikki took out the Wrath of Thunder turret closest to Gushi as bait. He transferred all the workers there to the last Wrath of Thunder, and built this last Wrath of Thunder with all his strength. According to Nikki's estimation, when Gushi's men rushed to the Wrath of Thunder used as bait, his last Wrath of Thunder should also be repaired. Then, with one shot of Thunder God's Wrath, Janie's troops could be completely destroyed. Then Nikki would have enough time to move Thunder God's Wrath forward and finally kill the Demi troops in front of him who refused to move forward no matter how they were tempted. However, Gushi, who had killed the horn-flying monkey, did not rush on his way. Instead, he turned around and said to the white bone obelisk, "Prepare for blessing. The target is the area under our control. Find a way to communicate with the earth veins. Curse the locations where the energy of the earth veins was extracted and transformed into evil spirits. My request is to prohibit the lighting effect in these locations for a period of time. No matter what their current situation is, prohibit lightning in that location." After Gushi made the request, the white bone obelisk quickly took action, and a message flashed through Gushi's mind. 15 minutes. This means that Gushi's request can only make those locations produce a 15-minute prohibition of lightning effect at most. Whether Jamie can handle everything afterwards depends on Jamie's movement speed. What is Jamie doing at this moment? He is leading his troops and rushing to one of the locations indicated by Gushi. Jamie's movement speed is fast, but he is not flying. He is already quite remarkable for being able to bring his men to the current speed. It can be said that Gushi and Jamie are gambling now. Gambling on their luck. Gambling that they can find the enemy's turret as soon as possible and take it down as soon as possible. Maybe Gushi had helped the consciousness of this game world by using the bone obelisk before. Maybe Jamie's troops also included the white robe cavalry, and he was lucky. Jamie's luck in choosing the direction was extremely good. While running with his troops, he suddenly felt that something in a certain direction was attracting him. So he immediately changed direction and rushed towards that direction with his men. And such a small change of direction allowed Jamie to rush to the turret that Nikini had placed in the distance and was almost hidden. At this time, the blessing of the bone obelisk that Gushi had requested also fell. The blessing of the bone obelisk for Nick and I, was simply a curse. It prohibited everything related to thunder and lightning. The Thunder God's Wrath turret, which had already started to operate, could not operate immediately under the blessing. At this time, Jamie suddenly rushed out and just knocked the Nita troops on the turret side to the ground. At this time, Jamie also took out something, which was specially given to him by Gushi before he asked Jamie to send troops. The Magic Ball. Chapter 1327. Surround the target. Evil Spirit gathers, death impact. Under Jamie's command, the evil knights concentrated their evil spirits and attacked the turret that was clearly in full bloom. When launching this attack, Jamie also let the level 26 Bone Dragon, with a forbidden magic ball, fly to the highest point of the turret. The operator on the turret naturally saw the Bone Dragon flying up, but they had no way to deal with it now. According to the normal situation of the Wrath of Thunder, after the Wrath of Thunder turret is built, there will be a layer of lightning defense. In this way, as long as the turret is ready to attack, no one can stop it. As a result, with such a blessing, everything was gone, and the Bone Dragon easily flew to the turret. He first cursed the turret operator below, and then landed on the turret with the magic ball. With the activation of the magic ball, the Wrath of Thunder, which had been built and could be launched at any time, became ineffective. Jamie didn't know what he had done this time. At this moment, he only focused his attention on the guards here. In Jamie's mind, killing all the guards here and taking down the turret in front of him was his best choice now. So Jamie immediately activated the evil spirit of the evil Green Knight and attacked with all his strength. With this move, a large amount of black gas was seen gushing out of the bodies of more than 10,000 evil Green Knights. Then these auras slowly turned green, turned into a huge spear, and stabbed heavily on the turret. After this stab, Jamie heard a loud bang. Half of the Nita troops guarding outside the turret were killed. The rest flew away under the shock wave, and there were no more enemies in front of Jamie. But Jamie did not get careless because of such a record. Shago Light Cavalry, the rest of you, go ahead and kill all the enemies. Under Jamie's order, all the troops he brought rushed out and carried out the last round of finishing blows on the seriously injured Nita troops, who fell to the ground. At this time, Gushi had already rushed to the rear of the Nikki and I army. Gushi could not care about many things at this time. 15 minutes was the time Gushi could guarantee his safety. In these 15 minutes, Gushi could guarantee that he would not be attacked by the turret. If he did not take this opportunity to rush into the main force of the Nikki and I army, it would be much more difficult to find such an opportunity again. In order to rush into the Nikki and I army in such a short time, Gushi simply threw the slower moving troops such as zombies to the back. He led his faster moving subordinates to run all the way. Finally, in 15 minutes, they rushed to a position about 30 kilometers away from Nikini. Damn, it's still a little short. Everyone move faster, don't stop. Gushi's order was just issued. A Swift brought Jamie's information to Gushi. He took down a complete turret, and at the same time, through the observation mirror on the turret, he saw that Gushi was within the turret's attack range. At the same time, he also brought another message to Gushi. Gushi found out that it was very likely that several nodes of the turret position were also within the attack range of this turret. Through the observation mirror, he could clearly see that these turrets were not built. However, there were still some Nita troops guarding there. Jamie just sent a letter to ask if he could try the power of this turret. Looking at this information, Gushi hesitated for a moment, but finally replied with a letter. Don't mess around. We can get all kinds of help in this game world, because we didn't do anything to the game veins. Now the consciousness of the game world is biased towards us. If we do the same thing as the Nita people, then the consciousness of the game world will stop helping us. For us, it's not worth the loss. After releasing the owl that replied, Gushi was relieved. With Jamie's observation and assurance, Gushi was sure that no turret could attack him. In this way, Gushi was not so anxious. At this time, Gushi sent out the crow spearmen to clean up the nearby flying monkeys. He gathered his troops and considered how to block the way of the Nita army. This Nita army should be the main force of the Nita people in this area. There are more than 100,000 of them, and their level is obviously very high. Now they are pretending to retreat, but their actions are obviously waiting for the Demi army to attack. Gushi noticed that, in their retreating troops, there were people who could counterattack at any time. The person who could do such a thing was most likely the commander-in-chief of the Nita people in this area, because Gushi was too familiar with this tactic of luring people out to fight by bait. Although the things Gushi encountered before were fragmentary, They were of the same style as the scene in front of him. Gushi knew without asking that the Nita man who made him think he had some brains was in this army. Gushi had already thought it through. After destroying this army, Gushi planned to summon the spirit of the Nita man. The reason why he was forced into this situation by Gushi this time was not because he was not smart enough, and the things he arranged were full of loopholes, but because he was unlucky. Gushi always accidentally destroyed the things he arranged again and again. Otherwise, Gushi would have lost 200,000 or 300,000 troops because of him. The situation is different now. With the arrival of Gushi's follow-up troops, Nikki can't escape. At this time, Nikki also felt that something was wrong. The flying monkeys that flew to a relatively far place to check the situation did not fly back, which was normal. But the flying monkeys that were patrolling nearby also disappeared. If it was only a few minutes, it could be said that these flying monkeys flew far away, but now it has been more than 10 minutes, and the flying monkeys have not returned. This is obviously wrong. Nikki immediately looked at the locations of the traps he had set up. The wrath of Thunder God that he imagined did not fall from the sky. Damn it, Nikki growled. He had already guessed what was going on. The wrath of Thunder God was taken down, and the enemy was even close to him. He had never expected that he had spent his whole life using bait to lure the enemy into his trap, and now he was actually being held back by Dini's 300,000 troops, and he didn't even know that he had fallen into Gushi's encirclement. This was really a slap in his face. Chapter 1328 Raid. Nick Heine, who was slapped in the face, did not intend to stay here forever. Although he would use himself as bait to lure the enemy into his ambush, that was because he was quite confident in his plan. Now that there was obviously no hope, he would not stay with his troops to fight desperately. As soon as he found that something was wrong, Nick Heine decisively notified his most trusted troops, and asked them to prepare for retreat. As for the other troops, Nick Heine asked them to do as before. It seemed like retreat, but in fact they were ready to react at any time. Nikki guessed that the troops surrounding him must be watching his actions. If there was a flaw in his actions, the enemy would not wait for the encirclement to form, but would directly attack him. So he could not reveal any flaws. But Nikki did not expect that she did not see that much. In fact, his mind was not that meticulous. Many times, when Nikki's problems were discovered, they were realized afterward. They only realized that something was wrong when things happened. If Nikki ignored everything and rushed out with his troops, Gushi's encirclement would not be formed yet, and Nikki's possibility of escape would be much higher. But now Nikki was doing this secretly. This attracted Gushi's attention. Something seems wrong. Are they out of touch? Gushi looked at the Nita troops in the distance, and always felt that their team seemed to be divided into two parts. But it seemed that they were not divided. He wanted to find someone to ask, but he turned around and found that there was no one around him to ask. Princess Anna did not follow. He did not know which of the heroes he brought with him had any brains. How could he ask at this time? However, as soon as the other party showed any abnormality, Gushi immediately ignored the others. Attack! Don't delay any longer. Under Gushi's order, all the undead troops in his hands attacked. At the same time, Gushi also sent a message to Dini, asking her to take the initiative to attack. As soon as Gushi moved out, Nikki was shocked. This was unreasonable. Gushi hadn't arranged everything yet. How could he just rush out? There must be something wrong here. This thought flashed through Nikki's mind. But the next moment he found that he seemed to be stupid. Such a good opportunity. Why was he still thinking about this and that? In this case, shouldn't he just run away? He could even launch a counterattack before the enemy's encirclement was formed. Nikki didn't know that. He missed the last chance because of his hesitation. Gushi's last 250,000 troops, and Dini's 300,000 troops, who had just received Gushi's order and led the troops forward at the first time, rushed towards the Nita troops at the same time. The encirclement that was originally unfinished was no longer important at this time. As soon as Gushi's main force rushed forward, the encirclement was useless. Nikki was also a little speechless at this time, but he still immediately commanded the troops and prepared to counterattack. In Nikki's hands, he did not touch the final level of the Nita troops. The sixth type of troops also exploded when they first provoked Dini. Now Nikki's troops are mainly composed of 3 basic Nita troops, plus a cavalry of only more than 20,000 people. With such combat power, if well organized, it can actually cause some trouble to Gushi. But because of Nikki's wrong choice, they did not mobilize their own troops' combat power in the first place. Although this army has always maintained a look of if you attack us, We can counterattack at any time. But Gushi stabbed them from behind, and their reaction was somewhat slowed down. At this time, the undead titans in Gushi's hands immediately cast the evil thunder. The lightning in the sky directly formed a lightning net, which fell from the sky and hit the Nida people's battle formation. After the lightning net was hit, Gushi ordered the archer troops to attack. First, a wave of arrows fell, and then other troops charged forward. Under Gushi's command, the undead troops rushed out from various positions. Gushi was not idle at this time. Although the bone dragon was not around, he still released the death incarnation. This time, the death incarnation was also affected by the effect of the incarnation lord at the first time, and immediately transformed some of the undead titans into death incarnation titans. With their presence, coupled with the ghost battlefield that Gushi used at the first time, the power of the undead titans' attack increased by an unknown amount. However, Gushi understood that the death incarnation was no longer able to cope with the battle in front of him. It seems that the effect of the death incarnation needs to be improved in the future. Under Gushi's command, all the heroes and leaders also led their troops to exert their greatest abilities. They all understood that, in this kind of battle, victory is already in sight. What they have to do now is to perform well in front of Gushi, to play to their own advantages. Only by showing everything about themselves, in the subsequent battles, can they lead the troops independently and be less constrained. Now is the time to show their vision and command ability. As long as they attack the enemy accurately, kill more enemies, and lead their troops without mistakes, they can get more recognition from Gushi. The newly summoned heroes may not know, but the old heroes are quite clear that Gushi still has many battle flags in his hands. Now the station has not been considered, so there is no organization for the heroes even though there are battle flags. But for the heroes, they didn't think so. In their eyes, Yang must get the battle flag first, and then consider the station. If you think about it, you can understand that. After the station is built, there must be heroes with battle flags, who can move in with their troops. Heroes without battle flags can't move in even if there is a station. This time, the heroes planned to show themselves well. They tried hard to show their abilities to Gushi. Some directly rushed into the battle formation of the Nida people's troops, like a tornado, mobilizing the enemy's reaction. Some precisely blocked the position where the Nida people wanted to retreat, preventing them from escaping. Some others were there trying to make things difficult for the Nida people. Anyway, the heroes were trying their best to show everything they had. And Gushi was not idle at this time either. He kept casting magic, casting ghost gates into the Nida people's battle formation, and Gushi also released the soul summoning tower. This time, his target was not the Nida people's cavalry. His target at this time was the Nida people's ordinary troop uniforms. Gushi wanted to replicate the previous zombies, and drag the Nida people's troops to where they were. Chapter 1329, An Unexpected Discovery at the End. Under Gushi's operation, a large number of ghost gates and the zombies that had just been summoned appeared in the Nida army at the first time. At the same time, offensive spells such as Firestorm, Fire Field, Corpse Explosion also fell on the battlefield. At this time, Gushi was thinking of helping as much as he could. Any spell that came to his mind, he would cast it on the battlefield. Although the Nida people were not in a state of chaos now, they were unable to exert their greatest advantage, especially as more and more undead troops joined the battlefield. The battlefield doom effect took effect, causing the Nida troops to lose a lot of morale. Without sufficient morale, even if the Nida troops wanted to fight back, they would be powerless, and would only want to escape or surrender. If the troops led by Gushi were not undead troops, they might have surrendered by now. In this way, through means within the battlefield, the fighting spirit of the Nida people was worn away bit by bit. About half an hour later, the ordinary Nida troops had lost their morale, and were beaten to death by the undead troops. Some Nida players had also died on the spot. Only Nick and I was still trying to command his men, trying to struggle out. His actions naturally attracted Gushi's attention. Gushi's transformed undead battle team rushed out at the first time and entered the already chaotic battlefield. The level of the transformed undead battle team was a bit high, and their unique fighting style made them unsuitable for a large battle of more than 100,000 people. But now the situation has changed. The enemy's most critical existence has appeared. It is naturally the best time for them to display their talents. These transformed undead sneaked into the battlefield at the first time. There was a chaotic battle around them, but they moved around the battlefield as if nothing had happened. It was as if they didn't notice the situation in front of them at all. With their entry, this battle is almost coming to an end. Nikini has a good brain, but he doesn't have any strong fighting power. Through the ability to kill generals, he can temporarily improve his strength. But what's the use of that? The battlefield is so chaotic, and the transformed undead troops jump out from inconspicuous positions from time to time. It's useless even if he has a strong ability. After just a few encounters, Nikki was seriously injured. The number of guards guarding him was getting smaller and smaller. Looking up, there were only more than 10 people left. Nikki's face was very ugly at this time. All the blisters on his body had burst, and green and yellow liquid flowed on his body. How could this happen? Nikini still didn't understand why he lost. He was the most important subordinate of the king, and he led the most powerful troops and 3 Thunder God's wraths. He had calculated everything, and he had been guiding the situation since the enemy appeared. How could it end up like this? Nikini's face became more and more ugly with reluctance in his heart. He pulled out a dagger with a ruby, and shouted loudly to the sky. I don't accept it, I didn't lose, I can still win. After saying that, he stabbed the dagger between his eyebrows. Then, a strong evil spirit surged out of Nikini. At the same time, a shadow of a long sword with evil spirit appeared in the sky. Gu Shi was shocked. He immediately understood that the shadow-like long sword in the sky was a red dress. Gu Shi didn't even think about it. He pushed his hand forward, and the steel gate appeared on the battlefield. At this time, Gu Shi couldn't think too much. What about leaving a gate every time you walk a certain distance? Now there is no such thing. Gu Shi pushed the city gate forward immediately, and the open city gate dragged everything where Nikki was into the city of Aridov. As Nikki was dragged to the city of Aridov by Gu Shi, the steel city gate was sent back by Gu Shi immediately. Nikki disappeared from the battlefield. The long sword in the sky seemed to have lost its target, and just flashed a few times in the air, and finally disappeared into the air, just like when it first appeared. All the movements of this long sword were recorded by Gu Shi. After the long sword disappeared, Gu Shi also wiped a cold sweat. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the long sword might have hit him directly. Although I don't know the effect of this long sword, I can tell at a glance that it is not a small-powered thing. Looking at the sky where the long sword disappeared, Gu Shi said decisively, speed up the process. Kill all enemies. Dimi, you stay here. I have something to find a few brothers. At this time, Dimi was relatively close to Gu Shi. She heard Gu Shi's order through her mind's eye. Don't worry, sir. I will take care of everything here. After receiving Dimi's feedback, Gu Shi raised his hand. I, Gu Shi, have made some discoveries. I hope to meet Senior Brother Guang or Senior Brother Feng. As Gu Shi said this, his eyes blurred. The authority of the small game world was activated by Gu Shi immediately. Gu Shi was sent to another battlefield by this authority. At this time on the battlefield here, a large number of undeads wearing heavy metal armor were fighting with the Nida army. The Guangqing he was looking for was riding a golden dragon in the sky. Gu Shi appeared in the sky before the dragon. If Gu Shi could not fly, he would have fallen down when he appeared here. Seeing Gu Shi suddenly appear in front of him, Guangqing was also a little surprised. Junior brother, why are you here? Is your war not going well? It doesn't matter, I still have some soldiers in the spare Iron Undead 3rd Legion, I can send them to you now. No. Senior Brother Guang, I just saw the enemy's red suit, Gu Shi said, while showing the recorded picture in front of Guangqing. Hearing what Gu Shi said, Guangqing's eyes widened. He really felt that Gu Shi was just a lucky guy. He was obviously helping Gu Shi to get revenge. But he locked onto a game world and captured the king of the Nida people. After that, Gu Shi destroyed the Nida people's arrangement. Now he knows the information about Hongzhuang one step ahead. This kind of luck is really unmatched. Okay, I know about this matter, and I will tell the teacher. I have to admit that you are really lucky. Little junior brother. No, it was just an accident. I didn't know that the enemy I was facing had the ability to draw out the phantom of the red suit. That's not an ability. It's authority. If possible, I hope you can find out what the enemy you are facing used to draw out the phantom of the red suit. This is very important to us. Chapter 1330 Red Suit's Guidance. Okay. Gu Shi responded immediately. Then he disappeared in front of Guangqing. At this time, Gu Shi left by returning to his own death city. After entering the main gate of Aridavi city, Gu Shi immediately asked, how is the battle at the steel gate? At this time, the mirror near Gu Shi immediately sent Luna's appearance. After Gu Shi mastered the ability of mirroring, Gu Shi found Luna more and more easily. The city guards and the new troops that were transferred to the steel gate to prepare for an attack were right there. When the enemy came in, they happened to run into them. The leader was trampled to death by the newly transformed evil bone-like cavalry. After hearing this, Gushi understood Niki's final fate. However, he was not concerned about this now. So he asked directly, "Where is the body?" "It's still at the steel gate, and it hasn't been cleaned up yet. I'm going over now." As soon as Gushi finished speaking, Luna disappeared from the mirror, and the picture in the mirror turned to the steel gate. Gushi stretched out his right hand, and without any movement, he came to the steel gate through the screen arranged in the city of Aridov. At this time, Gushi saw that his troops had retreated to the side, leaving only a large number of corpses trampled into mud on the ground. Seeing Gushi coming, all the undead quickly retreated to a farther position. Gushi immediately saw the dagger with rubies in the corpse mud. "This is it." Gushi strode towards the dagger, and before he took a few steps, the person holding the white bone obelisk appeared in front of Gushi and blocked him. Gushi was startled. He looked more closely, and found that the dagger was full of evil spirit. The evil spirit seemed to have spirituality, and in Gushi's sight, it formed the appearance of Nick and I. With the support of the evil spirit, he seemed to become more powerful and more violent. Gushi just took a look, and he glared at Gushi. If he could not fly out now, he would definitely rush to Gushi and fight with Gushi. At this time, Gushi also understood why the bone obelisk would block him. Now this dagger is not under Gushi's control. If anyone touches this dagger now, he will most likely die. Gushi doesn't want anything to go wrong at this time. He thought about it, and began to look for something on his body that could take away the dagger. It's probably impossible to ask his men to take the dagger. Gushi's men don't have the strength to do so. Nick and I just died at Gushi's hands. After the double death effect is activated, a corresponding undead may appear. If he were to take the dagger, I don't know if he would have a chance. But the chance was slim. But after looking up at the shadow of Nikki in front of him and thinking about the current situation, Gushi immediately said, "Luna, send the double death transformed undead here." Luna knew exactly what Gushi meant. All the mirrors in the city of Aridov lit up immediately. At the same time, Gushi also approached the dagger step by step. Boxes of various materials kept appearing in his hands, hoping to pick one that could hold the dagger. However, Gushi picked for a long time, but he didn't pick out any suitable box. Could it be that he could only take it with empty hands? I'm afraid he would die. At this moment, a ghost was sent to the vicinity by the mirror. The level of this ghost was only about level 9, and it looked like a dried corpse that had been stored in the desert for many years. When he was sent out, he was still a little confused, but after stumbling 2 steps, he stood in front of Gushi. "Sir." "Oh, it can talk. That's fine. Do you still have any memories?" Gushi knew who the mummy was at a glance. Although his body was as thin as a human, his skeleton was still more than 3 meters tall. There was no evil spirit on his body. But this just proved that he was a Nita in his lifetime. "Yes." The undead spoke very straightforwardly. "Sir, you can call me Nikki. Is there any way to pick up the dagger?" Gushi pointed to the dagger stuck on the ground. "Yes. But sir, I can only hold it for a moment. After I hold it, the evil spirit in the dagger will kill me, and I will not be able to revive again," the ghost of Nikini said calmly, as if he was not talking about his own life and death, but the life and death of others. "What about other Nita people? Can they pick it up?" Gushi asked again. The ghost of Nikini shook his head. "This is a reward from the head. Others who have not been recognized cannot touch this dagger at all. Look at the ground. Is there anything that can hold this dagger?" Gushi also understood that the idea of letting other Nita undead spirits take this dagger was impossible to achieve. Now, he could only think of another way. Nick's undead looked at all the boxes and pockets on the ground, and finally shook his head. "No way, these boxes can't hold this dagger." Hearing this, Gushi could only sigh. "How long can you hold this dagger?" Gushi was clearly going to give up Nick's undead. "About 2 minutes." Gushi turned his head and looked at the holder of the bone obelisk. "Give him a blessing, and keep him alive for 15 minutes. The man holding the suit nodded. He understood what Gushi meant. What Gushi wanted was for Nikki's undead to pick up the dagger. Whether he was dead or alive, it was not important. In Gushi's opinion, Nikki was a good commander at first, but compared with the red suit, the gap was quite large. Even if the red suit could not reach Gushi's hands, it would be a good thing for Gushi to do something for it. Gu Shi believed that Gong Lingyu would definitely give him some compensation after knowing this. Apart from other things, Gong Lingyu had so many leaders and heroes, and any one of them was enough to overwhelm Nikki. Under the action of the person holding the white bone obelisk, a blessing fell on Nikki. At this time, Nikki's ghost also picked up the dagger on the ground. The moment he picked up the dagger, Nikki's shadow pounced on Nikki's ghost and kept biting it. At this time, Gu Shi finally understood why Nikki's ghost said that he could only hold the dagger for 2 minutes at most. After 2 minutes, his body would not be able to support it, and nothing would be left. Gu Shi, who knew that time was running out, turned around and said to the person behind him, "Clean up and follow me." Chapter 1331 Clearing the Field. Deploy the steel gate. After Nick's undead picked up the dagger, Gu Shi immediately deployed the steel gate again. This time, the location of the deployment was not on the battlefield where the steel gate had appeared before, but it was placed in front of Guang Qing. At this time, Guang Qing was still there directing the battle. Seeing a gate with a different style from his own on the battlefield, he was also stunned. Then he understood that Gu Shi was coming. He immediately sent troops to clear out the nearby needed troops. It seems that our junior brother is growing very fast. At this time, Feng Tian and several other idol players have also rushed here. After all, it is about red equipment. They can't get them all. The highest level here is Guangqing, who has reached the top level of 19 and completed his graduation thesis, and can take the opportunity to reach level 20. If they are asked to take out 2 or 3 orange equipment, they can take them out confidently. But if they are asked to take out a red equipment, sorry, they don't have it. Now that they have the opportunity to get in touch with the red suit, they naturally have to rush here as soon as possible. Seeing that Gu Shi can deploy the city gate so skillfully through the coordinates, these players also nodded. With such means, it means that Gu Shi has grown up. The Death City is a key ability, but the Death City cannot be regarded as just a logistics base. There are many functions in the Death City. In fact, according to Gong Lingyu's memories, or the records of the Hades University, each level of the Death City will have a corresponding deployment ability at the beginning. However, it was later discovered that adding a new item at each level would make the Death City less useful. So in the end, the Death City became what it is now. As for other details, each necromancer who controls the Death City must study and research it himself. Regarding this matter, Guangqing and the others did not believe it very much, but they all knew the idea of the Death City's delivery, which represented the player's control over the Death City. As for what to deliver, for the players who really control the Death City, it is actually not important. Gu Shi's current situation can satisfy these fellow apprentices. At this time, Gu Shi also walked out of the steel gate. Behind Gu Shi followed a nearly disintegrated undead. This undead stumbled as he walked. With every step, the body became more broken. At the same time, the evil spirit around him would become heavier. According to normal circumstances, this undead is probably dead now. But in front of him, he was supported by a special force. It seems that Gu Shi spent a lot of thought to get the things out. At this time, Gu Shi also saw Guangqing and the others. Senior brothers, the things are here. As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, Nick Ni's undead spirit fell to the ground immediately. His flesh and blood quickly disintegrated, and everything on his body turned into fragments. The strong evil spirit made Guangqing and the others have no intention of approaching. However, everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the fragments, where there was a dagger inlaid with rubies. As soon as the dagger appeared, a flash of electric current composed of evil spirits flashed in the sky. The electric current was moving back and forth in the air, and it was obvious that the current seemed to be looking for something there. "I'll handle it. Everyone get out of the way." Guangqing immediately took out a lead-like lid and covered the dagger heavily. Several junior brothers, "Help me. We need to clean up this place so that the teacher can come." Hearing this, Feng Tian and the others quickly sent out their respective troops. Gu Shi saw such a good opportunity. How could he miss it? He didn't have many troops, but there were still hundreds of thousands of troops in the city that had just been transformed by Double Death. This was the right time to send them out to fight. Gu Shi didn't even arrange a leader, and directly sent all the troops out. "Brother, where do you think I should put these troops? How should I deal with them? Will they serve as miscellaneous soldiers? How many troops do you have?" Guangqing glanced at Gu Shi, thinking that this little brother was still good, and now he had troops to help him. "About 130,000. They haven't been sorted out yet. They are the last stocks in the city." 130,000. That's a lot. You should follow your senior brother Feng. We need to clean up the area quickly. Hongzhuang has appeared. There's no need to think too much. Please invite the teacher over. Okay. Gu Shi found Feng Tian immediately. Of course. When he went there, the Princess Council under Princess Anna had already arranged the 130,000 undead troops. This time, all the undead came from the main force led by Niki. In addition to the ordinary Nida troops, there were also their cavalry and high-level troops. After the transformation, there were 20,000 evil bone-like cavalry. At the same time, the number of heroes and players led by Niki was also relatively large. Under the arrangement of the Great Princess Council, all heroes had 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers. The main one gave all heroes the opportunity to take the lead. Gu Shi was not very satisfied with this arrangement. But now there was obviously no time. So Gu Shi could only accept it. After finding Feng Tian took a look at the troops brought by Gu Shi. See that area over there? There are about 60,000 enemies there. Let your troops clean them up. Okay. Gu Shi didn't quite understand why there were so many enemies here. But the matter had nothing to do with him directly. He just did what Feng Tian arranged. So under Feng Tian's order, Gu Shi's troops were pushed to a direction where there were more than 60,000 Nida troops moving forward at that location. Gu Shi sent his troops out, and then he focused on the battlefield on his side. At this time, Gu Shi didn't know whether Dimi had cleared the last few enemies. At the same time, there were still many places on his side that had not been cleared. These things required Gu Shi to personally inquire. Even if Gu Shi wanted to stay here now, he must deal with the battle on his territory. So Gu Shi quickly released the owl and sent the latest orders to Dimi and Jamie. Jamie must be on the move. It is quite unreasonable to put a mobile hero in one place to guard. At this time, Gu Shi could only mobilize other troops over there. Even if just arrange a hero to guard it. It is better than Jamie guarding it there. After all, in such a short time, only Jamie can run to all the locations and check them all over again. Chapter 1332 asking the teacher to come. With the cooperation of several fellow apprentices, the speed of clearing the area here was quite fast. It took less than half an hour, and the nearby Nida troops were almost cleared. At least the battle on Gu Shi's side was over. Of course, the main reason was not how strong the troops Gu Shi led were. After all, the troops Gu Shi led were all undeads that had just been transformed through double death. The equipment and weapons on them were all the most common equipment in the city of Aridov, which were replaced by Gu Shi's men before. Compared with the Nida army, there is still some gap. But Gu Shi's advantage is that he has sufficient troops and is not afraid of death. Gu Shi said that he could abandon 120,000 or 30,000 undeads, and he would not consider whether he could afford the loss. Another point is that this is Guangqing's home court now. Although Guangqing invited other brothers who are free to come here, he still has a good control of the battlefield. Gu Shi can obviously feel that there are props or equipment in the sky, on the ground, and near the gate of Guangqing that can radiate various strengthening effects. Although these items or equipment are not the most effective, they can still improve the health and attack power of the undead troops. After receiving these blessings, the combat power of the undead troops led by Gu Shi is on par with that of the Nida troops. In addition, these undead troops are commanded by heroes. The fight went quite smoothly. Gu Shi still used the original tactics, cutting the enemy apart, and then surrounding them to fight one more. Although this tactic is old-fashioned, it has to be admitted that it is quite useful. In half an hour, Gu Shi killed all the Nida people here. He led the surviving 90,000 undead troops back to the Steel City Gate. Gu Shi realized at this time that Feng Tian had a strong vision for the battlefield. He had arranged himself in that direction just now, and there was a basis for judgment. And Gu Shi really achieved that record, clearing out more than 60,000 Nida troops in half an hour. From this, it can be seen that Feng Tian knew all kinds of battles and the situation of the undead troops. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. Gu Shi, who understood this, suppressed some complacent thoughts in his heart and carefully observed the battlefield. At this time, the battles of several senior brothers had ended. Gu Shi could see from their withdrawn troops that each senior brother had his own fighting characteristics. There was a reason why the troops of senior brother Guangqing were called the Iron Legion. Ordinary undead were all wearing thick armor. Even the armor on the most common skeleton soldiers was thicker than the knight armor in Gu Shi's hands. It can be seen that either Guangqing has a mine in his city, or he has mastered some special armor casting technology. At the same time, the undead in his hands also exists for this purpose. And the senior brother over there. The proportion of the undead in his hands is a bit wrong. And there are too many ghost-type undead. And his city gate is obviously built with corpses. From this point, it can be seen that his death city is a dual purpose. Every player has his own characteristics. Gushi couldn't help but think at this time. What is his own special feature? At this moment, Guangqing, who had completed the clearing, quickly took out a positioning system and sent a signal to the sky. All the players knew what this was. But they didn't say that the enemy troops in this game world had not been cleared. Because there was no need. The opponent's red suit had already appeared. And they had already obtained some things that could attract the red suit. This was enough for Gonglingyu. She came here to get the red suit, not to fight the soldiers. Under Guangqing's signal, the environment nearby changed rapidly. The sky turned black, and several blood moons appeared in the sky. When seeing the blood moon appear, Guangqing was still there feeling. Teacher is still amazing. Every time I see this kind of blood moon, I feel a great sense of oppression. Gushi had not joined Gonlingyu's team for long, and did not know much about Gonglingyu. Hearing this, Gushi could not help but ask, "Is this blood moon controlled by the teacher?" "Yes. Do you want to learn the teacher's research?" "If you want to learn, I will teach you. It is easy to learn, but it is very difficult to make. If you don't have the ability to land on the moon in the game, you can't even complete the first step. There is also the moon sacrifice later, and finally move to your own death city. These all require great efforts to deal with." Hearing this, Gushi was also stunned. "Can you learn this too?" "Of course, what the teacher has researched, and what the senior brothers have researched, you can learn if you want to learn. Just like your Book of Titans, you took it out, didn't we refuse it? But you gave me compensation." Gushi was still a little puzzled. Listening to Gushi's words, Guangqing patted Gushi's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, you have been playing with skeletons for too long. In fact, you should believe in the teacher, believe in the senior brothers. You will gradually understand in the future that there are many places where the senior brothers can help you." After hearing this, the other senior brothers on the side also nodded there. At the same time, Feng Tian also introduced to Gushi other things that teacher Gong had researched. "Did you see those pillars rising from the ground? They were researched by a senior brother a long time ago. And they were improved by teacher Gong. Although there are only a few pillars here, as long as they are all erected, they can affect a range of about 1,000 kilometers. After the introduction of the senior brothers, Gushi realized that teacher Gonglingyu was really a treasure. In addition to the normal learning things, Gushi can also learn many different things from his senior brothers. Some things here may take a long time, but some things may only take a few words. So Gushi talked about how he got a complete turret. The brothers all had an impression of the turret that Gushi mentioned. However, none of them took down the complete turret. Either they put too much effort in the frontal attack on the turret, or they encountered some problems. Anyway, the turret was not complete when it was taken down. When Gushi said that he took down the complete turret, several brothers said, "Give me a copy of the research results if you have them." "Yes. Give me a copy too." "I want one too." "What are you talking about?" "Give me a copy too." At this moment, Gonglingyu's voice came from behind the crowd. Chapter 1333, I give you 1 hour to clean up the battlefield. When they heard Gonglingyu's voice, Gushi and the others immediately turned their heads and whispered, "Hello, teacher." At this time, Gonglingyu had changed into a set of combat equipment, put on a red robe, and held a spear with a string of blood-red skulls in his hand. This was something that Gushi had not taken out during the last battle with Gonglingyu. Seeing Gonglingyu dressed like this, Guangqing and the others were all shocked. "Oh my god! It's the teacher's scarlet blood suit. I've only heard of it, but never seen it. I didn't expect the teacher to attach so much importance to it. What is the scarlet blood suit? Senior brother, please explain." The scarlet blood suit is a pseudo-suit that the teacher made by exchanging his own orange suit for 3 orange suits with similar attributes. And through some means, he made these 3 orange suits resonate. Even so, this is beyond the level of orange suits of normal people. These 3 orange suits can be counted as one super powerful equipment. Gushi, who was following behind, understood as soon as he heard it. It was the orange suit that he made. According to this calculation, this scarlet blood suit should be several levels lower than his own nine-tailed divine power. However, this is an idea anyway. After all, the nine-tailed divine power has 9 parts, and Gushi has only obtained 1 so far. He doesn't know where the other parts are. He wants to find the killing stone. But he doesn't know if the killing stone is still in its original position. Gu Shi thought to himself. If he kills again with his current strength, the heavenly Dao white-robed Great Guanyin he met at the time might not be his opponent. At this time, Gong Lingyu also nodded to everyone. You did a good job. Is that the effect of the red suit? When Gong Lingyu spoke, his eyes were directly on the lightning that kept sweeping across the sky. It can be seen that this lightning is the effect of the red-clad long sword. And the long sword is now looking for something. At this time, Gong Lingyu did not forget his teaching task. I checked when I came in. There are 2 red suits in total on the Nita side. One is called the Fortune Balance, and the other is called the Demon Sword. Having said that, there is no need to say more about the next words. Regardless of the information Gu Shi had recorded before, or the current in the sky, it all proved that the red suit that appeared here this time was the Demon Sword. After confirming what the red suit was, Gong Lingyu naturally had the idea of capturing it. I'll give you 1 hour to withdraw all your troops. Teacher, the enemy has not been cleared yet. Do you want to? Guangqing stepped forward and said. Because things happened too quickly. They haven't yet defeated all the Nita troops here. Their original plan was to clean up all the places here. Then ask Gong Lingyu to come over. But in the current situation, it is really hard to say where the enemy is. It doesn't matter, I will take care of the next things, and I haven't had a good fight for a long time. Gong Lingyu said, while raising the staff in his hand, and then several red moons in the sky moved outward. At the same time, Gong Lingyu looked at everyone at the scene. I will give you 1 hour. 1 hour later, you come to my side to watch the battle. This is a great learning opportunity for you, don't miss it. Having said this, Gu Shi and the others are not stupid, how could they miss such an opportunity? So they acted quickly. Gu Shi left the steel gate here, letting the surviving troops here retreat to the city of Aridov. At the same time, Gu Shi himself used the authority of the small game world to send himself back to the last battlefield. At this time, Demi was cleaning up the battlefield. When he saw Gu Shi coming, Demi said immediately, Sir, the nearby enemies have been killed, I am preparing to move forward and continue to attack other enemies. No need, let someone clean up the battlefield, we only have 1 hour. Hearing Gu Shi's order, Demi was also stunned. But she reacted immediately, and quickly arranged for people to transport all kinds of supplies back to the city of Aridov. At the same time, Gu Shi also issued orders to his own heroic troops, asking them to rush to the nearest city gate and retreat to the city of Aridov. After issuing the order, Gu Shi appeared beside Jamie through the authority of the small game world. At this time, Jamie had just completed the handover with the hero sent by Gu Shi. He was ready to fight again. Seeing Gu Shi coming, Jamie was also startled. Sir, what happened? Prepare to retreat. There is no need to defend this place any longer. I will put a city gate here and dismantle this turret completely, Gu Shi said as he put out a new city gate. Okay. Although Jamie didn't know what happened, he took action immediately. Several architects also rushed out of the city to command the dismantling of the complete turret, because it needs to be put together again after being transported back. Brute force must not be used for this dismantling. This requires a lot of skills. It is probably impossible to rely on these brainless undeads. Only by letting the architect come here can we ensure that the turret is brought back intact. Fortunately, the turret itself is also movable. If it is a building that cannot be moved after it is built, even if several architects come, they cannot dismantle it within an hour. After notifying Jamie, Gu Shi ran to several other places. His undeads, led by the hero, took everything they could take away and retreated to the various gates of Gu Shi. Especially the Ghost Squad and transport troops under Gu Shi, in this last hour, they are the busiest. In order to transport more things, the Ghost Squad and transport troops have used everything they have taken. Especially the transport troops at the main city gate. Before, they would screen carefully, but now they have no time to care about these. Dig first, and transport whatever they dig. As for the soil, if it cannot be cleaned up, then take it back to the city of Aridov for cleaning. There is no time to do such details now. Gu Shi kept going back and forth between several city gates, checking the progress of the undead returning to the team and transporting. If there is something wrong, Gu Shi will arrange other undead to come. After about 45 minutes, most of the undead troops sent out had withdrawn to the city of Aridov. Gu Shi also began to take back the city gates one by one. Only the main city gate and other places that were obviously difficult to clean up the battlefield were left, and he was still busy there. Chapter 1334 Gongling Yu's troops. 5 minutes left, that's enough, everyone retreat, we don't want this stuff anymore. Standing at the main city gate, Gu Shi ordered loudly. Under Gu Shi's command, his transport troops and the ghost team carried the last batch of supplies and retreated into the main city gate. As the last subordinate retreated to Aridity City, Gu Shi decisively closed the main city gate. Luna, let Princess Anna count the losses this time, and the rest will be dealt with after I return. After saying that, Gu Shi dodged and went towards the battlefield on Guangqing's side. When Gu Shi appeared in the direction of the battlefield before Guangqing, he found that the battlefield in front of him had changed. All the troops on the battlefield were gone. The ground was flattened, and walls of different colors appeared on the ground. Groups of troops walked out of different gates. These troops were all orthodox troops in the style of undead, but they were obviously different. Not to mention the others. Among the bone dragons, there were pure silver bone dragons, obsidian bone dragons wrapped in steel, ghost dragons like yellow sand, and so on. When Gu Shi arrived here, there were dozens of bone dragon species in the sky that he had seen and not seen before, and the number of these bone dragons was even greater. Not to mention the others. The number of bone dragons in the smallest bone dragon unit was at least 5,000. What surprised Gu Shi the most was that there were bone dragon heroes in almost every bone dragon unit. This was something Gu Shi could not imagine. At the same time, Gu Shi also noticed that at the farthest point from the city gate, there were many different generations of Death Knights. The largest number of them are the Stone Knights of 3 different colors. The total number of the 3 knights is nearly 100,000. These 3 troops are made of obsidian, white marble and blood jade, and they are heavy armored knights. When there is no battle, they are like real stone statues, and they will not move at all. But as long as they rush up, their fighting power will definitely be like a landslide. In addition to these 3 stone knights, there are also purple knights with lightning all over their bodies, corpse knights whose bodies are magnified many times, ghost knights whose bodies are completely black, and so on. The types of modern death knights are more numerous than the bone dragons. Just from what Gu Shi saw, there are at least 20 types. The number of troops here is as large as 20,000, and as small as 8,000 or 9,000. Added together, there are a full 300,000 knights. Just looking at the number of these cavalry troops, Gu Shi couldn't help but take a deep breath. But even so, the cavalry troops are still constantly replenishing troops. It can be seen that Gongling Yu really brought out all his main forces this time. This is true for the Bone Dragon and the Death Knights. The real undead army naturally has more soldiers. Just after arriving here for a while, Gu Shi saw 10,000-man teams coming out of the city gates. There are many kinds of undead here. Each 10,000-man team has a hero in command, and 10 10,000-man teams will have a leader in charge. Gu Shi saw at least 30 leader flags that had appeared on the battlefield. In other words, the number of undead troops that Gu Shi saw and didn't see on the scene has exceeded 3 million. This number of troops, however, moved in an orderly manner under Gongling Yu's command. From this, we can also see how strong Gongling Yu is in controlling his troops. It is no wonder that Gongling Yu asked his disciples to stop, as she can really suppress all dissatisfaction here. Seeing Gu Shi appear, Gongling Yu nodded with satisfaction. Giving the disciples an hour to retreat just now was actually a small test for them. Gu Shi was not used to his teaching method, and all his actions were actually his own instinctive behavior. Although Gongling Yu did not follow Gu Shi's actions for the past hour, she saw them to some extent. She was also a little surprised by Gu Shi's means of making money. She had never even thought that Gu Shi would develop an undead transport unit responsible for transportation. Moreover, there were 2 types of units at once. The most important thing was that they did a very good job and cooperated well. In terms of transporting the spoils, Gongling Yu really had nothing to teach Gu Shi. At the same time, Gongling Yu also found that although Gu Shi was a little greedy, he was quite capable in doing things. Know when to give up and when to go all out. Like now, Gu Shi actually ended everything 5 minutes in advance, leaving room for himself to move, and rushed here at the first time. Such cleverness can prove that Gu Shi can make so many contributions in this joint operation. Not because of good luck, but because he has the ability. It seems that I can take care of this student more in the future. Gongling Yu glanced at Gu Shi, and then his eyes turned to the place where Gu Shi brought the Niki undead before. The dagger that Guangqing had covered with a box had not been taken out yet. However, Gu Shi had seen that the box covering the dagger had turned into a strange black color. It was obvious that the evil spirit in the dagger had destroyed the box beyond recognition. Beside the box, there stood a large number of liches and corpse wizards. Gushi only took a glance and noticed that there were at least 19 types of these liches and corpse wizards. Looking from a distance, Gushi only felt that the colors of the clothes on these liches and corpse wizards were a little different. But if you look closely, you will find that the spells they master and the paths of their growth are obviously different. Looking at the types of liches and corpse wizards here, and thinking about the 2 types of corpse wizards in his family, Gushi sighed and said that he still has a lot to learn. At this time, Gushi noticed that these liches and corpse wizards, under the leadership of the heroes, set up various magic circles. From their actions, it can be seen that Yongdo's demon sacrifice camp is really far behind. It seems that after returning, you should be trained more. Similarly, Gushi's magic troops cannot only have the Yongdo demon sacrifice camp, but also need other magic forces. Looking at the troops that teacher Gonlingyu brought out, Gushi quickly compared them with himself, analyzing his own shortcomings. At the same time, Gushi also saw that teacher Gonlingyu did not use even 1% of his strength in the battle with him. No wonder Gonlingyu said that none of Gushi's troops were worth looking at. If Gonlingyu had such troops, Gushi's troops would really be nothing to brag about. Of course, what Gonlingyu brought out was not just the undead troops. As the soul-calling towers and the main battle castles were deployed one after another, more and more things that Gushi could not understand appeared inside. Chapter 1335 Gonlingyu's Methods. You don't understand it, do you? Looking at the increasingly confused look in Gushi's eyes, several senior brothers beside him said with a smile. Gushi nodded affirmatively. To be honest, he was already dazzled by the various undead troops, and now there were various things being deployed, many of which he had heard of, but had never seen. Or perhaps he had some, but it had been modified beyond recognition, and had many functions that he didn't know about. Listening to the brothers' jokes, Gushi turned around and asked, "Where should I find the training ideas of those arms, and the architectural design drawings of the training camp?" "Ha ha ha. I told you. Our junior brother is different from you. He said before that he was a farmer. But you didn't believe him. Now you believe him." Listening to Gushi's question, several brothers laughed loudly. It can be seen that they are talking about Gushi's situation. What you want is in the teacher's industrial area. There is a small building inside. You can go in and see for yourself. But there is only one rule. You can only go in and read and copy in person. You cannot let your subordinates or contracted undead copy. Of course, if you want to leave something behind, you can leave it there. No one will object. That's right, actually. Every time the teacher teaches, and our homework, it will be recorded and placed in that small building. If you want, you can go there and take a look. Some people in the reading club usually stay there. If you have something you want to find but can't find, you can go find them. After this battle, the conflicts between the fighting party and the reading club were obviously reduced. At least the reading club also showed their fighting power. The fighting party did not reject them too much. Gushi's eyes flashed with golden light when he heard it. This is a treasure. Not to mention other things. The growth plans of other death cities inside are enough for Gushi to spend a lot of time studying. Now Gushi has only one idea in his mind. Otherwise, he could just study hard here. As for Genesis, what does it have to do with him? Gushi didn't believe it. He had been studying here. If he didn't participate in Genesis, the catastrophe would still fall on him. Just when Gushi was thinking about some things, the time Gonlingyu mentioned had come. Gonlingyu also started her own operation at this time. Under her command, all the undead troops began to move towards the inside of the game. At the same time, Gonlingyu herself walked to the dagger covered by Guangqing. She raised the staff in her hand, and the box was lifted up, and the lightning in the sky immediately fell on the dagger. At this moment, Gonlingyu suddenly raised the staff, and a stream of yin qi hit the lightning. With this blow, the lightning was actually hit back in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Gushi's eyes widened. What is the teacher's profession? How can you have such a skill? You don't know? How did you choose the teacher's graduate student? Guangqing asked curiously. Me? I just came here to register. The admissions office said that the teacher had a position, so I joined. Gushi really didn't know Gonlingyu's occupation. He had been busy these days, and it was hard to find out Gonlingyu's occupation. You couldn't just ask casually. Asking would be a state secret. Well, you are lucky. The teacher's occupation is Ghost Emperor, and she is preparing for the follow-up of the impact of Ghost Emperor. Ghost Emperor? Gushi thought about it. It seemed to be not much different from the occupation of Hades' emperor. Just when Gu Shi was thinking about what kind of occupation Ghost Emperor was, Gongling Yu had already taken a step forward. When Gongling Yu moved like this, Gu Shi's eyes widened. Oh my god! What skill is this? Almost in an instant, with Gongling Yu as the center, the entire game world turned into a sea of red flowers. The flowers of the other shore are blooming, Guangxi explained on the side. Some skills are similar to the incarnation of death, which draws away all your magic power and transforms the battlefield you think of into a sea of flowers of the other shore. This move is related to the player's own level. The level of the flowers of the other shore is always one level higher than the player's level. Always one level higher than the player's level. Gu Shi was shocked and immediately understood the meaning of this sentence. In other words, the red flower under his feet is directly at level 51? And it is so large. The entire game world is included in this range. No wonder Gongling Yu gave all the disciples an hour to evacuate everything. If they did not evacuate, the red flower here would destroy everything of the disciples. This is an absolute controllability. What does it mean to add other people's undead to your own territory? If Gu Shi mastered this skill, he would probably make the same choice. But Gu Shi didn't expect that this was just Gongling Yu's starting move. After using up all her magic power, Gongling Yu stuffed something into her mouth. Then she raised her staff. Then Gu Shi saw a kind of black raindrops appear in the sky. However, these raindrops seemed to be affected by some force and froze in midair. Gu Shi wanted to touch the raindrops, but was dragged away by Feng Tian. You are not going to die. You dare to move anything. What is this move? Gu Shi was also a little scared. He didn't quite understand what happened to him just now. Why did he suddenly want to do it? It must be affected by the power of the mind. It's better to quickly change the flame body protection to immune to the mind effect. Switch the immune effect quickly on the hand. Gu Shi's ears did not recover, still listening to Feng Tian's explanation. Yushin Yu, Teacher Gong is in the water system master, the master of the undead. After the master of the Turkish department, research a spell. There are so many students in the palace. There are only 6 brothers in the Society of Society. Because the front conditions in it are the level of those 3 series spells. After that, I have to borrow water spirit balls and earthen balls above purple quality, coupled with the magic book above purple quality. Only then will you have a chance to learn. Let me tell you, it is very difficult here, but it is also very powerful. Gu Shi listened to the last sentence and nodded continuously. Now Gu Shi has seen that the power of raindrops is quite great. At this time, Gu Shi was a little confused. Why did he want to touch those raindrops just now? Not to mention that the raindrops directly blocked the sky, which shows how difficult this move is. After the sky and the earth were blocked, Gongling Yu then hit the dagger heavily. With this blow, everyone heard a buzzing resonant sound from the dagger. Gongling Yu raised his head and looked in one direction. It's over there. Chapter 1336 The Power of Red Suit. No. Really no. Seeing Gongling Yu's operation, Gu Shi had only this sentence in his mind. The gap between him and Gongling Yu is really too big. Gu Shi hasn't even figured out how to use scouts yet. As a result, Gongling Yu simply stopped using scouts. Now Gongling Yu is just playing there. This sky is mine, the land is also mine, you are fighting on my territory. Because it's on my territory, then why should I use scouts? Your every move, all should be in my sight. Sure enough, the next thing is quite simple. Gongling Yu kept all the students, so that they could see how to take down the red suit. After everything was arranged, Gongling Yu released the multifaceted water mirror. Let Gu Shi and the others freely adjust the position of the water mirror, and see all the changes on the battlefield. Gu Shi tried it twice, and then focused on the several troops sent by Gongling Yu. Gu Shi noticed that all of Gongling Yu's undead troops also have their own characteristics. Some of these characteristics are based on the leader's ability, and some are based on the undead troops in the team. But no matter what, each leader has relatively independent authority. They also understand their own characteristics, and once they attack, they will directly move to various places according to their own situation. Some of them have a team of 100,000 people, and they do not act separately, while some directly split the troops into teams of 1,000 people led by the leader, and act separately like a swarm of bees. Gu Shi was dazzled by what he saw there. He felt that he could learn from every category, but he also felt that he didn't know what to look at. Look at what you have first, then look at what you want most now. Seeing Gu Shi's confused look, Guanqing on the side reminded him. After all, he couldn't stand Gu Shi's behavior. If it dragged on like this, Wouldn't it be like going to a mountain of treasures and returning empty-handed? Gu Shi quickly reacted. Based on the situation of several leaders under him and Princess Anna, he locked on the behavior patterns of several leaders and observed them. At the same time, his hands were not idle, quickly taking notes with a pen and paper. In his notes, there were things he saw, some behaviors of those leaders, and what he would do if his leader led such troops. In addition, he also recorded the things that Gu Shi couldn't figure out. Gu Shi's behavior made Gong Lingyu nod with satisfaction. In Gong Lingyu's opinion, Gu Shi was a good child who loved to study. Although his foundation was a little weak, he was a good child who was willing to study hard. This time, Gong Lingyu's troops only took 2.5 hours to force out the Nida People's King. This was partly because of Gong Lingyu's ability. After all, everything in the sky and on the ground was Gong Lingyu's territory. If the enemy wanted to escape, it was all within Gong Lingyu's range. Gong Lingyu did not clear out all the Nida People's troops just because she had enough powerful troops. Her troops, one on the left and one on the right, were heading towards the Nida People's King. First, cut out the location of the king, and the main force will attack this area. The Nida people in other areas. That's not a problem. Gong Lingyu knew why she came here this time. And such an action is much stronger than her disciples. It's only 2.5 hours. From Wangqing to Gu Shi, the things that he couldn't handle with all his strength have already been figured out. Gu Shi and the others saw the king of the Nida people in the water mirror. Because Gu Shi had mastered the ability of strange mirrors, he even helped his senior brothers to modify the water mirror, so that they could hear the sounds on the scene. We have already hit it. And you just watch from now on, Gong Lingyu said while giving orders. The troops surrounding the Nida king did not actively attack the Nida king, but instead cleaned up the Nida troops gathered around the king. Under their attack, the large troops around the Nida king were cut and split again and again. The Nida king was thinking about commanding his troops to counterattack at first, and then he just wanted to break out of the siege. However, no matter how they fought, the undead troops from all directions would always appear at the first time. Every time the undead troops appeared, the troops around the Nida king would be reduced. The more Gu Shi looked at it, the more familiar he felt with this tactic. He frowned and suddenly said, "Ambush from all sides?" "Yes. It's a modified version," Guangqing said affirmatively. For a necromancer, it is actually quite simple to replicate this move, as long as you have absolute control over the overall operation. I see that your usual fighting style is to keep cutting and devouring the enemy troops bit by bit. In fact, you should learn this move. Gu Shi nodded. He also realized that the ambush from all sides is actually an enlarged version of his usual fighting style. It's just that Gong Lingyu is using some means to mobilize the movement of the Nida king. Gu Shi couldn't do this, but he could really send troops from all directions to squeeze. As long as there was no large-scale spell that instantly killed Gu Shi's troops, he could really achieve such an effect. However, Gu Shi couldn't do it with Gong Lingyu's level of ease. Knowing his own level, Gu Shi watched very seriously. Under Gong Lingyu's operation, the number of men around the Nida king became smaller and smaller. The last person killed his way to another road. At this time, Gu Shi finally saw the power of the demon sword. Everything this long sword showed was enough to prove the effect of his red equipment. The troops sent by Gong Lingyu were not like Gu Shi, who put all the cannon fodder in. The cannon fodder in his troops started at level 25, many main forces were above level 35, and some elite troops were above level 40. As a result, such a force, when used at full strength, was defeated by the demon sword with just one sword. The most important thing is that the Nida king himself is only level 19. And it seems that he has not yet taken the step of level 20. From this, we can also see how strong the killing power of this evil sword will be. And the evil sword obviously has other characteristics. Gu Shi can see through the water mirror that several of the leaders under Gong Lingyu are equipped with orange equipment. As a result, as soon as the orange equipment was released, it was turned into powder under the attack of the evil sword before it could play its normal role. This made Gu Shi speechless. Even orange equipment can be insecure sometimes. But the Nida king, who was alone with his sword, seemed to have awakened at this time. He became more and more courageous as he killed more and more people. Now he was about to kill through the entire defense line. At this moment, Gong Lingyu laughed, pointing at the dagger that she had been pressing on the ground. Gravity suppression. Chapter 1337. Gong Lingyu's trick. Gu Shi saw the king of the Nida people in their hands, the demon sword, which was trying to wave. almost fell to the ground. At this time, Gong Lingyu also had a mind to teach them. The power of red is strong enough, features can also crush orange outfits, but the red dress is not universal. You can't hit the red dress, then people who combine the red suit. Just find the weakness to the other party, there will always be a chance to restrain each other. Look at the king in front of you, he held his sword to kill the quartet, in each blow. A large number of troops are in seconds. Why do you think this is the case? Because this red suit adds all the points to the attack? Gu Shi's heart moved, and he suddenly said something. Gong Lingyu glanced at Gu Shi, and a smile appeared in his eyes. That's right, red suits are not omnipotent. Each red suit has its own characteristics and direction. As long as you understand this, you can find a way to deal with red suits. This evil sword has strong attack power, which means it has no defense power. Look at the situation of the king again. Gu Shi looked carefully, and he found that there were no soldiers around the king, and he was more or less injured. Gu Shi understood immediately that the demon sword could not protect the Nida king from injury. If people were injured, other techniques targeting people could be used. As a level 50 master, Gong Lingyu knew more or less about the routes of the necromancer, and she also knew how to cast curses. The dagger that Gu Shi brought over was actually a part of the evil spirit separated from the demon sword. Although it was only a little evil spirit, it was separated from the demon sword, which was enough for Gong Lingyu. Gong Lingyu just cursed along with the evil spirit. The curse was not aimed at the Nida king, but made the evil sword heavier. This kind of curse did not affect the foundation, and the evil sword would not even think of counterattacking. As for the Nida king, he was just a tool, and who would care about his thoughts? So with such a gravity suppression, the sword in the Nida king's hand was almost lost. This gave Gong Lingyu hope. With the dagger being able to connect with the evil sword, Gong Lingyu threw down several more curses or spells. First he cast a slippery spell, then a disarming curse. The main attack made the Nida king unable to lift the sword. The Nida king also noticed this situation. If it was an orange suit, it would be okay to lose it, because it was already equipped on him. He didn't have to hold it in his hand all the time. But the red suit was different. The Nida king came here this time to sacrifice the luck of a game world and bind himself to the demon sword. In other words, he only held the sword, and through the connection between the demon sword and the Nida, he could use part of the power of the red suit. But he had not yet completely mastered the demon sword. Now that the sword was out of his hand, the situation was different. The undead troops waiting nearby rushed up immediately, trying to drag the Nida king aside. Even if they could not kill him, they had to separate him from the demon sword. So a good ambush now turned into a gangster fight. The most important thing was that the demon sword had probably been in the hands of the Nida king for a while, and he had more or less accepted the control of the Nida king. Seeing that the Nida king was about to be dragged away, the demon sword actually wanted to fly up to chase him. Seeing this scene, Gu Shi and the others who were watching the battle were shocked. The difference between having the red suit in hand and not having the red suit in hand is quite large. When he had the red suit in hand, he could destroy thousands of undead troops above level 20 with one sword. As soon as the red suit fell out of his hand, he was pressed to the ground by a group of undead. The difference is so obvious that you can see it at a glance. So when the demon sword wanted to chase the Nida king, Gu Shi and the others all cried out in surprise. But Gong Lingyu smiled and said, "It's okay. I have more than one arrangement." Gong Lingyu didn't make any move, and the Nida king was sent to a place more than 10 miles away. At this time, Gong Lingyu had time to explain to Gu Shi and the others. Red suits usually have their own spirituality. If you use spells such as teleportation against red suits, the red suits may run away by themselves. So when the red suits are separated from the red suit user, you must teleport the red suit user as well. Wherever the red suit falls, just watch it there, don't move. The main thing is to kill the user of the red suit. Only in this way can the red suit and the user of the red suit be truly separated. Speaking of this, Gong Lingyu paused for a moment. Of course, when doing this, you must make a clear judgment whether the user of the red suit is borrowing it or in the process of binding. Who is the real owner of the red suit? Do you have a way to block the heaven and earth line? Is there any possibility of preventing the red suit from escaping? If you can't do this, then it's best not to mess with the red suit. It may take you half a day to get in touch with the red suit. But the original owner of the red suit just pulls his hand away, and the red suit flies back. Then Mr. Gong, did we make a mistake this time? Gu Shi asked worriedly. How could we make a mistake? You just found the red suit and told me. Didn't I check the other things? I have checked it. The demon sword is the external weapon of the Nida people. It is usually in the hands of their elders. None of the 10 elders is the real owner of the demon sword. Although I don't know the reason. I'm not sure if it's because of the problem with the demon sword or the Nida people. But this is good for us. In addition, the current battlefield is our own territory. I am sure to block the world. This is my confidence. The most important thing is, I have calculated the gains and losses. I think I have no problem getting the red suit. But you are different. You can't do it in many situations. So the height you stand at is different. And the angle of looking at the problem is also different. This time you will watch me conquer the red suit. This way, when you encounter the red suit in the future, you will not be at a loss as to what to do. At this time, Gushi asked another question. Teacher, how did the red suit appear? Hearing Gushi's question, Gonglingyu was silent for a while. How did the red suit appear? No one can tell clearly. After all, no one is willing to reveal the origin of their red suit. If it were not for the fact that the red suit would automatically generate a number after it appeared, the person who got the red suit might hide the fact that he had the red suit. But some people have speculated. The first time the red suit appeared, it should have been due to a mission. The person who completed the mission and got the red suit is the original owner of the red suit, and the others are the binders and holders. Chapter 1338 Take the red suit. While they were talking, the king of the Nida people was sent farther and farther away. For Gonglingyu, any king was no big deal. She had killed so many kings before. This low-level one, if he hadn't taken the red suit, Gonglingyu wouldn't even look at him. Gonglingyu handled it very smoothly. Just by turning around, the king of the Nida people was sent to the farthest place. Then the various methods arranged by Gonglingyu came into play at this time. The red spider lilies on the ground will turn into blood-red blades and cut towards the Nida people's king. And the black raindrops in the sky will turn into water drop bombs and hit the Nida people's king accurately. How happy the Nida people's king was before killing with the evil sword, and how embarrassed he is now. Facing attacks from all directions, the Nida people's king is still thinking about dodging or resisting. But he underestimated Gonglingyu too much. It's okay that the level 50 boss didn't pay attention to you, but you still want to escape after targeting you. Let alone the various undead troops that rushed over along the way, the red spider lily and black raindrops that were used to block the sky and earth were enough to take the life of the Nida king. After this wave of attacks, the Nida king was covered with scars of all sizes. The scars that looked like blades were caused by the raindrops falling on him, and the scars with the smell of burning flames were the effect of the red spider lily. After just 2 waves of attacks, the Nida king was already unable to survive. At this time, he stretched out his hand, wanting to take the demon sword into his own hands. But the Nida king did not know that after Gonglingyu moved him here, there were also various maze effects nearby. Unless the demon sword had the ability to cut through time and space, it would be unlikely for the Nida king to fly into his hands. He raised his hand twice, but he could not sense the existence of the demon sword. Finally, the light of hope in his eyes faded. Then the undead rushed forward and chopped off the head of the Nida king. The remaining undeads, because they didn't get the head, dismembered the body of the Nida king on the spot. That's enough. Seeing that the Nida king was dead, Gonglingyu didn't care about the other Nidas anymore. The most important thing now was the demon sword. It would definitely not work to teleport the demon sword directly, because the demon sword can only be regarded as falling to the ground now. And it can't be regarded as ownerless. As long as the teleportation is turned on, there is no telling where the demon sword will be sent. Now Gonglingyu must go there in person. Follow me. Gonglingyu glanced at the disciples and stretched out his hand. Everyone's eyes were blurred. When Gushi and the others reacted, they found that they had arrived at the previous battlefield. The evil sword was stuck in the ground. Even if he stood far away from the evil sword, Gushi could still feel the evil spirit irritating his skin. Gushi could feel that the evil sword was rejecting him, as if reminding him that if he wanted to move forward, the evil spirit would turn into sword energy and cut Gushi into pieces. Gushi's brothers also felt the same situation, and they all stood still. Only brother Feng Tian released his death incarnation, hoping to move forward with the death incarnation. Brother Feng Tian's death incarnation was a huge tombstone, with many different names engraved on it. When it moved forward, the tombstone jumped forward. Gushi suspected that even if this thing had no combat ability, it could still kill people with its weight and jumping height. However, the death incarnation only jumped a few steps. and was directly cut into pieces the size of a human head by the evil spirit. At this time, senior brother Fengtian's face also changed. What's going on? The death incarnation actually said that it can't be used again? Everyone, including Gushi, shut up. They all saw that. The evil sword directly cut off the magic effect of the death incarnation. It seems that senior brother Fengtian can release other kinds of death incarnations in the future, but the tombstone monster just now is unlikely to appear again. So strong. Gushi now has a clear understanding of the power of the red suit. Without a certain level of strength, this thing would not be able to withstand it. At this time, Gong Lingyu had already walked forward. As she stepped forward, the evil spirit quickly changed from scattered to concentrated, and even turned into sword energy visible to the naked eye, slashing towards Gong Lingyu. Gong Lingyu's reaction was quite fast. Whenever the sword energy came, something would always appear in front of Gong Lingyu to block the attack for her. Sometimes it was the undead under Gong Lingyu's command, and sometimes it was purple quality equipment. Sometimes it was Gong Lingyu's own magic. Watching Gong Lingyu move forward so easily, Gushi also put himself into it. He found that facing such sword energy, he was afraid that only the person wearing the extreme sunlight equipment could block one of the attacks. The rest of the means, I am afraid there is no way to block the effect of the sword energy. Even if Gushi can release the death incarnation, can release the gate of the city of death, but those things will not be the opponent of this sword energy. It seems that his strength is still insufficient, and he needs to improve it after returning. While Gushi was thinking about this, Gong Lingyu had already walked in front of the demon sword. At this time, Gong Lingyu stretched out her right hand. On her right hand, there was a glove made of bones. If you look closely, you can find that the glove is inlaid with red, blue sapphires, topaz, diamonds, emeralds, and a complete small skull. When they saw the glove in Gong Lingyu's hand, Guangqing and the others couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother, do you recognize what the teacher has in his hand?" "Yes. Do you know that in the Hades University, there is actually a red dress that suppresses luck? However, this red outfit is not for necromancers, nor even for undead players. It is a red outfit for elemental mages." Numbered 978. Gem gloves. According to legend, as long as you take a purple glove, inlay 6 gems of different attributes, and get the approval of Hades University, you can temporarily borrow the power of the gem gloves. As for what kind of power you can borrow, it depends on the properties of the purple gloves, which are consumables, and the idea of inlaying gems. But if you really want to borrow the power of the gem gloves, it is not that simple. The teacher must have paid a great price this time. No matter how high the price is, it is not as good as getting a red suit. Someone said this at this time. Everyone nodded. If they really want to get the red suit, they are willing to pay no matter how high the price is. At this time, Gong Lingyu's gloved hand also grabbed the hilt of the demon sword. He raised his head and said lightly, "Human red suit. The 1038th piece. The demon sword. The owner is the Ghost Emperor Gong Lingyu." Chapter 1339. Exit the minigame world. Gong Lingyu had just finished her words when a lot of cracks appeared on the glove on her right hand. It can be seen that her glove could not withstand the damage of the demon sword. At this time, Gong Lingyu glanced at her students. "Just now I announced it to the public, establishing the connection between me and this demon sword. No matter what I do, reputation is the most important. Next, I will start to subdue, and finally bind this demon sword. Before that, I must block all news. You guys should leave now. This small game world will be sealed for a while. From the outside, this small game world will not be accessible. You guys can't enter for the time being. As for the time when the small game world will be reopened, I'm not sure, but based on the current situation, it will take at least a year. So during this year, I may not show up. If you have any questions, you can go to Lu Yongqiang." Gong Lingyu was there explaining what to do next. Gushi didn't understand and asked, quietly asking Guangqing, "Who is Lu Yongqiang?" "The teacher's former disciple, already graduated, and teaches at Hades University. He is considered the eldest brother among the disciples who stayed at Hades University." "Oh!" Gushi nodded at this time. Gong Lingyu also explained everything clearly. She just waved her hand. Gushi and the others were sent back to the place where they entered the small game world. At this time, Guangqing also gathered everyone and said, "Everyone has heard what the teacher said just now. The teacher will probably be in seclusion for more than a year this time. But this is a good thing for us. The teacher has obtained the red dress, and his combat power and status will be improved accordingly. During this year, all junior brothers must keep this secret. Don't reveal any news about the teacher, Guanqing said, looking at all the junior brothers. In fact, everyone understands that the current situation is that everyone will prosper together, and everyone will suffer together. No one would spread the news at this time. But for some things, it is better to be safe than sorry. As long as one person spreads the news, there will be countless people watching here. It can be said that now, including Gu Shi, more than a dozen people, half of them are Gong Lingyu's biggest flaw. After all, everyone understands the importance of a red suit to players. If someone knew that Gong Lingyu had a red suit that had not been bound, and this red suit was not Gong Lingyu's at the beginning, I believe many people will come here to smell the smell. Even the players attracted may not be suppressed by Gong Lingyu. So whether it is Guanqing or Gu Shi and others, they all hope that this secret can be kept until Gong Lingyu is bound to the red suit. Brother Guang, you are the most senior here now, just say what you think. At this time, Feng Tian spoke. The other brothers also said, yes, Brother Guang, if you have any ideas, just say it directly. That's right. Brother Guang, for the teacher, we can do anything. Even Gu Shi expressed his opinion there. Brother, please rest assured, I am here to study, I can stay in the library for a whole year. Listening to Gu Shi's words, all the brothers laughed. But after laughing, Guanqing still said seriously, I won't say much about the rest. I just hope that everyone, in this year, don't run around. Just stay in Yin City. I have decided to put off the graduation thesis for now. Anyway, no one will chase me away. I hope you will do the same. Don't just disappear in a blink of an eye. Gu Shi was somewhat puzzled by Guanqing's words. At this time, Xiang explained to Gu Shi, Brother Guang is using the power of Yin City to form a tacit contract to constrain everyone. This kind of contract will only make it impossible for everyone to talk about this matter in Yin City. Once you leave Yin City, the power of the contract will weaken. If you leave the underworld, this kind of contract will be almost useless. That's why Senior Brother Guang wants us to stay in Yin City for a year. Why not use a stronger contract? Gu Shi was somewhat curious. Senior Brother Guang doesn't have that much face, and he is not one level higher than us, so he naturally uses this statement. Believe it or not, if we were Senior Brother Guang's subordinates, he could lock us up in a game for a year, and wait for the teacher to come out before releasing us. Oh, can he lock us up? Once the Death City is open, I can go wherever I want. Junior brother, don't be too superstitious about the power of the Death City. In the game world, there are all kinds of things. Red suits can find weaknesses to counter them, and the Death City is not a secret, so how can it not be studied by people? You just haven't encountered it. If you encounter it one day, you will be in trouble. As soon as he said this, Gu Shi thought of the time when he reached level 10, he hadn't obtained the white bone obelisk yet, and was ambushed by someone, and the gate of the Death City could not be opened. That time, Gu Shi almost suffered a great loss. So after Xiang said this, Gu Shi also understood that his words were too complacent. Because of this interruption, Gu Shi no longer had the energy to ask more questions. At this time, Guanqing asked his fellow apprentices to shout a few slogans, saying that before the teacher completed the binding of the red suit, they must not tell this matter to others, and they must not leave Yin City. There were no other requirements. After that, Guanqing stood at the exit of this small game world. He sent his fellow apprentices out one by one. When sending people out, Guanqing would hold his junior brother's hand and say, think about the teacher's identity, and the improvement of the teacher's status after binding the red dress. Just for this year. Everyone, please be patient. He would say this no matter who it was. And the brothers who were said kept nodding their heads. The situation in front of them was harmonious. Even Gu Shi was now learning to say a few polite words. Brother Guang, please rest assured. I will definitely stay in Yin City for this year. When I have time, I will come here to read books and grow crops. My city still needs a lot of time to develop. Then it's good that you come here. It just so happens that those people in the fighting party have no targets to attack for more than a year. They also need to grow crops well and consolidate themselves. You can talk to them, so you can communicate with them more. Okay. Gu Shi nodded affirmatively, and then walked out of the small game world under Guanqing's escort. At the moment of returning to Lingyu Industrial Zone, Gu Shi took a deep breath of cold air. Gu Shi didn't expect that he was just here to attend a party, and then take his men to brush a few copies. So many things would happen. Sure enough, when fate does not move, it is calm. And when fate moves, it is earth-shaking. Chapter 1340, a dazzling red light. After leaving the minigame world, Gushi did not stay in Lingyu Industrial Zone for long. Everyone had gone home. Gushi also planned to go back to the apartment to rest and relax. On the surface, this time everything was over. But in fact, there were many things piled up in the city of Aridov. The inventory of the war damage this time, the establishment of new troops, and the addition of a large number of heroes. All of them, all had to be handled by Gushi. After all, Gushi couldn't just ignore it. In the end, he didn't know which hero under his command was available, and which one was not. If something really happened, Gushi didn't know who to send out to deal with it. So Gushi had already thought about it on the way back to the apartment. He wanted to take a rest first, to relieve the pressure brought by this war. After that, he would spend a few days to sort out the harvest this time, look at the situation this time, and then make some arrangements for the heroes that had just been collected. If possible, it would be best to consider the future development direction of Aridov City, and what the city lacks. Although Gonglingyu will be in seclusion for a year, Gonglingyu's resources are still there. Apart from other things, the various materials in Lingyu Industrial Zone contain many things that Gushi wants to get. You should know that Gushi saw many kinds of Bone Dragon troops in Gonglingyu's troops this time. There are also many modern Death Knight troops that Gushi has never seen. If all of this had architectural designs, then Gushi's Aridov City would have a crazy growth in the next period of time. Now what Gushi had to figure out was the next plan for Aridov City, and not bring back anything that conflicted with the plan. Of course, Aridov City was in a state of chaos, and Gushi's head was swollen. So after he left through the gate of Aridov City, he did not contact Luna immediately, but returned to his apartment to take a rest first. When returning to the apartment, Gushi was about to sit on the sofa, but found Lingxi in front of him. "My lord, dinner is ready. You can drink a bowl of soup first. The bath water is ready. You can relax before eating." As she spoke, Lingxi served a bowl of clam soup. It must be said that clam soup is Lingxi's signature dish. No matter what ingredients are used, it tastes very good. The most important thing is that after drinking clam soup, Gushi will feel warm in his abdomen, and he will feel relaxed and his physical strength will recover quickly. This is very important to Gushi. Of course, the most important thing is that the clam soup tastes delicious, and it is no longer the roasted owl style in the tavern in the city of Aridov. After drinking the soup, eating something casually, and taking a bath, Gushi fell on the bed and closed his eyes. However, Gushi's mind was quite alert at this time. In the minigame world before, he encountered problems, found the red suit, and finally the scene of Gonglingyu capturing the red suit kept repeating in his mind. At first, it was just Gushi reviewing the situation. Later, it slowly became Gushi's fantasy. He wondered what would happen if he got the red suit. Although the demon sword didn't seem to fit Gushi's style, it was a red suit. Before, he destroyed the orange suit with one sword, and killed nearly 10,000 level 20 enemies with one sword. Gushi still saw it all. Now it slowly became, Gushi faced the demon sword, and faced the oncoming attack. Just when the demon sword passed in front of Gushi for the third time, Gushi heard a ding in his ear. He sat up in a cold sweat. Something was wrong. Gushi turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. He found that the 6 flame lights lit up automatically, and at the same time, the white bone obelisk, the extreme sunlight, and the soul lamp also appeared at the same time. It was just that because it was in the real world, the person holding the equipment did not appear. Gushi also understood at this time that he had seen the attack of the demon sword. Although he did not fight head-on, the demon sword still left a deep impression in Gushi's mind. It can even ignore the mental immunity of the flame light 6 paths lamp, and give Gushi a mental kill. If it weren't for the white bone obelisk, and the mind dark lamp in the flame light 6 paths lamp, maybe with a few more hits, Gushi would have a fantasy, imagining himself facing the attack of the demon sword, and finally thinking that he had died in the hands of the demon sword. And the sound of the ding, just now, was the extreme sunlight. The shields automatically jumped out when Gushi faced the sword attack. But the problem is that the influence of the demon sword is aimed at Gushi's soul, and it is useless to jump out of the extreme sunlight. It can only make a sound at most. After understanding what is going on, Gushi quickly picked up the flame light 6 paths lamp, activated the flames of the flame light 6 paths lamp, and the soul dark lamp, and lit them on himself. Gushi needs to clear the influence of the demon sword. If this continues, He is afraid that he will die under the demon's sword. At the same time, Gushi dare not underestimate any red equipment. He had not confronted the demon's sword head-on, but he encountered such a thing. Those undead who confronted the demon's sword head-on. What kind of scene would they face? Fortunately, the flames of the 6 paths of flame lamp and the soul lamp. One restrained the influence of the mind, and the other could protect Gushi. Under this flame, the clothes Gushi was wearing were burned directly. The equipment was not affected too much. But now in the real world, all of Gushi's equipment was put away. Gushi was in the flames, wearing nothing. Then he heard something fall to the ground. He looked down and found that the linen bag he had been wearing around his waist to resist the Nita people from draining his luck was also burned. The fossil inside also fell to the ground. Luna and Eve could not find out what this fossil was. The only thing they could be sure of was that they all said that when they picked up this fossil, it would emit a red light. But Gushi had never seen this red light, so he didn't really believe it. In addition, after coming to the real world, he had a better understanding of the red suit. Gushi now didn't think that this thing was a clue or fragment of the red suit. He just brought it with him, as a comfort. But Gushi didn't expect that, this time in the flames, some of the influence of the demon's sword on Gushi was forced out, and finally it entered the fossil in front of Gushi under the pressure of the flames. Then a crack appeared on the surface of the fossil, and a dazzling red light flashed in front of Gushi. Chapter 1341 Calculating the War Damage. Although it was just a flash of red light, Gushi grabbed it tightly. A thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Could it be that this was really related to the red dress? At this moment, Gushi could not care about his current situation. He grabbed the fossil in his hand. Gushi moved his hand, and the fossil broke apart, revealing the black seed hidden in the fossil. Seed? Gushi thought about various situations in the fossil, but he never thought that there was a seed in the fossil. When holding the seed in his hand, Gushi always felt like he was holding a huge energy block. If he was not careful, he might explode. This situation shocked Gushi. What kind of seed is this? How could it be in a fossil? Could it be a fragment of the red suit? Should I go to the Genesis game to have a look? While Gushi was thinking about this, the seed slowly disappeared in his hand. No matter how hard Gushi looked, he couldn't find it. If there were no fossil fragments on the ground, Gushi would have thought that he had just had a dream. After carefully checking for a few times, Gushi found that there seemed to be no problem with his body and mind. Even the impact brought by the previous evil sword seemed to have been wiped out. Such a situation also shocked Gushi. Could it be that the seeds in this fossil were a good thing that could erase the damage brought by the red dress? Gushi thought for a long time, but he didn't figure out the situation. Finally, he couldn't help but shook his head, and simply stopped thinking about it. However, stimulated by this incident, Gushi no longer felt sleepy. After sorting out his things, Gushi took the initiative to pass through the fireplace and return to the city of Aridov. When he walked out of the stone hut by the hearth, Gushi stretched his body. Then he pressed his eyebrows, and then went towards the direction of Aridavada. At this time, Gushi was most concerned about the losses and gains of this battle. As for the things that were brought back, because there were too many of them, they had not been sorted out yet, Gushi was not in a hurry to ask about it. When rushing to Aridavada, Gushi noticed that a large number of troops from the Labyrinth Demon City were heading towards the Labyrinth Demon City. It seems that with the return of various troops, the defense of Aridavada City has begun to recover its original state, and now the troops from the Labyrinth Demon City can retreat. When Gushi arrived near Aridavada, he noticed that outside Aridavada, a large number of undead were gathering there. Princess Anna and her council of princesses were counting the dead here in batches. When she saw Gushi coming, Princess Anna put down what she was doing and went straight to him. Sir, what's the situation now? Why does it look so busy here? The number and types of the dead sent in this time, and the dead transformed from double death, are too many. It will take some time to deal with all of the first wave. My lord, you are just in time. Come and help me. After saying that, Princess Anna dragged Gushi to the scene of the military roll. Although there were many undead in front of them, one good thing was that the undead were the most obedient race. As long as there was an order, they would take action. If there was no order, they would not object if they were asked to stand still. Princess Anna also introduced the situation to Gushi at this time. When everyone retreated, Demi and Jamie only counted the losses in the battle, and kept the undead troops obtained in this battle. He took the original troops to the battlefield where they were facing the outside world before. So at this point in time, they are not here. In addition, Jamie also took away 3 heroes that he was good at using. These 3 heroes have been recorded in advance. Do they have enough troops now? In the small game world, their troops have suffered some losses. But they are now going there to stabilize the territory, and this amount of troops is still enough for the time being. At the same time, they also left their needs for troops and troops. After we have a clear understanding of the losses and gains this time, we will send the troops to them. That's it. Have you counted the undead harvested this time? As for the matters of Demi and Jamie, Princess Anna handled them very well, and Gushi had nothing to add. So he immediately turned his attention to the undead standing outside the Eridavida. They have been counted. And now we are checking their talents and special circumstances. After everything is checked, we will do the final classification and reorganization. Gushi nodded. He understood that this was the normal process. After every battle, they would first count the number of people, and then ask about their talents and special attributes. This would be more important than the level classification and reorganization of the troops. You should know that some undead have their own consciousness and memory. These undead need to be found and assigned other jobs. After all, what Gushi lacks most is not undead soldiers, but undead that can support the operation of the city. Some buildings in the city are stuck at the level, because there is a lack of undead that can enter the buildings to work. Now, regardless of whether there are suitable candidates among this batch of undead, Gushi and his team must ask about it first. After everything is cleared up, these people will be transferred away, and the next ones are the undead that can be used as combat troops. Let's get started, by the way. Give me a report on the losses and gains this time. When Princess Anna heard this, she took out a list. After all, this is a game, there are special methods for data. With this list, Gushi read it carefully. This time, the troops that Gushi mobilized from the city of Eridovii, a total of more than 510,000 people. After various battles, the loss was about 103,000 people. The main casualties were those cannon fodders below level 5. The reason for their losses was that they had no heroes or leaders willing to lead them at the beginning. So they could only charge with the troops and fight together. Such unorganized undeads died the fastest. In addition, the bone dragons also suffered a lot of losses, and the gargoyle troops were almost wiped out. At the same time, in the troops led by Demi, the troops that fought against Nick and I head-on also suffered some losses. If it were in the past, Gushi would definitely be heartbroken about the loss of this 100,000-man army. But now Gushi seemed to be looking at a piece of data, and his mood did not change at all. Maybe this is the price of growth.